What's going on, YouTube? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from me. Let's get straight into this video. Alrighty, guys, as you guys can already tell by the title of this video, what we're going to be talking about, a controversy that actually came up and about where there seems to be a situation to where a trans activist organization wants to have Aretha Franklin's record by the name of Natural Woman canceled, banned, etc. So we're gonna get into some things, but before I actually do all of that, I will run my fair use and explicit content disclaimer so we can get straight into the tea. Let's go, y'all. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allows is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, always constructive. Comment down below. News reporting, I guess that's what we doing. Teaching, hopefully y'all learn something. Scholarship, we ain't got no money. Education and research so you can get a nasty piece of degree, okay? Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Now, let's get into some things, baby. Okay, so I'm here getting myself together. Hey, how you doing today, Simmery? How you doing? Hey, how are you feeling today, loves? I noticed you were in the chat. Hey, Sharon. Hey, Lux. And hey, Breeze. Okay, so I want to make sure I need... And Crystal was the first one up in here, at least the documented person. Come on, Crystal. Okay, so I do have a special guest. So let me bring my special guest on because we're going to get into some things. Okay, so let me welcome IG. Yes.
Hey,
how you feeling today?
How you doing, Brother Reckless? What's up, panel? It's been a while.
I'm doing good. Okay, so let the people know where they can find you. Let them know. Introduce yourself.
They goes ahead, and I'm on YouTube. Not as much content on there, but I'm also on my Instagram, my TikTok, my YouTube channel is IG Green 85. You could definitely find me on there. And I have a Facebook that's YSAK space FO. If you're interested in some content, stuff like that I have on there, and you definitely can find me on the Reckless Bureau panel. You could definitely find Conscious TV because I enjoyed the authenticity of the conversation and of the work of the people do. So y'all definitely could find me over here in these streets. Let's go, baby. Let's get it.
Period. Yes. I'm gonna bring it right back, girl. Because girl, the way all this click and clap in the background, girl. Okay, so I'm gonna read this article. So let me bring this bad boy up. Bam. So as you guys can already tell, I actually want to make it full screen for us. Okay, so let me do this. So yes, this article is brought to you guys by Marca. Okay, so it says here, transgender organization wants to ban Aretha Franklin's A Natural Woman because they say it's offensive. Let's get into it. Now, where do I want to start? Okay, it starts right here. Now it says here. Now, this is, I'm starting at the top. Now it says here, Aretha Franklin's A Natural Woman is deemed offensive by a transgender organization claiming that it perpetuates anti-trans stereotypes and it's looking to get the song removed from online platforms like Spotify and Apple Music. Now it says here, the song, which has been a help me out, please. Bastion? Of womanhood, infinity in general is now considered offensive by the Transcultural Mindfulness Alliance in Norway. The newly found group has been taking on basic issues like birth certificates, pet genders, and now Aretha's legendary song. The Transcultural Mindfulness girl, okay, TCMA in Norway is a girl, help me out. My tongue is tied.
I'm sorry. Wait, what's it, Tennessee? Because I'm
Parody account. There we go, girl. Let me get the okay. So this is the actual tweet. Now the tweet here. Let me see. Can I look at this bad boy up? My tongue is tied today, girl.
I can help you. I just you see me squinting.
No, you are good. Girl, I'm over here doing 20,000 things all at once. Let me see. Bang, right here. Okay, so this is the actual the actual tweet. Now, this is the actual tweet right here. Now, this tweet right here is actually what made the uproar and what actually made people, you know, say what they said. So let's see what some of the people are saying. One person says that song was recorded by Aretha Franklin, but Jerry Goffin wrote the words and Carole King wrote the music. So it's their song. It was written long before insanity set in. So you should leave the song alone. Why don't you ask biological women for their opinion? Now this account also says there is no meaningful difference between cisgender women and transgender women. Now another person says this: I thought you had to be a parody, but I looked at the accounts you follow and seems you might be serious. Y'all up the crazy level daily, so it's hard to tell. Just in case, yes, there is a such thing as a natural woman. They are born with female chromosomes plus anatomy. Seek help. I'm gonna read like two more. Now it says it has to be a parody. Has inspired acts of harm. It's hard to believe someone hears a song then decides to go beat people up. Again, I'm guessing parody account. One last person says, stupidest tweet ever. On behalf of all normal people, I request you remove your Twitter account. And he has a check mark. Then again, a lot of people have a check marks now because, girl, ever since Elon Musk went to what's it called? He went to the Twitter. Bitch, you start giving everybody a blue check mark. Let me see. Now this is the account, the remark. Let me see. Yes. So this was the remark that people kept talking about, is satire. As you have probably figured out, this is satire and not actually serious. Enjoy this beautiful rendition of Natural Woman done in the tribute to Aretha Franklin by Miss Patti LaBelle and Shaka Khan. So, girl, let me go back to this right here. So, okay, so right here. Now, the TCMA has exclusively point out that they are not a parody of an organization, and they plan to open a chapter in each country of Europe is going hard against the establishment. After the post caused an uproar on social media, the account turned out to be a parody, and it questioned the state of cancellation that we are living in at this moment. So do the tweet I just showed you guys. This is all of it right here. But this one right here, let me see, can I find it? Okay, yes, this one right here. I was trying to look for this one. Now it says here, I am stunned that not a single media outlet who reported on the Aretha Franklin tweet even attempted to contact this account for comment based on the sheer ridiculousness of the content on this page. How could journalists not comprehend that this is a parody / satire? Now, down here below, it says, with zero research, high-level corporate media outlets went ahead and published the statement like it was true and like TCMA is some legitimate organization. Not one outlet even attempted to reach out before publishing their articles. Not one. This is such a scary statement. Now, it says the initial post read, Aretha Franklin 1968 song, Natural Woman, perpetuates multiple harmful anti-trans stereotypes. There is no such thing as a natural woman. Helped inspire acts of harm against transgender women. Let me see anything else on here. Okay, nope. Don't want to go too far, girl. Mess around, see some shit that we don't see. In another post of the parody account, they stated that they have been zero studies of the gender identities of pets. It seems meaningless, but many children learn gender from their pets. Just because you come home a gendered pet, allow your child to pet, don't assign it to one at will. Okay, so that's one. Let me do this. Okay, I'm trying to get this all out. Two. This. So as you can tell, this is brought to you guys by Hollywood Unlocked. Hey everyone, what's going on in the chat, y'all? Hey, yellow. No. Oh, wow, I'm skipping a little bit.
Yeah, you
retrograde.
Gotcha. You
actually retrograde ended. Girl, everything will be crazy. Okay. So so this is brought to you guys by Hollywood Unlocked. So I already read everything. So I actually want to go into the comment section. Now, one person says here, regular women can't have nothing these days. How is that offensive? Why aren't they securing their coochie? Come on, coochie. They bought. Hashtag your back. Another person says, look, take it up with your maker at this point, cuz laughing emojis. Another person says, I am a natural woman, and I've always loved this song because it resonates with me. If you don't like it, don't listen to it. It's a very simple solution. One person says, I'm glad this was a joke because I was very prepared to hurt some feelings. I remember these two more. And as you guys can see, I already like this comment. Now, one person says, how come the women who turn into men don't be all invested into men's business like they be in ours? Like, easy is this? One person, now the last person I'm gonna go to says, it says troll account. People still jumping to say hurtful, hateful shit. Well, they succeeded. Know how people like they know how people don't read. Okay. What's your take, IG? I got 20 things going on here.
When I was looking at it last night, and when I was sitting here, I was looking at it like it's just convenient that they waited 3 days after it caused the chaos. So, on one hand, you're trying to say that the news media outlet didn't take them seriously, but then you ignored being the person who posted. Nobody in the world of Neverthem, you heard me, in social media, regardless if it's an organization or troll account, if you're going to post something knowing that it's getting viral without clearing it up, like you let it go on for 3 days before clearing it up that you're a troll account. So part of that for me kind of reeks of some possibly you were trying to see how far you could push it and you just copping out with it. And one thing I'm gonna speak to, because we've had things happen where my friend, my gender binary friend, Retro has coined, trans Karen, because you got the dynamics of these people these are from the male privilege community, trans women that are pushing these agendas and bills and ways. So trans Karen was able to get the female sound off of the feminine hygiene products. So I think, unfortunately, even though it's satire for someone or someone's trying to push it, this has been a actual reality for cisgender women to have those type of oh shit bitch here it comes again moments.
Mm-hmm. So okay, can you go into the okay, so first things first, let me get some of my initial thoughts out. My initial thoughts is that even when people, like, I'm gonna be honest, this really speaks to the transphobia that lies within the hearts of people, because even like once it was cleared up that it was a troll account, even after the fact, and that's the reason why I showed the Instagram post, even when it said that it was a troll account, people still was the trans this, trans that. I'm like, are y'all not reading? It says troll account. It literally says troll account. Like the same way that I think is very interesting as well is that the same way the story was broke or it was brought into the light by said Hollywood Unlocked or said in the Shade Room said this, and you believed it. Cool, believe it. But then the same news outlet or media outlet that you believe that brought the story to the light also came forth and said that it was a troll account. So you're gonna believe that the story came out and you believed it. Cool. But then you're also not gonna believe once they clear it up and say, okay, we know you told this story and this is what we had, but now we have more updated information. And with the updated information, we found out it's a troll account. Now, in addition to that, because I actually forgot this, show this. So let me show it for 2.5 seconds. Oh, my throat is dry, girl. My throat is dry. So this is actually the post that actually happened with it, which is why I was like confused on why everybody kept talking about the troll account. Now it said it was founded January 2023. The account was created in 2009. Just saying, obvious troll account. The obvious troll account is obvious. So for me personally, that screams to me that there's a more underlying and there's more of an underlying issue when we get into this conversation. And I know me and you actually got into a conversation behind the scenes, and I kind of forgot what it was really about, honestly. I love you forgot, but I know it has something to do with the situation.
We gonna get into it because it was just, I have the stance when it comes to, because I'm not saying that it's inexcusable, and my stance is not every concern of cisgender women, especially cisgender Black women's concerned about trans women being in spaces is particularly a phobia. You know, before there's a phobia, there's ignorance. Before there's ignorance, there's also things that we can. My male privilege, it's easy for me to say, well, you as a cisgender woman, girl, shouldn't have to worry about a trans woman entering your space, when this is the part where my male privilege kicks in. If I'm a male and a man that say I advocate for women, I can't tell you based off of your experiences having the female experience what to feel or how to compartmentalize masculinity coming in, what you're seeing as masculinity and not as trans women based off of your lived experience. I can't unauthenticate that. And I don't
But
think that every it's fair for me personally, I don't think it's fair to say that every single woman, cisgender woman who has that concern from having the totality of the female experience, not just based off a social construct, but actually off of anatomy and how that has not played into equality or fairness for them. So when you already live in a man's, which this is how they're seeing, when you already live in a man's world where patriarchy dictates what it is to be a woman and what's to be a female, the ideal of something that shares that same anatomy, that, well, what else do you get to control? So I can't sit up here with my male privilege and then I have to also understand based off of the anatomy thing, it's not like trans men that come in the situation can impose physicality on me based off of the anatomy, based off of that experience, regardless of my sexuality. For cisgendered women, that is their reality. So I can't, it's easy for me and my male privilege to say, no, you shouldn't worry about that. But the part of me that's very masculine and that loves females and women, and I don't think trans women should be discriminated, but I can't not see that for the cisgendered women that has been there for me to represent femininity before the expiration of trans. I can't unauthenticate their situation, like I don't want them to unauthenticate my homophobic or racism.
Well, I'm about to. Don't worry, I got us. I'm sorry. It is transphobia. Reason being is because for me, I'm not going to do all of that. I'm getting to the root of stuff. Whether or not, because here's the thing, whether or not the concern is from, you know, the said space that you were talking about, but yet it displaying those things is transphobic. Displaying those things in the way that it's displayed is dysphobic. It's transphobic. So yes, that place of concern may be from a genuine place, but when you actually get into the space or the action of actually displaying those things, it's like it's still transphobic. Whether you like, okay, coming from this, but I'm still gonna try it like this, it's still transphobic. And the thing about it is this, is that you're also talking about and speaking of trans women, specifically trans women who gave up their privilege to be a woman.
Yeah,
they gave it up.
But here's the thing, I was saying earlier, but at the same time, the cisgendered woman never, despite if they wanted the male privilege or not, the cisgendered woman doesn't have because see, their integrity of female or womanhood, before you are a woman, you are a girl. So the whole female experience is that for them, they don't have the experience of knowing, regardless if you wanted that privilege or not, based off of anatomy, they don't have the insight of what that experience is, and then can turn around and say that is the reason why that is included in their womanhood. So, because I'm not saying that trans women should not be visible or anything, but at the same time, I am not going to unauthenticate the concerns and just write it all. I can't just write it all as if them being transphobic, because I'm the same way with homosexuality. In the same way, I'm not going to sit here and say we can't say that all of the other terror. Now, is it poorly? Not say poorly. Is it compartmentalized in a way where there's some false equivalencies? Absolutely. But at the same time, we can't pretend like every single person, human being, regardless of their sex or gender, is just made off of pure fucking logic. No, there's a lot of lived experience that comes into the emotional intelligence as to why a cisgender female would feel that way.
But okay, so let's do this then. So I'm gonna ask this question. So if it's not transphobia, then what is that exactly? Like what is that in so many words?
It's the shit that we talk about constantly on these panels of dealing with institutionalizing systems. And here's the thing, I'm not, just like we want the nuance for same gender loving and trans people, that I can't, when I say Black first for everybody, I also consider the different subgroups and the subdivisions of why such experience will be. And I can't be, just because that might not be my lived experience. If the more common denominator is our Blackness, that doesn't mean that our experience are monolithic, but it should be enough within our Blackness for us to hear the other side and not say, especially when I'm sitting up here as a witness, as a male, to seeing that, even from, because I never felt that way about it, but I'm the exception and not the rule. So when I'm seeing this as a male looking, I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm not gonna pretend like cisgender women, even though this is two different sandwiches, but it still registers the same, as if they didn't see toxic femininity, homosexual motherfucking same gender loving and same sexual loving men. No, that
Mm-hmm.
also played a role in the function of why, in a sense, of cisgendered feminine spaces, because it's ugly what I'm about to say, but it does, it's a little dark. But at the end of the day, heterosexuals, especially Black heterosexuals, they had the least on code to say that we can hate the gays. But then they noticed through maleness and patriarchy and with the whole download phenomenon that the maleness overcame the hate that we're supposed to be able to have in solidarity for this group. That maleness override that. So when they see even with a feminine gay man, unfortunately, I can't tell a female who's living that life, because I still live my life as a male. I'm not going to sit up here and tell cisgendered women that every time you're compartmentalizing that it's just a phobia, when it is indeed a cause and effect of the system or of a certain prejudice that's systemic. It's just a
Okay.
nuance to it that most people don't get into.
Yeah, it's the nuance, but yes, it is the effect of a system. But what's the effect? Transphobia. Because
I
whether
just
or not you
I
wanna,
will. I mean,
it's the effect is still transphobia. It still is. Because
okay, so but here's the I'm you
because okay, but
say
okay, so IG. Okay, so IG, it's like this. Okay, because here's the thing. In one moment, because okay, so here's the thing. Let me see. Let me do this. Because the thing about it is this, is that once we're actually getting to the conversation, I'm about to drop the link, y'all. I can already tell I'm gonna be windmilling, but don't worry, I got my shoe straps up. I can already tell I'm gonna be windmilling, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying this
Mhm.
because I have friends that are trans, and I'm not saying that the erasure or the inclusiveness is not necessary, or the invisibility. It's just that when we're dealing with everything, there's more nuance. That yes, we can.
Mhm.
You can say transphobia, but I think just when people hear that, it makes people rush and jump up into and be like, "Oh, you're just saying I dislike you particularly because there's that reason alone." There are other nuances that I can see based off of being with me stepping outside my male privilege. Like, hold on, I'm not in the same position socially and proximity to where a cisgender woman is. And I'm not going to be selfish enough to be like, well, because it's not something I have to deal with it in my maleness, that cisgender women don't have a certain authenticated experience, why it's going to be.
So so what I'm getting from it is that they don't want masculine figures telling them what a woman is, right? Is that what I'm getting from that
Well,
in a sense?
in a sense, but it's not just that, but they already have that because we talk about it all the time. They
I
are.
and I'm glad because I want to clarify. This is where the issue comes in for me. Because on one minute, the womanhood is based on the female genitalia. The next minute, your womanhood is based on it's more than just your genitalia.
Agreed.
So which one is it? And this is what I mean. I say it's more to it than just, oh, I just think this. You're also talking about trans women. specifically.
Exactly.
Trans women, someone who gave people who gave up their privilege. Yes, I do understand. These individuals had the luxury of being male and having that experience, but also keep in mind too, and the nuance when it comes down to trans people is that yes, they may have had that privilege, but they lived in hell as well. They lived in hell as well. They like trans people didn't be like, yes, I'm a man, I'm just funny. Yes, yes. No, they dealt with a lot. So yes, we understand that yes, cisgender women and trans women have most definitely got two different experiences. But the thing is that I maybe I'm just catching it wrong. I don't know. I feel like y'all don't want to call it for what it is, transphobia.
It is not. Please stop.
Elder Reckless, may I say something really quickly?
Because I have relationships with cisgendered women of all walks of life, and it's the reciprocal kind. It's not the I need you to need me, because no, honey, it's reciprocal between us. So I don't have this thing where I need to see the female as being less or weaker or needy. Matter of fact, that shit fucking annoys me, because that's not even fucking natural for women and females to even fucking be. Y'all just socialize like that. Not even how the fuck y'all naturally are. Anyway, it's, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not, when I see the whole totality of the female experience and embracing that with my maleness, I can't not ignore why. Not just because I'm mad at a person because she looks better than me. No, there's a social, it's not just based off of the genitalia. It's everything. It's the genitalia and it's the gender construct. Because
Brother IG, I'm sorry for cutting you off. I have a question. The more I listen to heteronormative women talk about trans women, all is the same verbiage as the way white people talk about black people. They're echoing the same verbiage. They're using the same talking points to get their story across. It's only that it's black women talking about black trans women. But it's the same talking points. It's the same mindset. So when black people say that, don't equate the LGBT experience with the black experience, I can't help but do that, because when I listen to a talk and when I go back and look at history, I hear the same talking points. White women disregard black women based on the same talking points that heteronormative women disregard trans women. In all of those aspects, Brother IG, you don't hear that when you hear heteronormative women talk. You don't hear that.
I compromise. It's not that I don't hear prejudice or system, but it's just the way I compartmentalize it differently. Because even as a gender loving man, I'm going to tell you, as a black, it's because the experience is compartmentalized. The most inconsequential thing in my life outside of my sexuality has been my race, my genophenotype. However, my sexuality has only been the most consequential thing within the black community. The misgendering me because of my sexuality and calling me girl and all of those things. You get the nerve to talk about trans people, bitch. It was the heteronormative people who have been misgendering people based off of fucking sexuality for quite some time now. So it wasn't that experience that made me have to question those things. So I'm not going to equivocate, because no, I'm going to, just like I was saying earlier, this is trans Karen. The ideal, I'm not one of those LGBTQ people solidarity, and the reason why I'm not, think about it. How fucking realistic has it been that regardless of genophenotype, no one in the history of Neverdom has been able to unite off of fucking heterosexuality? So you're trying to tell me that you're going to bypass all of the class system, the institutional racism, just because how we like to all fuck, and especially with all of the racism and everything that was institutionalized? Bitch, that Lavender Act and that LGBTQ shit, bitch, that was for white men. Just like these trans Karens are the ones that's able to make these decisions for all of our black asses, regardless of our gender expressions. So no, it's a different compartmentalization. I do not have the same bleeding heart when I hear that, because especially when the grace that I'm going to give, especially black women, that extra grace because I can actually see what, wait a minute, I have to deal with the toxicity and terrorism as a Black gay man, and you're a female. So I see where I'm not saying that it's all the way correct now, but I'm also not going to unauthenticate the real life experiences of women and equivocate their trauma or feel like I have to be equal and how empathetic I am to certain traumas when everybody else is very specific when they give a fuck about what their trauma is over others. Hell no.
Right. And can I please respond, especially to Michelle? Like, okay, like IG said, I understand, or I feel like your sentiment lacks that compartmentalization. And understand, I hate this. And let's just talk about our community. I hate that we always have to bring race into this. I can agree with the comparison to some extent, but I hate that there's this overcorrection to oppression, right? Because please let's not say that all cisgendered or cis women are the same, because there are some cis women that are transphobic, who have a hatred for trans people, but there are people like myself who do not. But I constantly have to get called transphobic if I disagree with anything a trans person says. I'm instantly labeled transphobic. That shit pisses me off. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean I hate you. Like, I love trans people. Like, my favorite conversations on Clubhouse is with trans people because it's a different lived experience, and I admire it. Like, I respect it. I love their stories. But just because you trans don't mean I have to like you. Just because you trans don't mean I have to agree with every doggone thing you say. Like, I have, just like you have the right to your opinion and you want respect, I have the right to my opinion and I have the right to be respected too. Like, as long as I'm not, spouting off things to your detriment.
Sister C, what are you still there? Okay.
Why can't I just get the respect of, okay, you don't necessarily agree with what I'm saying? Like, why do I have to get that label, oh, you transphobic? Just because I said, hey, I don't like that tweet about, we should get rid of the song Natural Woman. Now, oh, you saying that because you transphobic. No, I like the song and I don't agree with.
Did someone say that?
Like, I don't agree with you saying that song is offensive. Period.
Wait, but did someone say that?
Huh?
Did someone say that here?
Based off of the article.
No, okay. About you.
Okay, but okay. So I do want to have this conversation before we proceed, because after that I want to get to Anya, then Beauty and Me. Come on, Beauty and Me, yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. So this is the reason why we have this conversation. Actually, I want to answer some of these real quick because I have some questions. Now, Ladies Royale, the person that's responsible for logicians. Yes, come on. What do you call gay man that doesn't prefer to be with bisexual men because he's dipped in the lady pond? What's the term /phobia? It's called self-hate. I'm gonna call it for what it is. It's called self-hate. Because the thing about it is that talking about bisexual men, gay men that don't prefer bisexual men and all that. Because the thing about it, I call it self-hate. Y'all agree or disagree? I call it self-hate. Because how dare you judge someone, especially you being as a queer man, you're trying to judge somebody or completely. Here's the thing that gets me too, especially when we get into the conversation of certain, especially when we get into the dating pool and how small it is. You barely got good options with other queer men, gay men, but just because someone is bisexual, you're willing to throw them out the window. It's not the fact that even to say, because a lot of people do this, they equate bisexuality with cheating. Not to say the person even cheats, not to say that they don't even use protection when they actually go out and actually practice safe sex, not to say if they even emotionally intelligent. Just on the strict basis of them being bisexual, you willing to just rule them out? I'm sorry, that's self-hate. No shade. That's self-hate. Because the thing about it, a lot of times when I get into these conversations of bisexuality, specifically for gay men, a lot of times they're so worried about what other people doing in their bedrooms, and then yet get on different conversations and get in front of cisgender heterosexual people trying to tell Black women not to judge other queer men, other bisexual, other DL, whatever. Don't judge people about what they do in their bedroom, but then we go right back and turn around and do the exact same shit to bisexual people. It's self-hate because a lot of times it's this image in people's head. Oh, you supposed to be a man. You supposed to do this. You supposed to do that. But once they find that they're bisexual and you've been with another man, that masculinity in their image, that they hit like that image in their head of them being so masculine, it all of a sudden completely deteriorates, and that's femophobic. No shade.
Sister C. Woody, you said something earlier. And I can't.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go, Michelle, and then after I'm gonna get Anya and Beauty and me in here.
Oh, okay, and I'll be fast.
You go.
You can say something to a transgender woman that to not agreeing with her as far as an idea. I think when transgender women have a problem with people dishonoring their lived experience, the same way that heteronormative women don't like for anyone to dishonor their lived experience. When they say you're transphobic toward a transgender woman. Yes, you can disagree. You don't have. I don't believe that it's no way that you can agree with everybody on the same thing. That's just impossible. But what you can do is to honor another person's humanity. And that's all any of us can do, is to honor each other's humanity. When you stop honoring somebody's humanity, that's when you dare have the problem, because you don't see honor in their life. If you dishonor my humanity, then you don't see honor in my life as a human being.
Okay, I'll Reckless wants Anya to go, so I'll respond to that after Anya goes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Anya. Hey, Anya.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Reckless.
Hey.
Okay, so the reason why I came up here is because I just literally had a situation, Reckless. I think I had shared with you in Conscious in a panel on his platform. My oldest son's aunt is transgender, right? She's a trans woman, right? So I've been exposed in a community that I had very limited knowledge of, like just being like, no one ever educated me, say it that way. Like, so I'm like hanging out with people and I'm like just observing because I have no real experience, right? Like, we're all human, you're gonna hang out or whatever the case may be. But I was trying really, really hard to not be so talkative and to like just observe more so that I didn't offend anyone. And so recently around the holidays, she came, I call her my sister-in-law. She came down and we met up, her and a few friends. And so, you know, we were drinking and everything. It was cool. We was having fun. So we were like throwing like shade. We were talking about each other's appearance. I was accused of being transphobic because I like basically talked about how one of the girls like looked at tore down. And I was trying to understand how my like criticism of appearance, not of identifying, but just appearance, because we were all talking about like, girl, you need to change them shoes, girl, that hair look tired, you need to change. Like, it just became like a roast, right? And I was thoroughly confused because I looked up the definition of phobia, and I know that I'm not I'm not homophobic, I'm not transphobic, or whatever the case may be. I believe in inclusivity. Like, so for me, I was thoroughly confused. And I said, you know, what I have experienced a lot of times is that transphobia is weaponized against cisgender women in a way where it does not necessarily always have to be the case. So I wanted to know from the panel, anyone that's experiencing that, what is transphobia?
Okay, we got other people back up to the panel.
Back.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was over here going back and forth. Can you keep it like a small summary of that? I'm sorry.
We were all hanging out. And basically it was like we was all playing a dozens. Like, everybody just started gagging each other. Like, we was talking about each other's appearance. You know, your shoes, this and the third. Like, you know, like you go get with your homegirls.
We call it ribbon each other in New Orleans, Jeremy.
Yeah, and then it became like I was accused of being transphobic. And I'm like, how? No, like the explanation that was given to me of why I was transphobic was really wrong in that particular instant, in that setting, because we were all talking about, I never attacked this person's identity in regards to how they identify themselves, because I'm inclusive. Like, I believe in you, whatever you tell me you are, that's why I address you as. That's how I accept you. I don't give a darn if you tell me that you are, I don't like to say Taurus because we love to talk about the negative, but if you tell me you're a millionaire, even if I know you're not a millionaire, I'm going to believe you're a millionaire. That's your mindset. I'm going to accept that. You understand what I'm saying? So my question was, because I feel like there are a lot of times, not that there is no validity to cisgender women not being transphobic. I think that but there are a lot of times where that is weaponized against us when that really is not the case. Because reckless, if we're sitting here, we going back and forth with each other, you like, Anya, girl, you need to take that hat off your face, off your head, that hat too on your face, that picture, da da da. And I'd be like, well, reckless, you don't need to be wearing no more, don't be wearing them turbans no more. They don't look good on you. How can you say to me that I'm displaying a phobia?
Well, in that case, no, not in that case.
And what was said to me was like, well, you're like the way it was expressed, and I understood, but I still didn't agree. Like, well, you're attacking, like, this is what we go through every day. You know, it's always of, you know, when cis women always come at us about our appearance and da 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 da, whatever. And I'm like, I get that, but that's not the case right now. We're having an even exchange.
Yeah.
You know, and no, but out of those women, none of them can really educate me on what. I pulled out the freaking dictionary on my phone. Like, I know what phobia means, but tell me, really give me a good example of what is transphobia. Because I say in this instance, there's a very fine line. Now, I know what transphobia, I know what phobia means, period. So anytime you attach a word to phobia, that means there's a fear there, right? I know what the definition is, but I'm just
or an avoidance.
It's just a thin line.
Yeah, or in the logical definition number 2, or in the logical avoidance. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when this is why, that's to a certain degree, this is what I'm saying. You put cisgendered women who aren't necessarily transphobic just because they're speaking from an experience from their female place that is a valid, genuine concern of their authentic experience. Don't have them, they're already in a position to where they can't really deal with the systems because everyone else ignores them. So this is just yet another, if I'm not trying to speak for Black women, but I talk to Black women and I listen, it's like, this is yet another situation where we're going to be not taken as seriously based off of, and I'm again, I don't think that trans women are like this, but for the women who do, they're gonna compartmentalize that. You don't, because of the genitalia and the mindset lived experience. It isn't just the genitalia, it's the whole authenticity of female. They're still going to say, once again, something else that is not me gets to decide what I should and should not, and how I should not express myself. And this time it's gay men as well doing it with straight men, and I'm gonna be quiet.
So I have a question. So what's the distinction between woman and female?
Who you asking? All of us?
I can answer based off of textbook experiences, and I can answer it from anecdotal. Female is the anatomy. That is what you are born. That has to do with sex. Woman is a gender construct. It is a construct of placement of within a role, which we often complain about. And one should have to wonder, because you know me, I'm all for tearing it all down. One should have to still wonder, why would one want to reinforce certain gender identities and roles based off of a system that cisgendered women are already complaining about. You know what I'm saying? So because I know this shit don't work for me as a cisgender Black, same gender and sexual loving man, and I damn sure know, unless you part of the mammy, crew. But for the overwhelming majority of real female lived experience, it doesn't work for them like that. So for sex and gender, for them, it's not fair to say that every single person, female that's cisgendered, says that they don't see that, yes, based off of a certain experience. Obviously, for them, when I talk to some of them, the insulting part is like, well, if you're just equivocating to the physicality of a woman versus that I have to deal with the physicality because I'm female and designated a woman. So it's not more than just something I'm physically, aesthetically presenting. This is something that has been designed based off of my sex, not just my gender.
But that's why, and but that's the reason why we always make sure, and we keep saying there's a distinction between cis woman and trans woman. Those prefixes lets people know that there is a distinction in experience.
I like using female because see, cis can sound offenders. That's why, and see, some women don't like
I
female,
don't
but
like cis.
female
But
is better because you're making. Here's the thing, because if we want to say trans women and women, here's the difference. I would denote that when I am talking about person who was born biologically female, who lived the totality of the female experience, not just off of gender construct, right? So I would definitely, they are females. There is nothing in nature that is born into womanhood or the maturity of maturation of being a female. No, they develop from the earlier female spaces. Female women oh, y'all might not, I'm gonna just say it. Females have a females have a from the start lived experience of going into womanhood from the get-go because the
Right.
design of the gender construct was built off of their anatomy. And unfortunately, because see, we're kind of talking about equality and fairness. Here's the hard truth. Nature is not for equality because everything that is male is physically stronger, not necessarily the leader, but everything that is male can impose on females. That's the way that nature had designed it. However, because oh god, I had a point right there. Based off of here we go there. Because it was based off of that's not equality, but there in nature there's still fairness. Us humanoid males have created a system of oppression to where females cannot be in the totality of who they are, not just the nurturing, the whole totality. So we don't have fairness. And unfortunately, because you don't have fairness with the overall female species, I can't tell the overall female species to go ahead and have this open and just ignore everything that they went through for the group of ladies who just come around the block. I can't do that. I can't.
Brother
well,
I'm sorry. Brother IG, may I say something to Sister Anya? Sister Anya, earlier you said that when you saw a trans lady, you said, oh, I don't particularly care for the style of how she looks. And you said, someone said, oh, you're transphobic for making that comment. Sister Anya, as you can see from my avatar, according to the narrative of how a woman is supposed to look, I don't follow those constructs. From my avatar, as you can see, I'm clean shaven. I'm not wearing makeup. And I know that in as far as womanhood, that's considered to be not standard, not a standard look for a woman. The standard look for a woman is long hair, makeup, and nails. So I think that's why the person considered you to be transphobic, because you are denying that trans woman her identity based on what you think she according to you, didn't look as feminine as you think a woman should be. And I believe that's why they considered you to be transphobic, Sister Anya.
Hey, Michelle. Love you. Okay, so no, I don't know.
Wait, 1 second. Okay, after Anya, after you respond, I want to make sure I get to Beauty and Me because she's been patiently waiting, and then Presley.
Okay, no, I just wanted to correct what I said, because that's not what I said. I said that we were engaging, like hiking, playing the dozens, whatever you call it, where everyone was just basically critiquing everyone in a very joking, like it was very light mannered, until the cis woman at the table, once I opened my mouth and started, because I got read down. Down, And once I returned the favor, which I wasn't attacking anyone's, again, identity, I was just, returning the favor. It was all in funny. It was a key. And then it was like turned into something else. And again, which I made this very clear to my sister. I said, I think that it is very dangerous to invite someone into your presence in your atmosphere and not educate them. I have been around several different events with her and being supportive to learn, right? And no education was given to me, right? So it's like literally, if you take your child to school, someone take their kid to school and they're just sitting in a class and the teacher is instructing and they never call on that person to find out if they understand, to work on with them one-on-one. That's basically, I was like a fish out of water. So I did feel attacked, basically because because I'm a cisgender woman. That's how I felt, like, because why did it turn into a thing where I'm transphobic? I'm not transphobic. And I never got a real understanding and clarity from that individual, but I understood that it came from their experiences in life. So therefore, I tried my best not to take that personal, because a lot of times people react off of their experiences, and I can't hold the person accountable for that in that way,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Beauty and me. Let's get you in here.
Hey, Reckless. Hey, panel.
Hey.
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 Okay. Hey. Okay, to Anya, I don't think that anything that you said was phobic. I think that there are trans people that have problems with born females, and anything that a born female says to a trans person is automatically going to be received in a negative way. So even though you all were joking and you all were ragging on each other, the moment because you are technically not a part of their community, the moment you said something towards them, they're going to automatically take offense to it. This is something that we see commonly, and that's why when trans people try to make comments about born females, it comes off as a little bit of misogyny, patriarch, because you can't tell women, like, they would criticize women, they would talk about women, they would rag on women, but the moment you say anything about them, then you're considered to be transphobic. And we can't live in a world where we have to put ourselves in a wall or in a box or in a closet and hide just so someone else can be free. We have to be free to be able to express ourselves just as well. You want us to be acceptance of you and your lifestyle, you have to be accepting of us. We were here, we were born this way. You're transitioning this way. So
I have a question.
I respect you more than I respect women that were born this particular way. I'm not going to put myself in a box and hide. Like, if you're gonna rag on me, I'm gonna rag on you back. And if you're gonna take offense to that, then maybe we cannot be in the same spaces, because I'm not gonna sit up here and let you rag on me and I can't rag on you back. And to IG's point, IG has made very great points. Females were born this way. We did not transition. This is more than just genitalia. Women deal with so much just from the time of birth, from the time they're born females until they grow. They have to go get breast examinations, ovaries. They deal with thyroids. They deal with cysts. They deal with so many different things things that only a female exhibits and deal with. So yeah, born female that grew into being this thing called woman, just like born male grew into this thing called man. You can't take that away, and you can't
unauthenticate it, and you can't minimize it. You can't minimize it.
Yeah, you cannot minimize what it is to really be a woman, because even though you're trans, you're technically is not walking in the experience of a woman. You may look a particular way on the outside, but what you deal with internally, the doctor that you go to that's going to treat you for whatever issues you have is going to treat you for male related issues. When I go to the doctor, my doctor would treat me for female related issues, regardless of how on the outside and regardless of how I look.
Okay, so question: what is biological? Like so, what does that mean? Biological.
Well, there's biological in the sense of there, because you could be, something could be naturally biological and something could be altered and still come out biological, based off of the reason why we have the gender roles is based off of the sex. And unfortunately, because biologically the male species has the ability to impose, because of biology, that's why we're under patriarchy now.
Yes.
Yeah, so
biologically, so my question to you guys is this: so earlier we said the woman is the gender construct. So my question to you guys: how can you be a biological, scientific gender construct?
How you can be a biological gender construct? Somebody else wanna? Well,
Reckless, how can you be called they, thee, him, she, we? I mean, these are all terms that people are choosing to be called. So if a woman wants to be called a biological woman, meaning that I was born female, that is her preference. If somebody want to be called they, she, he, we, them, that's their preference.
But even with all those pronouns, there's a history that lets you know that they always change and stuff. So even they and them, they were of course gender neutral, and of course on top of it, they also referenced actual. Did she leave? Oh no, she's there. Because StreamYard been dropping people like crazy, and also with that as well, it also referenced more than one person, also referenced singular people as well too. But the reason why I asked that is because it's one like, but that's why I keep bringing up. That's why I reference the trans and cis. But here's the thing: when I reference cis, I'm just talking about in general. Of course, if I meet somebody personally, be like, and like, if I'm talking to them personally, like, I don't want to be called cis. I really, being completely honest, people don't really use cis in their regular everyday life, especially when you're talking to someone personally. You only probably get into it when we get into these specific conversations. But that's why I keep referencing. That's why the not the pronouns, the prefixes lets you know the distinction between the experiences. So I wanted to know, so what is a scientific, biological gender construct?
What we have now.
So it says a person's biological sex is usually refers to their status as born female, born male, or intersex, depending on their chromosomes, reproductive organs, and other characteristics. So it's based on their DNA, the molecules that contain genetic instructions for the development and the functioning of all living things. So being born a biological female that
yes,
develops breasts, titties naturally, that has a vagina that was created, that has ovaries, that have a womb, that has all of these different things that is not in someone that was born male, that is born with a penis and balls. That
but I also
we're not the same. We're not the same, regardless. Yeah, but okay, if you want to just say female, male, right? If we start calling ourselves females and males, then what would the trans people be called? They want to be called trans females?
Trans women,
to be trans women. Okay, so here's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like you want us to change our identity because, like, okay, we're gonna go around and just change ourselves from being called woman, right? We're gonna just say female, male. We don't want to hear cis. Just say female and male. Then okay, so now that leaves the trans people out there, right? Because they can't associate themselves to born females. They can only associate themselves to born males.
Well,
But okay,
it's
but I
go
want
ahead.
you know you can go because I kind of
Here's the
I
thing,
go.
but now that's the thing, the part where they're not, but that's the thing where, because I'm also for trans people, they're associating themselves to gender. So that's why I see where there is also the separation there too. You know what I'm saying? What you're talking about is biological and construct. And yes, for us people that are cisgendered, regardless of how it works, there's an assignment sociology to that because of gender. There's I'm sorry, based off of sex that is created off of that. So what trans people are always are doing, which I'm okay with, if you want to say you're presenting that as a trans woman, or if you want to say woman, don't take away anything. Like I was very upset about the feminine sign being taken off the motherfucking feminine hydrants. Trans Karen strikes again. That hurt me. That angered me so much, right? Because that had nothing to do. Okay, at the same breath, you want me to accept you? Well, don't come here, bitch, tearing down my motherfucking foundation.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Don't. And for me, that's disrespectful. You can't allow. It's not about, because I don't hate trans women, but it's the same thing I would say with intersectionality. You can't come here and trying to point all of the things about the black or tear down the experiences based off of some solidarity intersection. No, I'm not going to let you do that. But at the same time, I understand that the people who are doing these agendas, though, that's trans Karen. That is not all, it's not majority. You're trans black. I'm not saying that they all blameless now, of course, because I've heard, I've seen experiences, but what's pushing these agendas in ways, it's always been the male community. You don't escape. That's why I will never compartmentalize racism with sexuality. Bitch, are you kidding me? That shit transfers. It's universal. Heterosexuals have been fucking for thousands of years, and y'all niggas don't get together based off of no fucking heterosexuality. It's ridiculous to think that a group of fucking homosexuals are gonna put all that aside based off of sex. Get out of here.
And IG, and that's what
Thank you,
frustrates me. I
IG.
can't speak for all women, but for me, it's like if we speak up as cisgendered women, then we're transphobic. If we say, okay, I don't care if you're a trans woman, you want to call yourself a woman, but why do you have to tear down my womanhood to build up your womanhood? And then if we say something, then it's like, you see, you're transphobic. You just don't want. It's like, no, like, why do you have to take from us to build yourself up? Like, go build yourself up. Call
And
yourself a woman. Call yourself a superhero.
It's
Call
it's
yourself,
no look.
whatever you want
Okay,
to call yourself.
breeze,
But why do you have to
breeze.
tear me down in the process?
It's not tearing it down. The reason why is because a lot of people are cisgender. We all up here cisgender. It's not just being cis woman or whatever, cis man. We're all cisgender, which means that our sex, male or female, has to do with the sexual anatomy and the body parts on our body. That's the reason why even in nature, you have male or female lions, male or female dogs, male or female goats, male or female, etc. But you don't have man goats, man dogs, woman lions, woman goat. Like you don't have that
But
because there
reckless,
is a
this the part
distinction
you
between
don't
the two.
see. This the part you don't see as a man,
Okay,
as a male, as a gay man.
right,
Like
but that's why
IG
I'm
was
here
just
educating.
Yeah, that's just
Mm-hmm.
like IG was just saying. The
Mm-hmm.
the female symbol got taken off of female hygiene products
Mm-hmm.
because a trans person was offended. Like, you don't even use feminine hygiene products. Why was
Trans
that your battle to fight? You know what I'm
and
saying?
I do want to clarify in that fight, people just
That
blame
was
trans
trans
women,
men.
but it was trans men.
Same concept.
but still, it's still exactly. It's still
It's
a
the same
concept
concept. It's
of
like, why?
you're, yeah, you still are, you're still choosing. You're still, so the first thing you do as a trans man is, okay. So look at the oxymoronic of that. So the first thing you do with your newfound male privilege is take away the sign for cisgen females. Let me say that one more time. The first thing you do with your male privilege is take away a sign of representation for cisgender females, and then people got the nerve to wonder why black heterosis. Because I understand other women too, and it's not to say I don't care, but my first loyalty for women and womanhood and femaleness goes to black women for ADOS first, and then every other nationality. It is what it is, baby. So,
but brother IG, that's what I was saying earlier when I was talking about those same talking points. Like you said, it's what do they do with their newfound male privilege? They want to take something away from women. We have seen men they're so easy to want to slide right up under that patriarchal umbrella.
That makes it worse. That actually makes that worse, that it was a cisgender, a natural born female. So, okay, that's what I'm saying. If that's it, because it is the systems. That's why we talk about tearing down and analyzing the things we do. So at the same time, on our way there, right? I'm not going to, if we're going to be black first, this is why when y'all first met me, y'all like, why we don't have black unity? And I broke down all these different subcategories and concerns that are historically accurate, because what we tend to do is unauthenticate, because we don't know how to step out of, okay, look, this is your version of blackness, and this is your version of blackness, and this, I'm not going to unauthenticate, especially with my male privilege, despite me being gay, because I get the male privilege outside of the black community because of my intellect and my ability to work any type of fucking job. I get the male privilege. I see the difference of it. I am not going to sit up here and pretend of all the shit we be talking on these panels about patriarchy, why, and even though it might be, some can say it might be a gross equivalency, it might not necessarily be the most intellectually sound. I don't like to even say that, because these is based off of the experiences of the antiquity from the beginning of a female experience. And we can't say that, yes, we know that gender is a construct, but even with the education, I understand that. But I also know that it was built off of what? Sex. The reason why it was socialized like that, because of sex. The reason why we socialize females into a gender kind of, because of sex. So it's not like it just was just gender neutral and everybody's just
no, but keep in mind as well, IG. Yes, it was based off sex, but keep in mind who had the biggest voices: cisgender people. Like that's the reason why the narrative has always been controlled in that regard. Now, I do understand. Keep in mind, some of these questions I'm asking y'all, I'm doing it for panel purposes. Bear with me, okay? Because I can feel it in y'all. Just bear with me, especially in this chat, y'all. But so I forgot what the question I was going to ask. Continue what you about. Actually, let me get Presley. Presley, let me get you in here, because you actually been quiet. And then are you the same person as C Woody?
Yeah, I had to switch phones. Okay. My other phone was overheating.
Okay, so I want to get Presley in. After Presley, we'll see how it goes, and then I'll continue.
Okay, I was just coming in off of the title about Aretha Franklin's Natural Woman being transphobic. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't think the song is transphobic. Is that what the census is on here?
Yes, it was. Okay, so what happened? It was a troll account that basically started this whole thing, and people are still running with the narrative that it was an actual organization, etc. So that's why we're here. Now, there were people that came out like T.S. Madison, Hope Giselle, and what they were speaking to is that how people were so quick to run with the narrative, which is cool because it came out in Hollywood Unlocked. It came out through, I want to say, the Shade Room, and I want to say Ken Barbie. Those were the stories that it came out on. But then once Hollywood Unlocked, and I showed it here on my platform, once Hollywood Unlocked and came back and said, yo, it was actually a troll account that did yada, 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 even though that was what was stated, that was what was in the article, that it was a troll account, people still were going in on trans people. And it's like, okay, so what's going on here? Yes, it's like, because my thing is this. If you were quick to believe the first story, okay, cool. But then when the same news media outlet comes right back and as the story is developing and says that this was a troll account, people still going in on trans people. So that's why I asked the question. StreamYard is really having a hard time with Intersex. Okay, Presley, jump in because I'm going to see what's going on.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, when I saw that, I was like, has anybody actually heard the song "Natural Woman"? And I understand the whole thing about transphobic people using that as an excuse to be transphobic because they gonna do that anyway. But I saw that more as like as a diss on, not a well, as an appreciation for good black men, because the song is about her being tired of having to take care of everything by herself. Like, literally, the song opens with "I'm so tired." Like, and she's just like literally talking about, oh my God, I found a good black man that's actually a partner and doesn't require me to do everything like the black community is set up. She's talking about finding a good man that lets her be more feminine than masculine. Everybody has feminine and masculine qualities, but people who identify as feminine want to be more feminine than masculine because that's how they identify, whether you were born as a female or a male. And that song was just like, I'm so tired of having to do everything by my fucking self, and these niggas ain't shit. That's how I've always taken that song. So when it came out that it was like transphobic, I was like, that song is basically saying niggas ain't shit, and I found a good one, y'all. I found a diamond in the rough. That's how I took that song. So I don't understand the transness of it. I don't get it.
It was a troll account.
It was a troll account, Presley, but here's the thing. They let it go on for 3 days. I just find it convenient that they waited 3 days before saying it's a troll account. So they let the conversation circulate. That's why we're here, discussing it now, because obviously this is, there's a conversation. Sometimes there's frictions and ways of disagreements. And I'm just saying that, what are your thoughts on, do you think that if they being called cisgendered woman, but natural born females, do you see where if you disagree with anything that's trans woman, are you automatically labeled as transphobic, Presley?
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Could you? I didn't hear the whole question. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Or if you disagree with anything that a trans woman does, do you find that you're being labeled as transphobic simply for disagreeing with anything a trans woman says or does?
I'm gonna answer that question, but I'm gonna identify that that's a leading question. You're trying to lead me somewhere. I don't like that.
No, I'm not
But
leading. No, I'm not. I'm not leading you something because it's no. It's literally what's the topic of conversation. You know what I'm saying? It was literally. It's not a trap. I promise you. We've all stated some things, so I'm just asking. Like, do you find as a natural born female that if it's no wrong or right, no one's gonna label you transphobic in this space? You see, wait. Let me just point something out. Do you see, even from her intellectual point of view, how she had to point it out that it sounded like a leading question because she understands the climate of how answering that question could be? Now, Presley, you go ahead.
Wait, but
not
that's
you
the
with the.
thing. Wait, but here's the thing. Like, but here's the thing though. We do that as black people. Like, that's the thing. Like, we do the exact same thing. Like, especially when white people they answer start looking kind of crazy. You be like, okay.
But
What's
with
going
this
on
topic, there's always going to be more pause. I'm just saying, Presley, do you find that if you disagree with anything trans woman, right, do you find that people will label you as transphobic?
No, because there are many insults. I am a vault of insults if somebody insults me or I feel offended. I can insult you without using your identity in one of those insults.
Right, but it's not about playing that. We was talking about playing the dozens. I'm saying, in a sense, if you see something that doesn't agree with you as a cisgender woman, as that's something that a trans woman would say or do. I'm not saying you feel that way, but if you did, do you find that if you disagree with anything that a trans woman says, or if a what they call cisgender woman, do you find that they're being labeled as transphobic off the bat?
No, I just answered that. If a trans woman says something to me as an insult and I insult them back, I'm going to insult them without using their identity in those insults.
No,
Simple as
okay,
that.
so
No,
yeah,
it's
so
not a.
no, okay, so what IG is asking is that have you ever been in a situation where if you've gotten into it with a trans woman, or hypothetically, or you've seen it, where you've gotten into it with a, I wish I had some more trans people. Wish I had some trans people on panel.
I'm
Okay,
about to
so
send Retro the link.
yes, because I need some. Because girl, you already know if I misspeak, girl, they gonna feel. But here's the thing, like when, like, okay, you've been in a situation with in a situation with a trans person, and you may disagree on on something, and but you're automatically labeled as transphobic.
Okay, so you're
Yeah,
trying to say,
that's what that's.
is there just I just want to be clear. So you're trying to
Mhm.
say, is there something that a transgender woman um and hypothetically say, as far as their identity, that I don't agree with
Mhm.
as a cis woman.
I would say, like, I would think it depends on what it is. Like, I feel like it depends on what it is. If it's like y'all just going back and forth, and it's like it depends on what it is. I'm gonna say that.
Y'all, I swear I'm trying to get the question. I feel lost.
You don't get, you don't get the question, right?
Press
No,
Someone
no, no,
else
no,
tap
no.
in and ask. Someone else tap in and
Can y'all
explain the
give me
question
an
to me. Maybe I'm not
example?
doing it correct.
It's a hot.
Anya had,
It's a hot.
Anya had came on the panel, and Anya was speaking about an experience that she had
Uh-huh.
where she was around family members that were trans, or a family member and their friends that were trans. They were having they ended up, ragging on each other, like in a light fun type of way, saying different things to each other. Well, when it was her turn to respond and say something towards somebody else that had made a comment towards her, then she was perceived as being transphobic because she made a comment back, like she ragged back, but it had nothing to do with the way that person identified or anything. It was more so like, oh, you look tired, like you don't, you like, like you maybe dress raggedy or
Well,
something
that's what
like
I
that or
just said.
whatever.
As long as you don't come
Yeah,
after someone's race or identity, then what's the problem with talking shit?
yeah.
I don't.
But
That's what
that's
I said.
but that's not the context of the. That was the example, but you were answering it like as if I asked the question. Like that's not the context of how I was asking the question, right? I was asking the question like in a sense of opinion based off of like, okay, let's hypothetically say like, okay, for the whole oh well, since we already here, like the whole, okay, trans women participating in cisgender women's sports, do you find if a
Oh, here we go.
person, if a cisgendered woman says she doesn't agree with it, do you find that people call her transphobic?
If Okay, so if a cisgender woman says I don't want to compete with a trans woman, is that transphobic?
That's fine if you do. You think yes, even if you want to say that, if you want to, even in that context, that's the if that's how you want to ask the question, you can. But that's not how I'm asking it. I'm just
Okay.
saying it. Do you find that there are women who feel like, oh, cisgender women are natural born females, they feel like trans women should participate in sports, do with them, do you find them to be transphobic, or do you find them to say just because people say, just because they say that people call them transphobic? Do you think so?
No, it depends on the hormones actually, because I do believe that born males have more strength than born females. So I feel as long as that testosterone is down, then there's no problem. If that testosterone is up, then there's a problem. That's my opinion.
That's okay. That's fine. But do you find that if someone to say that, well, regardless, if even if they weren't thinking about like that, without that information, would you say that that female is transphobic? Would you say that female is transphobic? It should just be like, look, just based off of how I think and feel about the differences between trans women and females, I don't feel comfortable. I think it's fair. Do you think she's transphobic if she says that?
It literally all depends on the circumstances. I'm not going to answer blanketly
I
because,
can't.
like I said, it depends. It depends on the hormones for me.
Because do you feel like it's a problem with trans competing with born females that have trained? Do you feel like that is okay? I think that's just a simple yes or no.
I literally just answered that. I said it depends on the hormones for me.
But no, okay, personally, this is what IG is trying to get at. Let's say we're on like the Oprah Winfrey show or something like that, right? And Oprah asks you the exact same question IG asked you, right? And you answered the exact same way you just asked. Do you think the public of the what is it? The court of public opinion, the millions of people on social media, do you think with the way you answered, do you think they would label you transphobic or not?
Maybe, maybe because there are a lot of trans people who are like who go super overboard. But for me, my personal opinions, it depends on the hormones.
Elder Reckless, let me say, first of all, thank you, Elder Reckless, for letting me be a part of the platform. And I want to say to the other platform, thank you for the beautiful discussion. I'm going to drop down so someone else can come up. You all are beautiful, and thank you for having me. Thank you. I love you all. Bye.
You're welcome. Intersex, your stuff is not connecting. I want you to be in here so bad because you have.
I definitely want to talk to Intersex. Since girl, this ain't coming from a place of hate or not thinking you should be seen or visible. It's about fairness. Because see, equality can be a very dangerous. Equality is very manipulative, because unfortunately that's not how nature works. It does not work with equality. It works with fairness, and I think we have to consider fairness as to what else is behind the concern of cisgender women, instead of just going off the cuff and just saying that they're all transphobic because they have some concerns that are very specific to them that we as gay men, heterosexual men, we can speak to. There's some intersectionalities, but based off of anatomy, there is some very specificities that I can't unring that bell with them.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let everybody else speak. It's just that I think, because here's my thing when it comes down to the sports thing. I'm with Presley on that. It depends upon what the level of, I guess their ability and stuff. Because I've also seen where trans women were beat in those exact same sports that people talked about. There was no outrage. People didn't say anything. They lived for yes. But when the trans person won, there was an outrage. But also too, that I also seen, I can't think of this person's name. There was a woman where she actually ran track, but she ran track and she was the only woman in the race. Even though she lost, people congratulated, people clapped, people did all those things, but that same outrage was not present. So why is that? And I'm gonna let everybody else just talk amongst yourselves. Because I'm living for this.
I think the reason why that's for that, and here's the thing, it's kind of frustrating too for me to see, because if only we can get you niggas to care about womanhood and be so protective when it comes outside of when trans women are entering the space. If only you can have that same motherfucking me vitriol or energy, right? Unfortunately, so that I do see that too. Now I'm not with the all with the shits now, but I do see where, like, because it's more a thing to where, and this is kind of dark, because white female matriarchy is at a certain class to where transitioning white males in a sense aren't in the closer proximity to be able to be accepted or prone to violence. I'm not saying that they don't have domestic violence, but there isn't a study showing where something, and I'm not equating trans women, but just hear me out just from the Black female experience, right? I'm not going to tell the race of women to where the person that's killing them, unaliving them every 5.5 hours, genitalia is associated with the patriarchy. I'm not saying that this is the same as a trans woman, but I can't stop cis I can't stop natural born females who have had to deal with different versions of toxic, what they might consider associate masculinity, regardless if it's the feminine expression homosexual, regardless if it's the nasty spirit trans women or cross dresser, right? Who displays toxic femininity. However, it hits different because you also have that social construct to where you can hop in and out of that in ways that I can't. So again, that's why I can't. I'm not saying that it gives them the right to be hateful and bigoted towards trans women, but at the same time, we have to understand that their experiences has been, for Black women, the most consequential thing for them has been their race, and among Black people and other people has been their sex. Just like for me as a Black gay man, it's different. The most inconsequential thing for me as a same gender loving man has been race overall, but only sex when it comes to my race. So there is a nuance there, even between me and a Black woman and us. I'm sorry, a cisgendered woman and myself, because I still have that male autonomy.
I understand the whole nuance. It's just that I'm going to ask where is that same outrage? Because there are sports where they're co-ed. There are sports where men and women do compete against each other. There are sports where trans women do get their ass whooped in sports. But where is that same outrage? That's all I'm asking, because my thing is I have no problem with y'all having the foundation, but where is that same foundation throughout? Because I wish I would have saved the video where that woman was going against all the men. I was like, no, good and goddamn well. And they live for it. Who was that?
That was me, Reckless. I was gonna say, but the thing is, if a cisgender woman beats a transgender woman, why would there be outrage?
Weapon?
I said, if a cisgender woman beat a transgender woman, then why would there be outrage?
No, the point that I'm saying is that when it comes down to going against the sexes or whatever, the thing is that people are only having an issue because the said cisgender person lost. But the thing is that the outrage should be, if you believe that they should play certain sports, then that match never should have happened. So with that match never should have happened, it's like, okay, I'm glad that she won, but why are they even against each other? But that point in that conversation never comes up.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I was like, of course there wouldn't be outrage if a cisgender woman won, because then there's no because then people can't say that's not like fair. You know what I mean? Because in their eyes, the trans woman had more of an advantage, so they don't see that as unfair. But if they view trans women to, no matter what their hormone state is, that they could have the same strength as a cisgender woman, and if they win, then they're just going to be like, oh, she just won because she has more biological abilities. So that's what I thought you were saying, because I'm like, of course there wouldn't be outrage for a cisgender woman to beat a trans woman, because there's no argument for advantages.
Okay. Reckless, I think what you're saying is a response to the plight women have in sports. Like women's sports are typically underfunded. Like it's women or girls who receive sports scholarships are usually way lower than the males who receive sports scholarships. I think people are reacting the way they're reacting because of the plight women go through in sports as it is, and now you have this extra layer of what feels like an additional layer of oppression when you have a trans person coming in that could potentially take away even more scholarships from young girls that already have a hard time getting good scholarships when it comes to sports and stuff like that.
Okay,
so like I said, I think when it comes to oppression, there's always like this overcorrection.
But even with scholarships and stuff, there is a distinction for like when they have transgender scholarships.
See, I don't know about transgender scholarships.
Sports, though.
No, it's the same thing. I don't think that
you should have transgender sports.
No, because okay, look. Again,
how many people will actually be in it though? Like
that's what I was going to say. I go
back to your example of that woman competing against all those men. So it really wouldn't matter. The trans the trans group, whether it's one person or whether it's 10
Mhm.
people, would be in a category where they're competing against themselves.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. You have to have enough. You have to have
Enough people.
enough
Yeah,
people.
but Reckless, what
See,
you
there's
just said,
a
it was one woman that competed against multiple men, right?
Mhm.
And the crowd cheered that one woman off that was in that competition with the one
I
man,
don't believe
right?
in
With
Mhm.
all
nothing
those
else.
men, right?
Yes.
It could be the same thing with the trans person. That trans person can go and compete by themselves or in a group with, but essentially they would get their own award. They won't take away from competing against a born female, a born woman.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to take it back to what I said before. It depends on the hormones. And if there was a trans league, there's not enough trans people to start their own league, just because when there were enough of different people, there have been different leagues. That's why there's a WNBA, because there's a bunch of women who love basketball, so they have WNBA. That's why there's a Special Olympics, because there's enough people who are handicapped who love being athletic, who want to compete, but there's not enough trans people to start their own league. That's why I said it depends on the hormones. I
Yeah,
believe
but
that
when
if
you're talking about kids that's elementary, middle school, high school, there's no hormones levels being tested.
I
There's a lot of kids that's in school that identify as trans, but they are not on hormones.
okay, so if you're talking about elementary school kids,
No, no,
um,
no. I'm not talking about elementary school. I'm just saying,
well,
even
well that
even in,
you just
even in
you just countered
college.
my point with that though. Like I'm trying to talk here. I'm trying to get my point across. Um, but because I just said it truly depends on the hormones when it comes to
Yeah,
adult
I
sports. And
agree.
when I said that, you said that. Well, what about elementary school kids? And my answer to that is, who get they're kids. Who gives a fuck what you score when you're like literally a child? Like people beat people whether you're female or male when you're a child when you're a child, you play against boys. Boys beat the little girls that are now in the WNBA played against the little boys who are now in the NBA. When it comes to children, I don't believe it matters when it comes to little children. But when it comes to the ages to where you are able to legally, take hormones, then that's when I believe it matters, and it depends on the hormones. I believe that trans people should be tested as far as their hormones.
But
So can I let
Presley,
me?
so I'm gonna
Oh, go
respond
ahead.
to Presley. I don't. So I don't know. This topic kind of makes me feel away because,
Mhm.
especially in the sports, because trans people can one day choose not to be trans. Like they can start taking hormones and choose not to take hormones. So what's to say that someone wouldn't go as far as to proclaim themselves to be trans and take hormones just to play in
That's
a
extreme.
league where they know they can dominate, and then after they're done and they've accomplished everything they accomplished, they're like, oh well, I don't want to be trans anymore. I want to detransition. I'm gonna stop
Well,
taking these hormones
That's
and I'm gonna go
extreme.
back to
Can I say
okay,
something?
wait, y'all. I've been
Wait,
quiet so much, and every
Can I
time I
say
talk, y'all
something?
be
Can y'all hear
interrupting
me?
the heck
wait,
out of
wait,
me.
wait, 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 wait. We're gonna let actually Presley. We're gonna hold off for you 2.5 seconds. I'm gonna get to intersex, and then Tamara. I'm gonna get you in here as well.
Okay, see, I think the real big problem is that they're asking for 2 years. I feel like that it should be way more than 2 years. No matter how long, if a woman transitions for 10 years, no matter if she stopped taking hormones or not, she's never going to be that same man that she were before. It's not going to be, I stopped taking hormones and I took hormones for 10 years and then next week I stop and now I'm strong. It don't work like that.
Okay,
okay.
what I wanted to say is, as far as that, y'all, I don't want to. I know that this is like I'm making an equivalent. I'm making something equal that could be seen as a false equivalency, but it's the same thing as like Justin Timberlake. he come in, he do R&B, he go off and he can do Man in the Woods or whatever. But he could like that's what I think y'all are trying to um basically compare it to, but it's different because it does depend on the hormones and so what? So and I'm not sure who said it before who said, "Oh, this trans person can come in and take their hormones and basically have the same strength as a born female and then dominate, but thing is when they dominate they're dominating as the same strength as a born female. So if they want to go back to being male after that, well, I don't see the issue because when they were competing on the same level. You see what I'm
But
saying?
yeah, I see what you're saying, and trust me, I'm speaking. I'm uneducated and ignorant as f in this this topic. So I'm really trying to get an understanding, but I also have all these thoughts flowing through my head, right? So isn't it about more than hormones? Isn't it about muscle mass and strength?
No,
I
it's
don't know, like if hormones affects all those things. Like I'm not in the medical field to understand the difference between what hormones does to your muscles, to your strength, to your agility and ability in certain, areas of sports.
Do you know how many brolic cisgender women there are that muscle
exactly.
mass has nothing to do with it?
But
Has to do with
understand
strength.
the debate comes in because me as a woman and a natural born woman and a natural born man, we could train every day doing the same type of exercise for the same amount of time for the same amount of years, and his strength is gonna, far outweigh my strength because of
But
biology.
But
that's the issue right there.
that's
You're
why I said it
comparing a
depends on
man to a trans
Wait, wait,
hormones.
wait,
woman.
wait,
A
wait, wait,
man
wait,
and a
wait, wait,
trans
wait, wait,
woman
wait,
is
wait, wait,
different.
wait, 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 wait. Allow intersex to chime in because intersex and also on top of that, retro as well. Get you to chime
I
in
feel
here.
like she keep thinking. I feel like she's looking at a trans woman, no matter if it's a trans woman or not. She's looking at a trans woman as a man, and no matter what we say up here, she's never going to understand because she's looking at a trans woman as a man. And if that's what you're looking at, it's nothing. The conversation is over, because and that's when you get in conversations with family members as a trans woman. That's when the conversation gets dramatic because you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm educating you from my experience. You don't know my experience, nor did you live this life. So just listen to what I'm saying. All you're doing is just talking about your opinion.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking questions so I could get an understanding. I mean, I don't know how else to get an understanding but to ask you questions.
Well, well, I
So
feel
that was
like
my
the
Okay,
question. My question is
wait.
about like hormones and ability
eh,
and stuff like that because and trust me, and like I said before, I'm totally ignorant. So I'm not trying to
Yeah,
offend you. I'm really trying to get an understanding
yeah,
because I understand what you're saying, like a man versus a trans woman, but at some point a trans woman was a natural born man. And again, I want you to correct me and get me to understand, but this is how my brain is thinking because I
yeah.
don't
but I think that's
know.
where the issue is, and that's where the thing. It's not. It shouldn't be about the amount of estrogen you have in it. It should be how long you have been living as a woman. Period.
Trans.
And then the hormones come in play with that.
And
And with the go ahead.
no, my fault. No, and plus I wanted to just put in here 2.5 seconds. I think that's another reason why we have weight class as well too. Because in your weight class, of course, you're going to talk about your weight in your class, but yet I think they do actually measure in muscle mass, etc. So I think all of those things do play out, and they do take all of that into consideration. Which is why, but I do want to say, which is why, for those who say that when it comes to trans people need sports and stuff, that's the reason why some the times where trans women actually do lose, or they when they actually lose, is because they're in the weight class. Is because it's very much a very causable uh, situation to where you will win. Like now, I don't think they're gonna put like someone that's completely out of your weight class or completely like over the top against you because they don't do that in the sports now. To like they don't put heavyweight versus lightweight. They don't do that. So I think that's where well, yeah. I don't
Is
think they
that
I
can.
have
for
a
all
question
sports?
for
I don't know
I have
anything about
a
sports. I don't watch
question for the
sports.
panel.
Oh,
Do you remember the
okay.
controversy with Leah Thornton?
Which
I
one is
don't know who
that?
Do
that
you remember the
is.
controversy
The
with Leah
martial
Thornton?
artist, the fighter.
Is the swimmer.
Oh
Mm,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
The,
yeah,
the,
yeah.
the
Yeah.
swimmer. The swimmer that got a men's scholarship in 2017 and was competing in the men's swimming team from 2017, 2018. She didn't want to be a man anymore and started taking hormones in 2019 so that in 2020 she can compete in the women's swimming team. And she
mm.
competed in the women's swimming team and dogged those women out. She was only on hormones probably six months, less than a year, and was able to compete in the women's swimming match. It was a big old thing that was in the news. So, do you all think that that was fair?
No, not to that because that was only 6 months.
No,
It
it
depends
wasn't
on her
fair.
hormone levels. That's why I keep on going back to hormones. If
Hmm.
if her hormones were at the level that averages most cisgender women, then I don't think it's a problem. But if her hormones were high, if her testosterone levels were higher than most cisgender women, then it is a problem. I'm not sure where her hormone levels were at, so I can't agree or disagree with you on that.
Okay, I want to get Tamala. I want to get Tamala in here, and then retro because I think I
Okay.
skipped over you, Tamala. Was that true?
Yeah, a little bit, but
Okay,
it's
I'm gonna get
okay.
you in. Okay.
Well, I was just gonna say I agree with, oh my goodness, I think her name starts with a P, Presley, I believe. But I definitely believe hormones has a lot to do with it. Hormones has a great deal to do with it because at one point, I think somebody mentioned that at one point this person was born a male. So you had certain hormones, you had certain things. So I think a medical assessment needs to be had. Like even if you've been taking them for years and years and years, a medical assessment has to be had before you can compete in sports with other women because your hormone level may be a little different. We want to make it a fair game, right? So, and I also believe that I got into the conversation pretty late, but I wanted to say that the whole natural when you make me feel like a natural woman, y'all better leave Auntie Ree alone. She ain't know
No,
nothing
that's
about
right.
nothing.
Okay. Okay,
She didn't know
baby.
nothing about being trans and
Mm-hmm.
nothing else. So just leave that song alone and don't take offense to
Mm-hmm.
it. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So
Well, I do want to
that's
clarify,
all.
but like throughout this whole commentary, because I don't know what part people gonna come in at. It was a troll
Hmm.
account. It
Right, it
wasn't
was a troll.
serious, and then on top of that, trans people don't,
Oh, okay.
especially but melanated trans people, they don't give a. If anything, they singing that song. I literally talked to one of the
That
most problematic,
That's the
like
mean
be
part.
completely honest.
no
No, but to
logic.
be
That's
completely
what I
honest, I
thought
literally talked
too.
to like one of the most problematic trans women that like in terms of y'all interactions on different panels. I
Hmm.
talked to one love. She didn't give a. She like we don't care about that. That's
Okay,
fake news. It's not even
you
true. So
you
Yeah,
know
and
what,
the
logic?
song is
You know what? I thought that
literally
too.
about finding a good man because she's tired of
Right,
dealing with bad men.
mhm,
It's
Right.
not like
right,
wait,
and
but
that's
And
what
I
I
want to make
thought
sure
too.
Tamala finishes.
and
And it's
then you
funny
got
because that's
Wait,
what
wait,
I
wait, wait,
thought
wait,
to
wait,
ask.
wait,
Oh,
wait.
I'm sorry. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I just want to make sure Tamala finishes because I did skip her
Oh,
last
I was
time.
gonna say, and that's
Right.
what I thought to ask too. I thought
Mhm.
to ask, like, hey, is this black people that's complaining about this song? Because I'm like, I don't know no black men that don't like Auntie Ree, but I'm just
Mhm.
like, I was wondering that too because I'm like, wait a minute, no, I don't think they're really worried about that, like you said. So I agree with that. I don't think they even worried about her
All
a
righty.
natural woman because if you are a trans woman and you feel like you're a natural woman, you're gonna sing it too.
Amen.
So
I guess
the,
the one thing I wanted to kind of add to the discussion, I'm coming in late too, but
Yes.
listening to the hormones and the sports and things, I've been on hormones. I see, how fast or slow they work through my personal experience. It's not so much a hormone levels; it's also when you start. I was just discussing with Isaac earlier how I'm kind of on the fence with the sports thing, and I think when a lot of these things happen, it slipped by, maybe, or they just were kind of letting it go without doing quite as much evaluation of the trans person that was competing. So I say all this to say, like, if a person is on hormones prior to puberty, um, then their body is developing based upon estrogen. So their bone density and muscle mass is not going to ever have been that of a cisgender male. Now, cisgender man. Now, a cisgender or a trans person that was a cisgender man for a certain amount of time, yes, the hormones do break down your muscle mass and your bone density very, very slowly. I think it does take more than a year or 6 months or so in order for that to take place. And that's kind of why I'm on the fence. I'm not exactly sure what gratification a transgender person, me trans myself, what a transgender person gets out of beating or getting accolades for winning over people that they know they're stronger than. I was just telling Isaac, it's like playing a video game against someone who doesn't know how to play. It's boring. It's not fun because they're not competition. And I know that they want to compete. I don't feel like they should necessarily be separated, but I don't know. It's where I come from. You know, there's safety in people not knowing that you're trans. This new generation may be okay with people knowing, in which case maybe they would be cool with competing with other transgender people. However, yeah, that I'm on the fence with that, and I think it does need to be um, clinically studied, and it comes down to their muscle mass, their strength test, and things of that sort. Not just their hormonal levels, because they may have more estrogen in their body at the time than a woman, but based upon when they transition, they still may have that bone density, muscle mass, or ability left over from being a cisgender male. Being a trans woman, I'm not binary now, but I have lived as a trans woman for over 10 years, been on hormones, did the whole life, earned my stripes. I'm doing something non-binary for right now. But the point is, I have a complete understanding and experience with the hormones and what they do and how they work. So I would agree with some of the females partially in the aspect that this person is not just going to switch overnight into being weak as a person whose body is operating off of estrogen completely their whole lives. However, it is possible based upon weight class and strength tests that if they are on hormones long enough and their muscle mass and density is comparable to a female, a cisgender woman, that they should be able to compete.
But that's what I'm saying. When you get into muscle mass and bone density, then you can't do it as just a trans thing
It
because
depends on the sport.
well when it comes when you get into I hate like rebutting this to you because you are a trans person and I feel like I'm like trying to
No,
explain
tell
trans like
no, I'm open.
okay, so what I'm saying is I think it should be strictly based on hormones because as far as bone density and muscle mass, that varies with cisgender women. Like like look at Serena Williams and Anna Kournikova. Serena Williams got way more bone density and muscle mass than Anna Kournikova, but
Mm.
yet they're both cisgender women, and that was a fair tennis match and Serena won. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think that we should just keep it to hormones because bone density and muscle mass varies with cisgender women.
So I
Yeah.
guess what cisgender, I mean, and I'm playing devil's advocate here as a trans woman, but I think what cisgender women are saying is that this is a different type of thing because they still have the strength and bone density left over from being a cisgender male.
Yeah,
That's what
and
I'm
men
Like,
saying,
are
that
like,
that
but,
that bone
but
men are
density and
naturally stronger
muscle
than
mass.
women. So I don't think that it's fair to compare Serena Williams. Men are naturally stronger, and the Leah Thornton
Yeah, they
person
are.
was competing in the men's swimming sport for 2 years prior to transitioning or to
right.
identifying as trans and was losing. Okay, and so Leah Thornton took off to take hormones so that she could compete against women and win the NCAA award, and now is training to go into the Olympics. So now she took off a few months to a year to take hormones. So because she was losing against those men, she took off for a few months to take hormones to compete against the women. So now she holds this title, and that took away from those women and that was competing for those from 2017, 2018, 2019. And then here comes 2020 when they're thinking they're going to get their big break. And now they're having to compete against someone that was once identified as a man a year prior to now identifying as a woman and lose.
In this specific situation, I could see where you're coming from, because if it's true, I haven't looked up the history of Leah Thornton, but if it's true that she only took hormones for 6 months, that's not enough time.
No, it was 2
Usually,
years.
yeah, usually it's 2 years, so
Even
if it's
then,
true, I haven't looked it up, but
uh, uh,
if can I finish, y'all? Can I please? But even but if it was just 6 months, then
Six
yeah,
months
that's
to
not
a
fair.
year.
Okay, yeah.
6 months to a
So
year.
in this particular situation, if it was only 6 months to a year, then that's not enough time to 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 break down the hormones. You know what I'm saying? That usually it's a 2 year. And so in this particular situation, I agree with you. But as far as blanketed across the board, I believe that it should be based on hormones. I believe that you should be on hormones for 2 years. And I don't believe that muscle mass and bone density should come into the equation, because cisgender women have different bone densities and muscle mass across all of us, depending on race, depending on build, depending on genetics. But when it
Men
comes to
too.
hormones, I believe that is the main factor.
And beauty, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, what's to stop someone from, just labeling themselves or identifying as trans, taking hormones for a while, getting their accolades, and then deciding to detransition.
I
Now we're
think that's
talking about adults, but what about they're letting trans children compete in sports in school? These kids not on hormones. Like, these are young boys competing with young girls, and they're taking away scholarships from young girls. They're taking away accolades from young girls.
That
I
the
want to
only
address
I
that
want to
here
say one
because
thing.
the kid.
Wait, I just want to say one thing. I think that's a bit like. Don't get me wrong. I understand the whole thing. What happened with I don't know the person name, the swimmer, but I thought like, don't you think that's a bit extreme to think that that's just going to be like this overwhelming? Just every trans person is going to be doing that, because the thing
No,
about it, if that's the case.
I don't
Completely agree.
I don't think
yeah,
that
I
Completely
don't
agree.
think it.
reckless, but
Well,
here's the problem, right?
okay.
It may not be your situation, but the people who it affects that have worked hard, it's their situation, whether it's
Right.
one person or whether it's hundreds of people, it does not
Mhm.
matter. That opportunity that a born female worked hard for should not be taken away from a born male that now identifies as a woman or a female or whatever, or
Right.
non-binary. It should not be taken away from them.
But my
And
question
because you
still
are not a
stands.
female, because you are not a born female,
Mhm.
you wouldn't understand
No, I get it.
that women, females have to deal with or go through. And it's already hard on women as it is with just dealing with certain things. And now to add an extra layer to that, I mean, it's just not fair.
But my
Well,
question, like, but
I
my
think
question still stands. Wait, but my question still stands.
Mhm.
Where is the outrage for the co-ed, the co-ed sports? Where's that? Where is that outrage? But that's my question. Where's the outrage for the co-ed sports? And where's the outrage for the trans people that lose? But yet we understand the trans person lost and the cisgender female won. I mean, the
Do
cis.
you have the
Reckless. I
co-ed
think
sports that
I
have
can
reckless. I
gotten
answer
think
that
national
question,
attention?
Reckless.
I
Because
think
we're
it's
Mhm,
only speaking on
more
things that have gotten national attention.
mhm.
So if
reckless.
it's
I
something
think
that we don't know nothing about or if we haven't saw, I mean,
Okay.
it's
Right.
not something that we can necessarily speak to. We can only speak to things that we saw that has gained national attention.
Right.
Mhm.
I think with
think
the
What
that's
Reckless is
co-ed
saying,
sport,
as long
it's
as
Can
they
I
kind
don't
answer
of
that
lose,
like,
as long
question
as
real
they
quick?
lose,
oh goodness.
it's
I
okay as
think
long
that's
as
the
they
issue
lose.
right there. I
And
think
but
that's
here's
the
the
issue
thing.
right there. You only care about stuff that hit the news. I don't even think you care about swimming or the sports. All you
But
care about is now that someone won. You don't care about the ones that lost. All you care about the one that makes the news. That's what it sounds
It's
like
not
to
And
about
that's
me.
the
not
I think the
male.
caring. It's
difference,
like you don't
It's
know
not
these
about
Yo,
not
people.
can I?
caring. It's
One,
about what.
wait, one at a time. We're gonna let Beauty and me respond, and then I'm gonna let them have their little their exchange. Then after that, I want to get Tamla in here. Actually, I want to get C Woody in here. You've been kind of quiet on the end. I'm gonna get to you. C Woody, Presley, Tamala. No, I'm gonna C Woody, Presley, Retro, Tamala. I'm gonna do it like that. And then IG, we kind of co-host, so you can just jump in and out.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, so I was saying that no, beauty. It's
No.
supposed to be
The
beauty,
Beauty
right?
and me.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, you good.
Yeah, it's not about it's not about that we don't care about things that we don't see, but I mean, in actuality, how can you care about things that you don't know nothing about? So it's not saying that. I'm saying things that have gotten national news. That's stuff that has been sensationalized. That's stuff that is being put in our face that we are seeing, and we're seeing how certain things have affected a group of people. So we're seeing how things have affected born females by now them having to share a space with born males that are now identifying as trans. And it's not like that they get two separate awards. No, it's one award and it's whoever wins that award. So they're competing against somebody that is naturally stronger than them.
Says who?
What do you mean by says who? That's
Says
says
who?
science. The
Says
science says
science. See that? See,
that
that's all.
says science, because if you were
Says,
naturally stronger,
but the thing about it
you
is, do you
wouldn't have
watch
to take
sports? Do
hormones.
you
You
watch
wouldn't have to
sports?
do all
Do
of
you
these
watch
things to
sports?
soften you up
Do
or
you
to give
watch
you this
sports?
estrogen
Do
level.
you
You
watch
wouldn't have to do
sports?
all of this stuff. So it
Do you
says
watch sports?
science because you have to take medication to be able to soften up yourself, right?
Now, this person that's speaking right now definitely sounds transphobic.
I'm not transphobic. I'm sorry.
See,
I'm
there it
You
giving
goes.
my
sound. I'm
opinion
telling you
just
what you
like you're
sound
giving
like.
me your opinion. Okay, then that's
But
fine. I'm gonna say that you are born female phobic. How about that?
What
that's the
the,
thing. That but interest.
So we gonna
that's,
keep
That
it like that. That's how we. That's
okay.
how I'm gonna start now. You
but
are
that but
female
Okay.
it,
phobic. So
but intersect.
we'll have that dialogue. Okay.
But intersex and beauty and me. But that's what I'm saying. Intersex. You know, I don't have. That's the thing.
No,
It's
no, it's not. The way you say it is different from the way she said it. She had
but
anger
of
and
course,
attitude for it.
but
All right,
again,
can I ask her a question? Do she watch sports?
Yes,
So if you watch sports and you keep up with every sport.
I watch what I like.
Okay, do you watch?
Okay, so I'm gonna
but
say I want to say this the whole thing about
Watch what I like.
phobia.
I watch football, basketball. I watch track. I watch what I like.
But listen, here's the thing now. I do partially agree with what she's saying. This my our cisgender counterpart here. However, now I also catch what intersex is saying. Now, as a trans
I
woman,
thank you.
you're going to be very much more attentive to certain details and demeanors and how people
Yeah.
express themselves. Each time you refer to it, I notice that you're comparing a born female to a born male who identifies as the woman versus a cisgender female versus a trans woman or trans girl, trans youth. So each time that we say a born male who identifies as, that is kind of giving off I don't want to say phobic, but it is kind of giving off like a opinion. It's packed or loaded with something when you say it that way.
yes.
Every time that you say it, it is implying something about your opinion towards the subject. However, what I want to say with the kids is that a lot of times the kids that are trans are taking blockers, and that's when it's most important, and that's when it's the most fair. When the kids are stopping puberty or derailing it and different things of the sort, the kids can actually compete fair and it's not like little boys. If it's a high school kids, but this little girl's been trans since she was 12, and she didn't hit puberty. That means she didn't get the muscle mass or the bone density of her cisgender male or born male counterparts. So that means that it would actually be a fair competition. But again, for me, it depends on the sport, and I think across the board, depending on the sport, we want to do strength tests and hormone checks because the hormones is not. I mean, again, a person's body can be working off of estrogen only. They can have more estrogen in their body than a cisgender woman, still have that bone density and strength of a cisgender man, or some of it left over. So if we're doing the strength test based upon, I mean, the shot put, for instance, that's something where strength tests will come in handy. Swimming or track, maybe, maybe not. It just depends. It's very, very technical type of science that they need to use to make an evaluation on who needs to compete with who. But both parties are kind of right here. I know what cisgender women are saying. I support y'all. I love and respect y'all. And like I said, I'm on the fence with it because it depends on the sport and the person. And I don't know who was talking because I was driving, so I can't see who's speaking every time. But I get what you're saying about how there are cisgender women who are stronger than other cisgender women. Naturally, their bone density and muscle mass is more. So you can't try to use that but that combined with the hormones, that to me is kind of how you would resolve the situation. If they're not naturally stronger, and their body's operating off of estrogen for so long, then they should be able to compete.
That's what I feel too. I believe I was next, so I just wanted to
Hold on,
just
Presley. Let me
piggyback off
respond
what
to
you said.
IG real quick.
But he
Let me
said I was next
respond
though.
to IG comment real quick. IG, the reason why I say born male or born female, there are trans that identifies as females. Okay. You have some that have fully transitioned that call themselves female, some that haven't. So that's the reason why I specify. It's not to come off as no type of phobia or phobic or anything. I have no problem with people identifying however they want to be identified and respect them as such.
You just want to make a distinct, and that's the
I'm
part
just trying to make
a
a
distinguish. You
yes.
want a distinguishment in that sense, not to say that you don't acknowledge the differences by expressing them. I get it. You want to have that distinguishment. So, and I can't, and I understand because I've heard that too. Because trans women are not a monolith, so that's why, of course, your experiences definitely can be authenticated. So I understand exactly what you mean by that, and then I get the loadedness because it's good that we're all having this conversation because intersex, and I'm just saying this, not agreeing either way for me, but that's where my male, well, I'm not going to just say privilege, but that's because the experience of me being male is not going to be as loaded coming from me because how objective I am out. That's why for me, I understand both sides of the system, how it is for trans women and non-binary women, and also cisgender born or natural born female women, because I see the system of how it's socialized. I see how, regardless of, you're going to get, in the words of Sin G, you're going to have to deal with some of the same pathology of men across the board, not just black men. And it's because of a certain socialization. So, but at the same time, I'm never going to unauthenticate either side. I'm definitely going to recognize and see the sides that trans women have to go through of the specifics, but I'm also going to also see the things that are very specific for cisgender women, as to, even though I don't feel that way, I have to be able to hear my sisters out and have an understanding and be able to recognize, well, hold on, that is something that's related to your experience, why you might feel that way, regardless of the science and the education that I know. So that's why it's going to come out differently. And one thing I just want to point out, I noticed though, the cisgender women, it's this thing to where it's almost like a tiptoe. I'm not gonna say who I felt like, tiptoe, but it's kind of like a minefield, because that's the power of the
Yep.
LGBTQ
Yep.
political pool. To where, in that aspect too, I could also see, but that has more something to do with trans Karen that I learned from my good sister Retro, that has more something to do with that. Once male cisgendered white male. So regardless of gender and sexual orientation, that's why I don't conflate the two. This it's going to still come across the same way. Intersex and retro have to deal with the same oppression and institutionalized racism and classism based off of that. They're not in all solidarity with the Mayo girls. Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying it doesn't work that same way simply because they're trans. So
Okay.
you're not crazy for saying that, making that distinguishment, because you can see where people have a race. You don't want to just because I accept you, I don't want you unauthenticate and erase my experience.
Okay,
All right.
exactly. And what I was gonna say is actually, and just to just start off here, that was a clear version of patriarchy, because Reckless clearly said the order is going to, and then even though I spoke after the person he told me to speak after, you
No,
still
No,
came
actually, I was
in
next,
no,
but go
and
ahead.
wait, no.
I
But
was next, but go ahead.
I also made it clear that IG he's the co-host, so he don't jump in and out. Okay. So I'm being completely honest, the way everything that went, I have forgot even the order. There be no shade to y'all. Okay.
Right, because I was supposed to be after Beauty, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Woody was after me.
Yes. Steve Woody, then it was Presley, then it was Retro. I think that's how it went. Something like
Sorry, y'all.
I want to
that.
respond to IG because I'm one of those people that tiptoe because no one wants to get a label slapped on them, especially like any type of isms or phobia or whatever.
Hmm.
But you know what? I'm gonna be super candid. I feel like uh trans women still have a sense of patriarchy in them because I feel like up until the moment that they decided or realized that they were trans, they were socialized in the patriarchy, like they were socialized as males, like and I feel like that's why it's, to me, it's always coming across as if they're telling us about our womanhood. It's like, don't, you can't tell me about my womanhood, like tell me about your womanhood. Let me tell you about my womanhood, and we can have the best conversation ever. But it's always coming off as like, no, you're this and you're that, and I'm this, and I'm. It's like, and if cisgender women say anything, then we're transphobic. It's like no winning in a situation at all. The reason why this whole conversation about Aretha Franklin exploded is because for me and the women around me, it feels like we're always just sitting around minding our own business. And then here comes some trans Karen out of the blue saying some stuff about, cisgender women. It's like, damn, we not, I rarely see cisgender women just coming at trans, excuse me, trans women so publicly all the time. But it's just feel like we always got heat coming in our direction for what when we're not
We
doing
do.
anything. Go ahead.
That's
I would have to disagree with that last part you said, because baby,
And that's fine. And like I said, this is what I see. I'm
I
not
know,
saying it doesn't happen because it's
yeah,
ignorant people in the world. You know,
but
it's
also
ignorant people in the
too,
world.
but
Go ahead.
also too, the same way like how you guys deal with microaggressions when it comes down to men and stuff, like even though they may not explicit say something, but it's micro and subtle to the point it's like, okay, I know what you're doing. The same dynamic happens between trans women and cisgender women. Like one of the notorious examples that people always give is where a trans woman may go somewhere, mind her business, walk into the store or whatever, and a cisgender woman may be like, point out that that's just for education purposes. That's a man. Now, here's where everything comes into effect. Everything comes into effect because the video doesn't start rolling until everybody galvanized to harass said trans person. But the video did not catch said person outing the other trans person. So I disagree right there. It's microaggressions and stuff. And also to what you said about the patriarchy, I can understand that because we all have but the thing, we all have the patriarchy within us.
Yes, we do.
That's what the
Yep.
ramifications. No
And
shade.
I wish,
Mhm.
retro girl, can I speak on, something that we talk about, nothing too personal, but there's experiences that I've been on the phone with my non-binary sister who would be minding her wonderful Black fabulous business, right? Not trying to even be seen or attention. And I've heard the aggression where, it's like a cisgendered woman she gets off knowing that, oh, well, yeah, I'm just going to try to see the man. And that's the thing that me and Conscious, and we talked about Reckless on your channel before. It's so ironic that according to your patriarchal standards that you say that's oppressing you so much, all of a sudden you couldn't see the man. But now, when I embrace the feminine and the sissy that you say I am, bitch, all of a sudden you can't help but see the man. See, and that's a and I can. That's what I'm saying on both sides. You see what I'm saying? It comes from
Yeah.
a system to where I'm not going to, again, just because I say what I say and feel what I feel about cisgender women. I feel the same way about my black trans women as well, but I just also understand the position of timing, history, and all those things, how it played a role. I just compartmentalize it differently. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit up there and be like, well, no, this is why trans women are saying certain things, and there's an overguarding, because what I think is happening too, and it's not just with trans women, and I'm even saying this as a same gender loving man. What is happening is that because heteronormatives, and I'm not saying this right to dig, but because of the centuries of destructions and things, that standards that don't even work for your own heterosexuality, because you have had so many centuries and laws and karmatic debt that you were able to oppress other people. Now that the people that you have oppressed are having over vitriol, because here's the thing, when you act
Yep.
uncivilized towards someone for so long, once they get in a position to not be the victim. Unfortunately, I'm not a Christian, but be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever you sow it, that's what you get. I'm not saying that the
Yep.
energy it's not a justifiable thing. It's, unfortunately, that's the energy that people who have been forced and under something that doesn't even really work for you, that's the reaction now that you're getting. And I'm not saying that every person deserves that, but just like we're not a monolith, unfortunately, we live in a democracy where it's the rule and not the exception.
IG
Okay,
and
so I want to
Reckless,
get
I want to
intersex in
say
here.
I definitely
Mhm,
agree with you. Like, I'm from New
mhm.
Orleans. Like, we have a huge gay and trans population. Our
Same here,
music
baby,
bounce.
West Bank.
Yeah, you already know. I'm from the Sixth Ward, Treme. And our music, bounce music, is based off of the trans culture and the gay culture in New Orleans. Uh, and that's what I guess. And idea is very correct. Like, but I've been saying is like it's an overcorrection for me, for somebody who really doesn't have an issue with
Mm-hmm.
trans women or trans people, period. When I hear trans people coming at cisgender women, I'm like, damn, I'm just over here minding my business. Like, I'm not one of those people, but I get, I get some of the buckshots too when it's Mad Day and
Mm-hmm.
everybody wants to
Mm-hmm.
express themselves publicly, because that's all it is people expressing themselves. But you two are absolutely right. I grew up in New Orleans. I saw it all the time. Somebody just walking down the street minding their business, and somebody just got to scream to the top of their lungs, "That's a man!" Like, why you got to do all that?
Mm,
So yeah, I
mm.
definitely see where
Mm-hmm.
y'all coming from.
Not only that, the
Yep.
misgendering.
Well, intersex. Let me get you in here. Intersex.
So
Yeah.
let me
Press
start off by saying I've never said she was transphobic. I said that sound like transphobic. That was my statement. I never
Okay.
said she was transphobic. I said that sounds like transphobic. When it's I, you were born, you had to do this to become a woman. All the way she said that's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. But she clarified, and so we're on
Okay,
a
so
wait.
that's when that
Okay.
question come in.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you feel some type of way about a trans woman who identify as a female and not trans?
Oh, I'm so happy you brought that up. Yes, I
Mhm.
do feel some type of way, but here's
Why?
why. Because
Mhm.
okay, so
That's
I'm still learning and
right
understanding,
there.
but I thought females were specific to like our sexual organs that women have, right? So now I'm more confused. To me, I guess that's why I feel some type of way, because now it's like an extra
Because
layer of confusion as I'm trying to learn. Because now I thought, okay, females were specific to women with female organs and vaginas and breasts, natural growing breasts, I guess is the best way to put it. But now you're saying that trans women can identify as female too. Like, please explain that.
okay, so do you think that a trans woman who lived half of her life as a woman, most of her life she lived as a woman, and she fully transitioned. You think she don't have a right to identify as a female?
No,
No.
because I don't think the biology fits it. And honestly, I'm not saying that to be like insulting or disrespectful. I just feel like, how could that be if they still don't have, even if you're post op, right? You still don't have female organs. Like, you still um so I would say the normal, not, I don't want to say normal, the
Biological,
majority of women have menstrual cycles, right? Just
biological,
because,
yeah.
We are all technically
go
we're
ahead.
different. Right? So even if you want to identify as
Can
a
you let her
female,
talk, please?
okay, sure, cool, no problem. Go ahead, see Woody.
And no, I was just saying, like, the majority of females have menstrual cycles, right? If a woman of a cisgender woman doesn't have a menstrual cycle, that's a medical condition. That's an abnormality, right? So if you, like I said, you can't grow breasts naturally, you can't have menstrual cycles, you don't have ovaries and stuff like that. Like, how can you identify as a female? But maybe it's just because you're identifying as a female, you're not. I don't know. Explain it to me, please.
Okay, let's change the question. Do you feel some type of way of a trans woman who identifies as a woman?
No.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, can I
Now,
say
this is
something?
what I do, and I said this before. This is what I feel a way about. I don't care if you identify as a woman. I mean, if you're a woman, you're a woman. But I don't like trans people, not just trans women, or anybody. It doesn't even have to be trans people that tries to tell me what, that tries to identify my womanhood to me, because
So
I
her
think
saying that
that
she's a
that
female is
is
telling you what you are?
what.
Her saying that she's a female, she identifies as a female, that says something about who you are?
No, no, no. I'm saying like a trans person or anybody just trying to tell me, even a man, another woman trying to tell me about my womanhood, because I don't think womanhood is long hair, nails, and you know, pretty dresses and wearing pink and being dainty and being meek and humble. Like, I don't think that's what womanhood is. I think I'm a woman, therefore I am. And I can define my womanhood as I see fit. But I've seen publicly, and this is not every trans woman or even a majority of trans women, tries to tell cisgender women about their womanhood. I feel like if we shouldn't be able to tell them about their womanhood, and they
What
shouldn't be.
trans women, I want to know what trans woman does that. That's what I want to know. How do y'all get into those conversations? That's what I
I
really
see,
want to
and I
know.
Well,
don't I don't get into those conversations. I just see it
So you
online
sound like,
publicly.
okay, so that's, see,
Now, granted, those are trolls. We all know those are
so,
trolls,
and
but
probably
it's
not
just
black.
like,
And I
right,
have
right, intersex. I was thinking
Y'all
that
catch so much attitude from when white trans women sit and say things, their opinion on women, and y'all bring that attitude to black trans women.
this is true. Did now I will say I was
I
just
don't have nothing to do with no swimming person who just started taking hormones for 6 months. I have nothing to do with that. Your opinion about that has nothing to do with me because I'm not in sports. I feel like I feel like women. I'm not gonna say shit. I feel like women, their experience and what they see on the internet is what they feel like trans women are. Do
Intersex.
you have trans friends?
I
I
don't have. I'm gonna
do.
tell you this. I live in
I,
a military town. I don't know too many
I ain't gonna
trans
never talk.
people. She's like, I ain't gonna never. I'm gonna shut up after this. I promise.
Okay.
So
So
I
how you?
don't.
Get
So you're
Presley
just
up.
basically
I
going.
have
You
trans people
actually.
that I
I need
know
to get Anya.
online, but I don't have like trans people that I know in my real life. Like I live in a military town. I just it's not because I'm not trying or I'm like shunning them or I'm away from them. I
Oh
live
my
in a
god.
small city. There're just not a lot of trans people around here. But I get like I said, I'm from New Orleans. So I have a trans uncle. He passed away when I was like 18 or 19. But I know a lot of trans people back at home. It's just in my
Yeah, your
normal
area,
everyday life.
Jill.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
don't see it in my normal everyday life. But when I say, I'm not saying like I'm not taking out my opinions or whatever on the black trans woman because of white trans woman. I don't know any white trans women. I don't
Can
even
I?
see white trans women online because I don't really follow too many white spaces online. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me get
Again, this
Presley up in here. Presley, what you got to say? Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to. I was gonna have other points, but then, um, I noticed that people are now starting to say same gender loving instead of homosexual and gay, and I think that that is bad if you're not actually same gender loving because a lot of males are using same gender loving when they don't actually mean that. Like a lot of homosexual or gay men are not going to sleep with a trans man who hasn't had bottom surgery. So when people say same gender loving, like I was like, it kind of like I'm like, why are you saying that when that's not who you are? You're not gonna stick when it comes to sexuality. You're not gonna stick your penis in a vagina of a trans man. You're not gonna do that. So why are you saying same gender loving? Like I don't get that part.
I can explain as a man who kind of dabs in that from the male point of view of the attraction. I get what you're saying but I distinguish same sexual loving because that implies that it's the same sex anatomy and not just the anatomy, the sexuality, the practice of the sex, of the homosexual sex or the engagement, should I say. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree with you. That's why I differentiate same sexual loving. But here's the thing when it comes to gender, it is possible for people to be attracted regardless of the sex. It is very much possible for people to be attracted to the masculine and feminine, what is being presented. So men that that like to top, well, if they see a trans man that looks like a man, there's more of a phenomenon moving now, Princely, just in sexual spaces that I know because I'm nasty like that, or pansexual like that, right? Is that that's not a hard transition for men who enjoy penetrating men already. You know what I'm saying? If anything, it gives an extra sense of the excitement because you see something that is that is man presenting. And if you already like to penetrate, well, it that the gender would apply then. Same sex gender loving. It would then apply because, well, yeah, you are attracted to the presentation of the masculinity of this gender.
No, I know. I completely understand that. And if you said same sex loving, I would agree with that. But you literally just said like 5 minutes ago, I'm the same gender loving man, and just based on what I've heard from you on different panels, like you not about to penetrate
Wait,
a vagina of a trans man. Like you not
heard from
like
me?
Yes, it's a lot
No,
of them
he
that
has.
did.
But
No,
but but um
wait,
but
from
IG has said that he has
her. You sure heard from? Let me go to McCam. Heard from me. I just want to make sure my big cat. You
I'm sorry.
talking about
he
this
did
rough
say that
beard
he's
nigga right here, me? That
I said from what I've heard from you on panel. So if I didn't catch the panel to where you
yeah, yeah,
like different sexes,
or
then
oh
I'm
yeah,
sorry and
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
wrong on that.
yeah. Oh no, I'm diversified. I don't do
Oh, okay.
divestment. I do verification.
This
Okay,
bitch.
so you just like the penetration.
I do
Okay.
verification.
Okay, that's that, that's all I was saying
Oh, it's
on
fine.
that
It's fine.
part.
Okay.
It ain't offensive. I don't mind clearing it up at all because people think being comfortable with your sexuality is what your grand declaration is. No, it's what the experiences that you might have along the way, and are you comfortable with that, regardless of what you label it.
Okay, because I just had like a question because I just saw because there's just been like this just wave on different social media platforms of men who identified as homosexual or gay saying same gender loving, and I'm like, and some people I know in real life, and I'm like, I know damn well you would not mess with a
Mhm.
trans man, so like why are so
But
that's why I
that
was trying to get the question. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like Riley off of Boondocks. I will.
I know you would, but I was just wondering where that whole phenomenon, where this whole phenomenon is coming from just saying that you're gay to saying same gender loving
I
when I
it,
believe most of the time
Oh
it's
my
not.
God, is this what we talking about now?
we
Well,
just
it
Somebody
still
said they
has to
weren't
do
gonna
with
get to talk.
trans.
Who was that?
That was
No, it
me.
doesn't.
It still has to do with
It
trans.
doesn't. It doesn't.
How
it
how
doesn't
not?
because it doesn't. I'm just gonna answer people made that distinguishment also to apply more than just sex. The relationships of being attracted to the gender and not just the genitalia of sex, right? That's why
Oh,
other people also do say it. They say it also from the context of relationship of orientation based off of gender. And the orientation is what is the presentation to the public, not just the sex.
okay. In intersex, I wanted to ask you a question when you said like, that has nothing to do with it. I just wanted to like,
It
am I being
doesn't.
offensive with my questions? I just wanted to ask
No,
because
no, no. I just see why intersex because
I was
It's
you're not
asking
okay.
intersex.
insensitive, but I get what intersex. She because she's up here. The main topic of discussion is around this topic. You know what I'm saying, but. I don't mind you asking me this type of questions. I'm just saying for everybody else for the topic of discussion. So, as intersex, like, what do you have to say? I guess in the sense of
I feel
outside.
like I just proved a point, but y'all start talking about something else. She doesn't have personal experience with trans women. The way she feel about trans women is what she see online, and that's the big issue in itself.
No, that's
I'm
that's
not talking about you. I'm not talking about
oh,
you.
okay. But I did want to ask you a question. That
Oh, okay.
is that as far as me
yeah, next.
wondering why it's switching from gay and homosexual to same gender loving. Like, what's the deal with that? Like, is that like an offensive question to ask? Because I personally don't think it is, but
Mm-mm.
I wanted to ask you.
Oh, I was gonna answer that.
And
Well, at least from my understanding and from what I understand and the people that I've been around and stuff, they've said it's like a distinction between the black gays, melanated gays, and the
Yeah,
white.
that too. That
Yeah,
too.
so like when you like, especially when we get in conversation and we have a melanated context, we'll say same gender loving. But then when you start saying gay and all the other stuff, it's more of the context of we're talking about that's typically the whites. You get what I'm saying? Did I explain it good enough? Yes, no, thumbs up.
kind of because like I know the whole construct of gender versus sex. So when you say so when people say same gender loving, I when men say same gender loving and who majority the majority of the time sleep with males,
Mm-hmm.
that means that when you go from gay to saying same gender loving, that means that you're including um trans men too. So I was just wondering if like,
Okay.
and I normally don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Intersex.
Yeah.
Finish what you were saying. It's like it's always happening. Wait, finish what you were saying,
So,
and then after that, I want to make sure because I'm gonna keep this up so I can keep track. After intersex, Anya, who's been very patient, then retro, been very patient, and then beauty and me. Okay, that's how we're gonna do that. All right, you can continue
okay,
intersex.
so she said she didn't have no personal relationship with trans or had any personal. Like, it's
I
not
do.
real. It's like social media. No, not you. What's her name?
C Woody.
The person under you.
Yeah. Yeah. See. Oh, talking about C Woody. Is C Woody?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's her name.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I say you don't have any personal experience with trans women. I feel like the how you feel is from what you get from the internet, and it's not real. That's what I was just lost at, how you have a deep feeling about trans women telling women what to do or da 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 da, and it's not coming from something a real experience. It's just an internet situation.
And it's not even really that deep. Like, I'm really only talking about it because we're having this conversation. Like, this ain't something I really go around talking about. Yeah, but you're correct. Like, I don't, in my everyday life, I don't. When I go home to New Orleans, yeah, what I'm saying, I interact with trans people, but other than that, I just don't in my everyday life. But I'm just giving you my experience based off shit. That's all I got for you.
Okay, so I don't know who's it was a Beauty and Me. Did she
No.
have personal experience with trans women?
Beauty and Me. She probably went to the restroom.
Well, in intersex, I have.
Okay.
Okay,
so that's good. Good segue, because I can finally get to Anya. Okay.
So I had to take a little break myself, and I came back, and you guys were discussing the terms female and woman.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question to you, intersex, is okay. When a trans woman identifies as a female, what does that mean?
When a trans woman identifies as a female, what does that mean?
Yes.
That she transitioned to change her sex, not her gender. Transsexual, transgender.
Mm-hmm.
So she transitioned to change her sex, not her gender.
Okay. Because so I am in close proximity to a trans woman, and as well, not just her, but I call her my sister. She's my nephew's, my son's aunt. And as I had stated when I came up on the panel earlier, I have been to events with her. I've been in a trans community space with her, but she, along with the people that I have met, had never educated me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
My education has come from RLogicc, his platform, and also Conscious platform. So I've learned things that I did not know prior, right? So I was always under the impression that a female was biologically and a woman was a social construct.
Mm-hmm.
And
right
now, what you're gonna say?
I'm sorry.
No,
I was
I'm
just saying,
listening.
right. I'm gonna stop ad-libbing. I'm gonna shut up.
Okay. So now I'm not confused to your explanation. I guess I'm confused to the theory, because I guess that comes from a scientific theory of the female, right? That's all science. Okay. So I guess I'm confused because how then, like, how does it be, how can you take on the term female? Because as C. Woody was saying, I kind of understood what she was saying. It may not have articulated well for everyone, but I kind of understood what she was saying in regards to not woman, not the term woman, but the term female, being in regards to organs and
Can I explain real quick?
Yes.
Okay, so it's different types of women of trans experience. You have trans women that identify as transgenders, and then you have transgender women who identify as transsexuals. You have transgender women who are heterosexual transgender women, then you have transgender women that don't mind dating gay men, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's just different types of transgender women in the world. So I feel like I'm trying not to say certain things because I'm like old school. So I feel like it's gonna come out.
No,
But
please.
different people transition for different reasons. Some people just transition just to have sex with men, or they see the attention that trans women get. So it's different types of trans women.
You
Some
better
women
preach
live
in
their
here
life.
today.
Some women live their life as a cross dresser, and they want to make more money. So they want those titties to be real steady. They having to paint the makeup on and stuff like that. So it's some people that identify as trans women who don't feel like a female and it's confused, or don't feel like a woman all the way, and it's confusing to me. But at the end of the day, I don't judge them. But I mean, it's a
nuance.
And just to piggyback off of that, I was gonna say like, and there's also women who are very, very straight but aren't seen as conventionally desirable in the straight world, who turn stud.
Presley,
There's that too.
Presley, I don't mean,
okay.
from the bottom of my heart, I'm really not being disrespectful when I say this to you. I really personally don't want this to be hijacked from any of us cisgender women. I really want to hear people that are living, because they're the only ones, although we indirectly experience through other people's experience, they're the ones that are actually living and engaging in this life. So I want to hear from them because I want to be educated. I'm a little bit more confused in it, but I do want you to really more.
Oh my gosh, reckless. Oh my God, can I talk? Can I
Wait,
talk?
wait. We're gonna have some order in this court. Trying to keep everything in order over here. Okay. So Anya, it's so I want to make sure it's okay. So you're asking the question to all of the non-binary and trans people on the panel, right? So they can give you the okay. So she's gonna ask you the question. This question applies to retro, it applies to intersex, and it also applies to TST. Okay. That's how we're gonna do that.
Okay. So what I'm saying, I'm just confused because I do comprehend, but what makes it confusing is because there are so many different terminologies, right? And it's just all confusing to me. But I don't know how to really explain this. I understand the explanation that you gave, but it's still confusing to me because it's like, is that not how can I ask this? Is that not just a way a person, like when you spoke about people wanting to get the tits, for other reasons, and that just sounds like a person that's not yet ready to, they haven't found who they are yet, like their true identity. That doesn't sound like a necessarily a terminology issue. If that makes sense. Do y'all understand what I'm saying and trying to ask?
There is a term. There's what she's saying is true that different trans people and trans women transition for different reasons. That would be more like a transvestite, if you want the technical term of a person who does it for the sexual thrills, but not necessarily to live their everyday life as a woman, or make some permanent changes, but still only doing it because of the results that they get versus how they truly inherently feel as far as their soul and their spirit and mind being a feminine entity. They're just doing it for the sex. Then there are trans women who don't want to take on any physical changes, and that's just a trans woman. A transsexual is a person who takes on physical changes, be it the hormones, the top or bottom surgeries, and things of the sort. That's a transsexual making biological, physical changes to accentuate their femininity. Now, what I will say that may relax a little bit of the confusion, and these are all matters of perception. That's number one. We don't know everything, and these are just labels that we're using to try to help us identify and describe and talk about things. But my perspective, female and male refer to which end of the reproductive system you're on as far as your gonads are concerned. Either you have ovaries or testicles. However, if I encounter a trans woman who identifies as a female or trans female, I'm going to respect that because it's not for me or cisgender women or anyone to understand. All it is for us to respect what they're telling you they identify as. It's not going to change her pronouns from she to she plus. It's still she. If she feels like she's a female, that's how she feels. It doesn't affect you. So you don't have to necessarily try to get a full understanding because you may never understand how the next person feels in their mind and body. Those are semantics that we get into and try to, make it seem as though cisgender women own a certain term or something. Nobody owns any of this stuff. Nobody owns any of these pronouns, and everybody's doing things for some trans women feel like they're in the wrong body. Some trans women just want to accentuate their femininity. Some don't have to do it physically. Some don't have dysphoria. They can just transition. Some, not necessarily trans women, but cross dressers do what they do for their reasoning. And then we have drag queens who are not even trans at all, who identify as men yet dress as women for entertainment purposes and monetary value. So there are a lot of different terms and different types. And you don't have to understand all of them. You just kind of want to try to respect people's pronouns because they don't know what you're thinking. You might think they're crazy as hell, but as long as you respect their pronouns while you're in their presence, everything's going to be all good.
Retro, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Let me see. I'm trying to find the best way to put that. So is that productive on an educational level? Like on a one-on-one basis, and I totally agree. Let's just respect one another. In the core of it, let's just respect one another. So I could respect anything you identify as. But on a macro level, for educational purposes, shouldn't we, I don't know, try to like streamline or identify? I don't know.
You would think we would all want to be on one accord, but with things like cognitive dissonance and phobias, it's not really going to matter. Like Intersex
Yeah,
has
that's
said in
true.
several instances, we can educate people all we want, and it's just a waste of time and breath. So the education, I mean, we could, like I said, technically, sex refers to the gonads. Male and female refer to the gonads and which end of the reproductive system you're on. You cannot change your sex. You can change your gender. However, if you identify as changing your sex or you feel like you were born with male parts, although you're really a female, that's not for us, the doctors, or anybody to really try to define for you or even have a complete total understanding. We can use terms, but if someone overlaps and uses a different term, we're just going to have to respect that because people can only identify themselves.
That's true. I can agree. You know what? I had a conversation. It was a trans room on Clubhouse, and I was speaking to a lady, and she was pretty much saying the same thing. And you know what? That's the same lady that helped me understand my sexuality, and I never understood it. And she helped me understand, like, this gender thing, sexuality, everything is all on a spectrum, and you can fall anywhere on the spectrum, like the far end, the middle, 1/4 of a way is just, yeah,
And wherever you fall is not where you have to stay. There's a
right.
spectrum, and then there's fluidity in
Yep.
that, where you can kind of people like me who have been trans for so many years and now going into a more binary stage based upon how I work and the type of things that I do in the entertainment business. But there's fluidity in that. You're not locked into it. It doesn't take away my years that I have and who I am when I am my real person. You may see me one way, but deep down inside, at the end of the day, when I'm at home, I'm a trans woman. I'm taking my hormones. I'm doing, my trans woman thing when no one is around, when no one is watching. This is for me. So some trans women may say, "Oh no, can't be a trans woman. You can't go back and forth, or you're just a cross dresser, or you're just doing. That's their perception on the outside looking in. No one can define that for me or determine how I can do what works best for me. Also, one other thing I wanted to piggyback on was the transgender women telling cisgender women about
Wait,
womanhood
wait.
and
I'm
about.
sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. Beauty and me. Are you still with us? Okay, you can continue.
I wish she was here because I think she was the one who said something about a landmine or a minefield, tiptoeing through a minefield and don't want to say the wrong thing, or trans women are gonna jump out over you. What this boils down to is an education piece. A lot of times trans women have done the studying, have done the homework to figure out the difference between sociology and biology and sex and gender. So they are indeed trying to educate you on something that is creating a logical aversion or an illogical fear,
Mm.
which is the definition of phobia. So when they say a person is transphobic, they don't mean that you're scared of trans women like a spider. Sometimes the definition that they're using means that you harbor an illogical aversion for trans women because you are stereotyping what you've seen here, there, or the other, or your lack of education and the difference between sex, thinking that it's just all in her mind, or she thinks she's something that she ain't, or she wants to be what I am. She in turn turns around and explains to you what it means to be a woman, or what womanhood means to them, or in general the clinical scientific definition of womanhood on a sociological perspective, not your experience as a cisgender woman and a female, a biological woman. They're explaining to you that there's more than one type of womanhood, and they're not trying to take precedence over you as a person who was um, guaranteed that, or you're born with, you're given womanhood from birth. They are Trans women learn it. They obtain it over so much time, um, and they're not trying to take precedence over you and tell you about something that you were born with. What they're trying to explain to you is why they're a woman, the type of woman that they are, and that needs to be respected as well. They're not telling you anything about the type of woman that you are or what your experience is.
And I think that's where the conversation gets heated, because as a woman, and I think every type of woman, society constantly tells you who you are, what you should be, and stuff like that.
True, it is gonna ruffle some feathers, because how you gonna educate me on womanhood when I'm a cisgender woman? But there is some education. Unfortunately, as much as I love and respect cisgender women, just because you're a cisgender woman doesn't mean that you're inherently blessed with the studies behind sex and gender and sociology. So you can be educated on what it means to be the definition of the term woman, even though that's what you do every day or whatever. It's natural for you. This thing, you can still be educated, and it's not to like. It shouldn't get heated because they may be educating you on something that you're ignorant about, and it's true on the scientific, clinical, science, technical aspect.
Okay. Okay. So I like that this is going on. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is this, because girl, I'm gonna do TST. I want to get you up in here. Then after that, I want to get to Tamala. After that, it's gonna be an open forum. All I suggest, if you see someone about to jump in, one of y'all just bow out gracefully, and then as soon as they done, you jump right back in. Heard, gotcha. TST, are you with me? Hell no. Are you with me? That's a hell no. Tamala,
Yes.
I'll let you go.
I'm sorry, I was laughing at you guys. No, I totally understand. I like listening to this, and maybe I should be in the back chat, because I really don't have much more to add. But I think I've learned a lot, and I think that I'm gonna take this back to some friends of mine, and we have like a backstage chat, and they posted that same post about the natural woman and all that. And I was thinking in my head, like, is that black people saying that? But I see, and I kind of realized it wasn't. And now I could definitely say, look, y'all, that's not something that the trans community is really trying to push. And
Yes.
so yeah, I like that I've learned that. And I've learned a lot of things. But can somebody tell me what intersexual is, please?
With intersex, let me see.
Intersex is, yeah. What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna let intersex answer it. Intersex.
If intersex
Intersex
is not
taking a
here,
break.
I can
Intersex
answer.
taking a break.
Oh,
It's
oh,
on
no. Oh yeah,
charging.
because intersex. Are you with us?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yes.
Okay. Intersex is just basically, to make a long story short, is someone that was born with both sex.
So you were literally born with both sexual parts, or you?
Mine is a long explaining. I can explain it again, but so
Well,
basically,
I'm just saying. You say you were born
now
with both sexes.
yeah, not no
So,
more. I just have a vagina. But
oh, so you were literally okay. Okay, that's new. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, what's new for me? Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, so you choose one. Do you choose one or the other, or you just go with what your
actually,
personality fits more?
ac- actually, the doctor choose for me.
Okay.
Oh
So
no.
I found out when I was in my 20s.
Mhm.
Um, so yes, it's a long story. But what I was when I get on these panels, because I get on conscious panels a lot, and honestly, I'm very I don't speak a lot. I don't share my story a lot, and I
Yeah.
getting on the panels, it made me want to share my story. And I'm not gonna lie, I've been telling people I was born intersex because of getting on these panels, and I'm just going to share experience a little bit. So we were watching The Best Man, me and my coworker at work, and they have a someone on there that identifies they and them. I'm not educated on that. Okay, so me the vibe I felt with my coworker, I felt like it was safe for me to tell my coworker my story because they started talking about pride, et cetera, et cetera. And so, hey, I just said it. So when I said it, now this is where it gets bad for me. It's because, oh, well, what was your dead name? Excuse me? Can I touch your
What is?
titties?
Okay, so wait, 1 second. Just to clarify, a dead name, what that means is that's the name that trans people or people who have different gender identities, or no gender identities, the name they went by before they actually decided to transition.
Oh, okay.
Because I,
Mhm.
because I already felt that question coming. You continue in this next.
And that was exactly how they asked me, what was your dead name? Not what was your boy name? Because a person that's not educated would have said it that way. So I felt safe. And I'm gonna say a little couple things that made me feel like made me feel a little uncomfortable with the person. Like 2 weeks prior to that, I gave her mail. She took it out of my hand. Oh, your hands are soft. Okay, doesn't my hands supposed to be? I, so after when someone says something that I feel some type of way about, it makes me think about everything that I'm like, oh no, don't pay that no mind. So to make a long story short, I battle with coming out as intersex, and I battle with it because no, this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm trying to set now. No matter what I tell certain people who's not educated and who's ignorant, they always gonna look at me as a man. No matter what I say, no matter how I explain it to them, no matter if I get naked and show them my vagina, a
Mhm.
lot of people is still gonna look at me as a man. And to me, I have to find acceptance in the ignorant people before me to embrace the people who is giving me hugs and loving me. It's like I'll be tender, like I don't know who to trust. I did message Conscious to reveal who I was. He didn't answer, so I deleted the message. So I don't know. Sometimes I'll be on the panel and I just feel like changing and just show my picture for a hot second.
Well, if you don't send me that damn message again,
you ignored me.
It probably was in a spam folder, because sometimes Instagram send my messages to another folder and not my main folder, so I don't even see a lot of stuff until I think to check that extra folder where it be so many messages. I'm like, oh my God, I had no idea people were even.
I'm gonna resend it to you tonight.
Send it to me tonight.
Because these are things that I'm trying to work on. It's not that when I said the quote, when I said that it sounds like transphobic, I said it sounds like transphobic because the way she was breaking it down, it was triggering me. The way she was breaking it down, people who did not agree with me said these things to me. I didn't say you were transphobic. I said that sounds like transphobic. And when she got automatically offended, I said she's transphobic. That was my words.
Intersex, can I ask you a question? It's gonna be a stupid question. So if you don't feel like answering stupid questions, let me know now.
No, go ahead, ask the question.
So you said people call you a man. Like, do you have manly features? Like, I never seen you. Like, you don't have a profile picture. Like, I don't see why they would call you a man.
I mean, people called Sierra a man. People called Megan Thee Stallion a man.
Yeah, okay.
People call. Yeah. So I'm tall. I'm beautiful. Okay. Like when the main thing is, and it's another thing I'm trying to accept. I have a light. Like I have something special about me, and it's hard for me to accept it because the negativity that comes with me wanting to be the full me that I can be. If that makes sense.
I totally understand.
That makes sense. And I kind of feel for people in your situation, not like feel bad for you. I feel for you because people stupid. Like even me, I'm very smart, but I'm very stupid at the same time about stuff I don't know about. So when I'm trying to get an understanding, I know I ask dumbass questions, but I kind of don't know any other way but to ask the questions that I have. Like I'm intrigued by. So there's the intersex guy on YouTube, and I watched some of his videos. Like
I know
for 2 days,
about.
I was locked in, and he fine too. Damn, he fine. Like I was locked in for 2 days. Like it's intriguing, and I wonder if people ask the dumbass questions they ask out of intrigue, not even like to be insulting, like they just intrigued and there's something different. And in America, like we shun differences. Like a lot of things are taboo, especially in our community. We're not afforded the benefit to just like openly communicate or openly be ourselves or openly ask questions. So I'm sure you get a lot of crazy.
I'm gonna say to that, I think it's both. I feel like this, and this is just me talking, it's not me talking for other people. I feel like in terms of when people ask questions and stuff, when you have been affected by something or like a set oppressive system, you can kind of like, you have that sixth sense to tell if somebody trying to be funny when they ask their questions, but also with that as well as that I believe, Reckless believes this. I believe sometimes that it happens so often that sometimes some people may actually may ask a genuine question, and I do believe that sometimes that we can mistake the genuine question as in you trying to be funny like the rest of them, like the other 45 people that tried it earlier. So I do believe it can be mistaken at times for the intrigue, but I also know for a fact there's also that sixth sense that lets you know, okay, this mother trying to be funny with me. So
CTV, I just sent you a message on Instagram.
All right, so what I'm going to do right now, we're going to get CTV up in here, and then after that, it's an open forum. I want to make sure Presley goes first, and then yes, we're going to do that. So CTV, let's go.
Okay, so wait, I just got here because while you was interrupting all of my business, okay, I was actually handling business. I was not able to tune into the platform, so I know I missed a lot. I know something that I did lean over to the left and kind of bear witness to what's a conversation happening around I kind of hate that I'm coming in on the tail end because I know that y'all probably have already dug and unpacked all of the stuff already, but I
was
had like
triggering up the people.
I had tuned into the part about the cis gender thing, and you know my thing. I don't if it's not transphobic to like disagree with the term cis as a biological male or female, then I still haven't heard one solid explanation for why a term that is being used to be inclusive of everybody on the masculine and feminine spectrum is being pushed against by those who claim to be inclusive and LGBT friendly. Because the introduction of the word is to provide affirmation to those who identify as trans men and trans women. And to not like the word is just kind of weird because the word isn't there for you to like. It's just it's a term. Like it's not your name. It's not your middle name. It doesn't have a social security number. And nobody even calls cis woman directly. Like when I'm interacting with women, whether they are of the trans experience or of the bio, natural born, or what, you know, and all the other terms that women with ovaries and all of this stuff and estrogen and all the things that cis woman defines as female, I don't say cis. I just interact with people. I just interact with women. The term gets used in conversation so that you're not leaving anybody in the room out, because there are people in the room who are not just cisgendered, who also are on the spectrum and are having a feminine experience or having a masculine experience. It's not even, I've never even heard LGBT people like literally refer to any of their friends or any of the men or any of the males or females they're interacting with as cis directly. It's just more so something that's said like in forums like this, in spaces like this, especially when trans people are a part of the conversation or a part of the subject, or where gender or sexuality is the topic. So all this big kerfuffle and congressional hearing about a damn term that nobody even calls you directly and personally, and to be pushing against it, like, for what? I mean, like, I'm a cisgendered man. What am I supposed to not like about being called a cis man? I mean,
Well,
especially if the definition, the definition is even more affirming of because really when you're labeling yourself as cis, you're just saying I'm not trans. Really, that's really what it translates as. I'm not trans. I'm not a trans man. I'm not a trans woman.
People just don't understand the definition.
And people are pushing against that. I literally don't. So if it's not transphobic, then what is the basis for this disdain over the term cis? Because there have literally been whole Supreme Court hearings on social media over the hate for this word, and it's just hard to believe that on some level or another that defensiveness is not rooted in transphobia.
I think for some people it is, but for some people, like, I don't. But you're right. No one calls me cis in real life.
Right.
I don't like to be called cis, but I also don't like to be called queen or anything else. Like, just call me my name. You know what I'm saying? I'm just that person. But you are definitely right. You know, there's ignorant ass people in the world that's just gonna be offended and get mad, and some of them are transphobic. But I don't think that is a blanket thing that applies to like everybody that says don't call me cis.
Well, see, the thing is that it comes off as if cis women, we believe the term has come from the LGBT community. You know what I mean? It's like that the resistance of it, for those that do resist it, it's like they're very, you can tell they're uneducated, because if they were educated, they would know. This is like a scientific term, like
Right.
to say, to identify. Like, so when people want to go against the science, it's like, then that shows, I think that shows displays homophobia, because it's a term, and it's not a term that was made up from that, that community. It is a scientific term.
And I think that's the reason people don't realize it's a scientific term. And just like, for example, the word fish, I had an issue with that before. I'm like, don't call me no damn fish. You know what I'm saying? Like, like,
Girl, I said on
that's totally different from cis.
Well, no, but that's I think that's how people are taking it. You see what I'm saying? I think people are taking it like that.
And then
I want to clarify. The word fish is not even bad. Like, it's not even
I know. I found out.
No. I understand you get it, but I do want to make this clear, because I hear this a lot in different the YouTube spaces. It's not even a bad thing as in a queer context. That is one of the most valuable. Like, it's like, that's not even a bad thing.
Right. I learned that later.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes, you like fish. Yes, ma'am. It's such a good thing. So that's what I was like, ugh.
Women think that, most cis women think that, because we use it in a derogatory term when we speak about each other. That's why they get offended.
Yeah.
No, I think that cis women get offended by fish because fish has a connotation with smell.
That's what I just said.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I think they get offended.
That's what I just said, President. You're right.
Yeah.
So
but that's to Anya's point, is that it's used in a derogatory term amongst cis woman community when they're talking about each other's vaginas and your pussy A B C D F and G. So that's why, like, for them to hear that term that they weaponize against each other is actually a term of endearment in the LGBT in the trans community. Like, that is a lot of where the resistance comes from. But yes, cis though, to Reckless's point, like, I wouldn't, or to Anya's point, I wouldn't put those in the same category, because we're literally talking about like a clinical term versus a colloquial one.
People don't know it. People don't know.
Well, and now they have the opportunity to know, thanks to panels like these, where they get to really, sit in what is the issue. Because if you really want to be real about it, female is a man-made term too. Like, every word we use is man-made. So so this pushback against cisgender is not about the word, because all the words we use are not words. What's the problem with this word?
Definitely. I don't believe that there is an actual issue with the word. I think that people just misunderstand it, and I'm seeing in the chat that people are equating cis with CIS with SIS, which is crazy. And a couple of weeks ago, I'm not sure if y'all watch T.S. Madison. I do. I live it. But there was like this crazy woman who was like, I'm not a sister woman or whatever. And I'm not sure if y'all saw that.
I saw that.
But I think that a lot of cisgender women are kind of not understanding, or not wanting to understand what it actually means, and actually in their hatred.
No, because even when we explain it, Presley, and you've seen it even on my platforms, even when we explain it, people are like, no, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. Just don't call me cis. I just don't like the word. It's just like, it doesn't matter whether they understand it or not. They just have this real hatred for this term. And I'm just like, am I missing something?
And that's what that's what I don't get, because if you're transphobic, then that means that cis cis is a word to flex. Like you would be like, I'm cis, like I'm a cis
Yeah.
woman. Like you
Well,
would flex with that. That
but
wouldn't be
here's the
something you
thing:
Yeah.
would be offended by. Like you would flex with it.
it's the cognitive dissonance that's attached to it. So it goes a little bit deeper. The reason why there's a problem with cis, even though it's affirming, it's also an acknowledgement that there's a difference, and that challenges what they thought. It's an
Mm.
acknowledgement that trans is real and that it's an actual thing. They don't want that. So they don't want cis to be this thing at all. They don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to be differentiated. They want to be the one and only, the end all be all as far as women and females are concerned. They don't want to be differentiated as cis at all. They don't want trans women to be acknowledged as women. So that's where it becomes
Mhm.
transphobia, and it's rooted in the cognitive dissonance. It's a bit challenging what they thought that they knew. Female and woman are the same thing. So why the hell are we trying to say cis? That's where the pushback is. Even though it's affirming them, they're so
And
ignorant. It's
No, I
challenging.
truly
and that is
believe.
so perfectly articulated, a retro. Thank you for saying that, because this is
Mhm.
why I'm saying I don't care how cis woman cut it. They they are not going to be able to alleviate transphobia from the context to the defensiveness, because it all comes right back to that inherent transphobia.
But
And now my next problem is, what is the problem with admitting that you're transphobic? Because you're not going to get hung to a cross. You actually get the
That
opportunity
part.
to do your work and to actually dismantle that ish, when you can actually be like, you know what? Yes, I'm having it
but
to a retro's point. Yes, I'm a cis woman living in a system. I feel claustrophobic in this system. And yes, I probably have internalized misogyny myself. Yes, I do not want to consider a man dismantling his privilege to be me under a patriarchy as
Mhm.
respectable, because I don't know why I would respect a man for identifying as a woman, and blah, blah, like you get to actually go down the rabbit hole and actually see how your own
Mhm.
reality is formed, when you can actually honestly be like, yes, there is some divisiveness here in my politics. There is something that I'm actively resisting about this, and right now it exists on a subconscious level, and it's going to remain on a subconscious level until I can actually admit, because truth brings it to the surface for me to be able to deal with and finally start dissolving and analyzing. But you cannot get anybody to admit that they're transphobic, especially those who are not like explicitly and overtly transphobic, because everybody who is more covert in their homophobia and more covert in their transphobia are the hardest ones to be able to take accountability for their microaggressiveness or uh for their politics, because it's because they round it up to like an overall attitude. Well, because I have gay friends and I go to gay parades and I go to drag shows and I have a trans girlfriend, etc., that I'm inclusive, and that's as far as the work goes. And it doesn't. It
It's
doesn't.
like black. It's like black
No,
people with white
I
people.
truly believe that
but
if cisgendered women actually knew what that meant, that they would use it as a flex. You know what I'm saying? And so I believe that transphobic cisgendered women, if they actually knew what the word meant, would use it as a flex. But it's like
But
people
the
hate
flex can
being
be a
late.
problem too,
I
That
Prejudice.
it's a
I know
refusal
the
to
flex
but
acknowledge.
could be
Con
a problem. That's what I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to complete my point here. Um, you can let me complete the point. Um, what I'm trying to say is that is 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 that people hate being labeled. Period.
Yep.
And and because of that, the cisgender women are like, oh no, I'm not cis. Oh no, I'm not cis. But if they knew what it meant, they would be using it as a flex because they are transphobic. And then to your point, Conscious, there are people who are very transphobic, very homophobic, very racist, who use microaggressions and who are covert people who who do that, and those are the people who change their personalities when they get around people. Those are the women who are all of a sudden like, yes honey, bring the boots down, sis. Those are the women that you should be looking out for. You know what I mean? The women who are like, yes, honey, you are the best. Oh yes, boots. All this and just using gay lingo and not using it correctly. Those are the women that I stay the fuck away from, because those women
Amen.
are super male identified and will flip on you in a minute.
In a heartbeat.
Not just flip on you when it comes to queer people and trans people, but when it comes to women too. The and then also the women who are super, you go girl, and will back up women no matter what. I stay away from them too, because if you can't see wrong in what certain women do, then I don't trust you. Then that means that you're just here just to fit in, just to be, and you will flip on me in a minute. So I do agree with you when
Yep.
it comes to covert people. The people who are just super parady, I don't trust super parady people who are just throwing on a parade for everything, and who can't see nuances and stuff, and can't see this woman's wrong, this man's wrong, this queer woman's wrong, this person is wrong. If you're just like, oh yes, yes, clapping for every fucking thing, then I don't trust you. I just don't.
Yep. Extremist.
IG, I know you wanted to get in here.
Yeah, what's that? But
Mhm.
you know, because the conscious baby, you missed earlier when I went through my dissertation. I am not one to. It's not always transphobia. As the
We already went down there rabbit hole.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
I
already
Let's
just
went
talk
down
about
that
it.
river. I'm just saying I don't. I'm not saying that it's not exclusively not transphobic, but it's not always inclusively just that as to why cisgendered women have certain concerns. It's not that they don't want to see. There's other concerns from the female experience that's lived outside of the trans experience as to why they're going to compartmentalize that a little bit differently. And I'm just going to, just saying that it's not always because it's a phobia as it is based off of a born female experience that's linked to being on the outside and already being in the system. We already talk about all of the systems of men's community, and I know trans I don't consider trans women men, but I can't tell a cisgendered woman who already lives in a patriarchal society to where something, not trans women or men, but I'm just going to say something with a penis always gets to decide what it means for me to be socialized and accepted as a female, as a woman. I'm not saying that that is a correct equivalency, but I'm not going to unauthenticate the experiences. Not to say that doesn't mean that they just hate trans women because they have some concerns or pushbacks about certain things. Because I would say the same thing about same gender loving people, even people who don't understand homosexuality in same senses. It's not that it's always a case of they just hate it because of what they're told or something like that. It could just be from other authenticated experiences that it might not be exactly the true equivalency, but I can't say why. I'm not going to unauthenticate the experience of a cisgender, especially black woman, that might see that differently. And within my privilege, this is the part where I have to recognize my male privilege as to where, of course, it's easy for me to see, well, you should just be accepting of everything of trans women and stuff like that. But that's selfish for me to say that because I don't have to live in women's community. That's where my male privilege comes in. And that's why I would not want to say that every single cisgender woman that disagrees with certain things, especially with trans Karen, because we talk about that a lot, me and Retro, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna expect any of us to have to deal with or just to go along with fucking trans Karen. You know what I'm saying? Just because she's trans. You see what I'm saying? There's gonna be certain, so I think that is a kind of a nuance for cisgender
No,
women
I
that it's
totally,
not fair to, you know what I'm saying, to say that they're
no,
also trans women.
I totally get that, but let me make
Mm-hmm.
myself clear then, because it's clear that a lot of us have a different meaning of the word homophobia.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by homophobia does not just include rampant, focused violence upon queer people emotionally or physically. It also includes those who have any oppositional, conscious or unconscious resistance, defensiveness, those who have concerns. I lump all of that into homophobia and transphobia, because transphobes have their, because homophobes have their concerns too, and they tell us what those concerns are. They also don't feel like they are violent or necessarily in the way of same gender loving men and women, and yet hold what they would call concerns for their children, concerns for the direction of society, concerns for the normalization of certain things. So homophobia for me also includes bearing ignorance, not just those who are saying, I want to light a match to your gay ass.
Right.
But I don't understand why that.
Hold on. And I just want to add this part. And so to your point, IG, I find it interesting that, you know, in what you just said, you talked about cis women or bio women, or I don't even know when it comes to natural born women. Honey, when you talk about, you know, their lived experience, that's what I find to be so completely warped about the defensiveness when it comes to the term cis, because it absolutely acknowledges that difference. It acknowledges that their experience is separate from trans woman. It acknowledges that lived experience that comes from being biologically female. So the fact that it's resisted upon, and cis women want to exist in a lane of their own, they want to be separate from their trans peers, and it's actively resisting a term that establishes that line of demarcation, is even more bizarre to me.
It's ignorance. It's just ignorance. That's all.
And I
And I
also,
don't.
and I'm gonna just say this too. I also think though too, and because yeah, it, even though it might not necessarily be phobia, it could be there are other reasons why there's resistance, right? And because I think it is a thing that, because you have to, I do ask this question. I wonder then, if it was a term that was brought to you by heterosexual normatives, the term cis, would there be resistance? I think that they're equivocating the fact that they're just now hearing this term because of the recognition of trans women, that they're automatically assuming or making it be synonymous with vernacular or LGBTQ vernacular.
I'm gonna have to agree and disagree, only because on this exact panel myself, and I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I'm just have to jump out the window. Hopefully, one of y'all catch me. On this panel alone, I've been on panels with certain people as well, other people as well. On this panel where we expressed the cis and we went through the dog holes, we did the work, but then today is something. It's the same thing. So it's like, are you? What is it? What is it?
Again, it's
I'll
the
tell you. I can tell you what it
dissonance,
is.
not ignorance. Oh, go ahead.
It's basically simply they don't want to understand. They don't want to understand.
That's cognitive.
Some women
And
are.
that's
I don't. Yeah, I
Some
don't think
women are
that's
flat
true.
out.
transphobic ignorant.
Some women, some
Yes.
cisgender women are flat out um intimidated by trans women, and I can say that because I have a
Amen.
friend that's intimidated by trans women. I have
Please
no
don't
idea
speak that
why.
truth.
They, I don't. I have no idea why,
They're not
but
ready for that conversation.
I mean,
yeah,
I gotta
she's
push back on
very
this whole.
intimidated.
I gotta push back on this whole thing. I agree with what IG is trying to express. Like, I feel like in Conscious, you wasn't here, but we kind of went through this earlier. I
Because
feel like
because he cuddling y'all. That of course y'all love that safety net that he provides.
No shade, no shade. I'm sorry, no shade. Because when
And
I
see,
came
that's
up
the
and
thing.
I
Look,
said
this
that,
is
man,
what
y'all
I
were in the windmill, but it's
hate.
all right. I had my sneakers on.
This is what I absolutely hate. Just because I don't agree with you, then I'm phobic or I'm wrong. I really, first of all, let's say this: transphobia is a label. No matter what I think about myself, you can slap that label on me all day long. I can't do nothing about it. Like, that's just it. Period. It's something that it's a label that
Actually, no,
someone gives to you. Like, you don't
denying
give
the
it to
truth.
yourself, huh?
It's actually rooted in the reasoning why you would deny or refuse to acknowledge the truth as it's presented before you. Your cognitive dissonance is rooted in your aversion or your intimidation for this, what's being presented for you. And so that's phobia. Phobia is not fear. Phobia is also the illogical aversion towards something, and that's rooted in your cognitive dissonance. The fact that it challenges everything you thought you knew, you're pushing back against that. That's what makes it transphobia, because you see it's the truth, yet you refuse to acknowledge it, or it still makes you uncomfortable. It's the root behind it that makes it phobia. It's not the fact that you disagree, it's why you see it's the truth right in front of you. You still refuse to acknowledge it.
And let me be clear. I don't know if I said when I say I disagree, I don't think I said I disagree this time, before earlier, but I don't disagree with someone else's lifestyle. That's your lifestyle. I can't disagree with your life. Like, if we're in a conversation and you
Sexuality, not
say,
lifestyle.
I'm sorry?
No, we're talking about the terminology
I said
cisgender, though.
Okay.
And the fact
I
that
said
people have
sexuality, not lifestyle. I can't stand when people use the word lifestyle for someone's sexuality. It's irritating.
It's not.
But I'm not
Yeah.
talking about what you're talking about. I'm expressing myself. And I know we were originally talking about the term cisgender. I already told you why I don't like it, but I'm super conservative. Like, don't call me cis, S-I-S, if I don't know you. Like, I don't know you. Like, I have friends I've been friends with since third grade.
no,
They
we're
call
talking
me
about
cis.
CIS.
But
We're talking about
yeah.
CIS.
No, I'm expressing why I don't like to be called cis. I don't like to be called queen. Don't call me nothing but my name, especially if I don't know you. I feel like, and Conscious was saying something about concern, I feel like I have a right to have concern about certain things. I feel like it's phobia when I have an issue with what some consenting adult is doing, what another
Okay, but the
adult is
truth
doing
of the
with their
matter
life,
is,
with their
What's the
sexuality,
concern?
with their whatever.
What's
Like,
the
I feel like that's
I have
a
a
phobia.
question.
But if I just have questions, or if I don't see how that's phobia to
But
question anything. It's just kind of like I have to go along with, and honestly, when it comes to your life, I do have to go along with anything you say. But the whole, I don't know if it's not I guess the whole community. What is it? Like a lifestyle community?
But see,
What's
Woody,
up?
I'm gonna have to jump fully out the window.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
here's the
Come on, let's
thing.
go.
I'm about to jump fully out the window. Make sure you catch me. So here's the thing, see, Woody. I was actually talking about you when I said that, before we end up going down the rabbit hole on Conscious TV's panel, you went down the rabbit hole of the whole cis thing, and then at the end you acknowledged and said, "Oh wow, I never realized that I really had no real reason to have a problem with the cis word until Conscious made me think about it." And then you acknowledged it. You said, "You know what? I have no problem with it." And then you came today and you said you have concerns and all that stuff. So I'm like, wait, hold up. I thought
transphobia
I
runs
don't have
deep,
a
baby.
problem with it. That's what I'm
Get it?
saying. I don't have a problem. I just don't want to be called it.
Okay, but
So
so
why
here,
can't I say that?
see Woody. Here, when was the last time a flaming LGBT person ran up to you and identified you as cisgender personally?
Yeah, and I said that earlier. That's not a term that I hear in real life. I hear it on these panels, but I don't hear it in real
Okay,
life.
so then it means that you are not being called cis. It means that female community is being referred to as cis. Like the collective is being referred to it, not C. Woody personally. I don't understand how, like, you can tell me what to call you personally. You can't tell me how to refer to a community generally, especially when using a term that's inclusive and actually community oriented. At that,
I totally agree.
again,
I've been using the word cis on this panel all night. That's why I said I don't want to be called it, but I don't mind the
but when
word
y'all
being
insert,
said.
but when y'all insert, I don't want to be called that. It's like I don't even be understanding the context for inserting. I don't want to be called that because y'all always say, "Well, I'm never personally called that." So then
You're entitled to your. And
Are
listen,
You
you
want me
saying
to
it
make
in a
something
way?
make
you're
sense that,
entitled.
like, I just, you know what? And it's been this way this
Are
whole
you
night on
maybe
the
saying?
panel. And I understand because it's a sensitive subject, but why don't I have the right to say I don't want to be called something, whether I'm not,
Is
whether I'm called it or not?
who
Wait,
Are you maybe saying it in a way like I don't like to be called female, like, oh, that female over there. I'm like, I'm a woman. I'm a lady. You call me a
And
queen, damn it, I don't care. But don't call me that female.
right,
It's
No,
just
yeah,
something
everybody
like
has
I
that.
different
agree with
preferences
the
on the way they
female
want to
thing
be
because
addressed, right? So on YouTube, there's this whole movement about don't call me female. I don't mind being called female, but I can't tell
Okay,
those
that's
other
weird
women
to
who
me.
have
And
an
that's
issue
weird.
with
And
it.
that's weird to me. I don't like that.
That is weird
Don't
to
be
me,
like, oh,
right?
those
That they say
females.
don't call
Like,
me
even though I was
female.
born a female, I'm like, don't
Right.
call me that female over
But
there.
But I can't
here's the
tell
thing:
those women.
you're
totally out of
entitled.
context.
To,
Like
yeah,
That
you're entitled
those
to your
y'all,
concerns.
what?
no,
You're
but
I
those,
yeah,
entitled to
but
your
those,
women.
but those,
concerns
but
and
wait,
Yeah,
hold on,
you
hold on.
reservations,
guys.
but
But
that
those are
doesn't
two
mean
different
that you're
things.
not transphobic.
For for people who are
Wait, hold on, but those are two different things. Female is used in a derogatory way. No one goes around this
No, and that's
cisgender. Like
and
who
that's
does?
what.
Like
Wait,
who does that? That is not.
wait.
That's
And
not
that's what I'm
like no
asking
one
her.
does that. Same
No,
plus on
that's
top.
what
We
I
don't
was.
even
And no,
use like
no,
okay.
that's
So
what I was.
let's be honest. Like when people like just say if a man go at a woman, he like man them dumbass females like that. That's the
Right.
context female would be used. Nobody in a right man, this dumb ass
Well, that's what I was.
cisgender. No, bitch, hell no. She
Well, that's
don't call you a
that's
bitch.
what I was asking her.
No
Maybe she
shade.
was taking it that way. No, I was saying maybe she was taking it that way. That's what I was asking.
No, and
yeah,
again,
This is what I want to
female.
say.
The word
It's
female. Listen, please listen. The word female dehumanizes people because female is used across the board, whether it comes to animals, to amphibians, to whatever.
oh, trust
Female
me, I
is
know.
based. Female is based on your genitals. So when someone calls you a female, they're reducing you to their genitals because
Well,
there's
and,
there's
and
bitches,
that's my
dogs
point. I
who
was
are female.
asking.
Can I not
And
be
I was.
interrupted for
but you
once and
interrupted us,
then be told
Presley. Like I
I
was
did
trying to get
not
my point
Y'all,
across.
interrupt?
listen, we're gonna please give
Oh
President
Lord.
to finish her one sentence.
Go ahead, Presley.
I can.
Okay,
I'm.
Okay,
Go
and
ahead,
after
go
we
ahead,
finish,
President.
after that, I want to get Anya in here. I'm trying to get some more up in here.
All right. I'm just saying that when people are offended by the word female because it dehumanizes you, because female is used across every single alive being. There's female plants, there's female animals, but we are humans. So when you call me a female, you're looking at me as just my genitals and not as a human. That's it.
But see,
And
to
that's my
Conscious's
point. That's why I
point,
was
like,
asking, is that what she was taking it as? That's what I was asking. That's
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
all.
and see, look, to Conscious's point, I don't get called a female in regular life either. That's why I say, like, Presley, you have the right to not want to be called female. Like, if that's your preference, I'm not going to say that to you. Me personally, I don't mind it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but again, I don't have people calling me like that's just I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead, Anya.
So
Yeah, I
Anya,
just
Can I,
I
Reckless?
want.
Can I say something?
wait. Okay, so wait. I'm gonna get Anya in here, and then I'm gonna get TS in here.
Okay, I just
Go,
want to
Anya.
say respectfully, I just want to call bullshit on bullshit. Because overall, the terms, because us cis women have to be honest. When we're in a room, if you've ever been in a room with a trans woman, 9 times out of 10, you want, as Reckless was using as an example earlier, the whistle calling. You want it to be acknowledged and known that that person is not a quote unquote natural born woman. That's what cis women love to say, natural born woman, right? The term cis helps us in identifying quote unquote the difference. We cannot act like we I think that we were twisting and turning and like playing the semantics game over this term, which again, it
Right.
is a scientific medical term. So as he was stating, it's a generalization. Do we have this much energy when we're in a room with the Caucasian women and it's established that that's a melanated woman and that's a male woman? We don't get offended when that is differentiated. So why are we being offended when it's being differentiated on terms? That makes no sense to me. And you have to, without, in love, you have to really look at yourself and say, like, it's not a point. Yeah, we all have a right to identify the way we want to identify, but it is a term and not necessarily your like it is an identity, but not really your identify, because you can identify whatever way you want to be identified. People could call you what you want them to call you, but it's a generalization. So I really don't understand why we playing the semantics game.
Right. Like I said, I've been using the term
please
sis all night. And if anybody walked up to me and called me sis, I probably would laugh because it would be so weird. Like, I don't even know how to use that in a sentence talking to someone personally. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know what, Anya, you made me think of something. There's this lady at my job, right? She always called me sister. This lady hates my guts now. But I had to have a conversation with her. I wasn't even trying to be rude to her, but I was like, please don't call me sister. Like, that shit is just weird to me. Like, just call me my name, man. And now she don't even talk to me, but I don't give a fuck. But it's like, why do I have to, like, I don't force you to accept things. So why do I have to be forced to accept something?
Okay, so you're welcome to your concerns, but that doesn't mean that it's not rooted in transphobia. That's the part that we're trying to get you to understand. You can be concerned. You're welcome to that based upon your experience and all of that, but really to ask yourself why. It really, the only reason cis has been brought to the forefront, it has to do with trans women. So now it's something that you have to deal with. You don't have to, but your concerns still boil back down to the fact that you don't want that. You don't like this whole differentiation. You don't like this new stuff going on. There's cognitive dissonance. Why is this new thing coming along? I don't like being called cis. Even though it's in your favor, you're still facing some kickback, and that's cognitive dissonance. It really, I don't know if it's so
Look,
much
that's
a
not it at
phobia.
all. And look, I understand you have the right to have whatever
And I have a
perspective
question
of
for you,
me that
Woody,
you
too.
want, right? But that's not it at all. But it's like I said, I think transphobia is a label that people are going to place on you, and I can't stop you from placing that on me. I'm just telling you that's not it. But that's your perspective, so I gotta respect
I got
it
a question for you,
either way.
Woody.
What's that?
And then after that, I want to get TS in here because I think it's
I have a
super.
question for you. So transphobic people have concerns, fine. But why should I just find it so funny that y'all will reduce homophobia to or transphobia to the literal fear of queer people and be like, oh no, that term doesn't fit me because I'm not afraid. It's not a phobia, when y'all know that the term is expansive in terms of its definitions. It's layers to this ish. But I just love how when it comes to like racism, baby, the same stuff that I lump into the category of defining transphobia and homophobia, y'all do the same thing when it comes to racism. If Carrie Underwood came forward and spoke about her concerns for Black and brown people moving into her all-white neighborhood, nobody would give that mayonnaise hole the benefit of a doubt and be like, she's not racist. We would drag her country ass from left to right to even have the audacity to think there's something to be concerned about in and of itself. And I think that that's what concerns me about, like, when I hear certain things, because there's like a concern as it relates to trans folk in and of themselves. That's the part that's like effed up to me. The fact that nobody can present a legit argument or basis for concern, because the reality is it is about the fear mongering and the stigmatizing of these people that a lot of us had no proximity to and that society did not welcome, is what's at the root of this othering, and it shows up in this kind of friendliness of, I just have concerns. Just like, once again, I always say, the homophobes, they have the same concerns for queer history being put in the curriculum, queer people being shown in cartoons. These are mere concerns, okay? The same concerns that your white male and female counterparts had, seeing your black ass in their classrooms, living on their street corners, drinking out of the same water fountain. These were just concerns. I want y'all to really see that cis folk have the same microaggressive trans and homophobia that racist folk have had toward black and brown people. And that it's the same ish, it's just under the context of gender and sexuality. So I still have not heard one damn concern. What concern for what? What's the how can you be concerned for a people in and of themselves?
Well, it only seems like one person is upset with being called cis.
Yeah, I don't know how we jump from the word cis to that. I mean, I just feel like
that I just explained it.
No, it seems like it's only one person being called being concerned with being called cis.
Yeah, because I'm not concerned if a trans person moves in my neighborhood or they do whatever. Are they a criminal? That's what I care about. I don't care if you're trans or not. Are you a criminal?
So what are the concerns?
Are you going to be around my kids? No, it's certain nuances of the conversation, and we had an intersex and retro kind of helped me understand some things I didn't before. And honestly, I could probably have this conversation for 10, 20 years and not fully understand it because it's not my lifestyle. There are concerns, like we were talking about the sports
lifestyle
earlier, right?
Again, it's a sexuality. Lifestyle is something that you choose to live. You cannot choose your sexual.
But it's not a sexuality, though. It's not a sexuality, right?
A lifestyle is I'm a upper class American who is vegan and does yoga, and I like long walks on the beach every Sunday. That's a lifestyle. Orientation and gender identity are just that. It's not a lifestyle.
Is it an identity?
No. The thing with lifestyle is that, okay, so the issue with lifestyle, when people's word choice, when they say, "Oh, you got a lifestyle," is because only that verbiage only comes up with queer people or anything other than heterosexual. Like the thing is about, okay, so like, for example, whenever we're talking about straight people, just straight people, oh, I'm straight, heterosexual, But then you start to realize the verbiage starts to change when it comes down to queer or other people, this lifestyle. And I remember I was actually watching a panel that pissed me the hell off. This guy had the nerve to talk about, I'm a simple guy, and conscious know what I'm talking about. I'm a simple guy. I understand simple things. Got to make it plain and simple. He said, I can't remember queer. But then he had the nerve to come out his mouth talking about something. I remember alternative lifestyle. That long ass bitch. You can't remember queer, but you can remember alternative lifestyle.
Hey, you know what this reminds me of, Reckless? It reminds me of Beauty is her name. I think that was her name, saying that in these conversations, as a cisgender woman, I always feel like I'm walking on landmines, because I really didn't mean that to be offensive, but I'm glad you did correct me, because I don't want to be offensive. Like, I just don't know. And like I said, I could probably spend 10 years talking about this, and it's just going to be things I don't know and I don't understand, because one, like I said, I live in a very conservative city. I live in a military town. I don't even know if we have transgender people in this town. So it's not something I'm exposed to a lot. When I go home to New Orleans, I see it a lot. I get to interact with it, but that's very short periods of time. So,
but you can't but you can't discriminate against transgenders in the military, can you? Right?
I'm sure they do. They discriminate against everything in the
No,
military.
I'm talking about her per se. If she works in the military and she has another person who is transgender that she has to work with, she can't discriminate against them, can
Shit, yeah,
you?
they can. I wouldn't, but yes, they can.
No, she personally cannot do that. They will remove her.
Nah, not really. I
Yes,
wish
they
it
will.
was like that.
At this point, it is protected legally.
Legally, but
Now,
that
now
doesn't
that
mean it doesn't happen in the military. Like, you got to understand, the military is compressed
no,
society into a small group of people. Like, they're super racist, super
True.
sexist. Like, there's people get assaulted all the time in the military, and nothing happens to these people. Like,
Mm.
right.
I
I
can't
do
really say
understand.
that if somebody was getting treated bad because they're trans, that anything would happen to them. Because honestly, nothing probably would happen to them.
We're literally
No, but
having a
I
conversation
need
about
somebody
trans
to
people, and I do
wait,
understand that women do get raped.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry, and I'll let you continue, Preston, because I understand we always cut you off. I need somebody to step down. Poetic Flacco's trying to get up here for 1 quick second.
I'll step down.
Okay. Thank you, Anya, and I'll make sure I'll bring you right back up.
Reckless, can I just finish?
Yeah.
My point was is that in the military they have laws now put in place because they have been diviceful towards the gay community, diviceful towards the trans community, and there
Preston.
has been a president like Donald Trump who have assisted them in harming us consistently. And they're supposed to have things in place to where someone who enter into the military cannot discriminate against their federal person who is also in the military. Is
Yeah, I
that not
wish
how
it
it's
was
supposed to be
like that.
now? I know it's not like that, but that's what the law is there to protect those people. Therefore, now
Yes,
I'm gonna be
ma'am.
honest. I
my
even
my
though
my
this probably
my,
gonna be my fault.
my thing is that transsexuals we're effing tired. We have fought the gay community. Without us, the gay community will have no rights. None whatsoever. So so
Right.
so they talk about the femme is weak. They talk about the trans is weak. But there will be no damn gay community without us. It's like we are the black female should identify with us more than anyone else because we carry the backs of our community just like you do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and to piggyback off of what you're saying,
Somebody got bad
the
feedback too.
I got bad feedback. I don't think I do.
No, I said
My mic is
You are
on.
somebody do.
harping it.
No,
Oh,
it was
Somebody do.
somebody.
okay. I was just saying, and just to piggyback off of what you're saying, was it intersex that I was just talking?
No, that was TS.
It was
Oh,
TS.
okay. TS, yeah,
I'm sorry.
just
I went on mute. Yeah. Go ahead. I went on
okay,
mute.
yeah.
Sorry.
And TS, just to piggyback off of what you're saying, I don't understand why cisgender women don't hold hands with transgender women because guess what? Transgender women have gotten rights. Like if a do you, transgender women can go transgender women can go to jail before their physical transition and have the state pay for their transition because they fought for that. And then also transgender surgery is covered under insurance because they fought for that. Now,
Amen.
how many cisgender
Wait.
can I finish,
Can I just
please,
can I
Lord,
go ahead? Go ahead.
please.
Go ahead.
Um,
Sorry.
Now,
You
please
could
let
ask
Preston finish,
Reckless.
please,
You
please
could
let her
ask
finish,
Reckless. I've been waiting a long time. You could ask Reckless. Sorry.
please.
and and and
Okay.
and and and, and, and also we both cisgender women and transgender women suffer from body dysmorphia. There are cisgender women getting plastic surgery and there are trans women getting plastic surgery because of body dysmorphia. And guess what? Insurance covers uh covers plastic surgery for transgender women, but they don't for cisgender women. And guess what? While you out here shitting on transgender women, they don't have to go to the DR because it's cheaper. They don't have to do all of that because guess what? Their insurance covers it under American doctors who are vetted and who are safe and who are held accountable if something goes wrong. So while you sitting out here like freaking being like just being offensive towards transgender women, you need to get with the winning team because guess what? If you held hands with our trans women sisters, then maybe you can get then maybe after you're done breastfeeding and you want to get your breast lifted because of your body dysmorphia, that will be covered under insurance too. Like,
okay, let me get TS in here. TS?
Yeah. We talked about body dysmorphia. We do both suffer from that. I agree. But when you think of it today, when you think of the females today, the Nicki Minaj, the Little Kims, Keisha Coles, all of them, what is the foundation of this body that they want? Guess what it is? Transgender, transsexual. It is us. When you look at the frame in which they have copied us. So when they say, oh, we copy them constantly, but when you look at how Cardi B body is shaped, how Little Kim body is shaped, and a lot of them have silicones. Transsexuals have been doing that forever.
Wait, hold up. I hope you're not saying that natural women are copying transsexuals. I hope that's not where we're going.
Oh my God!
Yes,
That's what she said.
Oh my God!
That's what she said.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So help me understand this though.
Wait.
Okay,
Let me answer your question. I'm exactly saying that when it comes to Little Kim, the Nicki Minaj, these these females that want to sculpt their body to look like a certain way, that certain way comes from transsexuals.
Trans men
No,
don't
it
have hips,
doesn't though.
baby. Trans men don't have
It
hips,
does.
baby, and big booties.
It actually
But
does. It
Trans
actually
women do
does.
not have big hips
they
and
really
booties.
don't.
That's
yo,
women.
I knew this just
can I please clip this real quick and post a no jumper, bro? Like, I'm trying to hear.
What happened?
What he say?
Nah, I'm
How
finna
you gonna post this no
clip this
jumper?
real quick and post it real quick just to hear what people have to say.
I'm sorry, but she's speaking.
Wait, can I explain? Can I explain it?
Go
The
ahead.
natural
Trans men
form,
ain't got booties and hips, baby. How we supposed to be trying to look like
Can
that?
she
she's not allowed.
explain?
Wait,
She's
hold
not
up.
allowed.
Wait. Allow TS to explain. Then y'all come in.
Empowers.
Okay, she's not. Okay, so my thing is that the frame of the woman belongs to her. Correct. That is correct. But this Betty Boob sort of figure, which the black women naturally have, right, belongs to the black woman. Correct. But this kind of technological looks in which the transgenders, in which they do where their bodies are kind of to where their bodies are exaggerated in a way, to where natural females will say, well, that's not how a woman looks. Why is her, they used to say this. Why is her ass so big? They used to say this. Why is her cheekbone so large? They used to say this. And this is what the natural black woman used to look like. The natural beauty used to look like that. And a lot of black women have forgotten. And they latch on to what the transsexual image is and have forgotten. And what I'm saying is they're copying that. And a lot of Little Kim went to transsexuals to get her body.
Well, first of all, natural women,
And
we've been having
I love
booties
Little
and
Kim.
booties, and the only thing we didn't have was
Honey,
that
I
twist to
said
go
that.
with it.
I said that, honey. I said it. I
Wait,
gave you the
TS.
credit you deserve.
Wait. Allow her, because the same way I was able to make sure that you were able to speak. I'm gonna try to give her that same thing.
But the important part of when she was speaking is listening to everything she said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I listened to everything she said. What I'm saying is the only difference to me is the snatch waist, because usually you have big old butt, you got big old hips, you got big old boobs. You don't have a little tiny snatched waist. So that is exaggerated. But everything else, that does not come from a trans woman. I have to like firmly disagree with that.
Yeah.
I want
But you
to.
just
What
I
but she said the plastic surgery, not the natural shape. She's talking about
Okay.
the women who goes and get plastic
Okay.
surgery. That's what
It's
she's
Even
talking
that's a
about.
lot, because the
not
plastic
even just
surgery, right,
plastic
was to
Damn,
surgery.
replicate what the natural woman has.
no, hold on.
No.
Like, let me help a little bit here, because
Mm-hmm.
I still hear cis women criticize other cis women when they feel they've gone like hyper feminine, and they be like, "Girl, you looking real trans," or it's giving real trans womanish.
Yep.
What they're talking
Mm-hmm.
I
about.
never said that to
What?
a
Hold on,
friend.
hold on,
I
hold on,
thought
hold
it
on,
was
hold on,
some
hold on, hold on,
person.
hold on, hold on, 'cause this ain't about what any one person has said. I'm talking about
Okay.
generally
Okay.
statements that have been made when other cis women go what other cis women consider to be too far or trying too hard, etc. And they get that criticism, which usually includes insulting trans women in the interim. And everything that TS is saying like at its basis, it has to do with the fact that trans women, because trans women are transitioning from one sex to the other, of course they have to put, some of them choose to put more into how they show up, because they are combating genetics. They are combating the things that they inherited by way of one sex transitioning into the other. So this may lend to exaggerative proportions. This may yield to heavier makeup. Contouring was really sensationalized by trans women. Contouring your face. This was how trans women would perform facial feminization. It was first through makeup and using makeup to carve out and sculpt their face and feminize their face. Living in contemporary society now, cis woman also obviously enjoys a lot of those things that were sensationalized by the trans women's community, and also are looking for, to TS point, that Betty Boo kind of exaggerative, hyper feminine silhouette form, the eyelashes, all things that trans women felt they had to yield to in order to have passing privilege, that they had to go over and beyond. Like, I need you to definitely see my lashes. I need you to definitely see my cleavage. I need you to see these cheekbones sitting here. Like, these things need to be as visible as possible so that you can see that I'm having woman's experience. And so now, living here, we're seeing the direction that a lot of cis women are going in terms of, I don't even want to use the term exaggerate, but just, they're going for the gusto. They're going for the as I don't know what it was, because I don't like the
And
term.
that's what I'm, and that's what I'm trying to say. Conscious. I want to piggyback off of what Conscious is saying. I believe that cis women and trans women need to come together because we're both discriminated against. Okay, let's not act like 10 years ago when women put on a bunch of makeup that other women, especially older women, were telling them, "Oh, wipe that off. You look like a tranny." Like that's a thing, and I
Yeah.
wish that people would stop acting like that wasn't a thing, like to
Yeah.
where people put on makeup and it's like,
My
oh, you
grandma,
look like
well,
a
I'm
tranny.
I'm
But
42.
now
Yeah,
today,
I gotta push back
but
on
but
this.
can I
I'm 42. My
finish?
grandmama
Can
never said
Wait,
I
hold
look
on,
like a tranny.
wait. Allow Presley to finish. And then I want to get
but
Poetic Flocko at the end.
but now today, since makeup is celebrated again, with cis women, then it's no longer, oh girl, don't put on all that, you look like a tranny. That's no
Okay,
longer a
wait,
thing.
Presley.
And now,
Wait, Presley. Let me just
uh,
stop you real quick.
okay,
Do not use that word. That's a derogatory word. I know you
I'm
probably don't mean
sorry,
any harm by it, but
I
you also got to
don't.
keep in mind you have trans and non-binary people on the panel as well.
Okay,
Just say
I'm
the T
sorry.
word. I got you. Because at first I didn't hear it, so I was like, "Did she say?" But then when you said it again, I want to make sure I correct it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I did not mean to use that word. I was just trying to remind people of what people were saying like 10 years ago. So again, I didn't mean to be offensive at all. I was just trying to remind people that of the reason why cis women and trans women should be hand in hand to like together. You know what I mean? Because there's a bunch of women who don't a bunch of cisgender women who also believe that they were born in the wrong body, and it doesn't correlate to sex. There are a bunch of flat-chested women who want big breasts. You know what I mean? And if they stuck together with trans women, if they weren't so freaking discriminatory, then maybe they can get their tits done and they ass done under their insurance in America, where doctors are held accountable and it's safe, rather than going to the freaking DR and getting botched and looking crazy, or risking losing their lives. Like, I don't I don't get it. And it's like this weird thing to where cisgender women think that transgender women are trying to be like them, and then there's transgender women who think that cisgender women are jealous of them because they look better than cis women. And I think that both of those mindsets needs to stop, and I think that we just need to all just come together and just like lift each other up, because trans women are the only one who are getting the laws passed. We still over here fighting over black women being able to wear their natural hair that grows out of their head in offices. We still over here fighting over whether we want to hold a baby or not. Trans women is getting shit done, and I need the cis women to stop being mammies and come together and hold hands with the trans women. And I need trans women to stop thinking that cisgender women are like jealous of them because they look better.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna have C Woody and Tam ask two quick questions because I do want to get Poetic Flacco in here.
I really don't have a question. I wanted to make a statement towards what TS said. So I think that the trans community and the gay community definitely has, more than their finger on the pulse of fashion, beauty, everything now in modern times. But what she was saying about the body, and what TS and Conscious was saying about the body and stuff, that started from patriarchy way back in the 1800s, when they used to make women wear corsets and stuff to slim their waist, to accentuate their hips and their butts and stuff like that. Plastic surgery wasn't even prevalent back then. Like, that stuff started way back in the day. Like, I definitely give it up to trans women. They are beautiful. I'm actually like very, very attracted to trans women. I never said that on this panel, but they're extremely beautiful. But I don't think that they are the reason why. And I don't know what Cardi B and them are thinking. Maybe they did see some trans woman and was like, damn, she bad,
They
I need to
did.
get my body to be like that. But I don't think that that's where the whole plastic surgery movement came from. I think that shit started with, like I said, the patriarchy, when they used to, even in China, they used to like break women's feet to make them walk a certain way, to make their hips flare, and to also make their vaginas tighter. Like, I don't think that started with the trans community, but I could be completely wrong. I just don't think it started from like the beginning of time. But I'll move on.
Okay, Tam, did you go? My bad, I'm over here multitasking. So,
Oh, I just wanted to say that. Huh? I was just saying the same thing. Like, that did not, the
okay.
hips and the butt and the that did not come from trans women. Now, and something that Presley said that kind of triggered me. I'm like, no, my grandmother didn't say that. I'm sorry. I'm 42 years old, and my grandmother did not say you look like a trans person if you had on too much makeup. She said you look like a whore or a streetwalker.
Yep.
So I don't know where she got that from. Maybe you're younger than me, but I think we borrow from each other. You know what I'm saying? I think that trans women and, you know, we borrow from each other, and just acknowledge that we borrow from each other. Like, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I've listened to a podcast with a trans woman, and she said, look, I would be sitting here lying if I didn't say I didn't get my ways and my look and my whatever from my grandmother and my mother and my aunties. She didn't say she got it from another trans person. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Now,
Can I say something else? Can I? I was never saying that trans people got that from trans people. What I was saying in the last 20 years or 30 years, let's say the last 30 years or 40 years, if we go back to those times, though there were in the 80s and 90s where there was a period where you could not look like that, where looking like that was mocked, where looking like that was, oh, you're looking like trans. Are you trans? And it still is teased to this day. And my point is, if we came together, right, we could talk to Akeisha Coles. We could say, girl, don't go to that doctor. He ain't good. You're going to have problems. I know so-and-so that had problems, right? So they'll say, oh, that don't come from them. It, in reality, does it come from them? No. But this exaggerated figure in the last few decades have. This exaggerated figure comes from the Black woman naturally, correct? It always did. That is the foundation of it. It always did. But the transsexuals, just like CTV was saying earlier, they had to adapt to this society in order to be accepted in a way to say, look at this frame, look at this body. There is no way you can say this is not feminine.
All right, everybody brace yourself. Everybody brace yourself. What happened?
Wait, can I just say one last thing? And then if you transfer that now and look at how makeup is used now. How makeup is used now. Why is it so celebrated now? It wasn't always celebrated. In the late 90s, it wasn't celebrated. Early 2000s, it wasn't celebrated. Right? Why is it so celebrated now? Gay men. Gay men are doing they're having all types of promotions from corporations, from different makeup companies. And so it's the gay community have lent many things that have already existed amongst females and somewhat a reminder to them what we put up as beauty, as what we look at and how we could frame that within ourselves with makeup and contour that and kind of manipulate it in a way.
Yeah,
That's
so I
it.
think I can agree with that. I don't agree that it started with trans people, but yeah, I think that especially like the ballroom scene and stuff like that, like definitely kept kept that whole look and just the beauty ever alive.
Can you repeat that statement?
Oh, I was just saying that I don't agree that, the whole exaggerated female figure came from trans people, but I definitely do agree that the gay community has, set the standard in the beauty industry for that, like I don't know if it was TS or Conscious was saying like the contoured makeup look and certain styles and fashion and stuff like that. Like American, especially American shit, even European fashion wouldn't be what it is without the gay community, period.
But you said ballroom.
Yeah, we borrow from each
and
other.
ballroom and stuff like that. Like
Like we
ballroom was
borrow
created.
from each
Ballroom
other.
was
We need to
created from
stick
a
together.
trans woman.
Mm-hmm. And to be completely honest, if you actually look into the history and like the discovery of queer people and their rights and stuff, everything that we get that we can say is ours, quote unquote, came from a black trans woman and I want to say Hispanic. Is it Hispanic trans woman? But it's another like trans women and cross dressers and stuff. So like that's why it's very it's a mind fuck for me when the queer community is the first people to disrespect trans people, drag queens, like the ones that are quote unquote not considered the norm, if you like, because I don't know, because people like to appeal to respectability politics and always try to please the higher, I'm gonna say the majority. Like, oh, okay, because I've seen it myself when I would literally be in rooms with queer men on Bigo, girl, and I'm having to cuss them out. They'd be like, yeah, like, especially when they get into, like, I would say heterosexual spaces and we having, like, that dialogue. And I remember I went off on somebody that I knew and they will, like, completely throw trans people under the bus. I'm like, no, you don't do that. And I understand you probably have, quote unquote, certain things you don't understand, but you don't get into straight spaces like where they're already homophobic and transphobic and you throw your trans brothers and sisters up under the bus just to please and try to fit in where you get in. And the thing that they always like to say is that, yeah, I may be gay, but I ain't this or I ain't that. And I'm like, that's not right at all. Now I'm gonna say this, y'all. Oh, Lord Jesus, everybody brace yourself. Poetic Flocko. Everybody brace yourself.
Nah. You listen, man. I come in peace, you feel me? And you guys know, you feel me? You know, I have love for everybody, man. But what I will say, man, is it was unsettling.
Oh, Lord.
Seeing how, our beautiful black women, right? Natural black women, and on this panel, how they offer pushback. And then as the conversation progressed, I could slowly see them get brainwashed and manipulated into like
I knew he was gonna do that.
Into leaving like some wiggle room for that blasphemy, right? Because first off, right,
told y'all to brace y'all.
So I think I warned people about this very same thing on like one of Conscious panels, man. I said, yo, listen, like, isn't women, especially black women, right, who's the most imitated and the most influential women to ever exist, aren't y'all like getting a little bit wary and like,
no,
right, like and like terrified and scared that like wait, right?
Right? Get this word. Right? You gotta get this word.
When I say that, right, I said, hold up now, bro. Like, and aren't y'all getting a tad bit wary that, yo, like, they're coming for your sports, your achievements in awards, right? A la Caitlyn Jenner winning Women of the Year, right? So like they coming for everything in terms of women. And now today, a trans woman, first off, I appreciate her, right? Because she's honest and she's saying something that we always thought that community thought, but I never heard somebody say it from that community, right? So they came for y'all sports, they took over, dominated. They took y'all awards, took over, dominated. And now they're saying the very fabric of y'all being, meaning, how y'all look, how y'all act, how y'all dress, your very femininity.
Now you care
They're
about
trying
women.
to claim that as well and say it's coming from them. If I was you guys, again, I have no horse in this fight, right? Because I'm not a black woman. However, I came from a blue, purple, chocolate black woman, right? Who is very beautiful as well, right? Who existed in femininity. I have sisters who existed in femininity, right? I'm African. I have women in Africa who have the very shape, right? The very shape these trans women are paying $100,000 to look like, right? I think it's blasphemy for them to say they influence anything because they had to go to that doctor. The very first one had to go to that doctor and say, yo, I want to look like this. And that look,
because I understand you up here. You're used to no jumper, but let me jump on you real quick.
Sure.
Poetic Flocko. What you're not gonna do is come over here and try to do that gaslighting, fear mongering. Because you most.
It's a very great conversation, by the way. Yes.
No. Can I say something?
Listen, right? it's a very great convo. Let me just land, right? 5 seconds.
Okay, we're gonna
Right?
okay.
So
Y'all take a
so
long time.
Let me see
right?
your destination at.
Right? So obviously, right, everything that person said was a lie. Right? The very first quote unquote trans woman who got surgery went to that doctor and say, "Yo, make me look like this natural woman over here. I want to look like her, right? Down to the hips, the skinny waist, the
Not a
boobs,
true statement.
right?" So again, I don't have any, like I don't have a horse in this race. I just want to,
Okay.
just warn my black woman.
Warn them
Y'all
for
see where this
what?
is headed. Just be very careful.
Okay, here we go. Because
No,
now we're
that's
finna
like
go
me
there.
being
Hold
no,
up.
no, no.
I'm
No.
sorry. Because now we're finna go there.
I'm not. How can we be
I'm
intimidated?
sorry.
Why? I'm sorry.
Hold up. I'm sorry. We have to go there. So, Poetic Flacco, let's have a conversation.
My brother,
Warn
what's
them
up?
for what? Warn them for what? What's the. Actually, you know what? Y'all right. Because, girl, let me do this. I'm going to bring all the trans woman and non-binary fluid people up here to
By the
speak.
way, I love trans women, right? Well, sorry, not in that manner, but I love everybody. Meaning, like, feel me? I love them. I love their very existence, and I do believe they deserve to have a space to
Can I say
prosper
something?
in.
Can I say
That's be
something?
girl.
Wait, can I ask something to Flacco? To Flacco, can I ask something?
Yeah. What's up,
Okay,
sister?
you said you love trans women, right?
Yes, I love everybody. Yeah,
Ex- Explain that to me. No, you said trans women. That's not what
yeah.
you said earlier.
Sure.
Okay. So you're gonna stick to that, correct?
Yeah. Facts. Yeah.
You're shaking already. You're shaking.
Nah,
Your
no,
tongue is
no,
shaking.
no. Right? When I say like I love trans women, and that was a response to people calling me, I guess, like like transphobic and like problematic, right? I'm saying no. Listen, I love people from like that community, right? Feel me? I have no ill will. I have no hostility, right? I have no phobia for people from like that community. I love them.
Poetic. I'm gonna have to stop you. You say you have no phobia, which is no
Yeah.
fear, but you literally just fear mongled 2.5 seconds ago.
Nah.
You
Can I
did.
say something real
You
quick?
did. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all continue. I'm gonna go on mute.
Can y'all hear
so
me?
so
Yeah.
Flacco. So my thing is what
I
does
have
this
something to say
love look like?
real quick.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't. The examples that you say you're afraid of, can you name a black trans woman as an example? Study these white women. Can you name a black trans woman as an example? Because you said Caitlyn Jenner and the person that swam. Can you name a black woman
Sure.
as an example? Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. Sure. So I did list like several aspects. So like in
All of
terms
them
of
was white.
no. Right. So like in terms of sports, there are two black trans women. I forgot the high school track. Right. There were two black trans women. At this high school who transitioned from male track to female track and started dominating and taking scholarships away from regular women, right? So, in terms of sports, that does exist as well, where black trans women are dominating.
See, as you could go. I'll wait.
Okay, so Flacco, you say you love trans women, right?
Yeah, of course.
Do you tell your heterosexual male friends this
You want one?
about this love? You share it with them?
I haven't had that one in a while.
Yeah, right. So here, right. So look, it's two things, right? One,
Hand me that one.
right. One. I feel like every human being, especially every Christian, have love for
No,
everybody,
Flacco,
right?
Oh
Flacco,
Lord.
Flacco, Flacco,
Wait, wait.
Flacco, Flacco.
I'm
What?
trying to answer your
Flacco,
question.
hold on,
Okay?
hold on, but let's not get distracted here. Let's not say all lives matter. We're sticking on trans women because that's what you said, right?
Sure,
You said trans women, right? So we're going to stick to what you said.
sure.
So go ahead and explain only trans women.
Yeah, sure thing. trans women are people, and I love people, so I love trans women as well.
So
I
how
have
do
no
you tell?
hatred in. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, no, no. Listen,
Get something.
I have no hatred in my heart for every
I mean, no, you can get you something from whatever.
for any group. I
I'm a,
love everybody. You feel me? And trans women are included in that.
maybe
I love
I
everybody, including trans women.
But it seems like you can't
Huh?
hold your own foot to fire, Flacco,
What?
because I'm
Sure.
asking you a direct question. You can't seem to give me a direct answer. Do you tell your heterosexual male friends what you love about trans women and how you love them? You are on a humongous platform. I've never once hear you say you love trans women on that
Oh no no
platform.
no oh no 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 no. Oh no, that's not true because if you watch No Jumper religiously, you feel me? Then like you feel me, the various, you feel me, like conversation, jokey, right, like we've made it real clear that right, that like we're not transphobic, and I've also advocated for the rights, you feel me, for trans people to exist. Right now, did I say trans women specifically? No, but we have spoken about trans issues.
But how have you done that on this platform? You contradict that by telling natural born females, in which you claim that we are taking away everything they've ever fought for. Explain.
Yeah, sure. So what I told him earlier was be very careful, right? Because what we're witnessing right now is where things are trending towards. Meaning, it started with sports, it bled into awards, and now there's trans women utterance, things like, oh, yo, we influenced that. And again, and I'm just somebody who believes that a trans woman can never can never influence anything. Anything
Poetic Flacco, I'm gonna have
that
to
a natural
you.
black
I'm gonna have to
woman
stop you
is doing,
because
especially the body.
No, because Poetic Flacco, I'm gonna stop you. Heavy ass makeup. Cisgender women, did they influence that heavy ass makeup?
Yes.
So why? Okay, if a cisgender woman automatically has quote unquote, and y'all, I'm finna get real. I'm about to meet him where he is. So y'all, I don't mean to offend. If they have quote unquote certain features, why would they need to contour their face, to sculpt their face with makeup, if those features are quote unquote already there?
I should have something.
Bro, since 4000 BC.
I didn't ask nothing
But
about
the
4000
ancient
BC.
Egyptians, sure, right? No, right? Because I believe that's when I think makeup was, kind of invented, right?
No.
But since 4000 BC, but the ancient Egyptians have been putting on heavy makeup. You feel me? Quote
Heavy
unquote,
makeup.
cake in their face,
We're not talking
right?
about heavy makeup. We're
We're
talking
talking
about
about
contouring.
contour,
Sure.
which is what scopes
Yeah,
the
right?
look that you need.
Yes, right? So look.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, right, but the female face come in different shapes and sizes. Now, right? Our society right now has a prerequisite for quote unquote what beauty is, right? And that's a nice jawline, you feel me, and a skinny small nose. What I'm seeing when it comes to black women contouring their faces, that's come from self-hatred and trying to look like the European, not a trans woman.
But who did they get the contouring from?
They were trying to imitate the
I didn't ask that. I didn't
European
ask that.
cheekbone, a European nose, not no trans woman.
But Poetic Flacco, what Intersex is asking you, let's just say all of that is true. Okay, cool. But where did they get that method from? Where did they get that skill from to contour their face? Where did that come from?
I don't have the history of like contouring, so I wouldn't know.
Point exactly.
Exactly.
So you can't say that queer people. Now, because I believe it was the drag queens that actually came up with queer people did not influence did not influence, because if you're not sure of the history of where certain things has come from, you can't make that claim, because with you making that claim, it's false. Because contouring came from, I want to say, drag queens. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. It came from drag queens because they had to
I don't
contour
think it
their
came from
faces.
drag queens. I think it came from makeup companies.
No,
But
it didn't.
they got it from the ballroom.
Did it come from the
It
theater,
actually
maybe?
it actually did come from transsexuals and drag queens, both
Yeah,
groups.
Yes. Okay.
yeah,
I
because
think.
because before feminization facial surgery, they had to do makeup. So that's what it is.
Oh my God, who phone?
So okay. So
That's
Poet Flacco.
Flacco. That's Flacco.
Nah, hell, nah. That's not me. I'm inside.
Who is
I don't got
that?
wind. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Who is that?
Everybody else
Who
is muted.
Everybody else is muted. Who is that? Poet Flacco, that was your ass. No, it wasn't. Who the fuck is that? Everybody muted.
It's you, Reckless.
Oh, that's you. Oh, I see
It's
it,
Reckless.
girl. Okay, so Poet Flacco, I have a question.
So
Oh, can I
How
can I
can
say
you?
something before you say your
Oh yes,
question?
yes.
Okay, so you said that the people that TS named, they did not get those image from trans women when some of those women has been in interviews and they said that they seen a trans woman who had whatever the trans woman had and they asked them where did they get their work done. And the trans women took that celebrity to wherever they went and they got the surgery.
what's the question, sir?
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say is that we
No,
borrow from each other. Like I don't understand why.
No, no. Right. So again, right, even like with contouring, I just like did like a quick read up
I
on
was
it,
talking
right?
about the body. I was talking about the body.
Yeah.
But go
Our
ahead.
body came from
Yeah,
women
right.
that were our ancestors, okay? That's what their bodies look like.
Yeah, right here,
See,
right. So for contouring, right?
Tabitha, is that her name? You're taking
Contouring
it
dates back.
personal.
Okay.
I'm talking about celebrities. I'm not talking about no average woman.
Nah, right, but
No, I do understand it's not a celebrity and it's not an average woman. When I say that we borrow from each other, even and including what you're saying when it comes to celebrities in trans women, because a lot of trans women um they have connections to good doctors with good reputations, and so women who aren't transphobic will come to them, and those are the women who got the good surgeries who don't look botched, like Drea got her doctor. I'm not sure if I know who Drea is from like Housewives or whatever, but her she got her body done because she said I have a trans friend and her body looked great, so I went to her to look for my doctor. Like we
Yeah, but
borrow
we talking
from each
about like
other.
the origins of
But where's
all
the
this. Like
origin
I'm
of
No,
not
it?
I
trying to
I
take away
I
from.
was strictly speaking to what she said about celebrities and doctors, not anything else.
Okay. But for the origins of all this, like I really don't want to
Come
take
from
anything
women.
away from like the trans community or gay community, but this stuff started
I,
way back in like the
I,
1500s with actors and stuff. Even with the, like I said, the body, all that shit came from the patriarchy trying to shape women's bodies to look a certain way. Now, did the gay community
No
like
one
let
back
that
then that
bitch
was in
explode and
Hollywood had surgery like that. Name a
was that?
person. Name a person in
I would
Hollywood back in the day who had surgery like that. Name a person.
I would say that naturally Sarah Barton, if anyone who know who Sarah Barton is,
Yep.
she has the exact body. She has the exact body everyone's replicating now today.
Nah,
Sarah
she didn't
Barton
have
was
that body.
born she was born a natural black African woman. So much so that the government once she they put her body and cased her body in different museums around the world
Mhm.
because they were so amused by her body and used her body in every way that the male used the woman's body. And Sarah Barton is Sarah Barton is an example of someone who have suffered because of the system. This blueprint of where men control everything, where men are able to do things that females are not able to do. Sarah Barton have suffered so this society could run wild. And that includes all of us, transsexuals, natural females, all of us. And we've forgotten how the sacrifice, the sacrifice the natural Black women have struggled just to have that frame.
Grilled chicken
And I'll go on
sandwich.
mute.
I don't want you
Wait,
to misunderstand me. I'm sorry, Reckless.
I was gonna let CTV jump in. He was trying to jump in a little bit earlier.
Do y'all have grilled cheese sandwiches?
Grilled
CTV?
cheese sandwiches.
He probably not even by phone. Oh, yes, he is. He's right
Okay,
here.
so CCV, if
Go ahead.
Conscious
You
not
can
here,
go.
Yes,
okay,
yes. Mm-hmm.
Go
Yes.
because I heard you was trying to come in earlier.
Who?
You.
Oh, I don't understand what the pushback is. I mean, because we're not talking about the origins. We're talking about the 21st century, and when fads come into play, and when styles come into play, when trends come into play, they don't come into play because of what happened 2,000 years ago. They come into play because of what a certain set of the populace is contributing to the culture at that time. So
But that's
talking
not
about
what she said.
that's what I'm talking about. I don't really know what everybody else talking about, because when I leaned into the conversation about the contouring and all of that, I was talking about American woman, American contemporary woman. I wasn't talking about ancient Egypt, ancient Europe. I wasn't talking about women from antiquity. I'm talking about the American woman and us being here today. And there ain't one fashion house, one modeling house. There ain't one agency around interior design that does not include queer people. Like, queer people are literally essential in these things. And if we want to get into history, we can take it all the way back to ancient man. We can take it all the way back to even the Old Testament. We can go back thousands of years and talk about the fact that queer people, particularly queer men, were employed as eunuchs in harems to maintain the beauty of the royal man and woman. They were literally employed to maintain the interior and exterior of the kingdom. They were literally queer people been in interior design. They've been hairdressers, makeup artists. They've been fashionistas and creators in this way going back thousands of years. The king didn't even hire and employ anybody else but eunuchs to be in charge in these areas within the kingdom. So everybody has a history here. Every community has a history here. And Poetic Flacco talking about Africa, yeah, let's talk about transgender lovingness and queer people and non-binary folk and their. Somebody got some like really crazy feedback.
Yeah,
like a whole conversation going on somewhere.
Yeah.
And so, but for the sake of common art, I mean, like, just for the sake of meeting in the middle, like, obviously, like, cis woman laid the foundation. They like walked so that trans women could run. So, to Poetic Flacco's point, boo boo. You can't even take queer people's influence out of fashion design of all kind. Once again, whether that comes to cosmetic, whether that comes to cosmetology, whether that comes into interior design and interior decorating, etc. These are spaces and areas that are heavily, largely influenced, even arguably dominated by LGBT folk and their creative input into these things. So Move around, Flacco.
Yo,
That's a
conscious,
fact.
right? I do want to say this though, right? Like there cannot be no middle ground. Meaning, like, right? Like we can't even, right? I just feel like that discussion of who influenced who is a non-starter. Like it should never be had. The black women influence, and they're still running, right? Meaning this, bro. Like if somebody is saying, yo, listen, man, like we contort our faces so it can imitate and mimic a look that no natural born man can ever imitate. So we had to imitate that to look like our perfect woman. And then other women who, let's say, you feel me, had, like fat faces, right? And were very self-hating, had big noses, self-hating, and wanted to look like the European model of quote unquote perfection. And they started to and imitate that. That's just the look of a natural woman. There's
No,
no
boo.
middle ground here. You
No,
feel me?
boo. No, but that's not how it goes. We're not talking about. Yes,
So
I mean, I'm not going to deny that. Racism, whitewashing, assimilation, all of those things, self-hate, anti-blackness, all of that stuff has been a part of beauty standards as well for black and brown women of all kinds. But we've moving forward now, okay? Because I'm gonna tell you who really started the trend of popularizing queer people's contribution to beauty, to fashion, even to performance is Beyonce, whose whole entire identity as a diva is completely informed by queer male choreographers, by trans women, by queer designers, etc. Her entire persona as Sasha Fierce is completely informed by the LGBT community. That's why her current album is also a Renaissance, is a tribute to queerness, her queer uncle, etc. If you look at every choreographer, damn near she's ever had in her career as a solo artist, queer, same-gender loving men. If you look at her hairstylist, whether you look at the hairstylist of Nicki Minaj, of Cardi B, all these women in R&B and hip hop are informed by queer creators in their makeup, once again, in their performances, in their artistry, in their beauty, in their etc. Beyonce and the girls are very clear about the fact that they go to ballroom, they attend drag shows. This is how they know how to rev it up, how to take what they already have foundationally and take it to the next level and press the gas. So
Yeah,
somebody
in the comments say Madonna, but yeah, it's the whole entertainment industry that the gay community influences. I don't think it started with Beyonce. I think it started the Renaissance era, like she said with her in her album, the whole musical era, and then oh my god, the disco era in the 80s. Somebody in the comments said Madonna. Like the gay community just is the entertainment industry, honestly.
And not even just that, just even the straight gangster men that y'all see as hyper masculine are making songs like Versace was a gay ass man. Okay, Gucci gay man. Givenchy or Givenchy
Dapper Dan,
gay
that they
man.
always
Wait, though,
like
we're not taking. Wait, though, we're not taking. Wait, though, like we're not taking away the queer influences.
No, you
You
are.
just did. You been doing the whole time.
No, wait, right? In terms of music, fashion, etc.,
beauty,
like,
hair, the whole nine.
they have, yeah, right, and they have great contributions. But what I'm saying is, by the very logic of my trans brothers and sisters here who are saying that trans influence natural women, right, in terms of like the look, and I'm saying, wait, right? I'm saying, hold up now, bro. If we're going by that logic, and then one can say that Kim Kardashian broadened the horizon when it comes to braids, right? Cornrows, right? So, right? So, Wait, right?
Contradict himself.
Right. Do we say this? Do we say, yo, listen, like just cause like Kim Kardashian broadened the horizon, gentrified mainstream cornrows and braids, that she deserved credit for influencing braids and cornrows? Absolutely not.
But Poetic Flacco,
Tom Ford,
here's the
gay
thing,
man.
like, you're missing. Okay, so even when Conscious was talking about eunuchs, like those were queer men. So even if you want to go from the very beginning,
I always thought eunuchs was trans women, though.
Well,
no, they're not. I mean, and not that they can't not be.
Of their time, they was considered that. They was considered that, but they were men. They were men, kind of like CTV is today. Believe it or not.
Okay, so they were.
But I was gonna say this, like I just like what like, because even if you look at the beginning of time with eunuchs, straight men, they weren't doing the queen's hair. Straight men, they weren't doing and being with the queen alone. Obviously, it had to be somebody that wasn't going to fuck the queen or sexually assault the queen. The queen didn't always wake up and be like, okay, I want to bob today. The queen didn't wake up and be like, give me 60 inches a week. Yes, ma'am, give me that. Like, she didn't do that. She sat her ass right in that goddamn chair and they went to work. Now,
and
we
I
understand
think
that, and we understand, but here's the thing, we understand that cisgender women has laid the foundation, like Conscious said. But however, both groups have influenced each other. That's just true.
And even before the eunuchs, like women couldn't be actors back in the day. It was men that played women actors. Like the 1100s, 1200s, it was men playing, those women roles, and that they even contoured, thinking about it, they even contoured their face and stuff back then to have more feminine features.
What if I told you,
girl?
No, seriously, what if I told you that every single brand that these masculine homophobic rappers rapped about were actually founded by gay men? What if I told you?
Fashion is fashion.
I'm just saying,
no,
like,
it's not. It's not.
all this homophobicness and all y'all masculine heroes and daddies and shit is walking around and talking about you ain't shit if you ain't got this brand on by a gay man, but at the same time saying gay men are like less than. Like, what if I told you? Like,
I don't think I've ever heard like any, like, again, most black men that I know, right, are real progressive when it comes to these issues, right? In terms of like the no, right? Again, like
use a lie. Y'all are not progressive when it comes down to women, so I could just only imagine y'all being progressive when it comes down to queer people. Girl, y'all play with somebody else. Try somebody else into
not
I don't know.
here,
I was
right?
more concerned when he said should he be concerned about
Flacco, would you date a trans person?
Hell no.
But I thought you loved them. I thought you loved them. I thought you loved them. I thought you loved them.
I love everybody, but I have a sexual preference, though.
I already know what what rabbit hole is about to go down. It's about to go down to the girl. You're trying to make me change it.
Okay.
No.
Rabbit hole. I already know going down that rabbit hole.
Nah. Again, I personally, you feel me?
Flacco. So how do you know you wouldn't date trans?
Easy. You feel me? Like, I just, again, like, I've made it. You can call it, just my personal decision, right? You feel me? I would never date one. And the minute I find out, for example, though, right? If by some reason,
but Flacco, isn't it too late the minute you found out? So how would you know? Explain it to one that don't know.
No, yeah, right. So like, I'm saying, right, and if by God's grace that this person found Jesus himself and they was able to like craft them to where I couldn't even tell at all, and they like tricked me into like quote unquote like going on dates, cool. But the minute that I find out they are, it's over.
What about a post-op transgender woman?
So
No.
basically, Flacco, what you're saying is that you don't know if you would date a trans woman.
No, I'm saying I would not date one, right?
You're basically saying you could be tricked into this.
Oh Lord. Okay, I want to stay away from
right.
The trick
If I'm
word,
tricked, I'm
y'all-
tricked, right?
Wait. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
y'all. I want to stay away from the trick word and deception because you know they love to tie that to y'all. So,
Yeah, I know they do. I know they do. Because I'll explain it to everyone. I'm trying to speak the language Flacco understands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
I just want to know why
no.
you think that
Nah.
cisgender women should be, why natural born women, cisgender women, whatever, should be afraid. I just want to know that.
So, right.
What
So
were they
my question to all the females in the room that just heard Flacco: do you trust him?
Of course they trust me.
Trust.
Y'all don't trust me.
about
Listen,
what? I
man.
don't know him.
I protect my black women. I love all my black women. You feel me? I cherish my black women.
No, what happened to that black woman named Krishan Rock? Where was the protection now when your friend Shark? Because now you done low-key got me started. Your friend Shark was giving her alcohol after he just admitted that it made her toxic, and he was doing it on purpose. Where was the protection then?
We took her off camera and to protect her.
You took her off camera to.
What?
Yeah.
You dragged her? You dragged her off camera?
A woman who
now I wouldn't say drag.
It's not what it say drag.
He picked her up. Yeah.
No, he actually snatched. He yanked her up and then snatched her off the wall she was gripping.
Yeah.
And then hauled her out of the sanctuary.
You talking about that's not the same thing you
she was
said.
given
outside.
And that's after she was labeled as problematic, aggressive, unruly, but yet given alcohol so that no jumper could have a moment. And then when she became uncontrollable, y'all took that chaos and disposed of it. After using her and exploiting her.
I can almost promise you though, right? If any white man would have came and tried to do her harm or attack her or fuck with her, we would have had her back 100%. If any man would have attacked her,
a white man.
Nah. If any man would have attacked her, we would have had her back.
I'm gonna have to call Cap. I'm gonna have to call Cap.
But your friend was attacking her.
I'm gonna have to call Cap because the reason being it has to be a white man. Okay, y'all can detect that, but y'all did not detect in 3D, real life, real time, when Blueface was attacking her narcissistically, emotionally, and mentally, and also Sharp as well.
Hey Flacco, I have a question, right?
Yeah, hey sister.
Hey brother. But there
y'all siblings now, huh?
Yeah.
I love Presley, by the way. You feel me? I love Presley.
But there's actually one thing that I want to ask because you're talking about how Krishan was just out of control and this and that, and she's all this and that. Where's that energy? And she's like a hoe and all this other stuff. Where is that energy for Adam 22 when he got on OnlyFans with his pregnant wife and had a threesome with a racist white woman? And a racist white woman peed on his pregnant wife and slapped his pregnant wife. Where is all of this energy? Why?
Presley is watching all this freaky dicky shit on Adam.
Yeah. So one, yo.
No, I'm not.
First off,
all races of people. Okay.
That's how I know Presley a freak. You feel me? Because she watched that. That's great.
I just know who Trisha Paytas is, okay?
Yeah. Nah, man. Listen, man. So, in terms of, sexual kinks, and what, 3 consenting adults sign up for, I can't judge them.
Okay, so why isn't that talked about? Why isn't his pregnant wife making porn with other, not only other women, but other men talked about? Is it because she's white? Is that why?
Maybe you should ask her why she
It's
doing
talked about like quite often, actually. You feel me? Yeah, right. It's discussed like by a bunch of people, right? But again,
I
like,
don't think I've
yeah,
ever seen Sharp talk down and talk the way he talked about Krishan defending herself because someone um squeezed her hand when they
sure.
knew it would be painful and did it on purpose. I don't think he actually talked about um when Krishan talked about calling her man a bitch because he called her a bitch. I don't think that he talked that way about Adam 22's white wife who does porn while pregnant with other men and women. I don't
What?
think that was ever done. I don't think
What?
so.
Here, right? So, well, no, right? So, I just want to be clear to like, and she's never done porn with any other man, but they do it
That's a
with, I think,
lie.
females, right? No, facts.
So that makes it right.
Look it up, right? No, right? But again, like, wait, though. But again, porn being filmed by like consenting adults, I have no problem with, and nor do I think that anybody and who talk down to, like talking down and on people and who choose to be porn stars, I think like makes no sense, right? Because like, why do you care what three consenting adults are doing inside the bedroom?
Okay, so why do you care that two
Sure.
consenting adults call each other bitches?
What, like Krishan
And Blueface.
Blueface? Right, yeah, right. So I think that Blueface and them like walked into that looking to have an intervention. Now, right now they offer their particular opinions. I probably wouldn't have cared enough to even like bring it up. But if Sharp or Gina or Blueface, if they cared enough to, I guess, argue her down as to why she shouldn't call a strong black man who's a provider and a father a bitch, you feel me? I think that's dumb.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't have done that, sis. But if they chose to do it, I
I
can
have
blame
to
them.
call Cap once again. I got to call Cap because when on Conscious panel, you didn't say any of that. So why all of a sudden you can admit that it was an intervention? I thought before it was hospitality. When I brought up him giving her alcohol after he admitted that it made her toxic, and then when she realized that it was only gonna make her worse, he gave her more alcohol, and then what like so why are you changing up your tune? Because you didn't say that the first time we had that conversation.
No, right? It's the exact like same tone, right? Again, all of Sharp's podcast are interventions, right? And he's trying to save these women, and he's trying to give them
is how can you save women? But okay, but here's the logic that I just can't get with. If we live under a patriarchy and the patriarchs are supposed to be the leaders, okay, cool. If you're the leader, right, of said tribe, how can you save the members or the followers when the leaders need to be saved?
Are you saying that like Blueface need to be saved or what?
He's not. They're toxic to each other. This is not a one-way street. They're toxic to each other.
Right.
I think people have like different opinions, right? Because it's like if you ask me, and like a lot of the people that I know, like, and they will say that like is 90% Christian Rock, 10% Blueface. So maybe like Blueface have his faults here and there that maybe like if we're like right, if we're like trying to like nitpick and find something in like the haystack, maybe we can find like one or two things you feel me that you can work on.
Did you not watch my 2 videos?
No,
I found a whole bunch of shit.
I was there.
Like an hour and 47 minutes.
That was like us interpreting them.
But here's the thing, like, okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let everybody else speak. Because here's the thing: when it comes down to the man cave, no jumper, fresh and fit, etc., all of them. you guys have rhetoric of you can't be emotional, you can't show emotion, forget the femininity, and men can have that. My question to you guys is this: if you guys don't have or are not able to be in touch with your feminine or the emotional, creative, all of those that other side, fuck the physical, being in touch with your emotions. How can you detect and protect your spouse from being mentally and emotionally damaged if you are not emotionally intelligent? How are you able to protect on that level? Because what I also thought was very interesting in that exact same interview is that Sharp said something along these lines. I'm about to paraphrase. He said, thing with women back in the day, they used to get us where it used to hurt emotionally. And, but now they don't do that anymore. And so the first thing that popped in my head was, if that's the case, if they used to hit you guys emotionally, why wouldn't you guys get emotionally intelligent so you know how to defend yourself emotionally and mentally? Why the fuck would you continue to be dumb emotionally and mentally so a said gender and sex can continue to attack you emotionally and mentally? Why would you do that? And my thing is this: how can you protect somebody else when you're not protecting yourselves? If you're not protecting your own self emotionally and mentally, how can you protect your spouse emotionally and mentally? How would you be able to detect those things? You do know single fathers do exist. You do, and let's just say not even single fathers. You do know fathers do exist. And if we're going with this narrative that men speak on a logical base and women speak on an emotional base, just going with that logic, y'all. Then how do you expect for the communication to be productive? If men are over here speaking English, women over here speaking French, how do you expect that communication to be valid? And my thing is, how do you expect for you to be able to teach and be a parent to your daughter? You guys are going to have daughters. You're not only going to have sons. How would you communicate with her? How would you communicate with your son to open up to him? Like, what's going on, son? How would you guys do that?
Yo, right here. So look,
enough to be able to detect these things.
Yo, listen, I definitely think that men as a whole, we definitely got to get better in terms of our emotional IQ. But what doesn't help us, right? But what doesn't help us in our process to like achieving our ultimate form is having to deal and babysit ungrateful, problematic, and masculine women, right? Like, for example, bro, like, if think about your father, right?
Yes.
What would your father do if your mama called him a bitch? As a matter of fact, can you even fathom your mama calling your daddy a bitch if your daddy called her a bitch? No, right?
Could you fathom your mama filming a porn tape with your daddy with other men and women? Though,
me, no. We're African, so we are like, like we're like very traditional, right? But like there's other people got different vices and shit,
Traditionally with 11 women at one
Wait,
time.
okay. So when it comes to that, other people got different vices.
Yeah.
Like that's like so basically what you're saying is if a man calls you a bitch and you call him a bitch back, that's worse than your pregnant wife filming porn with other men and women. That's what you just said.
Now, I think that if consenting adults like come together, like to satisfy, like their kinks or to do things in the bedroom,
involves me in the womb, and you allow another woman to piss down your throat for me to devour that as a baby. That's problematic behavior.
No. Right. So like, I feel like consenting sexual acts is a tad bit different from like disrespect, right? Meaning like
in the womb consent to the mama devouring another woman's urine.
Aren't you like aren't you like pro abortion, right? Like, so now you're saying that like those babies are like actual beings, right?
Yeah, because those babies are not being aborted. Because if they were, they wouldn't be devouring secondhand piss from another woman's
No, Rob, but you said though, right? That like one, and they should be in consented, and then two, like they're actual beings, right? So then from your logic, then like
because if
should those babies have? Yeah.
Because if you pro-life, then you agree with me.
I don't think the piss like can reach like a baby. You feel me? Fetus.
The baby digests everything that the mama digests. If she's sucking down piss, guess what the baby doing?
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think. Yeah, like I don't think that peeing on somebody like.
Peeing on somebody. Oh, okay. So
yeah, I don't think that would. And also too is like I've never watched like any one of like their videos, so I can't even like confirm if that's true or not, like the piss thing.
Flacco, have you ever pissed on someone?
Yes.
This conversation.
I know it.
Traditional Africans
you
piss
have.
on people.
What? In the shower? Like, come on now, bro. Like, we're showering.
No, tell me.
Piss come out.
What tribe of Africans? Because I never heard of the traditional African that urinate on other people.
I hope you drink water, not only Hennessy. Yeah, that's gonna burn.
Nah, man. Listen up, man. Like
so much for tradition.
You said, Flacco, you said how can men grow emotionally with dealing with women, right? The same way women grow emotionally dealing with manipulative, gaslighting, immature as men. You grow. So what's men's excuse?
Flacco's not strong enough. That's his excuse. He's not strong enough, right, Flacco? Am I wrong?
I don't think that anybody though like should be like. I don't think that anybody's.
Strong enough?
I'm strong enough in my present form, right, to where I don't have to deal with like problematic women, right? So I don't think that anybody, male or female, should like have to deal with or like put up with problematic people in their growth process. Meaning, like, if like you truly believe like that person is doing more harm than good, like don't include them. Like move on. You feel me? Which again, I truly believe that Christian Rock knows that Blueface has done nothing but help her grow, help her heal some trauma.
Flacco, you haven't
He made her rich though.
That don't mean nothing, Flacco. This is what I mean, ladies.
He changed her life. He changed her life.
He changed her life by putting her on blast when she announced her pregnancy that she's been with 10 other men. He didn't even have the decency to at least allow her to get a paternity test done.
Man,
before he put her on.
If you've been with 10 other men, come on, bro.
Hold on, because I got to see this question. How was he protecting the potential mother of his children when he didn't even afford her the decency and dignity of at least getting a blood test done to verify that this child did not belong to him before he chose to whatever reason try to humiliate her on social media, considering the massiveness of both of their platforms? For what reason?
I can definitely answer that.
Who cares
Sure.
and has any level of decent respect for a woman would do that to a woman who also on the other end of the pendulum could potentially be the mother of his child? What was the point of even putting her through that? What was the point of even inducing her with that stress and that shame, and she's potentially carrying the seed of your child?
Yeah, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? So if she, right, so look,
but he's the
if she's been with,
we're talking about his blood. No.
Sure.
Because we're talking about, because you made the point.
Yeah, I'm going to answer that.
No. Because you made the point that he has positively contributed to her life. So I'm asking you specifically, not about a two-way street. I'm asking you, in light of what you just said, what was loving, supportive, non-trauma inducing about humiliating the potential mother of his child before getting confirmation on that child not being his?
Definitely, right? So like the thing about like perspectives, right? It is like, for example, and how I seen and like in his response was him responding back to her calling him the baby father. And he was just trying to clarify to people, yo, she's telling y'all that I'm not going to be active, that, I'm not claiming it. Here's why I'm not claiming it, right? So he was just trying to clear his name, and then whatever shame and embarrassment comes from him notifying the public that she was cum guzzling 10 niggas and swallowing quarts of like semen, right? If he just told the public that, and if that's like embarrassing to her, then she probably shouldn't have been guzzling down gallons of semen from 10 different men. You feel me? That's her problem.
Hey Flacco. Actually, he admitted when once Krishan responded, she said, "I was talking to other men through text messages. I never had sex with them." He agreed to that, and then on top of that, he has a newborn that was just born last year from his actual first child's mother. So he had a baby on her. He also admitted that the 10 other men that Krishan was involved with, she never had sex with. He just found text messages from them. So what are you even saying?
Yo, listen, and Blueface clarified that, and then yeah, he's wrong then for that, right? So again, if he clarifies that and he lied and she didn't fuck 10 men, then he's absolutely wrong and fucked up for that.
But
Okay,
Of
and what
course he
about him
lied.
having a baby on her? He literally he has a newborn that he just had
Um,
last year. What about that?
no, right? So I think like in their personal like
What?
no, look, right. So look, and I believe right that their relationship contract is that it's open from his side, right? Meaning like he can fuck other females and like talk to other women, and she's loyal. So that's what I believe like is being mutually agreed on. So if they
you
mutually
can't
agreed on
think.
like he can fuck other, yeah,
Is that an
Uh,
assumption? Because
how is that mutually
I
agreed
haven't heard
on? She
anything.
just
Hold
say
on,
it publicly
I
though.
haven't heard anything. Huh?
she
No,
just
no, no.
fought. She's
Is
pregnant
that
and she just
confirmed?
fought
Because I
two
haven't heard
women for
anything
being around
allegedly
him.
about
How are
that.
they
Blueface
open?
tweeted right. Nah, listen, right. So look, so like Blueface tweeted, um, I'm not gonna stop fucking other women. You feel me? I'm gonna keep on doing it. You feel me? Right? Like he tweeted this like a
Sorry,
few months
Toxic, I didn't mean
back.
to interrupt you. My bad.
Yeah.
So my question, okay, I have a question. Okay, because earlier
Yeah, but
on a
that could have
different
been
point.
him saying that he was being egotistical. Like he could have been being
Mhm.
egotistical. Like that doesn't mean he was giving us his relationship contract.
Yeah.
That was just him being an. I mean, even though it's still honest, which is why Krishan Rock gets why I drag her ass too. But I put a rope around both their damn ankles and drag them accordingly.
Mm.
So I'm still trying to understand why, I'm still not understanding why you not.
What's up?
Because you said, okay, so you said on the other panel, I forgot one of Conscious TV's panels, and you
Yeah.
said father's job, the mother's job is to nurture, the father's job is to provide discipline.
Yeah.
And what about Blueface gives discipline if he's putting dick everywhere else?
And
Well, being
creating
like a
other
disciplined
babies
human.
outside of their
Yeah.
relationship.
Well, is that confirmed? Like
Yes, it's confirmed. He's
outside
pregnant with
of.
his kids. He got a newborn. What you
Oh
talking about?
well,
It's
yeah.
confirmed.
Well, like this is again, right. Like again, though, like that's his first. You feel me? Right? Like that's his first baby mama. You feel me? Like, and he
What
already
does that
What
like.
that
do with
mean?
him having a
Oh
kid outside
wow.
their relationship?
What that mean?
He had a kid on her. What are you talking about?
And he has stated though, and he would never stop fucking with her though, right? Like so, like in if he has said this publicly, I'm
So why he
sure
wants the discipline to stay away from Krishan then? Like why he won't be a
she won't stay
real
away though.
man? Like why he won't be a because if he's as full of virtue and love and he loves her so much, sometimes like what you do when you love somebody is you do what's in their best interest, and clearly I'm not your best interest. So let me help you not further destroy yourself by not giving you access to me. That's what like love would look like. Love would not look like you sitting around like some narcissistic king and allowing yourself to indulge in women who are in the sunken place and who have been properly processed through the mammification system and who are going to treat you like patriarchal gold.
And
here,
if
right? So
he's
look.
so toxic, why is he with her? Like, why can't he love himself enough to leave her toxic ass alone if she's such the problem?
Because he don't love himself
Yo,
either.
Money.
thank you, right? Thank you, right? So like, I think that Blueface is so loving, and he does like this
He's
like
so
weird
loving.
way, right? And like he's doing this weird thing, right? That like
The multiverse of
a
Flacco.
lot of black men, like do, right, when it comes to dealing with our black women, right? Like we
We
love our
do.
black women like so much,
Y'all do
like
not love black women.
Y'all love
we
them
are
to death,
willing to,
don't you?
right,
You love them
right.
to death
Y'all
to
are
the point they
sexually
die.
attracted to black women, but y'all do not love black
No, no, no,
women.
no,
Yeah,
no, 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 right? No, 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 right. So listen, so like Blueface is doing this like exact thing, man, that I see from a lot of our like black brothers, right? Is they're so loyal to black women, they love black women so much, man, that they're willing to put up with it, thinking they can save the black women,
You're
save the
doing that
masculine
thing
one. You feel
again.
me?
You're doing the
And
thing again. You're trying to change the subject. You're you're
so,
stating something that you know is false as a fact so that
how's it
people
false
can
though?
correct you and that and so that you can change the conversation to
But how's that false
interracial
though?
dating. It is false that
But how's
you're
that false
doing
though?
exactly what I just said you are doing. You're stating
How's it
something
false
that
though?
you know is false. You know that
If
most
your
black
daddy
men
married
We
and
no,
don't
bred,
you're
know it's
not.
false. That's the
wait,
problem.
You
We really
know it's
don't.
false. You're trying to change the subject, and that's how on
how's it false
Conscious's
though?
panel. That's can I finish?
Sure.
And that's how on Conscious's panel the other day it went from Blueface and Krishan to welfare and black men and all this stuff because you state false facts because you know people will correct you and change the subject, and you could just Euro step your way out of being false and knowing that you're wrong. I'm not stupid, bro.
I don't think that's false though, right? Because again, like everybody on this panel, they daddy, right, committed, wifed up, or had babies with again a black woman, right, through thick and thin. So if everybody here, right, and has an
Can
example,
talk, bro.
You make it sound like
right?
that's a sacrifice.
No, 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 right. So again, if everybody here has an example, have a firsthand example of a black man choosing to love on and commit for life to a black woman, how can anybody here and dispute the fact that black men are willing to sacrifice and love on black women,
You're trying to
even
change
if
the
they come
conversation
problematic?
to interracial dating. I'm not stupid. Stop it. You did it yesterday. I sat quiet while you changed the subject to welfare and black women
No,
being
I
on
was
welfare
responding
and
back.
using the
Wait, no,
government and all this other shit.
that's not
You're
true,
not
right?
doing it today. No, you're trying to change the
That's not true.
you're trying to
No,
change the subject to interracial dating.
I,
I'm not stupid. I see
I
what you're
was not
doing.
though.
Stop.
Wait though, right?
I'm not on
I was
I don't know how.
I don't
responding.
I
Wait though,
care.
let
don't.
me
You
just respond back
talk.
real quick, right?
Flacco, how is
I was
interracial
responding back to
dating traditional
wait
African?
though,
How
right?
is that traditional?
Wait
Go
though,
ahead,
right?
sorry.
Wait though. I was responding back to Reckless Logic asking me if she's doing him so much harm, why don't he leave her? And again, my very direct response to that was because he's choosing to love her through thick and thin and choosing for the savior, just like many black men does. That's not me changing no conversation. I'm responding directly to his response.
But poetic Flacco, like that, you still like to save her, but you don't gaslight her into a situation that completely puts her in a situation where she displays and encourage that type of behavior. You don't do that. You don't you don't put her in a situation to where she's fighting your mother. You don't put her in a situation because I also thought what was very interesting is that when the last panel when you guys were talking about when it came down to Blueface and the mother and the fight and Krishan, is that you thought it was like you thought that was him protecting by making Krishan Rock get into a physical altercation with his mother. But instead, I think the most appropriate thing for you to do, or guys do as leaders, is for you to step in and let your members or your followers, your women, your children fall back, since that's what you guys want to claim to be protectors. Get your ass on the front lines. Why is Krishan on the front line doing something while you step back? It should be the other way around.
Oh, can I say something? I want to say something. This whole Krishan and Blueface thing, it doesn't sound like he's protecting her. I do think that there's a ploy or there's like a plot here or a storyline. This is a whole storyline, and it is very toxic. And it is very much Blueface feeding into it, doing things to trigger Krishan and like, look at this crazy ass bitch that I got. Yeah, she's cute. Yeah, she's this and that. She's gonna stand behind him because of the money that she's getting, because of the platform that she's gaining. That's why. But he's taking advantage of that. That's very toxic. That's very typical trash black man. Not typical black man, but typical garbage can black man type of thing that you would do to use a black woman and exploit her and her coming from where she came from, triggering her, using her addictions to alcohol and things to exploit her behavior and in staying in trending and in the media. That's not protecting a black woman, that's exploiting one. He knows exactly what he's doing and she knows it too. They all know. That's why I say it's a storyline, but it's very toxic and it's not the example that black people should be, black kids, youth should be following behind. And as black men who are leaders with platforms and doing social media what do they call it, podcasts and things of the sort, it's kind of more or less your responsibility to denounce this behavior, to condemn this, to speak out against it instead of laughing at it or kind of perpetuating the already prevalent negative, problematic, toxic. And I know you feed off of it's like y'all are kind of in the same realm. You feed off of that sensationalizing toxicity, and so are they. So I guess that's why you get it, and you can explain it, and it's so understandable for you how he's loving this ungrateful, masculine black woman. But just that whole narrative, that whole Kevin Samuels narrative, um, that I'm just saying because I can't feed too deep into it, but I just want to speak a little something on it so that we can have some light shine through on this because we're gonna keep going round and round in gaslight circles. But yeah, I just wanted to speak that onto you. But I know that's not what y'all gonna do. That's not how y'all get all y'all fans and followers and millions of views. That's not controversial. That's conscious. That would be what the black community actually needs, but that probably wouldn't get you 100,000 views or whatever the case might be. So you go ahead, keep doing what you're doing, but we're all kind of sitting back watching like this is a mess. Just like Krishan and Blueface. It's a mess, and we all know it's a mess, and they know it's a mess too. Yet people are watching and being entertained by a mess instead of what our community really needs to be focused on. But that's all.
Though, like, who fought that is though, right?
Here you go.
Is our community
right? The people who perpetuate it on platforms.
Well, the people, no, right? So, for example, man, if like as bloggers, YouTubers, media, right, like personalities, like we are just subjects and slaves to like what the people want, right? So, like,
are you?
Yeah, right. So, like,
or is that just what you're doing to be exploited for money? I mean,
no.
I think they call it selling out. But
no, right? So, if there's a very, 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 I'm talking about small niche of our people who are actually like looking for quote unquote positive content and looking for like conscious content and to be enlightened, and the overwhelming majority of our people is looking for the messy shit, and we can like prove that as a fact, like, because like look who has the numbers, right? It's the messy shit. I'm right.
Push back because it's BS.
It's worth selling out for, right? Basically.
No, it's BS. I'm gonna tell you the reason why it's BS, or at least I'm gonna say his stance. I'm gonna tell you why your stance is BS, Poetic Flacco. You're also the same person that is in connect with Sharp. I'm gonna keep my foot on his neck. In connection with Sharp.
I love Sharp, by the way.
Yeah. With someone that's a pimp. He's also the same person that's the manager. No, ex-pimp. Use my language. Former pimp. The former manager of Pussy that literally caters caters to an audience, men who want to have sex with sex workers. But yet, he does not get on these platforms and condemn the men that want to have sex with said OnlyFans people, said sex workers. He only condemns the sex workers. So which one are we going to do? We're going to condemn the customers and the audience, the viewers, or the consumers, or are we going to condemn the outlets?
I've
So which
never
And to
seen Sharp
piggyback,
condemn sex workers.
and to
He
no, no,
most
no,
definitely
and
did. Did you not? You literally. Okay, you about to
It's
take
this
me there. Hold on,
and to
hold
imaginary
on.
piggyback
world
off
of
what you
Hold it,
said,
Frogger.
gaslighting.
You about to take
reckless.
me there. You about
To
to take me
piggyback
there. The
off what
reason why you about to take me there is because you literally explained the episode where Conscious talked about the woman
Yeah.
being disrespected by Sharp. You explained it. You said, "Oh, she's so masculine. You have to be like that with her." Because even when it happened to me, when I had the interview with her,
Sure.
she was over demanding and stuff, and she was too masculine. Like,
And guess
don't
what
do
he
not
was
do those
calling
things.
her? All type of hoes, all
He
type
was
of
condemning
all
her
type
though,
of
right?
sluts, all
Not because she's a sex worker.
no, he was calling
But
her
he
all
said
type of
hoes.
hoes, all type of
Yeah,
slut.
ho.
Okay, wait a minute, but to Reckless's point, you never even see Crenshaw employ that same word when it comes to any of the men, because if she hoeing with men. She hoeing with men.
Yeah.
Men have sex with these alleged hoes. Men subscribe to see these alleged hoes on OnlyFans playing with themselves or having sex with one another or having sex with other men. Like, these hoes allegedly have large male fan base, and you don't see niggas like Crenshaw keeping that same energy for the men. Hoe is only employable to the feminine. Slut is only employable and weaponized against the feminine. You don't see him call out that sexual deviancy and promiscuity in both sexes, only when it comes to women.
and
And he has
Flacco.
a very low value of women who do sex work like most men do, even though y'all still sleep with said women on the lowest of the totem pole.
Who said they're the
And
lowest of the
reckless. Can I
totem
say something
pole?
really quick to Flacco? Is that okay? I'm sorry. I don't. I
Go
just wanted
ahead.
to. I just wanted to. I just wanted to add on because literally, I know y'all think that I talk a lot, but literally, I just get. And anyway, um, what I
We love you,
what I
sis.
yeah, that was condescending, but whatever. What I was going to say is that uh, it's crazy how Sharp or Crenshaw. I'm gonna call him Crenshaw. I'm gonna go with Conscious and call him Crenshaw. So with what Crenshaw does is that he doesn't have a problem with hoes. He has a problem with hoes who do not have a male controller. Okay, because Adam, again, like I said, Adam 22's wife does porn, and she did porn while she was pregnant with both men and women. He didn't
Not
have a
men, just
problem.
women.
Okay, whatever. I saw both on my Twitter timeline. But
Who?
okay. So women, I'm gonna go with what you're saying. So just
Yeah.
I'm gonna just for the feedback with women. She did porn while she was pregnant. He didn't have no problem with that. You want to know why? Because a man was controlling her. And then guess what? All of these men who were like, "Oh, IG hoes, these IG hoes are stupid and they dumb and all this stuff and down IG hoes." It's only because a man is not in control of it. Because guess what? Models who are signed to model agencies who are run by men, they walk down the runway with their titties out. They walk down the runway naked. But because a man is controlling it, it's seen as valuable. But the IG quote unquote hoes are bottom of the barrel, are bottom feeders because there's no man controlling it. That's y'all issue. Y'all issue is a woman actually a woman and not even women, it's feminine people because when gay feminine men also realize their power and don't have to have a man over them controlling it, then y'all have an issue with that too. As long as a masculine man, a masculine identifying straight man is controlling it, y'all see it as valuable. But the minute that it's not controlled by a masculine man, then y'all have an issue with it. That's why women who make way more than runway models are called IG hoes and seen as bottom of the barrel, even though they bringing in more money than the supermodels. But they seen as bottom of the barrel because they doing it by themselves and there's no man over them pimping them.
And y'all can all get together and high five each other about it.
Who
And that's
runs
I mean,
all it
IG?
takes.
like,
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
look,
wait.
right,
Who?
yeah,
Wait,
sure.
wait, wait, wait. Who runs IG? Like, who's the head of IG? Is that a man?
Yeah, the head of
Okay,
IG
so
is a man. That
like you
And you know
said,
why?
there's always gonna be
Lord,
a
that
man
that
who's
is
gonna run women. Always
But
gonna
the
be that
reason
way.
why,
that
what Presley said makes sense is because still in 21st century, man considers woman property, so she needs to be owned. She needs to be possessed by somebody. All women who
ex-
are, and because we live in a male identified society, this women, this society also, this is why this society also not only in this context of sex work frowns upon all women who are not chosen by a man, whether that's marriage, whether that's
Pimping.
yep, pimping in relationship, etc. All free women are frowned upon until they are chosen and validated, are essentially looked at as property.
exactly.
So
Yo,
let me
And
ask
then
all the
come
women.
to
Let me
so
ask
many
all the women on
rappers,
here, right?
and when it comes and when it comes to
Go ahead.
Wait. I want to get Intersex in here. She's been waiting for a while.
sorry,
yeah.
intersex.
Okay, so I had did my research on the two transgender students that was running track and whatever. I just have a serious question. Why is it when trans women get into the news of sports, anything, why are they either white or in the beginning of their transition? Why it's never an example of a person that's fully transitioned, who fully lived as a woman, who's African American? Why do y'all think that?
Oh
Because
yeah,
then
it's
there's no
rarely a black
argument.
person that be in these news clips and stuff like that.
Say it
It's
again.
it's I said it's rarely a black trans person that be the headlines and stuff. I think who was it?
Right.
IG and
So
Retro was talking about the trans
Yes,
Karens.
please say it again. Please say it again.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. I
Trans
me,
think
Karens.
I think most. Well, I can't say what most black women think, but yeah, I definitely noticed that.
right.
But
So why do our community, black men and black women, attacks black trans women over something that doesn't have nothing to do with us?
Because they hate femininity. I hate to say it, but our black community, I know that
I
all
really wanted no
communities hate
jumper to answer that
femininity.
question, but
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Let me shut up.
Nah, here, right? So it's like here, right? So like when we like speak about the issues, of trans women in like female sports, like we're not even like thinking about color, right? Like, uh, it's a broad spectrum, right? So like we're not even saying that like, yo, it's the black trans women fault, right? Like we're just addressing the issue of, like trans women should not be participating in women's sports. Period. Right now, if we're saying that there are very few examples of black trans women, and the very few examples are the women who are not even fully transitioned yet, then I'll probably say it's probably because like those who are not fully transitioned yet, but still but still being allowed to like participate, are usually the ones who are dominating females, and like, right, and winning, like scholarships and trophies and awards and breaking records, right? Because like those are the people that are being highlighted, right? And are the full-fledged winners, aka men who are cheating women. Right now, the fully transitioned women who are also competing, and maybe they're winning, maybe they're not winning, I don't think like anybody like, is paying attention to them, right? Like, because like we're only concerned
you
with
know why?
what's up.
Because they have passable privilege, and they probably doesn't even identify as trans women.
there's
Okay.
trans women
They
who don't
they
identify as trans
actually
women.
they They actually don't. Majority don't have passable privilege that are in the sports industry that are, uh, Flacco, I would say that when you're saying that you're given the information, it's a very biased information you're given.
Mm.
Because then if that information becomes biased when you choose to not say, well, it's these European transgenders that are that this is happening with. I haven't seen. You can't even point me to one case with an African American transgender that has violated any woman's rights like that. Besides
CC Telfer.
Caitlyn Jenner. Besides
Nah.
Caitlyn Jenner, which we don't agree with her.
CC
Shit,
Telfer, right?
Sydney Star.
Yeah, Sydney Star.
The
But what?
fact
But wait.
that
But what
you're
is Sydney
No,
Star?
saying
no, no.
I
I'm
was
talking
Sydney.
about in sports. I'm talking
No,
about in
Oh, in
yes,
sports.
sports. Okay.
Oh,
yes, but
oh, you
but
talking about
I
just
really want to kind of
what?
go down that rabbit hole.
CC
With
Telfer, like that's in sports right there. CC Telfer.
wait, but I'm
Yeah,
Who is
sorry,
that?
I need to
you
just
see
slightly
how
go down that rabbit
good Flacco is to distract you. He's good at distracting you.
hole.
I'm talking about in
But
sports.
the
but
fact
why?
that you could.
But
I'm sorry, Reckless.
no, you're all good.
I just
But
named her though. CC Telfer, like this, like track.
Who
Okay,
was
but here's
that?
the thing.
Okay,
Okay, here's the thing. Now it
never
sounds
heard of
like
her.
you've done a nice amount of research in one
Research.
regard. In one regard, though, uh, it doesn't sound like you did any research in regards to how the hormones change or affect the body. You said you didn't want trans women competing at all, so they can never qualify or compete, but there are instances where they can actually be weaker than cisgender women. And I'm trying to figure out why you didn't do any of that research. You kind of only research certain instances to kind of prove a point that would sensationalize the issue. And I'm just saying you're allowing yourself to be used in a certain way. I also want to kind of ask you to finish what you were saying earlier about, the messy stuff is where the money is at. And what were you saying about that?
Here. So let me just wrap up. Like the
Oh,
I think
he loves a good
yeah,
distraction.
Sound
He
like a
loves it.
sellout
yeah,
to me, but okay.
right. So pretty much, right. So
Wait,
like so
wait.
sure, okay.
Can I just say this before we get distracted? So you know of one trans person in sports. How many white transgenders do you know in sports?
Probably
That
like
got
two.
A few, right?
number. You gave me a number for a black transgender in
What's
sports.
their name? What's their name? Tell me.
Oh my
He's
god.
black.
Google it now. Give him a second.
No, no. Obviously, right? Like Fallon Fox, I think, like she like went viral, like a few years back for like beating up females in MMA. But the main like example though, man, it's the dude who went like viral. I think it's like 2 months ago for like breaking like the world record. Sorry, like the NCAA like swimming record. And he was a male and who transitioned to a female. I just cannot like recall his name right now, but
Yeah, we talked
and
Her
about
name.
her earlier. We talked about her
Her
earlier.
name.
yeah. Sorry.
The
Yeah,
dude.
I'm
her
gonna,
name,
I'm
right?
gonna, I'm gonna, I'm gonna pose the same thing I said in the
Yeah.
genesis of this live when we got in this conversation. So, because it was one time I was watching track and stuff, and it was this one woman, and she was racing against basically she was the only woman in the race, and she was racing against other men, and she lost. But when she lost and stuff, they commended her and said, "Yes, woo, yes, you did good." But I wanted to know, where was that same outrage? Where is that outrage when there are literally co-ed sports? Where's the outrage? Go
Okay,
ahead.
conscious. I'm not conscious. Sorry. Okay, reckless on this. I
Mhm,
need to. I think I spoke to it earlier.
mhm.
There's not going to be outrage when a cisgender woman beats a transgender woman, simply because they feel like a cisgender woman has no advantages. When a transgender woman wins, even when a transgender woman wins, even if they've done the hormone treatment and are at the same level as women, the transphobic people are going to be like, they have an advantage, they have an advantage. So when the opposite happens and a cisgender woman beats a transgender woman, there's not going to be any outrage because they're not going to be able to say they have an advantage, they have an advantage.
But the point that I was proving, because also because you said that earlier, and I also rebutted with, if that's the case, if that's the case of the transgender person losing and the cisgender woman won, y'all can be like, oh my god, yay! But if you really feel that trans women and cisgender women should not be performing each other, then you will further that conversation. You will push the envelope on that conversation. Like, okay, I'm glad she won, but why are they even going against each other? But however, it never gets that far. And so for me, that lets me know there's a bias. No shade. There's a bias. Because if I have my thing is this: if you're gonna do it, be fair and do it all around. But there's a bias there. Because when the co-ed people, when the co-ed sports happen, no one say anything. When the cisgender people win or women win, people don't say nothing. So
yeah, Reckless, I think it's definitely a bias, but I think it just comes from being uneducated. Like, it's so many questions, and this is where I was talking about like concerns and stuff earlier. Like, it's so many questions and concerns surrounding that because we don't know, and we especially don't understand the medical aspect of all of this. So naturally, people are just gonna I don't know. Naturally, people are just gonna that ignorance fuels them in a different way. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think I think the way it's promoted and I think the way it comes off is bad, but I don't think the ignorance part of it is bad because you don't know what you don't know.
I understand that, but I'm just gonna have to go there. But the thing is that how do you guys expect education to happen when you literally have queer people in these spaces and you guys are like, no, we're not gonna listen, and then you literally have queer people in these spaces educating about cis, and I'm not gonna use that, don't call me that. You literally have queer people in these spaces saying, okay, the hormones, no, the hormones, forget that. You literally have queer people in these, specifically trans women in these spaces educating. But you're not even listening to the education. So yes, we can blame it on the ignorance, but however, what I have an issue is being willfully ignorant. And
I think disagreeing and being willfully ignorant is two different things. Who was that? Quack?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You ain't say nothing.
Thank you so much. All right, so I've been hearing a lot. What's up, Reckless? What's up, everybody?
What's going on? I know you and Flacco for the panda.
Yeah, so I've been hearing a lot about the feminine version, but what if it was reversed? Like, say, a woman who transitioned into a man, and then he decides to join MMA or boxing. He wants to fight other men. Will we have the same energy when that man?
You got weird feedback. I'm just hearing sounds, Quack. Just sounds.
What?
Yeah. It's like buzzing a little bit. But
I want to chime in at some point too.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna let CT.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fix that real quick though. But okay, so the thing is, they do, but also as well to that with sports, which is another thing. You have a weight class, you have a standard. That's the reason why you have a heavyweight and a lightweight. That's the reason why they don't like. Let's just say just strictly just cisgender men. You will never ever see a heavyweight fight a lightweight. There are standards. So this idea of cisgender women just completely going against that's no. There are standards and there are rules and regulations in place for a reason. There are barriers.
Weight class doesn't account for strength, though.
Okay, so
that's what I was about to say.
I want to chime in here.
Y'all are so wrong.
I want to cite an article that actually deals with this issue. It's called 4 Myths about trans athletes debunked.
Mhm.
And there's a little
Yeah.
thing here that
Well, can you share your screen? I'll share it.
hold
Look at Marquez.
on.
Marquez.
Hey Mark, hey King Patriarchy.
Come on, King Patriarch. You already got two of your relatives up here.
It's getting good. All right. I
Girl.
just shared it.
And we're just hearing quack sounds, all his sounds, not making sense, just sounds, not words, sounds.
Don't don't do that, Presley. Okay, words are just sounds. We all know this, so we could go into that on another plant panel. But I would definitely break that down. I'm sorry.
Okay. It says the idea that women and girls have an advantage because they are trans ignores the actual conditions of their lives. Trans athletes vary in athletic ability, just like cisgender athletes. Quote, one high jumper could be taller and have longer legs than the other, but the other could have perfect form and then do better, explains Andrea Yearwood, a student track athlete at ACLU client. Quote, one sprinter could have parents who spend so much money on personal training for their child, which in turn would cause that child to run faster, she adds. In Connecticut, where cisgender girl runners have tried to block Andrea from participating in the sport she loves, the very same cis girls who have claimed that trans athletes have an unfair advantage have consistently performed as well as or better than their transgender competitors. Quote, a person's genetic makeup and internal and external reproductive anatomy are not useful indicators of athletic performance, according to Dr. Joshua D. Safer. Quote, for a trans woman athlete who meets NCAA standards, there is no inherent reason why her physiological characteristics related to athletic performance should be treated differently from the physiological characteristics of a non-transgender woman. I just wanted to insert that.
Thank you, Conscious. And that's why I said that it's based on hormones and not on muscle mass and bone mass, because there are plenty of brolic women. There are plenty of women who have different muscle mass and different bone mass, even though they are cisgendered from different women. It should all depend on the hormones. Period.
And
Like,
not
I
just
don't.
and not just hormones. When it comes to the specific skill of athleticism, it had like it's based upon conditioning and training as well. It doesn't just come down to physiological makeup, which is why this article is able to state how there are cis female athletes who are out beating the fuck out of their trans peers. Like, because you have all these nuances when it comes to any particular sport that any of these people are in. And I think what's also like, of course, the headlines get polarized when it comes to trans for the same reasons that you all stated, because natural born woman, cis woman, is looked at as having no advantage when it comes to trans women. But they don't sensationalize the bulk of the issue, which is that cis woman is also competing fairly against trans women and even outbeating trans competitors. But they don't sensationalize any of those stories because there's no politicizing of that. There's no gain in that. Like, and there is a bit of a ulterior motive in constantly sensationalizing the instances in which trans men or trans women are outdoing their cisgender peers, but they don't tell the other side of the story.
No, I believe that.
But that's also what I'm saying, simply because there is, I'm not sure if you've heard, but like when it comes to, I follow a lot of female sports, and when it comes to female sports, black women black women against white women are treated like trans women. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said it should be based on hormones and not on muscle mass and bone density, because even when a cisgendered black women beat a cisgendered white woman, they bring it up. They're like, oh, the BMI is different and all this other stuff. That's why I said it's dangerous to to include muscle mass and bone density when it comes to trans women, and it should be based on simply hormones, simply because cisgender women across all races have different muscle mass and bone density. Because whenever a black woman in sports beats a white woman in sports, the racism comes out. Like
No
I know
shade.
that a lot of people don't watch a lot of female sports, but like I do, and so that comes out.
You know
Cisgender
what?
women based on race. So that's why I was saying just hormones. It should just be based on that when it comes to transgender women competing in cisgender with cisgender women in sports.
I'm not gonna lie. I've seen that instance. As in like the way that black women are treated versus other races and stuff. Where because everybody know I'm in the military, right? So we have this thing where we do like checkups for our body to make sure that you are, in good standing, so you can continue to get all your money. So the thing is that when it comes down to you must be a certain weight and a certain like if you're 5'10", you must be in a certain weight class for a male and a certain weight class for a female. So whenever it's time for us to start weighing ourselves and like do our check-in, I noticed that what always ends up happening, if you're quote unquote, if you weigh too much, then they have to tape you. And when they tape you, they're trying to see how much body mass, like your BMI and all the other stuff is. And so what I noticed that it's always the standards do not fit melanated people.
At all.
They do not fit melanated people at all. Like I'm always getting taped. I'm not even fat. Like, girl, what? Y'all already know. Like, y'all see this muscle mass on me. Why the hell y'all doing it? We still gotta tape you. And I found a lot of times what get a lot of black women in trouble. Well, in trouble with, with the quotations, is their hips because they have wider hips. They have more of they're more fully figured compared to other races. But it always gets them.
And
so
you know what
yeah,
else,
it's the standard.
Reckless? I have a skinny neck. So I hated them damn tape tests because
Baby.
I have big hips with a skinny neck. So, like, yeah, but I mean but that's been controversial for a long time in the military. That damn tape test.
Yep, I agree.
Yo, I did not know that my brother Reckless was in the military.
Me
That's
either.
crazy. I did not know that.
Yep, I'm in now.
What are you like? Are you like active duty, like reserves, or what?
Guard.
Oh man, collecting them checks and benefits, man. Just chilling.
Period. No, I won't say chilling because I live in Florida, and it's always a hurricane, so I'm always activated for every little thing. I live for it because I personally like having two different lives. I like my military life, and then when I get tired of them, I come back to regular life, and then when I get tired of the regular life, then I leave again. So yeah.
Ooh. Question for you, Rice. Perfect. Listen, the perfect person to ask, right? So you were in the military, right? So would you feel like, for example, right? Would you prefer this? A military, in terms of front men, right? In terms of the front guys, the soldiers, the fighters, would you prefer
be careful.
No, right? Yeah, look.
Be careful.
Look, right?
I see where you're going.
No. Look.
I'm listening.
Right? Would it help or hurt us, right? If we took an all masculine, and transitioned it to put all the feminine men front lines.
I knew you was going to do it.
Here we go. Why do you guys always?
Will that be better or worse?
Hey, AutoMagic. Like,
Marco, they're men, yo. Like, you gotta
but why do you associate?
But what does that have to do with
it doesn't matter.
What does that have to do with engagement?
Personality-wise, feminine, but he's a man. He's a man. He's built like a nigga. He a nigga.
Have anything to do with it? Like I'm talking.
But ask yourself, right? Would this country be better off or worse?
It'll probably be all better.
You gotta cut it out,
gay men are smarter than straight men.
If you're telling me that it'll be better off if we put feminine, not gay, feminine men front lines.
Yeah, they're smarter.
But what does that have to do with anything, though?
Yo, they're men,
No.
They're still men, yo.
It was just a random question.
What kind of hypothetical?
What does that have to do with anything? Flacco, they're men, yo. They're men. Like they're men.
Stop saying that. Now y'all annoying the hell out of me. Like even
you
men,
gotta cut it out,
have to
Flacco.
do
You gotta cut
with
it out.
fighting in war. Like you talking to somebody that spent 4 years of my life living over in Afghanistan. Like what does that have to do with you shooting? What does that have to do with you driving a Mad V? What does that have to do with you engaging with the local nationals? What does that have to do with anything that pertains to war? You being a man. There are a lot of soldiers, female soldiers, that are way better than male soldiers. There are a lot of male soldiers that are better than female soldiers. It's you as a person. Period.
Right. And Flacco, you gotta be realistic, bro. You gotta be realistic. A lot of the gay men are in shape. Like a lot of the masculine men are out of shape. So you gotta be realistic about
Wait.
Like you say you a masculine man, right? You out of shape, Flacco. I'm be real.
But wait though, right?
And Reckless, he's in shape. You know what I'm saying? So
never
you try to
said
say
gay
that,
though.
I'd rather be safe with Reckless than you, Flacco. Being on the real.
Okay.
I never
I can't tell when I'm on
said
stream.
gay
I
though,
don't
right?
highlight you talking.
Yeah. No. Right. Because again, like feminine and masculine has nothing to do with like who like somebody and choose to fuck with. Because again, like I know some real right again.
That was an accident. Feminine, you right, but they
right, yeah,
be better. Feminine men are still smarter than.
I know some real.
Okay, you gotta cut it out.
Some
now.
real.
That's
right?
Not true either.
That
you know.
True. It's true.
I know some real brolic masculine gay men.
But what does that have to do with anything, Flacco?
No. Yeah, right. The reason why like I asked that, right, was, again, that was just a random question I was wondering, right? But
to run up views.
No, right? No.
Question.
Damn. But I also do think though, man, that like your answers were a tad bit dishonest because if we had to choose between 6'5" masculine men versus femboys, I think we're choosing the masculine meant to be
6'5"
frontline.
femboys. 6'5"
yes.
femboys would be better.
And to answer you, Flacco, when it comes to masculine men, particularly black men, they haven't made any changes. You know what femboys have done? They have changed the laws to protect themselves. It isn't perfect. They still are getting hate out here, but they've changed laws to protect themselves. Women, they have changed laws to protect themselves, even though the current administration is trying to run it back. But what have straight masculine men done to protect themselves? Like literally, like what do y'all do?
Join gangs. We join gangs.
Wait, the majority of police officers
find more submissive women.
The majority of police officers, firefighters, frontline soldiers are masculine straight men. You feel me?
No, they are not.
Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to. Exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to fight for anything. So why are you complaining about people acknowledging your privilege? Like you have privilege. You don't have to fight for anything. I literally asked you, what have y'all fought for and made laws change for? And you said, oh, there's police officers and firefighters who are masculine men. That didn't answer my question. That just showed that y'all have privilege. So what the fuck are you complaining for?
Wait, right?
Hate when people who know absolutely nothing about the
usually
military
with you.
speak on the military. You just sound dumb as fuck.
Is two things though, right? So one, like
put them in the front just because they might be, same gender loving. That's kind of
I was
messed
gonna
up.
say 7 out of 10 are either gay or trans attracted. But anyway, go ahead.
Get into it.
Right. So right. So nah, I've never said that like men were like an underprivileged, right? And again, just me personally, I don't believe that men or women, like are like bit are behind the 8 ball, right? I truly believe that right now, like men and women are equal in America. You feel me? Like we get paid equally. We have the same like laws and rights to protect ourselves, right? So I guess I don't understand like.
Literally, are you kidding me right now? We
Next
literally.
topic.
Gaslighting her.
It's the
Okay,
gas.
you know
No,
what? Like,
what laws don't
literally,
women
like,
have?
Cream.
what
You know what?
laws do women have? Did you just
No,
seriously ask
Don't
that?
no,
have.
The
Don't
day,
no.
have.
Wait, wait, wait,
Well,
wait,
Taco,
well,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So
the
an,
day
an
that the
easy one.
government control what you do with your balls is the day I'll say we have equal rights in this fucking country.
Oh shit! Yeah, that was
What
pretty good. That was
rights
pretty
do men have that
good.
women don't have though?
And
They're
guess
not
what?
mandating vasectomies.
Y'all saw he changed the topic, right? I told y'all earlier he was
Yeah,
gonna do that.
That's pretty good.
I tried to stop it earlier, but he did it.
Mm-hmm.
The topic been changed though. Like you guys moved on to
Cause
the
you
military first. Like you know, yeah.
did.
Nah, that's not. Wait. That's not true. Y'all brought up military first, not me. You feel
I
me?
like
Like
that
yeah,
thinking.
yeah. You feel me? Like,
No,
But what
no.
does your
y'all
question have
been
to do
moved
with the
on.
What does your question have to do with the military though?
I asked as somebody who is in the military,
Mm-hmm.
who would Logic feel more comfortable fighting for our country? Femboys or masculine men? And that was the question.
It don't
Whoever can
freaking
get the
matter
job
because
done.
for what I've seen, to be
Why?
completely honest, it don't really matter because what I've seen since I've been there and I've actually been on the range, the women blow the men out the park. When it comes to shooting, blow the men out the park. But you being masculine, you being feminine, except like it doesn't matter what the sexual or that has nothing to do with you being able to be on the front lines and actually fight. If you actually look at other I'm gonna say when you start actually fuck it when you look at other communities, it's been the feminine, the divine feminine of all kinds. That's one of the main reasons why we even have our rights. Like when it comes to gay people, trans women are the reason why we have our rights. Black women are the reason why we even still have a backbone in this community. So you being masculine, you being feminine, like even think about it. If we always talk about how black men are targeted in under this society, then if they're targeted and most of them, well, if most of them quote unquote are targeted and put in jail, who else is out there fighting? Who else is on the front lines? That's obviously going to leave out. That's obviously going to leave black women and queer people.
Yeah, because not straight men. Because guess what? Because no. Because guess what? You know who the most disrespected icon in our Black history is?
Who?
Harriet Tubman.
Oh, Harriet.
People make jokes about her being ugly all the fucking time.
Facts.
People make
Yep.
jokes about her all the fucking time. But guess what? If those same jokes were made about Martin Luther King, people would
Yeah.
have a fucking fit.
Okay, you
Um,
gotta cut it out. You gotta
Black
cut it
women
out.
say no. Whoa, pause now.
Hold up.
Black women contributed to tarnishing that man's legacy by bringing him fucking white women up. So it's the
Right.
exact same thing.
Wait, no,
But
no, no,
he
no,
did
no,
it.
no, no,
Thank
no,
you.
no,
Thank
no, no,
you.
no, 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 no.
Did he do it or
Once
not?
again, you doing half context. Everything that when talking about black women bringing up him fucking other women, they were having context when they said that. For some reason, every time Martin Luther King come up, y'all always go to the same points. The reason why they
I
brought that
thought I
up
thought a white man brought that up.
because the conversation surrounding Martin Luther King was talking about being compartmentalized, which means that you can be a great leader, but however, as you being a family man, that's not always the case. You can be a great leader, but yet when it comes to you actually being a great spouse, that's not always the case. And so they were talking about how, yes, we adore these men, different types of men for being awesome figures in the community and also pushing for freedom or equality, but they still had their flaws within their marriages, despite what they did for the community. So yes, what you're talking about has context and nuance.
And let's be clear, Martin Luther King's legacy is awesome. Don't get me wrong, but it's also very debatable. Like, yes, he led us to the promised land of segregation, but he also hurt black people in a lot of ways. Like, he hurt black businesses. A lot of black businesses went out of business when, with the Montgomery boycotts, when segregation happened, a lot of black businesses closed because now black people had the opportunity to go shop and spend money in other areas. Like, we
You
praise
have
him
to.
today, but during his time, Martin Luther King wasn't even praised and revered as he was. Like, a lot of people thought he was a coon back in the day during his time. Like, we praise him now because Coretta Scott King fought her ass off to get him made, such a big public figure. But when he was alive, a lot of black people didn't even rock with him like that.
I mean, if you're gonna, if you want to be, if you want to be integrated into society, you can't, you can't say, hey, we want to be integrated, and then the same time say it was bad thing, because you have to take, you have to take, you're gonna give up one thing. I mean, if you're gonna, if we're only shopping with each other, and then you give us the opportunity, we're able to go outside of our community and shop elsewhere. You kind of have to, like, take that compromise. You can't say that it was a bad thing to be integrated. You can't say that.
I'm not
No.
saying that overall it was a bad thing. I'm saying it was a bad thing to those black business owners. And that's why he was so controversial back in the day, because
I
a
don't agree
lot of
with you
people
on
didn't
that,
want to
sis.
be integrated. Like, most black people was happy just living amongst their black selves. It was, people like him. And yes,
So you
he
agree with segregation?
I agree there's benefits to segregation, yes. And I think there's benefits to desegregation.
I agree. I agree with
There,
her too.
but
Who
as
talking?
a
Let me go
government
to the other
to
school.
enforce segregation,
Oh,
that
see
is
Woody.
bad.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
If
that's
we
bad.
do right, that's what he was fighting against, the government separation of races. But if we do more shopping with each other and supporting each other's businesses, that has nothing to do with the government.
We're basically supposed to be segregating our dollars, but not every aspect
Right.
of race.
Right, not sit
But
on the back of the bus, walking to the back of a restaurant to eat, like, like treating us like we're not the same people that got blood running through our veins that contribute to society.
White
Like, that's
bow
the problem.
ties and
but
shit.
Okay, I just
understand
want to
this
state a couple of
also.
facts. Oh, go ahead.
Martin
I'm
Luther
sorry.
King was very, very young during his time on this earth, during the whole uh fight for freedom. He was super, like, this man was in his early 20s. He was still a kid. Like, he didn't have enough maturity to understand exactly what desegregation would do. Like you said, that's why he said he feared he led his people into the lion's mouth, because once he started to get older and he started to branch out more and he started to get more experience in life, he started to notice, like, yes, we got these freedoms, but damn, we lost on this end. Yes, we gained here, but we lost here. You know what I'm saying?
But that's just that comes with the territory. Like that, now you addressed a new problem, which is now we have to support each other. Like,
Okay, can I
Here's
just
the
state a
thing:
couple of
our
facts?
community didn't
See,
start
Woody?
addressing the new problems.
that's the
I just
problem.
want to
When
state.
the
I just
problem
want
the
to.
problem wasn't desegregating. The problem was not addressing the new issues that come from desegregating.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
I
Okay,
didn't
from
even
yeah.
say desegregating was a problem. I said he was
Yeah.
debatable back in the day.
Can I just state a couple of facts to see Woody, but based off of what he said
Okay.
and how he feels about certain people?
Okay.
Um, when gay when I when there was violence against gay people, you know what they did? They came together and they changed the laws for discrimination against the LGBT plus community, and they also are, and they're still working on that, but they're getting pretty far with gay marriage. And when black women came together, or just women in period, they came together, and you know what we changed? We changed us being able to get a job so that we wouldn't be at the snap of a finger from a man. We changed the abortion laws, even though that is getting reversed now today, which is fucking stupid to me. Um, and we changed hair laws, Black women, in most of the states, there are still states that will still fire you if you come to work without your hair straightened. You know what? You know what happened when Black men came together? What they fought for? Y'all know?
White women. I'm just playing
Ye-
out. Though.
No, 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 no,
Yes.
no, 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 no. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's exactly what they fought for. When Black men came together, the only law they changed was interracial dating. And that was like, what, like 10 to 15 years after slavery? And the only thing that Black men came together to change a law for was to date outside of their race.
But
That's
Thought that
it.
was the
what
And
thought
what
that was
is
the
other
wrong
law
with
needed
that?
to be
original.
And
changed?
Oh, this
what
one went
is
upset when
What
she
wrong?
said
other
that.
law needed to be
Ooh!
changed?
Y'all
So
mad
every
What
now.
damn
Y'all
other?
thing.
mad.
What
Tell
is
me
wrong
what
Wait,
with
hold
other
on,
law
wait, hold
needed
on,
to
wait,
be
why
hold
can't
on, hold
changed?
on.
why
Wait,
can't
wait, wait,
Martin
wait, wait.
Luther
Okay,
King
hold
Oh,
on,
get a
they
hold on,
little
say
hold on.
something
scope?
about white
Hold
women.
her
They
in
get
the
mad.
court.
What
All right,
other
so because
law
maybe
needed to
it
be
went upset
changed
when she
though?
said that. Okay, so we're gonna go auto magic, then we're gonna do quack. Okay, so we're gonna do auto magic, then Presley, then we're gonna do quack, then Presley.
What other laws could have been debatable that needed to be changed for
The
straight Black men?
For straight Black men, I don't know. Racial equality, first of all, y'all didn't
Racial
fight.
equality, that's a part of racial equality. As me as a Black person, I should be able to date
Can I finish?
a person outside of my
If
race.
you
That's
if you
racial
let me finish,
equality.
you would have a proper response because your response is not talking to what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, racial equality, simply because when y'all first came out of slavery, the first thing y'all fought for was the ability to date outside of your race, right? And so when I say racial equality, that's what Angela Davis fought for and got the law changed for. And you know who Angela Davis is?
What law?
The law for us to be treated as equally in the job force. Angela Davis is a
That's
Black
way after slave.
lesbian
What was
woman.
that around the slavery time? Like,
Yes,
give me a
yes, it
timeline.
was. Yes, it was. It was 2 years after Black men fought for interracial dating. That's the timeline. Angela Davis, a Black lesbian woman, fought for both men and women to be paid equally and to be considered equally for jobs of all races. A Black lesbian woman.
You
Two
said two
years,
years after.
yes, two
Okay.
years after Black men fought for interracial dating.
Okay. So can I? Okay, I'm gonna go now. You done? I'm. Are you done? I'll wait.
Okay, because it seems like you're not listening to what I'm saying. You
No,
didn't
I
take
am.
it in. You didn't.
I'm ready because I understand what you're
There's
saying now.
there's no response. You're listening to respond to
I'm
defend
listening.
Black
I
men
listened to what you heard. You
instead.
haven't even let me speak yet. So you're telling me what I'm
I
going to
I
respond to?
no,
Okay,
because you're not responding to what I said.
I haven't
You said
responded yet.
that's what I'm
I said
saying.
I won't wait till you finish.
Yeah, you're saying are you done because you want to defend Black men instead of
Just
listening
go,
to what I
bro.
said.
Just go. Just go. Just go.
Go ahead.
Just
Go ahead.
go.
Okay, so basically, after slavery, 2 years before she fought for the equal job pay and the equal treatment in the job labor force, you would say that okay, once you get out of slavery, we don't know the how the landscape will be in the job market. You're looking at it to be equal. So if we get out of slavery and we're equal, everything should be equal. So now let's farther the equality and fight to be able to marry whoever we want as a race. 2 years later comes to find out that hey, it is not equal in the job force. We have to fix this. And she
You
did take that task and she furthered that cause. Every time you fight for something, you introduce a new problem or you come across something that needs attention within that. So every step of the way, you just chipping away at the things that get in the way of the first initial idea, which was racial equality. So at first it came from being segregated and being looked at as property and less of a, and not even a freaking human at that point, really, to being able to love and be and be in a
White
relationship
women.
with whoever you want. White women, it could be blue women, yellow women. It don't matter.
Not jobs, white
When
women.
you
But
just
then,
got out,
but you just,
Not
I just
job.
said,
when you
I
White.
just,
just said, I just
I'm,
said that that
he
was
said
this.
that we
Okay,
could go back and forth. So this is my back to your forth, okay? And then you could go forth with me.
blue.
The thing is that you just got out of slavery. Why is the first thing that you fight for as black men? You have just been whipped, been made to, you kunta kinte, you're Toby. You're not Kunta Kinte.
God
You're
damn.
Toby.
And
They
black
have
women carried you
changed.
through this whole thing.
Let me finish, y'all. They literally out right after slavery, they calling you Toby, even though your name is Kunta Kinte, and the first thing you fight for is the ability to date them. That's what you want to do? Not I want to be equal, not I want our race to be equal, not I want to have jobs, not I want our race to come up, but I want to fuck other races. That's what you fight for after you just been whipped and got scars on your back and a whole bunch of other shit. That's the
Can
first thing you fight
Presley, you
for,
know what that
can I
Toby?
sounds
go?
like?
Can I go
That
now?
sounds like Stockholm
Can,
syndrome.
No, it
Okay,
yeah.
sounds
so
like
So
it's. Let me
can I
just say this
please
one last
go?
thing, and then I'm done. You come from being treated as property. You come from being treated as not a human.
By white women.
So you fight for your human right first to date whoever you want, love whoever you want, fuck whoever you want.
That's what
That
I'm
was the
White
saying.
straight
idea.
black men.
That's your first
Fucking.
that's your first plan
what the fuck?
is
Right.
to fuck outside of your
That was
race?
the first plan then. Not
That's
saying it's mine. I'm just saying
Money.
that was the
what
first
about
plan then.
making money? What
And it
about
makes
being not
sense
slaves?
in a
What
human
about
in a human way.
being
It
equal?
wasn't
You
healthcare.
the
It
first
wasn't
thing you
nothing
fight
else.
for is to fuck women
Okay.
that
I don't
outside of
even
Y'all,
your
think
y'all,
healthcare was
all right.
okay.
Can please
Healthcare.
let
We
me
talking about
go?
healthcare,
Okay,
Okay,
slavery.
Toby.
Please
All
We're
let
right,
me
going a little too
Toby.
go.
far now.
okay,
Come on,
so
Cause
okay,
Toby.
y'all,
so
y'all,
Tell it to me,
let me
Toby.
get
Let's go,
hold up, y'all.
Toby.
Let me get Quack in here. Quack.
yo, let's be realistic here. Because you talking from a privileged perspective. You wasn't a slave. Slaves dealt with real shit. That was their everyday life. The whips that you talking about as a metaphor, they were really receiving. So you
Exactly,
asking, no,
Toby.
no,
So
no,
why
no,
was the
hold up,
first thing
hold
you
up,
fought
hold
for was
up,
to stick
hold
your
Let him
up.
dick in
finish.
somebody
Let
Let
him
else?
me
Wait,
finish.
finish what
wait,
I'm
wait, Presley.
saying.
Wait, Presley.
Hold up.
Allow him to finish.
They were really receiving that. We don't have those experiences. So we don't know the psyche of the slave. Where you born a slave, die a slave. We don't have that psyche. We could just imagine, we could visit there vicariously, but the reality is they were really slaves. So whatever they did to make my freedom today, cool with. I don't care how it got here. I'm just grateful of their sacrifice because I'm living what they sacrificed. I got the privilege of what they sacrificed. There's a lot of slaves that died slaves. There's a lot of slaves who were born slaves, lived the reality of being inferior, and that was normal. We gotta stop doing that and acting like, yo, oh, that's the first thing you do when you get your freedom. Stop diminishing the sacrifice of our ancestors and
Do you
respect the
do you
fact
know
that
who
these
else were
people
slaves?
done died
Black
for your
women.
privilege
And
to talk on
do
this
you know who
panel
else were
right
slaves?
now.
Black women. Do
Boy,
you know
stop
who
playing in
freed
our
slaves?
face.
Harriet Tubman, a black woman.
Okay, so
And do
yeah,
you
and
know
I'm
who didn't
thankful for
fight?
both of them. I'm thankful for all of them.
And guess
I'm
and
not
guess
here to
what? And those
separate. I'm
black
That
not
Turner
here
women
to
who
did
were also
also.
hold
It's
on.
slaves
not white
didn't
I'm
fight
versus.
not
for
here
It's
to
not
black
women
separate
men.
versus
all the
men,
Okay.
Presley.
experiences.
It's not
Yo, no,
women
no, no.
versus
I'm not
men,
here to
really.
yo, hold up. I'm not here to separate none of that. Like, I thank Harriet Tubman, I think Coretta Scott King, I think all the people who sacrificed for my privileges today. I thank them all. Even the white people who sacrificed for my privileges today. I thank them all because their reality, if you really want to look at it from that perspective, and you really want to live one day as a slave, you wouldn't last. You wouldn't last an hour as a slave, a real
None
slave.
of us would. Duh.
Okay,
Like,
then, so
nigga.
stop diminishing the fact that these people, whatever decision they did first, doesn't matter. The whole thing is we have the privileges of what they sacrificed.
It
So
does
stop
matter because
disrespecting.
it's still
Don't
being shown today.
disrespect the first thing that black men did because they
I'm
did that. Yo, you
quack.
gotta stop
I'm about to
doing
step
that
in.
selfish shit that you be doing.
Wait, hold up, y'all.
It does
Hold up.
matter because it's still being shown today because
No, but
because as soon as black men get successful, they see they see being with other
Insecurity on
races
you. That's
as
your
some,
insecurities.
no,
You
it's not
projecting right now.
wait,
insecure.
no.
It's not
Now
I'm
she
insecurity if you let
insecure.
me
Oh my
finish.
god.
If
Now
you
she
let me
insecure.
finish.
I don't even
Okay,
want to
What's
hear
the
what you
problem with me dating outside of my race?
You said
Personally.
what?
It sounds like she got a problem with dating outside of the race.
No, what she's referring
No,
to
that's
is
not what I
that,
have a
like,
problem
even
with.
though, wait, hold up, because what she's referring to, because even though she's talking about way back in the day, slaves and stuff, but as we all know, we all know, we're all not, none of us up here have ever been a slave, but we all know a lot of psychology and the way that we operate on a sociological factor does play a part from slavery. Now, this is very subtle, so we don't recognize it, but it does stem from slavery. So the reason why she brought up is that you mean to tell me the first thing you want to do is get a white woman? And I personally feel, and I could be wrong, I feel like the reason why we get into these conversations is because I feel like when we get into these conversations, it's like always demeaning women's contributions to the movement.
Nobody was diminishing the woman's contribution at all. She basically, it sounded like it started off as what has women have done more to further the causes than straight men, which you can say that, which can be true, but it's not a women versus man thing. Like that's not what we're trying. That's not what I'm trying to debate. Like who's better for the
here's the
movement.
thing, the thing is that men will literally get on these platforms and say they want to be leaders, but then yet when it's time for you to lead, you're not doing it. Like, that's the thing. It's like, okay, you want to be leaders, cool, but then when it's really time for you to be the leaders and step up, you are nowhere to be found. You're nowhere to be
That's
found.
not true. That's not true.
I mean, if somebody wants to be a leader, they'll be a leader. Like I mean, that goes for both sexes. Like some women say they want to lead, be a leader, and do this and do that, and they don't do it. Like, I mean, that's for both. Like, that's a characteristic trait of a person wanting to do something and not doing it. Like, you can't really put that on men or women. That can be both.
Clearly, men are not doing it as much as women. That's the point. And if anything, perpetuating the community's downfall, perpetuating the exploitation, feeding into the messiness, and doing things like these podcasts that y'all do with this toxic masculinity and stuff, perpetuate the divide between black men and black women specifically.
But you know that there are plenty of other better podcasts for black love and black stuff that you don't know about because somebody at the Instagram, Facebook office decides to heat this channel up because they want this to be viral. They want this to get more views. They will heat it. They will put it in the algorithm so that more people see it. But I see this other black. What? I see this other black love channel that don't have a lot of views, but they have really, really solid black people on it talking about love, marriages, relationships, and stuff that can further the culture and like consciousness. But that's not in our algorithm. It's not. It's a show that has
bit of pushback. I'm gonna have
a lot of
bullshit. That's bullshit.
Production on it, but it's more production than Fresh and Fit, but it's not in the algorithm.
So you're
but to all of the people who are saying I am off, I am not off. Okay, Loving versus Virginia was in 1967. Okay.
Can I just say one thing?
I cannot finish a sentence.
Go ahead.
The panel don't exist with only you.
I
Dr. Amir.
understand that. There are plenty of people who talk amongst each other and who talk and who interject and have conversations. I'm just saying that whenever I talk, I can't get 3 words out without being interrupted.
You
That's
got
all I'm
way
saying.
more
You
than three
speak a
words out.
lot.
You
We always listen
exaggerating.
to you, Presley. Come on now.
You
Okay,
gotta stop
Not
IG.
really.
Hold on, wait. I have something. Wait, I got something important. IG, are you still with me? IG. Okay, I'm
And
gonna
he's at
drop.
the store, right? I think
Yeah,
IG said
I'm gonna
yeah.
drop him because he someone's trying to come up.
And somebody said, "What's the name of the channel?" It's literally called Black Love.
But here's the thing, and
I
then,
love Black
the
Love.
thing I have to say to that is that the thing I've noticed is that yes, a lot of these things, these podcasts and stuff, they are dressed up and they look like Black Love. But when you start to understand these different systems
Not
on a
really.
sociological level, and understand these systems that also come with subtle and very explicit language, from the surface it looks like Black Love, but yet it's also littered with patriarchy. It's also littered with transphobia, homophobia, and
I
all
mean,
these
if you want to
different things.
generalize it, yeah, but you haven't even seen these podcasts and these platforms that offer it to even have to say that. I see more patriarchy in what you're saying in the Fresh and Fits and the Andrew Tates of the world on the side of YouTube than I see on the real, genuine Black Love like type of conversations that we need to be that we should be having instead
I
of.
have a question though. Wait. I have a question. Are you affected by patriarchy the same way that gay men are, or are you affected by patriarchy the same way women are? I don't.
We're all affected by it. Like
I didn't ask
it just
that.
depends on who is the who's on the side of the like if me as a black straight man, I could be a victim of patriarchy when it comes to white straight men, when it comes to trying to get loans or trying to get something business wise. It just depends on what side who's
Is
on
that
the other
patriarchy
side
or
of the
racism?
patriarchy.
That's cool enough, but I didn't ask that. I said, are you affected this exact same way?
No one is affected the
I,
exact same. No,
I
I'm
didn't
not.
know.
No.
Okay, so the thing is that since you're not affected in the exact same way, you can't look at queer people, specifically can't look at women and tell them, these other channels and stuff, they're talking about all this real stuff. It's no patriarchy, all these other things into it, because
It's women on here and it's men. What do you mean?
we also have
Would
pygmies
you
as
rather
well
see?
too.
So would you rather see a channel that's talking about love, or would you rather watch a channel that's talking about diminishing women for being sex workers?
Well,
Which
first
one
and
would you
foremost,
rather watch?
like, you do know, but here's the thing: like, patriarchy has different forms. That's the same reason why we have a Kevin Samuels, which is of course
That's
is
not on
someone
the
that
side of. That's not the pro side. That's the
no.
side
But
with
here's the
Andrew
thing:
Tate and such.
no. Because the thing is, that's the reason why we have a Kevin Samuels, even though he looks like a doctor. That's the reason why we have a Derek Jackson. That's the reason why we have a Fresh and Fit. That's the reason why we have people that look different, are in different professions, but however, and they dress up their message differently, but they all lead towards the same destination.
No, those are that's the red pill space. That's the super masculine, super
But
way
Auto
to.
Magic, that's the reason why we have TD Jakes. It's not just these red pill guys
Yes, it's
now.
not just red
I'm
pill.
not talking about them. I'm not on their side. Y'all making it seem like I'm on their side. I'm not. I'm talking about real good content. Good content, not the Andrew Tates, not the Kevin Samuels, not these red pill super hyper masculine sites that are telling men to have all the women that you want, don't care about monogamy, cheat on you. That's not what I'm talking about. Those aren't the sites that aren't. The fact that we all see those sites is the problem because
No. Because I agree with you. I love the Black Love channel, but people don't watch those type of channels.
that's my
Like
point.
we love to blame it on the algorithm. No, it's about what people want. People want reality TV type fighting, cussing each other out type stuff. A lot of people don't support those Black Love channels and stuff like that. Somebody once told me to Google or to search black male leadership on YouTube and see how many views those type of videos get. Black men not watching those type of videos. Like our community not supporting the moral, ethical, good content on YouTube. We're supporting the BS, so that's what the algorithm is going to lean towards because that's what gets the most support. Just like the music, just like
And
the
that comes
TV
from, I was just
shows.
about to go there. Yeah, it comes from the media, it comes from the music that we consume, and that, like, it comes from all of that stuff. Over time, it's just that, like that's exactly where it comes from, the music.
Okay,
But I
and then what I was gonna say, can I
Okay,
want to
I just
interject.
want to finish what I was.
Who
Oh no, she
controls?
wasn't finished. I kind of cut her off a little bit.
I just wanted to ask the question. Speaking
All
on what
right, not me.
Presley, we've been up here for like over I don't know how many hours. Just let me ask the question. Who controls that when it comes to YouTube? I'm not the algorithm, but in total reality, the algorithm. Who controls that?
That's right. That's right. Talk that shit.
I don't think she's on your side. No shade.
No,
Not
she's saying it.
Right.
She's saying it.
I'll
Oh,
give
you
you an
don't.
answer if you
I
want to
thought
hear
you
it.
so. I thought you had the answer. I
I'll
thought you
give
was
you
about to say
I'm
the real
asking
shit.
because everybody
I
because
just
what
I'll give you an answer if you want to hear it.
I do.
It's us. Because the reason why the algorithm works is for advertisement purposes. The people who watching the
Yep.
videos, they are the audience. So the algorithm is seeing what's being watched the most, and they pump it so that
Yep.
it can continue to be watched, so they can sell advertising space for the 15-second ads that we keep skipping. So
That's
if we
exactly
watch
it.
better
But
stuff,
but who? But
So
who's
it's
the they? You said they. They. Who's the
the
they?
company the
That's who.
company is trying to make
No.
money. They don't make money
Who's
off
in
of us
control
watching.
of the company? That's what I'm saying. Like
No,
you saying it. Like
I'm
you
saying,
saying it right.
follow me.
You saying it right.
Whoever got a
But who's
vacuum
the
on, turn
they?
it off. It's
The
too
Right.
people.
Who's
loud.
standing in
But
front of an
the
industrial
they
fan?
is
that
the
is
company. The
they're trying
company
to make
needs
a
to make
point so I can
money.
get down, but I have yet to be able to speak.
Okay, so step in for me real quick, Purple Lover. Hey.
The High Pumpkin. The reality is, you do have the mind of a slave. The trauma from them was passed down to us. That is a proven fact that trauma is passed down through the DNA. So there is some of that psyche in you. But one of the issues that Black women are having with their male counterparts is that you violated the main law, the universal law of all creation, which is self-preservation. You didn't go for self-preservation. You went to be able to screw other people.
We
And
back
then
to
you
that.
wonder why.
Can I
Yes, we're
ask a
back to that
We
question?
back to
because
that.
I
Yo,
didn't
you
come
ain't
up
no
while
Wait,
slave.
y'all
hold
That's
were
up.
what I'm
Wait,
talking.
saying,
wait,
yo.
wait. I'm
You
not
don't
fin-
So
talk
hold
that
up.
I'd
shit,
appreciate
please.
if
Allow,
you show
allow,
me
allow
the
her to
same
finish,
respect.
y'all.
All right, go.
Because once I say what I got to say, I'm getting down. The problem is the main issue that a lot of Black women are having with their male counterparts is that they keep asking to leave, and then when it's time to leave, you're leading them off a cliff. Nobody wants to be led off a cliff. The fact that you chose to be selfish in what you chose to pursue as your first bite at the apple, instead of being concerned about the whole community because you're not an island unto yourself, you chose to go about who you wanted to date instead of dealing with the fact that at this time you were still being killed, you were still being permanently harmed, which is still going on today, because you're too busy addressing things that has no long-term value for your community. You're not building the community up. You're the ones that's killing everybody, including Black women. You also kill yourselves. So yeah, they're pretty pissed off because when it was Black women's turn to go and pursue things, they pursued things for the community, including you. When you're being harmed, it's Black women on the front line. Let's be clear on this. That's why they're upset, and rightly so. If every time I step up to the plate, I'm concerning myself about the whole community. And then when it's your time to step up to the plate, it's all about you. You don't see a problem with that? That's a very parasitic relationship. Nobody wants to be in a parasitic relationship. Nobody with
Got you.
healthy
Got you.
self-esteem.
Got
Can
you.
I say
You
something?
you singling out one single thing, right? You
No,
completely
I
ignored
spoke
all the black
as
men
a
that
whole.
worked
I'm talking about
that
the
you
fact
completely
that the community
ignored
is in shambles, that
all
you're
the
not
black men
building
that
anything,
thought
that
about
that
everybody,
you're
right? You completely ignored that, right?
harming yourself and you're harming your community.
I forgot about all of
Okay,
it.
you highlighting all the negative motherfuckers who's
Who
doing
are
that,
all
right?
these
But
black men that
you
thought
ain't
about
gonna
Because
everybody?
highlight none of the
Wait, hold
because
up, hold up,
black
hold up,
men
hold
that's
up.
contributing,
We're gonna
right?
do a civil. I know it's reckless logic over here, but we're gonna have a little bit of order, just a little bit. Y'all can get passionate, y'all can swing, bang, do all that, but y'all just make sure we just trying to keep it kind of sound, okay?
Can I
Now
say
when you
something
saying
real quick?
like one of my
purple
favorite teachers recently said, actually she said this today, I'm here to teach you. I'm here to catch the stuff that's going wrong. The things that you're not looking at. This has been the elephant in the room for a very long time. And it has to be addressed. You left the home, you killing yourself and everybody else. So yeah, there's some problems. You're not handling things like your own health, for one. There's a lot of things that can be said. So yeah, Black women are plenty pissed, especially when you finally do get wealth. You choose to take it and put it into somebody else's community. And matter of fact, most often the community of the people who are still harming you.
Facts.
Who are still oppressing you.
Cool.
And your
Now you
community.
finish? You finish.
Don't be rude.
First of
I'm,
all,
wait,
you're
I'm
not going to
waiting.
talk to
I'm
me
waiting
like
on
I'm
you to.
2 years
I'm waiting
old,
on you to land the
because I
plane
cannot
because you've
come
been
at you
talking.
that way. So you're going to
No,
show me the
y'all
respect that I
y'all
showed
all
you.
been
Okay,
talking. I
okay,
want to defend Perp because y'all all been talking. And every time Perp come on the panel, Perp sits back. She's respectful and she waits to allow it to be spoken. Don't disrespect Perp.
That's
yeah.
true.
That's not
That's
disrespect.
true.
That's
You were
passion
very
speaking.
disrespectful,
It's
and I
not
guarantee
disrespecting you. Asking if she
That's not
done. She
disrespect.
paused. He wanted to
Disrespect
know
is
if she
you
was
saying
were being
done.
frank. You
Okay,
weren't
I'm gonna
calling
have to do this
names and
conscious
different
TV
things
style. I'm
insult.
gonna have to do
Okay,
this
I
conscious
said,
TV
are you
I
style.
finished?
appreciate you,
We're
Reckless.
gonna have to
I'm
do
going
this
to be
conscious
quiet.
TV style. Okay, we're gonna let her finish. I'm gonna bring everybody back up. I'm
Okay,
even gonna drop myself. So I'm even.
I appreciate that, Reckless. All I'm saying is that there's a lot of issues that can be had on both sides. But we keep asking Black women to be held accountable, but yet in our community, our Black counterpart is not being held to the same standard. We're the ones that's been on the forefront. We're still on the forefront, even when it comes down to something as simple as protecting your female counterpart, which other men in their communities do, by the way. You're not willing to do that. You want all these different reasons on all these qualifiers in order to do the same thing that Black women have been doing with no qualifiers for you. Like I tell my clients, you should not be asking somebody to do something that you're not willing to do yourself. If you're not willing to do the stuff that it takes to be a business owner, manifesting being a business owner will be really stupid to do, because you're not willing to do the things that come along with being a business owner. It's the same thing here. A leader can not sit up here and make up 101 different excuses of why they're not performing. If you're choosing to be in a leadership role, then you have to be able to take accountability even when you don't want to take it. As somebody who's a mentor and a teacher, I have to take accountability for the things that come out my mouth, just like I'm taking accountability for whatever I say out my mouth right now. But we cannot have a healthy community when one side is doing all the giving and the other side is doing all the taking. That is not a healthy community. That's a parasitic relationship. And eventually, if a parasite is allowed to stay in its host long enough, it will kill off its host. And we're seeing that show up. Thank you for having me, Reckless. I'm going to
I just wanted to make sure you was all good and got it out because I know you was going to drop down and stuff. And plus, I had to diffuse it before things got too out of hand because I like you, I like Quack, I like everybody. So I got to make sure I keep the peace. And I understand these conversations get very heated. So
I appreciate you for having me because I told you I was going to drop down so King Patriarch get up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Bert.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I already see how this is going to go. So what we're going to do right now, I'm going to bring up Quack, and I'm also going to bring up Auto Magic, just so you guys can speak without being interrupted. And then after you guys are done, I'm going to bring everybody else back up. I'm even going to drop myself. Y'all continue. Have the floor.
All right. Yo, you want to go first or you want me to go?
I'll go, but I'll go. I just don't like. I understand we all see the problems. We all see problems, but I feel like if you see the problem, well, first of all, not everybody is claiming to be a leader. So yeah, if you are taking a leadership position or a leadership role, you are held accountable. You know that. They know that. People that want to lead know that they're accountable for what they do. Right. But not everybody does that. So, I mean, that's cool. But I feel like if you have a problem with something or you see a problem, I think it's also healthy just to see it's not just it's not just about seeing the problem. It's about having at least one solution for it. You know what I'm saying? That we can take and take from the conversation and leave with. Like it's one thing to know that the building is burning, but like, can you give me a like point me to the nearest exit sign? Like, give me some type of way to address it or to change it. Don't just point at the problem. But like,
I'm gonna have to. Well, 2.5 seconds. I'm gonna have to, and I think that's the issue that a lot of us are speaking of. We're if you actually hear us speak, we're pointing to the problem, but we're also pointing to a way out. And here's the thing I always say is that I feel like one of the reasons they're like, oh, you're black first. And I always tell people all the time, I say, here's the thing. I feel like we're never, ever going to come together as a tribe, as a community, is because we have different things that we believe in that automatically oppresses, separates, dehumanizes others. So when we talk about patriarchy and when we talk about toxic masculinity, that's us talking about the thing that's keeping all of us from coming together.
And we and most of us agree. Most of us agree on that.
Yes, we agree.
Right.
Like, yes, most of y'all do agree. Well, I don't know about most, but I would say y'all agree. But in different situations, when it comes down to sex work, when it comes down to Megan Thee Stallion, Tory Lanez, that same pathology is still there because it operates the way that you view things. It operates the way that you see things. It operates the way that you interpret things. So it's more to it than just like, yes, you know what? I understand. I get it. It's also that constant practice of being able to I'm going to use it, decolonize your mind. Because don't get me wrong, sure. I'm telling you, when I first met Conscious, this person you seeing today was most definitely not the person that was a couple years ago. It's a constant thing. It's an ongoing thing. But you have to be able to do the work, the internal work, to be able to get past it.
No, that's facts. Yeah, I agree with you.
So I'm gonna drop back down. I'm gonna let you guys have some more time.
I don't want to cut nobody off.
You can go, girl. You can go.
I'm gonna just go out here and say, Quack and Automagic, just tell me if I'm wrong, but certain people, I hope you didn't notice this, but they were again blaming, us because we were part of that leadership role, right? Automagic
Oh, what I don't know a part of what
and
leadership role, but
Presley had
okay.
said something, right? Presley said something that was very key. She said slavery and us being men fought for interracial marriage. Number one, Automagic and Quack, that's not true. She was trying to push her narrative. You know why she was trying to push her narrative? Because she won't admit this. Angela Davis was in 1967, right? Automagic, which was slavery ended in 1865.
I'm
You
gonna
would
look it
know
up
what that
right now.
means, right?
Angela Davis.
Angela Davis was a part of the Black Panther Party in 1967. Slavery ended in 1865. That's a 102-year difference between the end of slavery and interracial marriage. Second
Yeah, she
fallacy
did
in our
say 2 years, so we'll press her on that one. She said 2 years later.
right,
We'll press her.
right. Also, she also said that interracial marriage was fought for by a black man. False. It was actually fought for by a black woman with a white man. So the
I was
same woman that said, and I quote, the same people that say we fought for interracial relationships is actually cat because she because they actually fought for interracial marriage first. It actually benefited them first because of the Loving case, which was in
I was
1967.
I was gonna say that, but I was gonna say interracial dating benefited both sides, but I didn't want to go there because I thought that it would have been terrible to say. But
She
you're
said,
so
She
right.
and
did.
then
I'm sorry, I had the correction. She didn't say 2 years after. She said 2 years after interracial marriages.
Well,
no, she
but it
didn't.
was
No, she didn't.
20. It
Regular.
was, but still 200 years apart. It can't be
No,
two
no.
years
She said
anything.
no. She said 2 years after interracial marriage, but she also said 20 years after slavery. That's still a fallacy because slavery ended in 1865. Angela Davis was in 1967. That's a 102-year difference.
Okay, people in the chat was saying otherwise. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna let y'all.
I'm finna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. I'm finna look up
Look at
interracial.
Auto Magic. Look it up.
I got my
Look up the
computer in front of
interracial
me.
Yeah,
marriage. If it say
yeah. Can I?
1967,
No.
I'm right.
Yeah, I feel you. Can I say something?
Go ahead, Quack. Go ahead, Quack.
All right.
Cook off.
My issue is the fact that it's only getting highlighted the imperfections of black man's contributions. Like, first off, I don't think nothing's wrong with a slave wanting to have interracial relationships. I don't think anything's wrong with a person fighting for that. Now, y'all can call that
Right.
patriarchy, y'all can call it whatever you want. I don't think it's wrong. Nothing's wrong with all the contributions that all women have given us and all black men has given us. And even the white people have given us. All people, whoever contributed to my privileges of today, where I can go and walk inside this gym that I'm about to walk into, I'm
Right.
thankful for. I'm not going to diminish. I'm not going to diminish because I don't have the experience of a slave. I don't know the fear or the traumas that comes with waking up being a slave and born a slave, die a slave. There's many
Right.
slaves that people say, "Oh, y'all cowards because you didn't go with Harriet Tubman." I can't say I would be strong like the person like Harriet Tubman or someone like that, like or the slaves that
Right.
follow. You can't diminish people's experience because that was their real life. All the people who sacrificed in the civil rights movement, who walked and died and got sprayed and all that shit, I'm not diminishing these human beings. Each human experience is valuable. So, yeah, I feel you, sis, Presley. I feel that you got some underlying shit that you got to deal with internally to heal from. But what you're saying, what is the fucking point? Because to me,
Right.
it sounds like you're trying to diminish everybody's contribution and try to highlight only the female contribution. None of the
There's
men
no.
in this panel has diminished any female contribution. None of us. I haven't heard you say anything reckless. I haven't heard none of the men has diminished any contribution of the women. But for some reason, y'all find, or excuse me, Presley, you find ways to just highlight a certain point, and it's like, yo, you now have the privilege that that person didn't have. Okay, that person fought for interracial. Now you have the privilege to date interracially because of that person's contribution. Why are we
Because we're black
diminishing
women.
all the contributions? Yo, I'm happy that I'm not a slave, yo. Because
Right.
you gotta really take into consideration being whipped, being scared, having your kids taken from you. All the shit that we deal with and we process and we carry on this tradition because we don't even have our fucking names, yo. So it's like
Right.
when I hear you, I'm like, yo, okay, you proved your point. Women did a lot more. Cool. So what? I'm still privileged because of all the contribution for people dying before me. And I'm good with that. And I'm going to contribute my life for the people of the future who, when I die, and they're going to have more privilege than I do. Like Reckless, right now, he's a gay man, and he's dealing with all the shit that he has to deal with as a gay man. He's dealing with this shit today for the future gay man of the future. Every person on this shit, the TS, where is he at? TST, fucking the trans, sacrificing his struggle for tomorrow. Excuse me, I apologize. Her struggle for tomorrow. That's what we doing it for. So stop diminishing shit, man. That's all I'm saying. Stop diminishing everybody's contribution. That's all I gotta say.
And one more thing, Reckless and Quack, that was very powerful. People are bringing up again. They're saying they're trying to fact check me now. I'm gonna put this fact out there again. People are talking about the marriage in 1868. Technically speaking, by the U.S. laws, that was still technically illegal.
Yeah.
So despite what you keep bringing it up, we're talking about interracial marriage being legal. The first ever interracial marriage being legal was by a black woman. It's because of a black woman we're able to have interracial marriages.
But that one back then, was that a black man and
That's
a
not
white
me.
woman?
Again, when I say this again, that's not me.
It was a white man and a black woman. It was it was a Nazi Germany and a South African woman.
The first one.
No, the one that actually changed.
The one that's actually legal. The one that actually changed it for us. No, we're talking about the 1967 one. The one what the history books actually tell us that actually counts.
That wasn't legal then. That's because that was close to
What?
the end of slavery,
So
right?
what?
Have you heard of the Loving case, man?
I want to look it up. Give me something to look it up. What is it called? Who were the people involved or something like that? Give me jog.
Look up Richard or Mildred Loving. That's what their names
That's the
are.
legal one. That's the legal one. I'm glad you made that specification because even though that wasn't the one that changed the law for interracial marriage, let's get into the specification of that one that happened right after slavery because I think that's what he's referring to.
That one doesn't matter because that didn't move the needle.
I want. Is this IG? I want to tell me what that one was. I want to look into it real quick.
That's retro.
That's retro.
Yeah, tell me which one that is real quick. I'm gonna look into it. I got my computer.
Okay, I don't know which one. The legal one. Hold on, I don't know.
I got the legal one. I just wikied that one.
I don't know what the other one was.
Or if Presley has it, if you can let her up, she might be able to tell us which one she's referring to.
Presley probably went to the restaurant. Presley's up. So so my question is this. So from what I'm understanding, it feels like y'all feel like people are attacking y'all. No shade.
No, it just feel like because Presley used that to try to diminish us.
I didn't try to diminish anybody.
So Presley, give me the incident you're referring to, the one that happened after slavery. Do you have any type of names or anything that I can use to look it up?
Definitely. If you look up Loving versus Virginia, yes, it was a black woman and a white man, and that's why it got passed because a white man. But there were many attempts before that, which is why I was saying that's what y'all fought for. the many attempts before that were black men trying to date white women after they were just enslaved by them.
By white men, not by white women. I
No,
just you
white
gotta.
women too. They were attributing to the abuse and the killing. A lot of the times, black men were killed. What was it? Emmett Till? Was that a white
I
man?
Emmett
understand that it
Till was in the
wasn't
That was after
by
the end of
white.
slavery.
But you gotta understand, like this is a human rights thing. We're not. This is not even
the
a
fallacy.
racial right thing. This is a human right to love who you want to love.
Why was that such the
Y'all won't
pressing
never let
issue
me
after
talk.
black women were backing and carrying black men through slavery the whole time, and white women were commanded for black men to be beaten
There
and
were
killed
plenty.
and
There
murdered?
were plenty black relationships.
Let me
Plenty.
know when I can get a paragraph.
We're the reason why.
A
We're the
paragraph of
reason
what?
why there's proof that there were black relationships. Come on now.
We're not saying that there wasn't. That's all y'all had the option to do. I'm talking about why was the first thing y'all fought for to
Y'all,
go
you gotta say
outside the
quit.
race?
Y'all gotta quit saying y'all because
Black
I wasn't
men.
living back
I'm
then.
sorry, excuse me. You're
That's
right. Got carried away. Black men. You still fight for it though.
I'm
Clearly.
not fighting for it.
We're
I'm
not
going against
God.
your the logic that's saying that that's wrong. Like anybody's human rights is right. Like
no,
if
Why was that the human right though?
no. I think no. Okay,
we
so the
just
thing
we just
is,
got
Elder
past the
Magic.
human right of being less than a person, 3/5 of a person. Now
Yes.
we're gonna go ahead
Right.
So the
and we
first
now
thing
we're
on the
gonna go
list
No,
ahead
is
it's
and
white
not
women.
that. No, it's not that about y'all. Y'all and this y'all and it's not about black men actually fighting for it. It's more so when you start to dig deeper into it. Why was that the first go to when you have
I'm
other
trying to
things
give you
where?
all I'm trying to paint the picture for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
If you go from being less 3/5 of a human being
Mm-hmm.
and now you to like further that idea that I am equal as a
Mm-hmm.
human, not as a race, as a human,
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to date other humans
Not
and
make
not be
money.
killed for it.
Not make the same
Regardless
amount
of
of
what the
money or
race
work.
regardless of what the race is.
Not support my community or make the
But
same
y'all
money.
were killed
Bro,
for
how
it,
am I
and y'all
listen,
still continue to disrespect black women and
how
uplift
am I
other races of
disrespecting a
Oh
women.
black
my
woman
goodness.
by wanting to date who I
I
want to
literally,
date?
I can't finish a
How do
sentence.
you want
Nowhere,
to date
nowhere,
them?
no how.
Okay, y'all let Presley get in. You got okay. I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
time it just to make sure. Wait, I'm gonna time it 3 minutes.
You don't gotta time it. I ain't
No,
no
no,
time.
I'm
Go
going
ahead,
to.
Preston.
Nah,
I'm doing
please
this
don't
for
time it. We're
purposes.
good. We can hold our
I'm doing this
water.
for purposes. We're gonna do 3 minutes. No interrupting of Presley. All righty. Let me get my time over here. Cause so next time you can't say I ain't get a chance to speak. I'm gonna make sure this
I'm
time.
finna gaslight her. She ain't got 3 minutes worth in her.
3,
Fuck.
So you're literally you're literally trying to. You literally just said
Presley,
that
focus on me. Focus on me. Focus on me. Focus on
gaslight
me.
me.
3,
I know.
You're
I
wasting your
said
2.
3
I
That lets
want
minutes.
you
me
to
I'm
get
know.
your
gonna
whole
drop.
three
I'm
That
gonna
minutes,
lets
so
drop
me
I'm
know
down
trying to
from
give
this
everything I
you.
need to
panel.
know, and everything that I'm about to say is correct because you
I'm
3,
trying to
literally
give you
just
2,
your floor and
1.
give
Your
you three
time
Automatic.
minutes worth
your
by
time
gaslighting
starts
you. I
now.
want you to talk for three
okay.
minutes.
Exactly. Okay, so you just heard that black man premeditate that he's gonna gaslight me.
So
Um,
she can have her whole.
God damn it,
he
Carlo. I'm
said
gonna
no
beat your ass.
interrupting, sir.
You can go.
Okay, anyways, you
At
just heard that
2:44.
black man say that he premeditated gaslighting me because he knows I'm right. Anyway, I to all the people who were saying that my timeline was off, it wasn't off. Loving versus Virginia was with a black man. Sorry, was with a black woman and a white man, and that's why it got passed because it was a white man. But before that, there were many other cases trying to interracially date, but it was with black men and white women. And while I understand that it's not all about black men and white women, black men like to interracially date other races. I am mixed myself, so I do understand that. And so my thing is, when it comes to interracial dating, it should not be in spite of, it should be because you fell in love with a person. And my criticism with the first thing the first and not just the first thing, the first and only thing that straight black men fought for was interracial dating. After they've been whipped, they've been they've completely abused, they still want to interracially date, and that still goes on to this day. And so while people sit up here and say, oh, that was old, that was history and all this other stuff, that still goes on to this day. There was literally just a case, and there's many other cases currently, to where black men are verbally and physically abused by women who are outside of their race, who calls them nigger, who calls their, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that,
Yeah, I know.
but who calls them the N word, and these women who are not black, who calls their half black children the N word as well, because they see you as a dildo. They see you as a human dildo, but they don't care about that, and that's fine. That's on them. And so when I'm bringing up the facts, Loving versus Virginia was in 1967. So when I said 2 years later, Angela Davis came in, and that's what I mean. 2 years later in 1969. And 2 years later in 1969, Angela Davis fought. Angela Davis fought for.
Your time is up.
That wasn't 3 minutes.
That was 3 minutes like a motherfucker. You was a damn loud that. I timed that one that time.
That was not 3 minutes.
That was 3 minutes. I timed it.
But okay, can I get to Angela Davis though?
Okay, I'll let you do Angela Davis because I always do cut you off. I'll let you finish that. I'm gonna let Marquez and Auto Magic go.
I just wait a minute.
Because everybody if that was 3 minutes and I got cut off, everybody been talking about way longer than me. But anyway,
President, I don't want to cut you off, President. Can I give you the names of what you're saying? I apologize. The people that you're talking about is Andrew Kinney and Mahalia Miller.
Say it again.
Andrew Kinney and Mahalia Miller. That was in 1874. The black man and the white woman.
Okay.
Go ahead, Presley.
Okay, well then I was gonna bring in Angela Davis, who 2 years later who is a lesbian black woman, fought for straight black men and changed the laws for straight black men. So I went over my time, so that's all I wanted to say. All right.
Okay. So I think I unmuted. Okay, I did unmute Auto Magic. Okay, so Marquez, I know you want to speak.
Yes.
Auto Magic, I know you're gonna jump in, and
me?
Quack is on mute right now. Okay.
Can you hear me? I'm good. My time
You
is
good?
up.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You go.
Number one, I'm just cut it off. All right, I'm talk about the Richard and Mildred Loving thing. I'm not gonna get into that again. You talked about Presley, talked about Angela Davis joining the fight, and 2 years later, that's falsely incorrect. She joined the Black Panther Party, defending straight men in 1967, the same year that the interracial marriage was actually deemed illegal. So therefore, that's another fallacy in her argument. She talks about how, again, she keeps talking about how women are always standing up for black men, as if
I forgot about Elaine Brown too, but okay.
As if this is the 1960s. This is the civil rights movement. You had Dr. Martin Luther King. You had Malcolm X, Angela Davis, all that around the same time in the late 1960s. And you're telling me that out of all these things that happened, are you going to sit here and tell me that Angela Davis was the only person that was out there actually fighting for straight black men's rights? No,
I didn't say she was the only person.
I'm not done. You got your 3 minutes. Now I'm getting mine. If you noticed, it's not the fact of whether or not she's right. It's the fact that she's making these fallacies in her argument to fit her narrative. I would understand if she was to say these points and actually say the facts. But in reality, when you go out there and you want to base your argument upon feelings and your facts are wrong, your argument becomes less valid. Again, you're bringing up the Mahalia Miller case. Again, I'm not going to get into that because that's not what changed. That's not what made changes. People were still getting killed for having interracial marriages. That's not what changed. It was the Richard Loving case that changed. And you could say, oh, it was a white man, all of this, that, and the fourth, patriarchy. As if it was, again, it was a black man and a white woman back then. So wait a minute. Is the person still not white? Wouldn't that, by your logic, the patriarchy is only supposed to help white people? So meaning back in the 1800s after slavery, they were
Not
supposed to
like
help
that.
the white woman there too.
Well, we know, Marquez, when we let's be honest. We know
Let's
the
be
system.
honest. What? How much time I got?
Make my sentence before you cut
How
me
much
off.
time I got? No, I want to know
You
how much
got
time I got.
20 seconds.
Oh, I didn't know we was getting time. I'm on
No,
mute.
Yeah,
I'm just making sure they get their time in. After that, it's gonna be open forum.
right. It's gonna be open forum. And just the last thing I'm gonna say, please, if you're gonna have an argument about this, if you're gonna speak how we can up our community, please come with the facts. Because when you don't come in with the facts, it makes your entire argument false. And if you're trying to come on narratives, at least bring up facts that fit your narrative. Don't bring up facts that don't fit your narrative and don't even give me the same year. You brought up slavery 20 years ago. You brought up
5 seconds.
20-year time difference when in
Well,
reality slavery took place 100 rally. All these events took
I'm
place
long-winded, so I didn't get
102
to get all my
years
facts
later.
out. Sorry about that.
102 years later. Again,
Okay.
you keep saying shut the hell up, but you're not bringing the facts. Please bring the facts
Time
and
up.
please bring them face.
I
Please
All
was
bring
right.
them
long-winded. I couldn't get
correct
It's
it
an
me
them
all the
all
open
way.
out.
forum
I'm
now.
sorry.
Now I'm done.
Point
Okay. So
blank.
open
What I
forum.
say is, we know historically in this country, no, this system has never supported a black man and a white woman together. So we as far as marriage and even down to relationships, it's never been designed. And that law would have never been passed for a black man trying to marry a white woman. That just was never going to happen. And so to Presley's point, because what I think that we know that she sometimes takes a little longer to get all of her facts out or her points out, but what she's basically been saying is that the black woman has been the one to carry the bulk of the weight when it comes to the rights of our community, be it for the black man or for the black woman. We know this. We know black women always show up. We are the ones that lead
It's,
most of the charges for protests and any injustices when it comes to our community. I will have to agree a little bit with what is it, Otto? Um with some of the things he said and piggybacking off of, we know the root of the problem. I don't think that there is one particular solution because there's so many different branches on the tree. But I do believe that although we all have different viewpoints on how to solve the problem, if we though individually come up with a solution to help contribute to at least one area of the problem, then change will be made. But I just want the black men on this panel to know and understand, speaking for in general for black women, it is not that we are literally trying to minimize anything that you guys in general have contributed, but the reality is that we have done most of the work, and we are experienced, as we've heard numerous of times on different panels, what is called battle fatigue. We are tired. It is not a point of we don't believe. I mean, to a degree, we don't believe wholeheartedly in you, but there is still an ounce of, um, let's say, faith. I don't want to say faith or hope. That's the best word of hope that we have that things can turn around. We want to. We're just telling you guys what the problems are, and we just want to see change. Um, we just want
please
to
let
see
me say something.
change. We don't want to. We don't want to keep, I know personally me, we don't want to keep having the same conversation as redundant and that gets us in nowhere. It's not a finger pointing thing at this point. It's just that just the same way when y'all want to tell us the things that we do that does not help build up the community, we want to tell you guys the same thing, but it does come across that you guys don't want to receive what we say, and you take it as bashing. Yeah, it's like you take it as bashing. Like almost like we're dehumanizing you guys, and that's not the case. We're not trying to beat you down, because at the end of the day, it's a community thing, and we just got to do better.
I just have one thing. I have one. Just actually a simple question. Just a simple question. Could that also be said about Black women?
Please, can I say something?
You said, can that also be said about Black women? Everything that I just said.
That last statement you said it's come off as if we're standoffish and we don't want to receive
I definitely
a solution to the problem. So I'm just asking you, in a realistic world, wouldn't that also be the same for you as well? It's not just us. It's really both of it's the whole community.
Listen, I'm going to answer. You asked me a question. Let me answer it, because you're proving my point. What I'm saying is that we are tired. We are suffering from battle fatigue. We are emotionally tired. We're physically tired. We are spiritually tired. We are tired. So when we tell you the same way you guys want us, like when we overcomplicate things, when you guys say that it's very much black and white, y'all don't like this, y'all don't like that, the same way y'all want us to just not analyze that and take it for what we're saying, we want the same from you. But what we experience is the resistance of, you guys feel attacked. I can understand. I don't agree, but I can understand that as a Black woman experiencing a Black man that can articulate himself, I understand that this is all systematic, that the Black man feels a lot of pressure, but so does the Black woman. And what we have no choice in doing, you don't have to agree, but what we don't have a choice in doing is throwing our hands up and giving up and just like acting like we're on an island by ourselves. We don't get to do that.
And can I just throw in a quick fact real quick? I'm sorry. Because I was reading the comments while you were talking, and I see that Mary said that the first state to legal that the first legal interracial marriage was in 1887, and I don't think that that she got the full facts of that, because the first interracial marriage was with a man who was 1/4 Black, so he was passing with a white woman, and then they fled to England, so it wasn't actually legalized until Loving versus Virginia. Just wanted to throw that fact in there for people who don't think I
mean that
speak.
all the marriages that you're bringing up is illegitimate because they were all illegal.
It's the point
That's what y'all
were fighting for. And the whole thing
Why
is,
are
like,
you
to
being angry?
piggyback on
I'll
what
agree.
Anya was saying, is that the problem is the lack of accountability. And when you're faced with that accountability, we're bashing you. You're dashing it again. You're running away from the accountability when you're told you're the problem. What's the problem?
What do you know about
You're the problem, but you can't accept that. So that's why we can never get to the bottom of the problem, because you won't take accountability.
Oh, wait,
You're
hold
pointing
on.
back
as if
at
the
Black
man don't take
women.
accountability enough.
Everybody else,
everybody else just to go ahead and
I'm
again,
just saying, reckless.
Mary, I literally just saw your comment, and
Just why you can take
now you're calling me dumb. I'm not dumb. The interracial marriage that you're talking about in the 1800s was done by a man who was 1/4 Black and was passing, who married a white woman. So a 1/4 Black man who was passing and married a white woman in New York literally ran off to England after they got married, and that was because they didn't want anybody to find out he was 1/4 Black. So don't call me stupid when you're not looking at the facts. Like, I don't like that. Like, don't do that.
So what you gonna forget about Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass,
leave it alone, bro.
John Lewis, Malcolm X, Martin Luther
leave it alone, bro.
King,
But
Edgar
here's
Allan.
the issue. I'm gonna tell you
We
what
just
the
gonna
issue
forget
lies
about
in.
all them folk.
No,
And we just gonna think about
we
Sojourner
remember those
Truth
folks, but the thing is because
and
of
Harriet Tubman.
no, No, the thing is that we remember
Angela
those
Davis.
folks.
My bad.
But the thing about it is that since we live in a patriarchy, we also forget about the sacrifices that their wives have done as well.
Oh my God, bro!
Like literally.
What
So,
the
Otto,
fuck?
I want to ask you a question because I know
Wives
you're
are sacrificing
right?
every day,
Otto,
everywhere.
listen, please. I know you'll do the research. That's why I'm addressing you. Can you do me a favor and Google, if you have to? But can you tell me since 1970 what contributions have the Black men made to our community?
I mean, Google ain't that sophisticated. We're gonna need AI for that one.
Can I say?
I know you're able to break it down. I want to know
Can
that.
I say?
Go ahead.
Since the 70s? Oh, since the 70s? I mean, but when you really think about it, like, what besides the equality and like getting loans and being treated as in the business world, besides that, what do men have to fight for? The system was built for men.
They're women.
Hold on one second. The system was built for men. We're talking about 1970s, the 70s. The system
I said
was
since.
built.
I didn't say just 19. I said since.
No, I'm saying since the 70s, the system was built for men. And once you open up the equality, so it's like once you open up equality, we're still fighting prejudice within this system, yes. But as a whole, like voting, like women just got like the right to vote. Like women have had more battles to fight than men. Because the system was made by men. So there aren't many fights that a straight Black man has to fight other than a prejudice within the system.
And that's the point that they're saying.
He don't have to fight.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold up. But that's the point that they're saying. The point that they're saying is that a lot of men that they talk about them being protectors and
of the family.
Then, yeah, but you also got to fight for your wife too. Fight for her rights as well too.
What are her rights? What rights are being hindered on right now? What rights?
This system is built for men. Okay, so use your male privilege to help the women in our community.
What rights?
Isn't the segregation?
And also, I wanted to comment on the Ohio thing.
What rights need to be fought for? Tell me what rights need to be fought for women.
I just gave you one main specific.
Lord, what rights need to be fought for women?
I can't hear because Precious is talking.
Presley, can you mute real quick? This is serious because these are things that are affecting us right now in our community. I said one thing that the Black men can fight for is the failing educational system for our children.
And why does that? And does that only affect women?
We speak. I said our community.
Okay, so I just want to dead this whole thing that we've been having from the start of this was men versus women. If we can dead that, we can keep going because I agree with you on education. But my question was, what fights do we as straight Black men need to step up to the bat for our women?
I asked a specific question, and what you did was you skated around my question and turned around and tried to answer a question with a question.
No, I didn't. I agree with your. Listen, I agree with changing education, but they were talking about women's rights, and we need to be the protectors for women and step up to the plate. And I'm asking them.
I'm not gonna let you skate around this.
Okay.
I asked a specific, direct question.
All right, what's the question?
I said you could Google it if you need to. I asked, what has
the 70s? And I answered your question. I said, what fights have we had to fight?
No, and that's what I just said. You didn't answer my question. You asked the question.
I don't have an answer for you because I don't know any fights. If you can give me some, then tell me.
I respectfully say I don't know. I can't answer that question.
I can't answer that question.
If you have no fight, if you had nothing that you had to fight for, then why are you complaining?
I can answer the question.
You literally just said that Black men didn't have to fight for anything, so why are you complaining?
Hold on, Chief, can I answer the question that I couldn't answer?
Presley. Listen, from 1970 up into the present, every protest that has concerned our community, the Black woman has fought for. We fight when you No shade. We fight when the black man and even a black woman goes to prison for the injustices that are done in the prisons. We fight against police brutality that occurs with our black men more than our black women. We fight to make sure that y'all rights are heard, and numerous of things. But I just gave you two off the top of my head at 1:41 in the morning. We fight for you guys things that don't directly always affect us, but we see what it's doing to you, our black man. You asking me what specifically pertaining to us, but I'm talking about a community, because it's not just about what the black man can do for the black woman. It's also about our children.
But you just
and also, they said it was an open forum, but there's only 2 people talking. I just wanted to say something really quick. I did look up what Mary said, and what I was speaking on was black people. And when I looked up the Ohio thing, yes, there was interracial marriage legalized in Ohio, but that didn't include black people. Black people were still excluded from that. So that was that's what I was saying. It's about black people. And also, I'm not sure of the guy who was just talking right now when he said, "What do we have to fight for? What do we have to fight for? What fight did we have to win?" You saying that just kind of proves the point that you guys complain when you didn't even have to fight for anything
So what's
except
the
for
fight?
fucking other
I don't even
people.
understand.
We're the
You're
ones complaining,
women.
but you
What's the
You're
complain
fight?
that we
You
don't
don't want us
protect
to
You're
fight for something.
women. I'm about to lose my mind on this panel. You're women. You're women. Like, y'all have literally been on the exact same panel where we had the Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez situation, and all of y'all damn near threw Megan up under the bus. Y'all
I did
showed
not
on
do
the
that.
daily.
Was it
I did not
throwing
do
Megan
that.
under the bus, or was it
Patriarchy. At
the
least Otto
boxing?
was able to switch sides eventually. Quack.
That wasn't about throwing Megan up under the bus. We all
Right.
agreed that Megan got shot and that Megan was the victim in the situation. Nobody detests that fact that she was the one hurt. We were talking about who did it. Was it Kelsey, or was it Tory? That was the whole thing.
But
We
you guys
never
were
was
not paying
throwing Megan
attention
up
to
under
the
the bus.
nuances. That's the
I
thing. Like,
said
no.
I said
You
it
guys
from the
were not paying
beginning.
attention. You guys were not paying attention to the nuances. So if you're not paying attention to nuances,
What
how can we trust
nuances?
y'all to make decisions as
What
leaders?
what
If you're not paying attention to the
nuances?
nuances of the situation, come on.
I
The
always said
nuances.
that.
The nuances were all
Excuse me.
speculative. The reasons why it was a trial in the first place, the reasons on what happened, and trying to decipher what happened that night. We all had different like different ideas on what transpired at 2 o'clock, at 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning in on that street. We all had different
Women, like
ideas on what happened.
what
Gentlemen, ladies.
like really hurts my
Could I complete my point that I was trying
I'm
to
sorry.
complete earlier?
No. Because
I don't want to
what's
be
getting me?
included in that.
No, but what's
I said
getting
from
me
the
is that
beginning.
like no, but yeah, Quacky was. But here's the thing. But what's getting me is that like y'all show this shit on the daily. Like even when the whole abortion thing happened, y'all cheered. Y'all cheered. But wait. I'm sorry. Wait. But y'all cheered. Not even understanding the nuances that Black women die from giving birth much higher than other women. Fight for your women. Y'all said it. Yes, they off welfare. Yes, even though I got my children. Yes. What kind of protection is that?
That's not actually
Exactly.
true, because if
That's
the
what I'm
woman has the
saying.
baby, then I'm gonna
We don't
be
have a
on child
choice.
support. That's not this.
Exactly.
I
We
don't
don't.
understand that
We actually don't have a
way of
choice when
thinking.
it comes to
No.
women picking and
What
having
can
children,
I
and
finish?
at the end of the day, the woman decides whether or not she want to keep the child or not. So realistically, even then, the men don't really have a decision when it comes to that.
But who
So in
controls the
reality,
government? But who controls the government? Men or women? Men or
The
women?
government, the
But
people who
men or
control the
women?
government,
Men or women?
the government is controlled
Men
by
or
men and
women?
women. The government has men
No,
and women members.
most of the government are either men or women. Who mostly
That's not
Shut the
controls
fuck
the
true.
up because
government?
I
That's not
literally proved your
true.
point wrong.
Who mostly controls the government?
it's mostly white men. It's mostly
White
white
men.
men.
Okay,
It's
cool.
mostly
White
white
men.
men.
Wait, but white men. But if you're here to protect and be on the side of your own Black woman, then why the fuck would you be so happy about a decision that puts her life in danger?
You
Even
don't
though the white
understand.
men
You
made
do
that
know that the
decision.
doctor.
danger.
You
If
do
she
know
just
that
keep her
the.
legs goes and pick better men, she wouldn't be in that
Pick better
situation.
men, Marquez.
And even
No,
then, she can still
you keep
pick
talking about.
who,
Okay,
whether
so
or not
let's
to
have a real
cheat
conversation.
or not
Do
to
you
cheat.
know?
If she
Do
got
you
that
not
hard.
know that the
I'm sorry,
doctor
TS.
has the right,
When
has
I
the
bring you back up,
authority to
you're gonna
issue an
go. But
abortion when
we're
it
about to
comes
have
to
a
the
real
life of the
conversation right now.
woman? Listen,
Nobody have a
I'm
real
talking to you right
conversation
now.
with me.
I'm talking to you right now. The doctor has the authority to issue an abortion when it comes to the life of the woman. So that it's not about losing their life in pregnancy,
Oh my
and
gosh,
giving
yes it
birth. The
is.
doctor can authorize and veto that whole thing. The doctor has the power to say, "Hey, this is dangerous. We're going to end this." That it's not. It's not a, "Hey, you're going to have this
It's the
baby," and
neglect as
this is what
well.
it is. It's
It's
through grape, it's ended. If it complicates, if it's complicated and risk the child, I mean
but
the woman's life is ended, and you still have a certain amount of time before it in the beginning of the process to get the abortion. So it's just
Or using
regulated.
plan Bs. They still have plan Bs out there.
It's
It's not
just
like they're taking it
but
away from
regulated
their
in
plan
a way
B.
that it
contraception,
wasn't.
Plan Bs and other things. Y'all do know stuff like this fail, like vasectomies fail, Plan Bs for like things fail.
But you're
And
not
the
listening
fact
to what
that
I'm saying. But okay,
I no,
all
I
those
no,
things.
I
If
get
the
I know I get
condom,
what you're saying. No,
if
look,
the
I get what
condom
you're
fails,
look. I get what you're saying about the white doctors, but you also have to keep in mind the white doctors are also in control once the child gets here. She done had the baby, but yet she's in so much pain and she's neglected. And typically, Black women lose their lives, and typically, sometimes even though children lose their lives. So
that
why
comes.
would you be happy about women taking away their right to look like if they want to completely avoid that?
Conscious.
Listen,
That
I'm sorry,
conscious.
does not.
reckless.
They have the ability to completely avoid that. If the
Bro,
vasectomy fails,
talking points.
the condom fails, guess what? They have 6 weeks or however long it is to get the abortion. So it's not that they can't do it. It's just
Or
a tighter time span on when you can do it. It's
It's
not
been
Auto
you
Magic.
can't do it.
abortion's been outlawed though.
That's not. Come on.
They overturned it.
It's not. Oh my God. The
And then we fight
abortion law
and
was never even a part of the government's law to begin with.
You said
It
what?
wasn't. Never mind. You
No,
got
you
it.
said what? I didn't hear you.
I'm gonna say this again.
but you didn't even say what I said. Like
Listen, Roe v. Wade, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was when people bring up the abortion thing and Roe v. Wade. That was actually
Mm-hmm.
just one case. Let's really talk about it. When you bring up welfare and you bring up food stamps and you bring up the child support, when you bring up everything, all those things, auto magic. It's just down to the simplest level here. If the protection doesn't work and you still feel like you can't afford to take care of that child, take care of that child. Not once in that Roe v. Wade cutting away from the law that it said abortion is legal, was illegal. You know how I know abortion isn't illegal? Because we literally are seeing cases out there today where abortions are being used for grape situations, for kids who are for kids who are coming out preemies and dying, or when the baby has died in the womb already, and you have to give it birth so it doesn't affect you, let alone kill you. But what I'm saying is all that could be avoided, reckless, if we all just have some discipline.
Discipline. How y'all gonna hold up? How y'all gonna sit up here and talk about discipline? But yeah, we literally talk about how the fuck men literally tell them to stick their dick anywhere. So how are we? Well, okay, barbershop conversation. How are we? But no. But how are we literally gonna look in the faces of other women, talk about discipline, but we don't ever practice it ourselves? What sense does that make?
Reckless.
How are
It
you
doesn't.
going to look
it
in the
takes
face of
2
other
people
like
to
Reckless, because realistically,
consensually
it
have
doesn't
sex.
matter. Listen,
Reckless.
reckless, because they choose whether or not they want to smash us or not.
No,
Not
Reckless.
only that,
It
reckless,
takes
they
2
choose whether or not
people.
they can keep our babies or not. That's all their decision.
Marquez, you don't even realize it. When you say that, as in no, you don't even realize it, because when you say that, you also let it be known that men also have the option to run away from their responsibilities despite them not having discipline. That's basically what in your language you're actually admitting that without actually admitting it.
Alleviating
You know,
yourself.
when they can get pregnant and have the baby.
I mean,
like you don't even realize that even in your language, you're admitting that men still walk away from their responsibilities, but yet women more than likely are going to be stuck with that responsibility.
Listen,
listen.
Reckless.
We can't control where or not. I mean, listen. It's very simple. We cannot control. And I don't want to be mad, and I don't want y'all to be upset and ask us to protect you. I understand. But we, at the end of the day, we don't decide whether or not the men they choose to sleep with is going to be in that kid's life. That's not our fault. Because you pick that man, it goes back to you.
But you gotta try to sleep with them.
I'm trying to keep
where's
listen,
discipline on your end
I'm
of trying to sleep with them?
Retro, listen. I can try to sleep with him, but if the other girl doesn't receive it or doesn't want me to sleep with her, then I'm gonna cheer that out.
But you're still 50% responsible. Though.
It takes two people to consensually have sex.
Bro,
yes, and it should take two people to take care of their responsibility. It should take two people.
But guess
what?
what?
That's not always the case.
That's where the accountability comes in when it comes to choosing your partner. I have to be accountable. Listen, I have to be accountable if I choose a woman who is not going to be who is not going to be motherly to my children. That's my fault.
Y'all irk my spirit. I'm gonna tell you the reason why y'all irk my spirit.
That is my. So is that not my? Is that not my problem? Is that not my fault that I chose a woman that did not want to be in my child's life?
The reason why no. The reason why it irks my no. Reason why it irks my spirit is because once we start talking about us as men, it goes straight to women. Don't get me wrong, women do it too. I just cussed them out 2 days ago. They can tell you I cussed their ass out on Conscious TV's panel. We're talking about men. We're talking about men. How are we as men going to tell other people about discipline, but yet we stick our dick everywhere else? And yes, queer men are included in this. How can you, as aka the patriarch and the leaders, tell your tribe, aka the followers, to do something that you or we are not doing? And I think a lot of times that when we have this conversation, you need to pick better, which is a conversation that does hold truth, but yet is very convenient whenever that conversation comes up, because
that conversation comes up when it comes
very deflective.
That conversation comes up anytime you talk about a relationship where somebody is unhappy in their relationship, whether it's before the child or after the child.
No. It's very deflective. I'm gonna tell you why it's very deflective. Because
but it wasn't
in the exact same podcast. No. Hold up. Because in the exact same podcast, the conversations around emotional intelligence, that's very much absent. The conversations about the actual work that we need to do to decolonize our mind, those conversations are not happening.
No, they should be happening. They should be happening. We talk about those things. Those are the answers. Those are the suggestives and the answers and the solutions that I want. Instead of talking about the problems and talking about who is farther in the community versus whether it's more women or more men. Instead of talking about that, we should be talking about how can we decolonize our mind and start to look for more positive. Consume more positive content, whether it be music, movies, reading, whatever it is, more positive content to consume. Like we could be talking about that, but instead we're talking about who has done more for the community, men or women.
No, because I'm gonna add more context. The reason why they were talking about that is because it seems like this disproportionate, and then motherfuckers get in this space. Okay, so let me just the motherfuckers want to get in this space. Look other people in the face, talk about some, you ain't really doing this. Why you ain't come on. Y'all know these YouTube streets. Y'all be on these YouTube streets. Please don't play dumb. Especially I can tell by Marquez, by the way you speaking, I know where you be at. You be in the manosphere somewhere. No shade.
Wait, hold on. I be in the manosphere. How do you not know I was raised and taught like this?
Oh, my bad. You was raised by the manosphere.
No, but
No, I was
he's
raised by.
bringing up
I was actually no. I was actually raised by men in my life that actually told me this. Because no matter what you can say, reckless, and no matter how hard you try to play, when it comes down to kids or relationship or anything, guess who still has more of the choice?
Say it.
Can I get it? Can I get a response? Can I get an answer? Can I get an answer?
No, apparently you know.
You don't
Apparently
got
you know
the
the answer. Who?
But you know the answer, Reckless.
No,
You know what
who?
the
We in the
answer is.
barbershop. Reckless, you know the answer.
No,
Hey,
who?
we're in the barbershop
Who
right
has
now.
the
You said let's
choice?
have
Wait,
barbershop talk.
Who
Let's
has
have
the choice?
barbershop talk.
Who has the choice?
Women. Women pick
Women
who
have
they
the
want to
choice.
sleep with.
Oh,
Women pick
okay.
who
So
they
how
want to
did
sleep with.
y'all
Women
are
pick
just
who they
so
want to have kids
deflective.
with. Women pick who they marry. Come on, man.
Deflective. I think it's very interesting because y'all are very deflective. You're talking about they choose who the fuck they want to marry, but yet we literally get in different conversations. No.
She said barbershop
She
talk.
literally
We
has
literally
to
get in
say
different
yes.
conversations,
She
and the
literally,
rhetoric
when a
literally
man gets
is
down on his
men
knees, she
choose. I
literally has
want
to
to
say
see my
yes,
wife
but
so
she
I can
has no
choose her.
accountability on it.
Like, come on, like y'all, come on.
Wait a minute. Now,
Listen,
wait. The ball,
Reckless, the man gets down on one knee. She literally has to say yes, and she's not held accountable.
No, but there's less women. There's less women than there are men. So the ball is in men's court when it comes to being in love. Now, when it comes to sex, women have the ball is in their court. Their choice is there, or they sleep with whoever they want to. But when it comes to love and relationships and being married, y'all are the ones who are choosing. So
But
don't
still, that still doesn't. That still, but still though, but Reckless, you just said yes when he said sex. So
But let's be very clear. A lot
That's
of the
not what he
times,
said, though.
women. Do y'all not know women are so like I'm a barbershop talk. Women are so eager to be married. That's the like you're like what?
But what does that have to do? What is your
What does
point?
that have to do with
Like
us?
they are so eager to be married.
What is your
Like
point?
the
What is your
point
point?
is that it's in men's court. It's in men's court. It's in men's court.
So
Listen,
what does
trust
that
me,
have to
Reckless,
do
this is
with what
barbershop
does that
talk.
have to
Trust
do
me.
with abortion? What does that have to do with who has the accountability? What does
No,
that have to do with
I'm going
any
to
of
tell you what
that?
it has to do with. It has to do with it because every time we start to have conversations about the nuance of what women go through, and then y'all talk about, oh, I want to be a leader, I want to be a protector. Okay, cool. If you're going to be a protector, understand the nuance of said conversations. But another thing with that is that every single time you guys bring a rebuttal, it's a way to be deflective.
No, it's not
It's a way to
deflective.
be
It's
deflective.
actual
It's the
reality.
truth.
It's reality.
deflective.
It's reality. It takes
All
two
right.
people to consensually have sex. So you cannot tell me that the woman does not have as much
My God.
accountability as the man when it comes to who they choose to have sex with. I can choose. I can hit on 20 different females. If one of them lets me hit, she let me hit. It's up to her to not go for it if I don't meet whatever specifications or qualities that
And my
she
question to
deems
y'all is
worthy.
this: like, y'all
Hey,
do know that people do bring their representatives, right? Like, y'all do know, like no one, like most people don't go up to somebody. I'm narcissistic as fuck. I'm abusive as fuck. No one does that.
Women don't say they're battered, unemotionally intelligent, or can't say they don't know how to act to be like a woman. But us men still go to them
To act
anyway.
like a what? Wait, to act like a what?
Women don't know. Women nowadays don't know how to actually be women.
Okay, so
But yet,
elaborate.
as men, we still go over there to them. And again, I'm
No,
not saying that,
elaborate.
but also reckless. Again, you brought another point, and this is how Auto Magic can tell me if I'm wrong. This is how we're still being screwed. Because guess what? We'll get down on one knee. They'll still say yes to us, and then when we divorce and break off, they'll still get custody of the kids and take half of everything we got.
Oh my God, Marquez, you finna piss me off because I explained this 45
You said
different
nothing.
times
All right.
on Conscious platform, and I explained it 20,000
My
times
goodness.
on different platforms. Please, when it comes
Man.
down to here we go. When it comes down to the custody, that is, ladies and gentlemen, get ready.
Majority of the women.
Side effect of the patriarchy, the patriarchal gender roles. Yay! The same thing you motherfuckers keep trying to get us to uplift and glorify. King patriarchy.
I got a question for you. Reckless.
This work.
King
How are y'all
patriarchy
gonna
because you
sit
don't
up
like
here,
what I'm saying? This is
and
what
glorify the patriarchal system, then get mad at the side effects? And this is what we mean when we say y'all gonna lead us to fucking hell.
Listen, glorify. Listen,
Reckless. I got a question for you.
Listen,
No
y'all complain about the
shade.
patriarchy, but y'all get most of it from the patriarchy. I don't
Get most
understand.
what?
You complain about the patriarchy. Women complain about the patriarchy. Where it comes down to it, that nobody wants to admit, it's still the women that actually have gained, that actually succeeds from it more. The patriarchy that's built is not helping men, let alone helping black men. It's actually helping women and all women.
But yet you guys are still trying to glorify it. That's the fucking problem.
No, I got a question for you. I got a question for you,
That's the
Reckless.
fucking problem.
Reckless.
Oh, wait. With 2.5 seconds, I'm gonna let you talk. Auto match. I'm kind of in my zone right now, so sorry.
Oh my goodness.
But that's the fucking problem. That's the fucking problem. Y'all trying to glorify it, and you see it's not working out for you. And women are affected, and queer people are affected. It's not working out for you. Literally, some hours ago. Now, and I'm gonna fuck it. I'm gonna tell you one of the reasons why I keep talking about decolonizing the mind is because where your mind goes, the body's going to follow. Literally, and like this also goes to what people say, like, why is there a divide between heterosexual black men and queer people, heterosexual black men and women? Is because it's the manipulative, deflective tactics. Let me tell you how what's happening. No, for real. Let me tell you how what's happening. Are you laughing and shit, bitch? Let me tell you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm sorry.
This is laughing.
Go ahead, Rick.
Let me tell you how I was over here talking about fucking what's shit called? What's the title of this shit? Aretha Franklin and shit. Poetic Flocko brought his ass in
That's
here.
what I wanted to get into, but go ahead.
Let's get to Aretha Franklin. Let's get to the topic.
Yeah, let's go into that because I want to go into that.
So y'all want to y'all want to move to a different topic? I mean the topic beforehand.
No, I actually got a question for you before you move into that topic.
Right. Okay, what's the question?
So since women, what do women have to be accountable for if they are not accountable for who they allow into their body?
For perpetuate, right? Bring me back. They got me. What the heck? You on the panel? Yeah. Okay.
That's a glitch.
They're accountable. They're accountable for perpetuating the toxic patriarchal system, as in trying to reinforce men not being emotional and being in touch with their emotions.
Okay, say it again so it can land, because I still ain't landed for me.
It ain't land for you?
No, it didn't land for me. I ain't gonna cap.
So what's some things that women should be accountable for, right? For perpetuating the same toxic patriarchal system, which does not allow men to be emotional.
To be emotional.
To be emotional, to be in touch with their feelings, their emotions, because I'm telling you, that's the foundation for a lot of this shit.
Okay.
That's the
Okay, so
bring it back.
They're responsible for not perpetuating or shedding light or continuing not allowing men to
not be able to show their
more
emotions.
emotional with them and open up to them. That is the problem. That would solve women being in the wrong relationships with the wrong men.
It would solve a lot of y'all to have some empathy. And that's the fucking problem. A lot of you motherfuckers don't have empathy. That's the reason why when the whole Megan Thee Stallion shit, and you can run the fucking tapes, a lot of the empathy was missing. That's the fucking problem. And that's the divide. That's the divide. It was lacking empathy.
No one decreased.
Yeah.
You're also talking about the same person, Marquez, that literally was on a panel talking. I never would support, Tory Lanez. Find out the motherfucker was over there talking so goddamn fast. I would say like a week later. Oh yeah, I'll make sure I won't listen to his music anymore. But you were willing
logically,
to
if the person listen,
that you already knew deep in your soul that he had did that shit. Come on.
I didn't, because I was being logical. It's called being logical. Because listen to me, Reckless. How upsetting does that sound, Reckless? And in a perfect world, if you were on the stand, or if anybody else anybody else was in our community, and the evidence looked shaky at best, you expect me to tell you right in your face that you're guilty, knowing that the evidence is shaky at best, that doesn't prove that you're guilty?
No, what we're saying is
bro. Nah, bro. Because Nah, you gotta look at sequence of events. Like I always thought that Tory did that.
Sequence of
So it
events. Well,
was
it doesn't matter. He
sequence
guilty.
of
He guilty.
events.
Yeah,
And I made up for that.
Yeah,
I
he
we all agree
apologize.
guilty.
he's guilty. We're at the point now. Everybody had a different view on what happened. Everybody
Oh
looked
God,
at the situation and saw something different.
I'm
Nobody
getting triggered.
decreased the amount. Nobody decreased any nobody was bump Megan being shot. Nobody was against. It was basically we all wanted justice for Megan, but was just on who did it.
Wait a minute, there was people that was saying that was
Now,
not
if you
Hey, automatic. We're never automatic.
now if somebody was if someone was pro Tory, and then when it came out that he was guilty, and they still didn't want justice, now that's somebody that is being a pro that doesn't want justice for Meg. Because I told you that I switched when I heard the call, and I was like, oh yeah, I can't be. I'm I understand. I see. I
You
see
know what
where
the
it's going.
problem is?
shot
So,
herself.
bro,
RLogicc, can I ask you a question? I've been waiting for a while to ask you a question.
I'm sorry,
Can I
TS. I
just
come
ask-
to roll.
Can I just ask you a question, RLogicc? I heard you said that you are not supposed to be a leader as a man. Is
Oh
that
no, I didn't
correct?
know what y'all were talking. I thought y'all were talking about I didn't know what y'all were talking about when y'all were talking about leader. I understand now y'all were talking about leader as in like being with the household. Yeah, of course, the leader and provider. Yeah, I thought y'all were just talking about leading charges on like what do you call it? Protest and stuff like that.
But you're the same man who
Wait,
criticized women for wanting.
I waited a while. Please just hold on one second.
Hold up. We're gonna let TS go.
Okay, so what's your explanation for that? Could you
What's
just
my
say that again? I
explanation for
missed
what?
it. You said that because I thought I heard you said that you're not supposed to be a leader. So that was wrong?
I did not say I'm not supposed to be a leader at all. I would not say that.
Oh, okay. Are
He said
men not
everyone's
supposed
not
to
a
be leaders?
leader. He's saying
No.
everyone.
Oh, everyone's not a leader.
Everybody does not want to be a leader,
true.
is what I said.
That's true. That's true.
And that's
but
why
when you are
I said protest. I thought y'all were talking about protest because I don't want to lead a protest. I want to lead my household.
That is true, RLogicc. But when you are born male, you are given the blueprint of being a leader.
Everyone can be taught to be a leader. Being a leader, the qualities of a leader are not married to gender or sex.
You wouldn't be able to lead your household if a black gay woman didn't fight for your
There
rights.
are women there. So what do you say about the black single moms who are not the leader in their household? Stop doing that.
What?
Stop assigning adjectives to men and women only.
He's giving some hate.
But RLogicc, the Bible, when you stand and marry a woman, is the Bible not telling you to be a leader?
Didn't I just tell you that I wanted to be the leader of my family?
But every man is given that blueprint, whether he's not meant to be one or he's not a good one.
I said I did not. When I said everybody is not a leader, I meant that we were talking about civil rights and protest and leading the charge for stuff. Everybody, man or woman, is not fit or wants to be a leader in that aspect. And I was speaking on that.
That is true, but that is against the blueprint. And the blueprint is you as a male, being born male, are meant to be a leader, especially as a black male. Correct?
So okay, we're gonna go with the Bible now. Okay, so the Bible, what does the Bible say about women? It didn't say anything about the women. So what does the Bible say about women? Are they not available? Are they not allowed to be leaders also?
No, according to
let's not
trying to change the subject, y'all.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm challenging your basis. I'm challenging
the Bible,
argument.
please. let's not use the Bible.
Let's get some order up in here.
Please.
No, Quack.
Okay.
He can mention the Bible. We don't have to make it a religious thing. We could just make it a fact thing from base what that book says. And according to that book, a woman is supposed to be a helpmate. According to that book,
right?
King James Bible.
According to that book. So do you subscribe to that? Can you not be a leader?
Oh no, I agree with what you
I
said,
know that's
Otto.
what I'm saying. I know you.
I don't have an argument against the leadership
But
role because I know
she wasn't given a blueprint to be one. She wasn't born. She
no,
was
I don't
born
agree with that.
within the.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, okay,
That's
you
what I'm
can
saying. So
be one. I'm not saying you cannot be one. I'm saying you wasn't born in that role. The role that
I
they
don't agree
choose
with
within
that.
the society.
I don't agree with that.
that
Even
blue.
if you're talking based upon the King James or that religious, thing, then I can understand that statement. But I don't agree with that because we've seen historically throughout time, even before that book was formed and the set of Christianity was
Thank
even
you.
discovered or established,
I'm
women
having
had
a
leaders.
A leader
Women
is
have
I
someone who
mean,
inspires passion and motivates others. A leader is someone with vision and a path to real and the path to realize it. A leader is someone who ensures the team has support and tools to achieve their goals. Men and women can do that. I don't like if
yes, they
you're going to
can. Yes,
say
they
that the
can. I
Bible
agree with
gives
that.
us the blueprint. If you're going to say that the Bible gives us the blueprint, the
I
Bible
didn't
does
say the
not.
Bible gave you the blueprint.
You said
I
the
said when
Bible
you
gave
said
me the blueprint as a man to be the
no.
leader.
I
Hey Otto. Hey
I, I
Otto.
just let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay, I
I
will
said
drop everybody on this panel. If y'all see someone talking, please allow them to speak. Please continue
I
talking.
said I said
sorry.
when you stand. I
You
said
are good.
when you stand and you are ready to marry a woman. Are within those vows? Are those vows not saying you're supposed to be a leader? That's what I
How
was
many
saying. I didn't
times
say the
do I have
blueprint.
to?
I
How many
Okay,
times do
within
okay.
I have
What?
to
Wait, wait,
say
wait,
that
wait.
I want to
What?
be the
What's the
leader?
point? What's the point of you saying that, TS? Please, what's the point?
my point is then him as a man saying that roles goes to anyone is not true. A woman can be a leader. That is completely true. But most of the times better than a man. So my thing is that
I worship
if you are born in within this patriotic system and this is your role within this patriotic system, you then say, well, no, this is not my role. This is also her role. That's new.
I
That's not traditional.
Hold on, let me speak because he's talking to me. So I find
Okay.
it very funny that we on a panel that talks against the patriarchy and hates it, and then when it comes to certain aspects, they speak. They take the stance that aligns with the patriarchy.
Bruh, this
Because
man
I'll give
treated
by
you
me
you
another.
telling
I'll
differently.
me
give you another.
that the
I'll give you
patriarchy tells me
another.
I have to be the leader in my family, even though I already told you I want to be the leader. I am the leader of my household. Even though I already told you that, you still got to bring up the patriarchy when the patriarchy has nothing to do with it at all. Like it has nothing to do with it. Like I want to be the leader. I'm the leader. There are plenty of households where the woman is the leader, and there are plenty of marriages where the woman is in charge. And
The
But
you
here's
cannot
the
reason
tell me that
people
it's
are
but
not
bringing
here's
up
that is
the
the
not
thing,
that is
because
not
patriarchy.
y'all talk
the
about
truth.
black women not being submissive. Well, you're supposed to be a
Whew.
leader, and also you're supposed to
How do you
protect
get
black women,
submissive?
which means your community, not just your black woman, but the entire community of black men and black women. We're talking about what y'all's contribution is to that. You're saying, "Oh, that's not my responsibility," or "What did black men need to fight for the
Pretty
community?"
much.
No, that
Pretty
is not what
much.
I'm saying. I'm not saying what do I need to fight for as in I don't want to fight for anything. Like I'm not saying what do I need to fight for. It's not that tone. It's I'm asking you, what is it that you would like me to fight for?
You
You
Your
get the difference in
family, your
tone?
identity, your identity, your community. I heard you said earlier on the Magic, you said you're fighting for humanity, you're fighting for this, right? But when you fight for that, there has to be a community behind you. So when you're in a biracial relationship, what community is that that's going to be behind you? Tell me.
Is there a problem
What?
with
That's a
is there a
human. That's
problem
a
with
human right. Fighting for. That's a human right. You're fighting for human rights. If a black woman wants to be with the white man, she can do so. If a black man wants to be with a white woman, he can do so. What's the
Okay,
difference? That's
That
a
is
human
okay,
right.
that
Elsa. Can I talk
that is
now?
true.
Can I
I
go
agree
after
with you.
you?
Sure. I'm almost
No,
done.
no, no. I
I've
want to hear
dated.
what he got to say. Let him finish.
She.
She, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, she. I want to hear what she got to say.
Okay, that I almost forgot my damn point. So many voices. Sorry.
Sorry, bro.
What was your question? Can you ask it
No, it
again?
wasn't a question. I told you my answer, and you was going to say something, but I don't know what you said. I said, don't know. But I guess I satisfied you because you said you agree with that.
Agree with what?
Okay, I remember what y'all said. Okay, I'll remind you. All right. So, TS, you were saying, how could it? What's the benefits of marrying interracially? That's where you was going.
Oh yeah, and I said that.
Right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I picked it up. I'm sorry. I just don't want. I want to say it so that he remembers. Because I think I remember what I said. I said it's benefits. It's a human right. It benefits both men and women. If a black man wants to marry a white woman, he can do so. If a black woman wants to marry a white man, she can do so. It benefits the community. It benefits humanity.
I agree with you. I've dated someone Italian and I loved him to death, right?
Right.
But within the system, right? Within the system that we live in, right? When you say I'm fighting for human rights, correct? There is a community behind that human right. So
The
when
humans.
Okay,
the
say
humans. Yeah, the human rights. It's
Okay.
not racial rights. It's the humans. Go ahead.
That's
but
not
the thing.
No, because it is human. Because that same Italian man would be fighting for it the same way you would be fighting for it, although you're black. If you're black.
Okay.
But we
Okay, just
also
answer
know.
my question. Just answer my question, then I'm done. What community will be behind you? Which
when
one?
you're fighting for human rights.
Yes,
anybody
you
who
as a black man. You as a
anybody
black man.
anybody who whatever cause that I'm fighting for, whoever that cause would benefit, that's who will be fighting. That's the community that is fighting for. That I'm fighting. That will be behind you when you're going.
The people
when you're
who
trying to.
agree with the same message that you're saying, they're going to be behind.
Yes.
They're going to be the community.
No matter
Let
what
me
they
get
are.
Big Mama in here.
No matter what race they are.
And if we look at history, that community is not the race you're dating.
Say it again.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, TF.
If we look at history, that community is not the race you're dating.
Meaning, like, you get what she's saying, right? She's saying that if you look at history and you look at how many people is behind you in that community, like protest, it's not usually the one that you like, say, interracial relationships. It's not a lot of interracial people behind you. It's more your race rather than the interracial.
Yeah, because most of the causes that we are fighting are racial causes, not necessarily human causes. The basis of it is race.
Racial is human causes, bro.
I know, but I'm saying like if it benefits more than one race, then it's human. But if it's just benefiting one race and it's just systemic on one race, then it's a racial problem. Like blacks not being able to vote, that's a human right, yes, but it's a racial issue because blacks are not able to do something when everybody else are available and everybody else can do it, but just blacks can't do it. That's a racial issue. But when it comes to marrying and interracial relationships, that's a human right to be able to date other nationalities, other humans. It's like that's a human right. Just
whether it's a human right or not, black women have been behind you guys. That's basically what they're getting to. Big Mama, what you got to say?
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Okay. Hey, I wanted to speak on the topic about the abortion issue. Okay, I literally dealt with this maybe like 2 months ago. My daughter is married and she had a tubal sterilization pregnancy, and they had to get the baby out and everything. So about 3 days ago, they didn't get everything out of her, so she had to go and get a partial hysterectomy, um, and everything like that. So I just want to say that I don't like when people generalize things when they do not know some causes of, what people might go through, because that was horrible. I could have lost my daughter.
I have a I have a question. So
Please don't come at me
I have a question.
cross-eyed, son. Don't come at me crossways.
I'm not going at you crossways. I do have a question though. So knowing without so before before she actually gave birth, she didn't know about any complications that she would have before that she would have after the birth. So um I don't I don't I'm pretty sure women know the comp the well that sounds like not a male practice, but it just sounds like, in that instance they didn't get everything out of her and it caused some type of infection or something like that. But I don't think that
Yeah.
that would so abortion would not have stopped that unless you just stopped the whole birth from the jump. Like no one knows if they're gonna have problems
Yes,
post birth.
she didn't know. That's what I said. She was pregnant, um, like a month before, maybe 2 months, and she did not really know until she went to the emergency room, because it was, she was going through, and I'm blessed because I have two beautiful grandsons, but this particular pregnancy was unplanned. She didn't know. Her husband was, uh, just tore up on the floor. It was horrible.
So she may
Again,
not have wanted to actually have went through with this um pregnancy if she would have been given ample notice that she was actually pregnant, is what you're saying. Although that
she
there
had
is a
no
blessing that
choice.
came out of it.
Yeah, she had no choice. The
Okay.
baby basically had died. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Okay, so the first pregnancy, it did not, it was a stillborn. So
Yes.
and then they
And
didn't
the
get
baby was
everything
little. No, they
outside of her.
didn't. No, no. And then and she ended up getting sick from that, and that really troubled my spirit, because that's my baby.
Hmm. I do understand what you're saying, but it's just like
Yeah.
no one knows what will happen. Like if I'm a woman and I choose to have, to go through my pregnancy, and after the birth there's complications. I wouldn't have known whether this was going to happen or not, so I wouldn't have based me getting an abortion based on, oh, pre I don't want any post complications after the birth, so I'm just going to get an abortion now. Like I
Because
don't.
she was like 4 weeks. They did hear the baby's heartbeat, and these stupid doctors, oh, they I'm not gonna get upset. I'm gonna try not to cry. It just that's my baby. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I just, whew, and it just, and me and her husband, we Capricorns, he was ready to take the roof off the off because it was just horrible. And again, with the black, because my daughter said that, she said, "Mom," she said, "I think that they think that black women can take a lot of pain and stuff," because I mean, just stuff she was telling me. I'm like, "Are you serious?" It was horrible. So my baby had to go through all this bullshit, excuse my expression,
You're good.
before they really did anything. So this is why I'm saying Black women, we do go through a lot, y'all. And I'm glad that her husband was there for her as a Black man. He stood by my baby. And he was there for her. He didn't act foolish, and he's 20-some years old.
That's
So
right.
that's all I want to say. I
That's right.
love you, Reckless. That's all I want to say. I love y'all. I'm getting my little happy ass back down in the comments.
Well, I
That's right.
appreciate you
That's
for
right.
coming up, Big Mama. I really do appreciate you being open and honest about your experience.
Thank you so much, baby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Big Mama.
Bye, Big Mama.
Bye-bye.
Now, y'all see how when Big Mama came out, it got real calm. Now, 2.5 seconds, this panel about to get hectic again.
Because Big Mama
All
got
right.
that spirit where you just like, yeah,
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? But everybody else got that spirit. You just want to fight.
All right, so let me get Mary. Let me go back to Presley. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do Mary, Presley, Retro, Quack, Anya.
I know.
Reckless, can you give me a minute?
I'll give you a minute. Presley. Presley, you're up next. Oh, she probably
Come
left
on, Presley.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I want to. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
No,
Presley.
we can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah. I for some reason I think I'm lagging.
You're not lagging.
You're all good. You can continue.
Okay. When it comes to, but yeah, when it comes to when it comes to black men, I was listening to Otto, and he literally said, "Oh, we have nothing to fight for. What do you want us to fight for?" That's literally what I was saying, is that black men are actually privileged. They don't have anything to fight for. So what is all this complaining about? What is all of women and men of all sexualities? Why are we fighting for you? If you literally say, what do we have to fight for? If that's your view, then why are all these rallies being made? Why are you complaining? Why? You literally
I wasn't complaining, and by me asking that question, I was asking so I can know what we fighting for. So I'm asking Coach, what you want me to do today? Coach, tell me what I'm gonna do today. Oh, this the agenda for today. All right, cool. This is what we on. So I'm on the same page. I'm asking you, what are we fighting? What is it that we're fighting for? Because I honestly don't. I'm just asking you, what's the agenda?
the agenda is equality, and that is what women and that is that is what cisgender women and people in the LGBT plus community have been fighting for, and been fighting for ourselves and for you when it comes
Equality.
to, yes,
Okay.
equality.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not challenging you. I'm saying
I'm
okay.
gonna be honest, and I'm coming in. Damn, Marquez left. I'm over here all over the place. I'm gonna be honest. And this goes back to what I was. But I don't know if I said it or not. But I think the disconnect that comes in, because as you guys know, on Friday I have a new Black panel series that's coming out, and I purposely try to, with all my panelists, I purposely try to have opposing views, and I purposely try to diversify the panel. I know it sounds unrelated, but it does relate. And one of the things I really do, I'm kind of conscious of, I literally say all the time, I say, yo, I need more heterosexual Black men. I need them. I need them because I know for most issues, women and queer people, they kind of on one accord for the most part. So for me, I feel like there's a disconnect when it comes down to the divine feminine and Black men, the divine masculine. It's that it seems like it's a lack of empathy and like it's a lack of empathy. Now I understand I'm not talking about as an individual specifically, I'm talking about as a whole, because like I said earlier, even when I did this panel here, the first thing Poet Flacco came up here was trying to make queer people and women get into it and kind of go against each other and stuff. And it's like, okay, so what are you trying to do? Like, are you trying to bring us together, or are you trying to tear us apart? What's the agenda here? So
And
I
that's
think,
what, and that's what I'm saying, because they'll come and be like, oh, black family this, black family that, but then when women say, oh, my leader, my protector left me, they say choose better. So which one is it? And that's how just men are. So which one
Choose
is it?
better.
It's a
That's
bit
what
of
it is. That's what it is.
It's never
It's
that.
choose better. Because this is the thing. We adults, all adults.
It
We
might be that
cannot
with the
make.
Krishan
Hold up.
Rock
Let me
and
get it all the way out.
business.
Huh?
Let
Let me
him
get it
finish.
all the way out. We adults. After a while, we can't keep pointing the finger at everybody else. We got to point the finger at us, because we got to do the self work. Self inventory is very important for every human being who wants to share this world at the same time. We have to do self work. And if we keep on saying, oh, you choose better. Yeah, choose better. What we got to do, stop lying to these women saying that, oh, well, men can fuck as many women as they want and fuck and hurt these women in the process. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, like, the reality of what it is right now, everybody's toxic. Everybody's being supported. All this toxic behavior is being supported. We all say that on this panel and everything like that. What I'm saying is, like, we still have to do the self work. So, yeah, you need to choose better. Yeah, we need to stop cheating. Yeah, we got to take responsibility and learn how to man up. Yeah, you got to learn how to be a little more giving and a little more nurturing. You got to return back to your nurturing side. I got to return back to my emotional intelligence side. We got to do the work. So that's what I'm saying. Like, cut all that pointing the fingers and trying to prove that women do this and men do that. That's all bullshit.
I
We
understand that.
are, and
That's not
no,
bullshit,
hold on,
bro.
one more minute, and I'm done. When you look in the mirror, this is the thing that I'm hearing a lot of, is looking in the mirror and highlighting what's wrong with you first instead of everything that's right about you. Yeah, you're going to find flaws in everybody's character. You're going to find it. I'm going to be flawed. You're going to be flawed. But if I keep on focusing on your flaws instead of everything that's good about you, that's a problem with me. That's me, my issue. So what I'm saying is that what I'm in hearing is a lot of me issues, you problems. And it's like, yo, you need to work on you instead of highlighting someone else's labor and trying to take credit for someone else's labor. That's that. Angela Davis did that. She did that. Not you. She did it. So because you're the same gender doesn't mean that you did it. You benefited off of what she did. I benefited off of what she did. I respect every woman, every man who sacrificed for my privileges. That's what I'm saying. That's my 1 minute.
Well, I completely understand that, but the thing is that us as men, when are we actually going to do the work collectively?
But that's the problem also, and a lot of the problem is we generalizing everybody. Like Big Mama came on here and gave you an instance where her daughter's boyfriend was there throughout all of the troubles that they was having, and we forget that there are men out here that are actually emotionally intelligent. There are men out here that will that be the provider and and stand up for their family. There are the men, they are here. They are alive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
don't forget,
the fact that we go off to generalize the opposite we generalize men in the opposite way, is we're gonna always be fighting. Like, the men that aren't that way are gonna be fighting that outlook, because not all men are like that.
Well, that's the thing. We understand. Okay, so I'm gonna finish this.
So that's why it makes sense when somebody says choose better, because there are good men out here.
Because we understand there are better men out there, But the thing is this. Okay, so would you say there's more good men or more
I
than
don't know
men?
because I don't talk to a lot of men in that way,
Okay,
in that way
exactly.
to
So
get
that's
to
what
know them in a
that's
way to know that if they're a good
No,
man or a
and
bad
no,
man.
no.
Wait.
But that's
I
but that
know. There's more bad men. There's more bad men. There's more bad men.
wait,
Y'all let the
5
host.
seconds. But that's the point. Women who are telling you, since you don't deal with men, since you do not specifically deal with men in that way, in that fashion, they're telling you the reality. That's the point. That's what they're saying. Okay, we'll choose better. We'll take that, but we also have to have better available, and that's the reason why I always stress, and because of course we're not talking about all men. We know, I know that. We know that. I know Anya knows that. Mary knows that. Everybody knows that. We're not speaking of all men, but what we are speaking, and I'm gonna speak for myself. Whenever I purposely use polarizing language. AKA, whenever I say these niggas ain't shit or da da da, I purposely do that on purpose. The reason why I do that is because the knuckleheads are not going to be listening. They're not going to be listening. 9 times out of 10, the people that are actually going to pay attention, but that's not me. And yes, it may not be for you, but however, whatever I'm about to tell you, I need for you to pass it along to your homeboys, pass it along to your cousin, pass it along, and actually
We need to
talk.
pass it on to our kids. We pass it on to our brothers and cousins. That shit dead. That shit
But
dead.
also pass it along to your children, because let's also be very mindful of the type of pass it along to your children as well too, because a lot of us, well, I can speak for myself, even though I'm queer, I was taught to fuck them all as a queer man from my own male counterparts, and these are uncles, fathers, etc. So yes, let's have those conversations, but however, push that information forward, specifically since we understand that us as men, we do have a privilege, and especially straight heterosexual men that aren't that, because y'all can get in just about anywhere in male spaces in a race context. Then yes, you need to have hold those conversations and hold their feet to the fire.
But you got to understand that these are grown people that know that know that they're toxic, that know right from wrong, just like I know right from wrong. There is no holding their feet, my cousins and my friends' feet to the fire, so to say, when they know what they're doing is wrong.
Because this is a major problem with the black man that I have noticed. And this is coming from a woman that I literally hung around mostly men and like the older people in my family, a lot of men, right? You guys don't hold each other accountable. This is a word that Reckless really doesn't like. He despises the word accountability because people have abused that term because they have not effectively been held accountable. If you, as I can tell you this because I watch my brothers do this with their friends. Most black men will not tell another black man, let's use just the stereotype of being a deadbeat father, use that stereotype. They won't say to him, like, even if you say, man, you ain't taking care of your kids, man, you need to, you know what I'm saying, go spend time with your son, da da da, you know, whatever. Even if they say that, they'll still hang with him, still go to the bar with him, still party with him, still go to the titty bars with him. And knowing he's not taking care of his child, they'll still interact with that person. But if you was to say, nah, nigga, nah, dude, you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing, so I'm not even fooling with you, and you actually cut them off, you know, and everyone else follows suits, guess what? He will start taking care of his child. He will start being more active in his child's life. I've seen it happen less than more often, but the problem is that, in my opinion, although it is a generalization, good men, good black men are a part of the minority. And so the ones that are a part of the minority feel as though that we should give more recognition to that. If we was to give more recognition and speak on all the positive things that the black man does, which the list will be short, no shade, then that overshadows the problem. We don't want to tell you the good things that you're doing when you're doing more bad than good. Is that messed up? Yeah, but not really, because you're doing good is not the problem. You're doing more negative to the community, to your home, than you are doing good. You're not contributing on the level that you really should be contributing. And I'm not just talking financial. I'm not, and I do accept wholeheartedly when you guys were saying that we have to take, basically what you were saying is that we need to take accountability for the type of people that we are attracting to ourselves, that we're engaging with ourselves. 9 times out of 10, a woman doesn't usually know, because as Reckless was stating earlier about marriage and things, there does seem, because we're raised from the time we come out of our mama's wombs to from, start learning to say our ABCs, we're raised that we are to be married, we are to have a family, like we're raised to like be in a committed relationship, right?
Mhm.
So that you have that seed planted in you, and whatever comes your way, even if you try to take time to examine that person, whatever comes your way, you're usually like thinking it's a good thing, and then it turns out to be a damn nightmare. And so in those instances, how can you say, well, pick better?
You
You can
learn.
only you can only pick better once you see the pattern. Now, if this is something that is repeatedly going on in your life, that's when you need, as a female, that's when we have to look at ourselves and say, okay, I see a pattern here. So maybe I need to do some self-reflection and some self-work and find out, why am I attracting this? But to initially just say, well, it's on the woman, the ball is more in the man's court, because women, we're not really, even though there are some of us that are seeking, when I say us, this is a generalization, most of the time we are the ones that are being pursued. So we're not really necessarily choosing you in a sense of we're picking you out, we're seeking you out. No, you guys are approaching us. Whatever you're saying that is tickling our fannies to think that you can be an option, a potential, we go with that. And then, you know, it usually turns out not to be such the best decision that we make. But then we always are the ones left with the fallout.
But you won't, there won't be a fallout unless there's something, unless, okay, so like if you meet somebody at the gas station, you sit and like you say, you talking sound good and whatever, and then you talk to him for about like a month and a half, and y'all didn't have sex yet, and you find all the red flags that you've seen in your past your dating life when you dated other men for like a couple weeks and was like, yeah, I don't, it's something about you. It's not really. It's not. It's in the beginning it was cool, but as time go on, it's not really what I want. Is not meeting. What I need, what I want. And you just move on to the next. You're not. You didn't invest. You invested time, but you didn't invest your body. Like you didn't. There's nothing to fall out from if you didn't have the child or you didn't have sex with the person before you actually felt like, hey, this could actually be something. And then if you did have sex with the person, you have a reason why you did it, and you can't, like, you walk away with that situation like, okay, I did that because of this, and you don't feel bad about it. And then like if it doesn't work out, that's another lesson learned. It's like you're learning along the way. Like we don't know what's the, like, if we erase all the stuff that our parents or our family taught us about how a person is supposed to be and stuff like that, even with that information, we still are learning along the way because we haven't outside of our family, the people in our family, we haven't invested emotional relationships with other people. So we have to learn the the things that we like and we don't like, and learn how to see them. And when we see them, we don't say that, nah, I don't know, I don't think that's not sign. I don't think that's signs of her not being able to listen or comprehend, like just not take direction. Listening and taking direction are two different things. This is not a sign of her not being able to listen to me. Let me just keep on talking. I might be able to change her. I might be able to, if I talk to her a little bit more, she might open up and be a little bit nicer. Like, no, like, don't do that. If it's not what you want, move on. and just keep pressing. Because I was talking to somebody, she was like, she want to wait 3 months before she have sex with somebody and get to know them. But I was like, yeah, you can do that, but you're still wasting 3 months of your time, and you're 30. So like, if you wanna have 4 relationships in a year, 4 failed relationships in 1 year before you like, if you can do that if you want, but you can also like date with intention, and like give your all to this for this weekend, for this month or weekend or 2-3 weeks, and really figure out if this person is who you want. Because you'll honestly know, like, within a couple weeks, if this person is who you really want to be fucking with.
But you also have
Okay,
to
and
keep in
just to
mind
add on to that, and just to add on to Anja, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but to add on to Anja's point and to respond to whatever that was Otto said, to add on to
I'll play
Anja's
that. Thank
point.
you.
Okay, great, thank you. I didn't interrupt you. But to add on to Anja's point, um, I believe the reason that Black men are the least married group is because that's all they have to offer, and that's why we're the only what that's why we are the top group who complain about our men, simply because marriage is all they have to offer, and that's what they dingle over our heads. That is literally all they have to offer. That's why they're the least married, because they don't have anything else to offer. And that's why all of the black songs are talking about, oh, wifey, oh, I'll wife her up, oh, this, oh, that, oh, this, oh, that. No other nationality, race, anything has songs about, oh, you have to do this for me to take you seriously. You have to do that for me to take you seriously. Every other single nationality and race, they are married in their 20s or their early 30s. And black men are known to not get married because that's literally all they have to offer. And and that's what they base their self-esteem off of, is are you wifey or are you not wifey? Oh, you slept with this? Oh, you not wifey? Oh, you dress like this? Oh, you not wifey? Oh, you got a career that you make more money than me? Oh, you not wifey? That's literally all they have to offer. That's it.
Presley, I want to ask you a question, and I want to ask Mary a question. Because I think we're the only. Oh, no, retro. Retro. How do you identify? Because I don't want to be offensive to nobody.
Non-binary.
Okay, I want to ask the women on the panel, because I do notice and take acknowledgement in the fact that usually tell the men what the problems are, and what we think they need to do to change, right? I want to know what us women, black women, what do we think that, how, like, with the issues that we say that they contribute, what role do we play in that, and how can we, like, what is it that we can do to possibly change the narratives for ourselves? Because we do constantly have the same conversation, and we constantly make our same talking points, but I don't know what is our solutions, like as far as speaking to accountability.
Does anybody have a thought on what I said, on like the what I said before Presley started talking about how ways you could, a way where dating could be more a learning experience until you find who you're actually going to be, without giving up things that you would have to feel like you that would be trauma, that would be hurt, that would be triggering, that would be giving yourself to some, like I hate that I have to sit here and like
I have an
nobody
answer for that.
before, after, and I got no response because Presley just went to bringing up another problem.
Can I respond?
each other.
Can I respond? Okay, listen.
Yes.
I'm non-binary, but I have lived as a trans woman for the past 10 years. So I've dealt with black men. I have dealt with the same black men and black women have dealt with, and I have to deal with the same lies, the same problems, the same games, the same everything. What I would say is that what to answer to respond to what you were talking about wait a month and don't give yourself to this man. Um, no, I'm sorry, that's not gonna work.
Why not?
Men, okay, because on my Snapchat the other day, I see several different men posting this same video of this rapper. I don't know what his name is, but he said this girl made me wait, or told me, yeah, you waited 3 months, but I wasn't waiting. You was waiting. I've been punching holes. I've been fucking holes this whole time. So that lets you know right there, black men or men in
That
general,
one
but
black man.
especially no, because this is a culture. This that what tells you it's a culture, and that
Don't date the culture.
black men,
But
hip hop,
That points me to divest.
all these
but
different
audio.
men are sharing this, which means this is part of the culture. And hip hop is very deep in the culture, especially for black men. And then we get into toxic masculinity, which means you care more about what your bros think than what's anything.
So what do you
Okay.
suggest?
So
If you
what I
don't wait a
suggest
month,
is that
if you don't
y'all
wait a
stop
month, what do
social.
you suggest?
So what
If you
I
don't
suggest
wait a
is
month, what do you suggest?
if you stop interrupting me, I'll tell you. What I suggest is that y'all stop socializing each other to trick women.
We talking about
To
what women can do, why not what men can do. You're missing the question.
women are doing everything that they can, and they're exhausted. Y'all are the ones that are playing games
Well,
with
they just gonna
them.
keep waiting until we get it right then.
All right,
Lady,
But
that's what
You
you
did
gotta
it.
if,
Women?
You
right,
according to
let's
him, that's
bro.
what you
stick to
gotta deal
Anya.
with.
Wait,
Everybody
wait,
else,
wait,
because
wait,
I'm
wait.
finna
Yeah,
go.
let's stick
But
to
we see
Anya.
this
Let's stick
conversation
to
is going
Anya's
nowhere. This black man
question,
is let
please.
y'all
but
know they gonna play games until they get tired.
Okay.
automatic, you
Back
can't
to
be a
Anya,
hypocrite.
please.
Why
Oh,
are you not
oh,
asking what men can do? Why are you asking what
No,
women can do?
Why,
listen.
I was just
The
Presley,
giving
you
woman
I'll
Bible
who
answer
talked
that,
before
Andre.
change
me
the
just
subject.
And
asked the
I'll answer you
question,
too, Otto.
what the lady that talked before me just
Anya.
asked the question, what could we do when it comes to the accountability part? And I the part that the whole monologue that I had before you brought up another problem with men and marriages and us being the least married culture, I was saying that the problem, a way to address the accountability would be for the dating pool, the dating itself, men and women would put more thought, put more intention on actually getting to know the person and realizing the red flags that
You
within
do
that
literally
you do?
just
week
said,
or
what
within
can
that
women
month,
Wait,
do?
within
You
that
just
month
said
of
oh,
that.
talking
That was your
before
exact
they
sentence.
actually give themselves sexually or
You
invest in
literally just
something.
said,
auto,
what can women do to fix this? That was your literal question. Exact
Okay,
words. You
auto,
said,
what
what
can
can
men
Listen,
women
do?
do to
woman,
fix
I'll
this?
tell you what
wait,
men
I'm
can
wait,
do.
talking
Okay, wait,
about,
wait,
wait, okay. We're
wait,
gonna do
wait.
this.
listen,
No, 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 no,
Can
no,
I
no, no.
just ask something?
Wait, because we're gonna do this because this always seems to be a pattern of because I see we never get anywhere when women try to tell men what they got to do and men got to tell women. So women, I'm gonna start with I'm gonna start with the women. What do you guys think amongst women? Because now we're gonna have a conversation amongst women. What do you guys believe that women can do, should do, or could do to prevent certain problems? After that, I'm gonna get to the men.
Well, for me,
I don't. Go ahead.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
no, for me, I think the very first thing that error that we make women, I think that we should start um getting to observe the person with their family. Um that is very important because you need to know if the person that you're, especially the black man, you want to kind of know the person's character, um if they have the emotional intelligence, and you could tell a lot about a person based upon their environment. And I think a lot of times we tend to overlook things because of that, that nurturing side of us. Um, we tend to want to always see the best in people and ignore the red flags. Um, but I really do think that it starts with observation of that person with their family. Now, you may not be able, like, the first couple of weeks, you may not be around, have the opportunity to meet the mom, but let's be for real. Today in society, you can meet a nigga at the grocery store and be invited to the cookout, that same day, you know. So I think that observing their relationships with their family and close friends is very important to show you the person's characteristics.
I do want to give like a little someone like us a little tip as well. And this is the reason why I got into it with a lot of I got in my rant the other 2 days ago. Another thing as well, this is something I also told one of my other relatives. Also pay attention to kind of add on to what Anya was saying. Also pay attention to the way that the person may move. Now, the example is that I'm a content creator, whatever. I always bring up certain conversations or whatever, or certain trending things. And I told one of my relatives to pay attention to her spouse, boyfriend, whatever, because I noticed there was a pattern of him always protecting, taking up for motherfuckers who are dead wrong. Motherfuckers like, it's like, okay, like, why are you always speaking up for someone like a Tory Lanez, like someone like a Future, someone like, or why are you always watching like a Kevin Samuels thing? So I think stuff like that does help too. That's my little tip. I'm gonna let y'all get back into it. I'm gonna get right back out.
And I want to make one more point to that. What you were saying, also a major red flag. I know for me personally, if I meet a guy and our first conversations are in telling me not so much talking about your past relationship, but if your whole conversation is that all your exes ain't shit, every conversation you tell me about an ex, she was the problem, that's a major red flag. Because what that shows is that you're not taking accountability. Because I'm not one person that believes that when relationships have breakdowns, that it's all on one person straight across the board. So that's a major red flags too, ladies.
Okay, and just to answer your question about what women can do, I have two things. First of all, women have been doing everything. That's why there's literal stereotypes, because it's been done so much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like,
Let me put on me.
Been done so much. Like literally, there's a stereotype. When he get on, he leave your ass for a wife. That's literally been that's literally been a stereotype since like the 60s. You know what I mean? And so to answer your question, I don't want it to I'm answering it in a space of what women should look out for and not what women should do, because
yes, okay, that's better.
Black women have been doing everything, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But when it comes to what Black women should look out for, you need to look out for how he acts when he's angry. You need to look at how he acts when he's happy. You need to look at how he acts when he's broke. You need to look at how he acts when he's fulfilled. That means financially and emotionally. Because a lot of the times, Black men will use Black women as emotional crutches, as therapists, until they get to where they need to be, and then they'll leave. That's why they're that's why we exist. Because if you look at all successful, not all, but most successful Black men who have been with Black women, their fully Black children are older, and their mixed children are younger, because they see Black women as poverty, as help, and all that stuff. So when Black men, when the majority of Black men are down, they will be with a Black woman. They will create a family with a Black woman. But as soon as they get to where they need to be, then all of a sudden there's mixed children. So when people speak out, both fully Black men and fully Black women, they're usually the first child. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think you got a problem with interracial dating.
No. We're not gonna do that. No. What we just gonna stay focused on what we're doing right here. All right.
I don't think I could add much more to what you guys said. I agree with you, Reckless. I would add that you also want to figure out what their nicknames are, because I know for me, I would never date a dude nicknamed Skeet or Jizzle. I'm just kidding. No, but for real though,
Or
the
King.
the music also, like you said, Reckless. If they love Future and sorry not sorry, Lil Wayne, that's a red flag right there. I think that women can probably just, well, people, everyone can take down the patriarchy, honestly, because see, the thing is, the patriarchy, it it indoctrinates us, right? And it has indoctrinated us to, oh, you got this role, you got that role. So that's why instead of what you're saying, Otto, for us to like actually sit down and get to know each other as human beings, we're over here like, well, I'm gonna be the best woman and I'm gonna be the best man I can be. And we're just indoctrinated to just like follow these rules that we have instead of actually like thinking about who we truly are, what we truly want out of life. We're just trying to copy and paste basically. Like, that's never going to work. Like, the patriarchy has to end. It has to end because it's going to end anyways. It's just whether or not we're going to stop it now or whether or not it's going to stop when it's going to stop. Like in any or all unsustainable things do. They all fail. This is going to fail too. It's just a matter of when.
Okay.
Can I ask one thing, right?
Yes.
Because I do want to give some pushback with my homegirl Presley, because I don't want us to act like Black women. I don't know which one is the minority or majority at this point when it comes to the pick niches.
Okay.
And so, and we know that they subscribe super hard when it comes to toxic patriarchy. So there are things, because we, in general, we do contribute to this patriarchy as well, the toxic patriarchy. Especially by enabling the Black man, so when we say we've done everything, yeah, and everything that we've done, I can tell you maybe 35% to 50% of it has enabled the dysfunctionality and the toxicity when it comes to toxic patriarchy. So there are things that we do have to do as Black women. We have some patterns and behaviors that we need to change. That's why self-awareness and self-preservation, that seems like Black women, we're lacking that, because we always put everyone else before ourselves, and we really have to get away from that and really examine ourselves individually and as a whole, and saying, like, what do we really contribute? Like, because they've only been able to do the things that we complain about because we've allowed it. So there are things that we need to correct about ourselves.
I completely agree
I
with you. That's what I was saying.
Personally, I
I
always
just want
agree.
to add one thing. Don't be
I
afraid
feel like
to be by yourself. The marriage is not the finish line. Having a man is not
Right.
completion. You might need to be. There's not enough men to go around for everybody to have one. The odds are not in women's favor. There's more females. Just on a statistical aspect, there are more females than there are males. You need to love yourself, and the patriarchy is what has instilled that and indoctrinated us into the idea that if you don't have a man, you're not complete, or marriage is completion, or you're looking to be chose by a man, and all of that stuff. That's why women are leapfrogging over each other, and men have so many options to play so many games and finally settle down when they get ready to. That's what I think she's saying about enabling men to do what they want to do and playing Build a Bear and all that shit. And
Emphasizing the idea.
leapfrog. Yeah,
Right.
he leapfrogged from you to another woman because you the one, the dumb that built him up, and now he's ready for the real woman. He's not gonna respect you because you were the one who was with him while he was down. Don't be with these. Be by yourself. Love yourself and accept that. Be content with that. You as a person by yourself. People need to figure out what loving yourself really means, and that's it.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
Exactly. And
I
I
like
agree with that. And on top of that, all of the insults that Black women get are actually compliments to
it.
other people. So when people be like, oh, you look like a single black mom who loved her son and put her son first. How is that an insult? But in our community, that's an insult. Oh, you look like you drive a Nissan. Oh, how is that an insult? Oh, you look like you a nurse. How is that an insult? She went to
Girl.
school to be a nurse. To help. How is that an insult? But people see it as an insult. Like I don't get it. And it's like, oh, it look and so when and then it's also an insult when it comes to men who have more money. They will go men who have more money who hate themselves and dislike black women, they will actually go out of their way to seek out black women to treat them less than non-black women or mixed women. I just to give themselves an umph. Like I've literally seen that. Like I've had these conversations with fully black men, and when I correct them, then I'm pushed out of the circle because when they see me, they feel like I'm like the type of woman to kind of um join in on disrespecting black women. And so when they're like, oh, these black women, they do this, they do that, and I'm like, how is that an insult? You're just with them being like, oh yeah, she a baby mama and and she only work at whatever and she gotta make her kids meals out of whatever. That's a good thing. That is a superwoman. That means that if she that
Mhm.
she's making all this stuff happen at this low level of pay. If she gets a higher level of pay, she can make a bunch of things happen. And that's what they want to prevent. They want to prevent fully black women from having confidence. They want to prevent fully black women from having any kind of money, from having any kind of power. And so all of the insults are from women doing that. So when fully black women are are braiding hair, they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a hood chick. She braid hair." How is that an insult?
Well,
She's
I'm not gonna
literally
lie. I do understand what you mean because, like, when I hear some of the rebuttals or remarks, oh, she's independent. It's like, as a grown ass adult, you better be. The fuck, like,
exactly. It's
you
like
better
that.
be independent. You're a grown ass adult. Like, bitch, like what the and.
Reckless.
Mhm.
Exactly. They'll be like, oh, she braid hair. Oh, she a nurse. Oh, she sell waist trainers. Oh, she do this. Oh, don't fuck with her because she ghetto. Excuse me, braiding hair, selling waist trainers, selling lashes is making money. That's a business. How's that an insult? I don't get it.
So
It's a way to demean you. That's
what I was gonna say, Reckless, is
I
funny
don't know them
because
dudes.
and I'm only gonna make this little comment. When Presley was saying all of this, think about the ideology, the thought pattern behind, people that think that way when it comes to the black woman. At the end of the day, we know that black women are like we are race loyal to the ends of the earth, right? It's
mm-hmm.
going to come back into our community. We take care of our own. So I don't understand why that the black woman becoming independent, climbing the ladder to success is a threat. When it comes back, it helps our community as a whole.
Fearmonger. It's all about creating that fear. And when you create that fear, they're gonna say, "Oh, you're gonna die alone." Like it's a tactic of fear. It's a tactic of fear. And yeah,
It's
the only
a
thing I want to say, and then I want to get TS in here, is that I agree with the whole idea of stop romanticizing ideas. That's most of the I feel like that's most of the reason why women don't even pay attention to the red flags because they romanticize the idea of marriage, romanticize the idea of being kept, romanticize the idea of being a wife to the point that you're willing to walk down the aisle with not a prince but a frog. So stop romanticizing these ideas and stop trying to put your worth. Even though I understand why that is, because the way that we program women to always, we have to, I got to be married by this time. I got to have children by this time. Stop trying to put your worth into everybody else. Your worth is within yourself. Fuck what these other niggas got to say. Your worth is within you.
I feel like this is what I be telling people.
Wait, bro. It's not our turn. It's not our turn. Let us
No,
wait.
I was just talking about that part because I think I can add something to that.
No. Let it.
Yes,
I can link it to mine. I can link it to mine.
Link it to yours because y'all been in the back chat trolling. So I want to see how good y'all stuff gonna be.
Right? Can I just say, the hardest relationship you'll ever have in life is with yourself, and how you handle things that is in your life, how you accept them and how you reject them. It's the hardest relationship you'll ever have. And people will manipulate you when you're weak. People will look for your vulnerabilities. It's sad that happens, but Retro and a lot of people in here are correct. A lot of the females are. I mean, although I don't understand how you want this community, this Black community, right? But you want to abandon it, and you want the foundation of this community to remain stable. But the foundation of this community is her, the woman.
Okay.
So you could come back to it and do whatever you want within the community, right? There's something that's not fair there, not right. You would tell a woman that she should wait a month before she have sex while you enjoy every part of your lawn, every part of it, right? There's selfishness and contradictions in that.
Okay.
Humans don't like to be told what to be done in their lives. I mean, there are some things that you said that hold some value. I hear you brag of the man that will take care of his family and fight for his kids and his wife. So I think somewhere in there in you must value that. So when we talked about the mirror, and you look in the mirror and you only see yourself, that's evil and wicked in any community.
Okay.
When you see beyond,
No. We're gonna let TS finish. Then we're gonna get to them.
When you see beyond yourself, and I asked you, well, you said you're fighting for human rights, and I said, what community will be behind you? Because every time I look in the mirror, I could tell you, I don't just see me. That's what happens when you love yourself. And I'm done. And I think females should love yourself. And if you listen to someone like Audio, you should hold your vagina like it's a diamond.
But in the same breath, you told me that thinking that a woman waiting a month is unrealistic. But you just said that they should hold their vagina as a diamond. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. Wait, repeat that. Go ahead.
So you tell me that it's unrealistic for a woman to wait a month or wait any amount of time. What did you say about that? Because you had pushback on that.
I said you could enjoy your loins and you could enjoy.
No, that's not what I was that's not what I was meaning by that. But I let you have that, so I didn't cut you off. But no, that is not what I mean by waiting a month. And if he does enjoy his loins or whatever you call it, he's not the one for you. Facts.
Well, you talk right. So, but the woman shouldn't enjoy hers, but you should. She should enjoy her vagina.
I said if we are dating, if we are No, I'm gonna wait for mine because I already know what I want to say for mine. I'm gonna say it whenever it's our time to speak.
Okay.
Okay, great. I had something else to.
Well, okay. I'm just
sorry.
gonna need you to make it a little quick, then so I can get to the minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna make it as quick as possible. All I'm saying is that every negative, derogatory stereotype against Black women is things that shouldn't be insults. It's things like, oh my God, they're poor. They know how to make it. How's that an insult? Oh my God, her baby daddy left her and she's still making it. How's that an insult? Like, literally, all of your insults towards Black women and the things that Black women feel insecure about, which you shouldn't feel insecure about, and I just want to point that out. Black women should not feel insecure about making it. And all of the negative stereotypes are literally positive ones if you think about it. They're just like, oh my God, a Black woman know how to fucking stretch money. Oh my God, she's terrible. Like, oh my God, she's hood, she's ghetto. She knows how to put something together from nothing. That's not an insult. Like, stop. It's stupid.
Well, what I wanted to just say to Otto real quick was about what you said earlier about generalizations. And I just want to let you know that generalizations are different from stereotypes. Okay, generalizations are based off of fact. Like, they're based off of stuff that happens, and so that we can just not have to reinvent the wheel every time. That's why we generalize. Now, generalizations are not 100% accurate because there are exceptions. But when we say things like, when you say like choose better, and then women say, well, there's only, like what Purple Lover said, there's only 20% of the, group of men to choose from. Like, that's not like a stereotype. Like, it is a generalization, but it's true. It is very true. Like, how can we as women choose better when there's really nothing to choose from? Like, men have to change their ways. Like, they have to change their ways. They have to change their ideologies of how they think being a man is, and all that. Like, we can't, you know what I mean? Like,
I do agree
we're
with
gonna
you saying.
generalize,
I do.
basically.
I used the wrong word. I didn't mean generalize, but thank you for that clarification. I meant stereotype, but I do agree with you. It is not generalize is good because that's like you said, it's available. You can do that, so you don't have to. You can take other people's experience and learn from it instead of a stereotype. That's a quote unquote. That's
Right.
like
Stereotypes
something
don't
that's not true.
Right.
Right.
Stereotypes don't have room for change.
Yeah, it's
So
not. It's not
unlike
based on fact.
generalization, we
Right.
know that there are exceptions and that there can be change. So
Right.
we do generalize so that we can, quickly explain, hey, this is what was, now let's, try to do something else. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
feel that. I totally agree with that.
Can we go now?
Alrighty. Let's get.
I just want to say anything audio was confused by what I said. He'll hear it in the rewind tape, like he'll hear it, because what he just said is not what I said.
Oh.
Alrighty, so now we're here at the men. Now y'all better make it good because y'all was trolling in the back chat, and y'all still trolling in the back chat. So what do us as men have to do better with?
Okay. You want me to go auto?
And you bet not bring up no BBLs and all the other shit.
You can go, bro.
First thing I want to say is the BB. Okay.
More BBL.
All right. First thing we got to take accountability for is stop lying to the Black woman. Stop lying. Stop fucking being scared of gaslighting. Stop using for your own benefit. Stop. I'm gonna be all the way authentic, all right? And probably is gonna turn y'all it's gonna make y'all really look at the psyche of us men. And although I'm telling the truth, so
This is this the real barbershop. We let them have theirs. We're gonna be real.
Yeah, we gonna be real.
Oh, for once, yes.
Yo, a lot of the times, the same. I feel like, nah, I'm not gonna say I feel. We use women to get to the next woman. There's some real shit. I know there's some foul ass shit that we do.
Man, you getting into my point, brother. You getting into my point, brother.
So the thing is, right? We usually fuck with the easiest option because sex is not at our hands. Like we can't just walk outside, get naked, and all the women just throw their pussy at us.
Right.
You know. So we get the easiest option. Usually the easiest option is not our first choice. And we work our way up from that option to an option a little more higher. It's like hypergamy, right? We work our way up. We keep on working up and working up until we get to something that's more suitable to what we are actually attracted to, right?
And the sad thing in between that, the woman that's there at that moment is helping our self-esteem and building us up, and then eventually get the bad part of the stick because, like you said, we leveling up. So it's like you leave her and you go to somebody else, you know, although she actually helped you a little bit, or maybe a lot of it. But go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for the ad lib, bro. So
I'm just giving them. I'm letting them know we're being real. I'm giving them some actual games so they understand. Like, okay, you know,
I've been told them that.
No,
Literally,
I'm letting them. They actually think about this, like actually know this stuff after the fact, not in the midst of it, but after they leave, they're like, oh damn, boom, you know. But go ahead.
So a lot of us are foul, right? And I was listening to Ani and I was listening to what she said. She's right, because the guys who approach the girls is usually the bad boys. And all the corny niggas, they never approach because they scared to talk. So they're not scared to they're scared to open their mouth because the rejection shit, it hits our ego very hard where we can't handle the rejection. So again, we choose the easiest option. We always choose, oh, let's go online and let me see if I can the numbers game. Let me see how many would swipe right on me and all that bullshit. So with us, I feel like as men, we have to build up our self-confidence. That's the first thing I think we're not accountable for, is how confident we are. I think that all of us, we have anxiety issues, we have rejection issues. We look at and we like to point the blame when it don't go in our favor. Like we like to point at the woman and say, it's you because you didn't choose me, because I'm jealous of who you chose. So you didn't choose me. So now I'm going to call you names because you didn't choose me. You chose that guy who's bad to all his girls. You didn't choose me. So this is the thing that a lot of men don't hold themselves accountable. The Fresh and Fits of the world, a lot of the red pill, the Kevin Samuels of the world. Like you can tell that these dudes is corny, right?
Yeah.
Like let's be honest, them niggas
That's
is corny,
exactly
right?
what you're saying. Never thought of it this way. Yep.
Right. So they now got into a position where they have some self-confidence, but they have this what's the word? Grudge, because of how they came up. It wasn't an easy transition. It was always based on, you know, and then they got this resentment.
Yeah.
And they lash at all women. They don't know how to differentiate. They lash at every single last woman, and then they point the blame. Oh, you talk to me disrespectful, or get the fuck out, like type of shit. And then they have a echo chamber that supports it, because it's more men that's not fucking than there is men that's actually fucking. This is all based on having quality sex for us men. I'm sorry we're visual, and I'm sorry we're shallow like that. We're built like that. There's nothing we could do about that. Like, I wish I could change my shallowness, but I'm honest, and I'm saying, yo, yes, I'm shallow. That's how I'm built. That's how my nature is. I think gay niggas are shallow too. I think that's their nature. I think all niggas who is niggas, whatever sexual preference that they choose, their body is shallow. So
they want good sex.
That
probably
they
the top of the list.
want quality sex, but they don't want to work towards it. See, the thing is, like, I'm being honest here.
No,
That's
you are
fine.
Being
good.
real. You're being real.
I'm being honest.
Y'all ask for the barbershop. The barbershop's in front of y'all.
So I think that yeah, we just don't, we want the easiest option with the least amount of work. Like, to be totally honest, it takes work to bag that fine ass woman that we want. It takes a lot of work. But we want it because we're selfish. We got selfish dicks and shit. So our dicks is not happy for the next dick that's getting that good looking woman. Our dick is like, nah, hell no. I want that good looking woman on my dick rather than on his dick. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I take y'all niggas for all y'all worth.
No,
Okay.
Presley, wait,
Presley,
no.
wait, please.
Yeah,
You're not in the
You want
barbershop.
the answer, but you hear me answering, Presley. This is the thing. I'm telling you, I'm answering where we lack in accountability. I'm telling you what it is. Unlike you not telling us nothing except us. You ain't saying nothing about your weight issues, or you're not saying nothing.
Okay. Well, quack.
She
Yeah,
walked.
dude.
Hey, she walked in. She walked out. She walked in. She walked out. All right, she gonna come. We're gonna go back outside in a minute, but let's keep going.
All right. So to round this off, and I'll give it to Otto. I had to do the self work. I used to be the fuck boy. I used to do a lot of the shit. I'm still kind of the fuck boy today. I still play the field. I understand the game. I understand who I'm playing with. It took trial and error, though. I didn't start off this way. I started off very sweet. I thought it was about romance. I thought it was about buying flowers for no reason and all that shit. That shit did not get supported. That shit did not get validation. All it got was me looking like I'm a weak ass bitch. To the women that I chose. To the women that I chose. Let me be clear.
Right.
I'm pretty sure not every woman, but I used to generalize. I used to do that shit. I don't do that shit no more because I'm matured. But that's what I feel men have to be accountable for. I'm a mute up.
Okay. Well, I just got one question before I move on to Otto. So in your personal opinion, what do men actually care about besides sex? Like, what do they value? Because obviously if you're going to be in a relationship, etc., something has to be there besides only just sex.
Answer that question one more time, correctly.
Okay, so I was asking you, so what do men actually care about? Because a lot of times, because even I've seen the panel with Conscious and stuff, was only men on there, and it was like, yeah, sex, this, sex. But the thing about it is that, yes, I understand sex. I'm gonna be honest, that's everybody. I know women they more like, I'm not thinking about the sex. It's sex as well, because the first thing you see when you see a person is your physical or something about you that attracts them, what makes you attracted to them. But however, something can pull you in, but what keeps you there? So, like, what do men actually care about besides only just sex? Like, what actually?
All right. So for me, what I care about is a woman who embraces her femininity. Like, I love feminine women. I love when women like being feminine. Like, I don't like because I can't hit you. You know what I'm saying? If your mouth goes crazy, I'm violent. So it's like I can't do that to you. So I'm gonna go somewhere and I'm gonna do it to somebody else. Like, I'm violent. So it's like when your mouth goes a little crazy and I'm trying to calm myself down and everything, I'm sorry, I'm a dude. Like, I don't allow disrespect from any form. So it doesn't matter, man or woman. But with men, I can handle it. I can deal with that physically because men know, you're not supposed to talk to him because this could lead to something else. We have this underlying rule with each other where we don't talk to each other all crazy.
Reckless.
Yeah, no, recklessly. That's what he's saying. But we have this underlying thing where we understand this. So that's why there's a caution, because we go to extremes. We go to death a lot of times. That's the patriarchy. That's the my upbringing, the poor upbringing that I had to unlearn and all that stuff, but I still have those quirks. But those I see as beneficial because, say, if we ever get into any danger and all that stuff, I'm willing to throw it all away. Like, I'm willing to go because, like, and I think that that's the positive part of growing up with the patriarchy and the negative, like, you know, the whole masculinity and shit. I'm willing to step in front and handle it, win, lose, or draw. I'm going for the win though, but like I'm willing to do that. You know, I don't have the fear to not do that, and that's the positive. But at the same time, when a woman steps into that lane, that it's like I can't do nothing. So to harbor that, to internalize that, and I can't verbalize at that moment. I would have to leave, calm the fuck down, and it takes me a long time to calm down. And then come back and then verbalize it. Be like, yo, I felt like this was disrespectful, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, did I answer the question? I don't think I answered the question. My bad.
No, you did. Well, for you, you did. You say like when a woman's feminine because Okay, I have a question. Okay, because now the more you speak, the more questions will start to pop up. Okay, so a lot of times okay, so a lot of times I understand you guys always talk about the patriarchy and talk about, you know, I'm a protector, etc. And you guys always talk about this time to where you have to physically protect your woman, your spouse, women, if you're poly, whatever. But how can you fully protect someone if you're not emotionally intelligent? Like, and the reason why I'm saying this, is because especially I've noticed when a lot of and honestly I think I'm about to stop saying that men are emotionally unintelligent when I'm about to say they're emotionally manipulative. And the reason why I'm saying that is this, and I'm just generalizing for polarization. The reason I'm saying this is because the same men that it is say and talk about them being emotionally intelligent, they're the same ones that use manipulative tactics. So you're intelligent enough to use those manipulative tactics emotionally and mentally, but you don't want to do the full work to be able to address the I guess the healthy side of the emotional intelligence. So the reason why I've said that is because I think that was you, Quinn. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where we talked about Krishan Rock, and I think that was you that was like, Krishan Rock, she's the problem. Am I correct or am I off?
Yeah, you're right.
I'm right. Okay. So the reason why I'm bringing that up, because a lot of times when we have these conversations, specifically when a lot of men, they talk about them protecting and stuff, but even in that interview, because Poetic Flocko is one of them, even in that interview, they did not clock the emotional and mental gaslighting, the emotional and mental fucking with Krishan. like they never clocked it ever. So how can you fully protect someone? Be like, okay, I got you physically, but emotionally and mentally, you're on your own. How can you protect someone if you're not fully armored?
Well, in all aspects. Right. I agree that we emotionally manipulate because we have to, because women are manipulative. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I know that just turned a lot of y'all faces, but y'all are manipulative. You know what I'm saying? We gotta manipulate to bag you. We can't come to you and tell you the truth. Like, yo, listen, I find you sexually attractive, and that's it right now. I don't know you from nowhere, but I fucking want to fuck you. Can I fuck you? Oh no. Okay, well fine. I'm gonna move on and try to fuck your friend next to you. Okay, can I come up to your friend? Hey, I find you sexually attractive. You know, I don't know nothing about you, but I just want to fuck you. Right. Yeah, you with it? Oh, no, you're not with it either? Okay, well, let me move on to the next girl and see if she'll say yes. If we tell the truth, that's not going to work. So we have to be emotionally manipulative because y'all are emotionally manipulative too. So it's like we have to speak the language that y'all understand for y'all to even find us attractive. It's not about, like I said, if we was to tell the truth and say it hurts, it's like, what? That's all you see when you look at me? All you see is fucking sex. That's it. Like, yes, right now, that's all I see. I saw your ass, and I want to fuck it. That's what I saw. So that's it.
And I do understand all the women are probably triggered, or they probably like cuss, or what. I don't know what they're doing, but this is the honest conversation that happens in the barbershop.
I'm not surprised.
Okay. So
I just wanted to ask a quick question. Could you speak on because you said that men have to be emotionally manipulative because women are emotionally manipulative, but yet you only spoke on the men emotionally manipulating women. You never spoke on what women do to emotionally manipulate. So I wanted to hear what you thought that
You
is.
done started something. Somebody done started something, boy. All right. So first, how come y'all never come up to us and talk to us?
How is that emotional manipulation?
When you're attracted to a person, and you're an honest person, honesty will make you make the first move, right? But what do? You position yourself to get talked to. So you place yourself around in proximity so you can get talked to. That is manipulation.
And use body language and IQs and certain cues to
IQs.
Your answer to my question is why Reckless hates the word. It's literally why Reckless hates the word accountability, because you're
Okay, this
literally
is
only.
the men's section though. You can't be long winded over here though.
I'm not being long winded.
And what you're doing right now is emotionally manipulative. Right now, what you're doing.
Okay. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna get it back on track because y'all, both of y'all like trolling Presley, and Presley like to get her digs back. So I'm just gonna try to keep the conversation on task.
I'm feeling a lot of sexual tension in this conversation.
Sexual tension, girl. I got a man. I'm engaged, bro.
Everyone has the ability to be emotionally manipulative. Come on now.
Thank you. Yo, I'm gonna break it down.
See,
all right, I'm gonna break it down.
Don't you like when that happens?
How women
I
are
love when that
emotionally
happens.
manipulative.
Love
you
what?
have to be manipulative to survive, because that's the tool that you use to survive. Like, you can make a man and emotionally be invested into you and make him do something for you. Like, for instance, you could set up, like, if a dude disrespects you, right? You could go home, the man who's emotionally invested into you, you could say that this dude did this, that, the other. He's going to go out there as the tool he is, and he's going to do whatever to that person. You could be lying in the case of doing that. And there's a lot of women, or a lot of immature women, that do that. They use men as tools, just like we use women as objects. So it's like, that's the thing that I'm seeing, consistency. But I understand it, because that's your tool to survive. That's your survival kit. You can't use your arms and beat up all dudes who gets on your fucking nerves. That don't
You
work.
still have to give it an example of women being emotionally manipulative.
Or maybe
Oh,
it's
give you an
because
example? You want an example? Okay. Here's an example. The example is, I can't think of one right
okay. Maybe it's
okay. We're gonna move on to Auto Magic. Auto Magic.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So basically, question is, what do we like the accountability on our part when it comes to dating?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we, as men, should date with a purpose and not waste our time or their time in meaningless relationships. Cause like he said earlier, we're pretty much stair stepping, like we're leveling up. But like, if again, like he said, if you do the work and you know exactly what you want, like you really look in the mirror and say, okay, this is who I am, this is what I like, this is what I want. Instead of stair stepping, if you do the work on yourself, you can actually skip out all that majority of that stair stepping. Once you get yourself together, then you can go approach the woman that takes the work required to get, because you've done that work. So now you can actually go talk to who you want to talk to, and then date that person with a purpose. Like dating with a purpose is like, okay, if I know I want a relationship that leads to marriage and kids, I don't need to be dealing with or wasting, like, talking to somebody who I know I don't want to do that. I don't want to build that with. Whether it's because of she can't, like, we don't match. We're not we're not pliable together. Like we're not able to manipulate our relationship in a way where it can be that. Or she may not listen. She may not like when I open up to her. She might not like whatever it is that does not match. Like, don't just keep on going because the sex is good. Like, just cut it. You know what I'm saying? Just cut it, because like in the end, you're really wasting your time and you wasting her time, because she has a clock in her mind. So when you waste her time, it's way more like detrimental to her than it is to you. Um, but like I really just feel like if we just did that, it'll just cut out on a lot of shit. Like, because if you wasting your time with somebody you know you're not gonna be with, and y'all mess around and have a kid, boom, you know you're not gonna be with her. So now you either gonna be a deadbeat dad, or y'all gonna be broken up and you gonna be on child support. It's just, you just skip out on all the negative things of the patriarchy that they talk about. We just skip out on all that and just date who you want to date. Like, be intentional with it. And it helps when you're intentional dating, you actually want to be with the person you with. It'll make you, like, it'll assist the compromising that happens in relationships, because you got two people coming together, two separate people with thoughts, ideas, wants, beliefs, and all those things coming together to form something that is one. Like, it has to be some type of compromise on both sides. So when you actually deal with somebody you want to be with, the man will do the compromising that it takes for it to work in what do you call it, in reasonable compromises, ones he's willing to compromise on, he's willing to change on. But if it's somebody that's asking you to do compromising that's not in line with what you want to actually compromise on, then you just move on. Like, because I'm telling you, like, once you date with a purpose, like, you'll find, like, it decreases a lot of the problems.
I got the answer now to emotional manipulation too. Now.
Okay.
And
yeah. After that, I want to get to IG.
Yeah. Okay. The emotional manipulation is like withholding sex and using that as you're making us move, because if we don't do something, we don't get no pussy. Or calling us a bitch. Knowing that the male ego is fragile. You're aware that the male ego is fragile. And you still decide to say, oh, you didn't do this? Well, you're a fucking bitch because you ain't do it. Do what I say. That's the emotional. That's two examples for you. I'm done.
Okay, Reckless, can I answer his, or do you want me to wait?
Wait, so basically all those things come from the ego. Fucking sex, that's ego. You called me a bitch, that's ego. Okay. Know what you about to say, Presley?
I was gonna say, to answer him, he's saying that women withhold sex as emotional manipulation. That's just human boundaries. If a man doesn't want to have sex with a woman, he say no. If a woman doesn't want to have sex with a man, he says no. So a woman saying, I don't want to have sex with you, is not emotional manipulation. That
You
just
did
means
not
you don't
hear
want to
nothing I
focus.
just said. Selective hearing. Yet
I
again.
literally just.
Selective hearing. Yet again. Selective hearing.
How's
Yet
that
again.
selective hearing? I
I
literally just
said,
responded to
I
what you.
just, I just said to clarify
You're talking over
exactly
me.
what I said. Yeah, because you're not listening. So I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna clarify it for you.
You
Okay.
gonna talk over me?
This is
Okay, I
it.
got you.
Okay. I said to do what she wants you to do. She withholds sex from you. Not she says no because she's not in the mood. No, I want you to do this for me. If you don't do it for me, I'm not giving you no pussy. That's emotional manipulation. Get it now? You hear me clear now, right? Don't remix what I just said. It's clear.
Okay,
Okay, so
I heard
I
you
think
clear,
to
even
really
though your mic is like, blah, 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 blah. I heard you clear. I
so
definitely heard you.
so
Oh,
okay,
I'm
so to
sorry.
really push your point of what you mean, Quack, what are those examples of the like things that you've experienced or you've seen or you know of where women will literally behold sex if the men didn't do X, Y, and Z? What would be those examples? Like if you don't do this, you ain't getting no pussy.
Okay, I never had this experience, but my friends do have this experience. And
Okay.
a lot of the times it'd be like, oh, can you take out the trash? Or can you uh, do this favor for me? Can you, what? I gotta think of one of my friends, like, what he
Okay.
did.
All right.
I'll come back. I'll come back to it. I'll come back.
Okay, but make sure that because you have feedback in your phone, and also when you get to IG.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
What's going
Interesting
on?
conversation. So
Mm-hmm.
going into where we talking about what men should be accountable for and a sense of dating and stuff like that. I mean, the experience that I when I'm listening to Quack, it's not like he's giving you the surface. To me, what it sounds like, it's the surface expectation of what you should be accountable for. Um, it's I think what most relationships between anybody with just men and women, it's like, okay, aside from when you just move past the physical, what was the intentions? Because it's like it's that term where I've heard women say, am I just another notch in your belt? Am I just another number of something you can say that I was able to run enough game on you so you could get my attention versus the intention of showing you something because I'm trying to build something more with you than just your physical attraction. And I think it could be looked at as also emotionally manipulative because it's like women aren't entitled to just women do not have to make, I guess, men feel entitled to the accessibility. It's sometimes to pay attention is to not necessarily pay for attention, but it is to do something to get the attention of who you're trying to attract outside of just I find you physically attractive. And I think for a lot of men, they're thinking when it comes to pay attention is that it's always a monetary thing, that you have to pay for the attention, but you really can pay for the attention outside of just saying something physical or being flirtatious. There has to be other things, I think, for women in relationships with men aside of just you could proclaim that you like me, but it becomes obvious that well, if you're just only approaching me with the surface level, then yeah, it's nothing. I would want to just give you an overall pass simply because you're acknowledging physically what you see.
And there's nothing wrong with it starting off with physical, but I think that it's not necessarily just being emotionally manipulative, it's being emotionally selective. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to just write this off as it being just manipulative as it is being emotionally and physically selective. Because I did hear Queck say, he was about to go into something about, well, keeping up with your body. But here's the thing about the double standard with that, right? I really wish, and this is nothing, this is nothing against you, Quack, but when I hear men say that, what I'm expecting for men who have those standards, I'm expecting a low percent body fat. I'm expecting for you to be ready to cater to all those physical archetypes. So, in some sense, I'd be like, I'm not saying if we're gonna be shallow, then we can't be mad at the female for women for responding to a shallow attempt. If you have a shallow effort, then be prepared for, okay, well, how many inches is that D? How much money do you have? How much physical? If you're going to approach or lead with the shallow, that you're going to get shallow results.
No, I agree. I said that earlier too. So I'm just
Yeah,
letting you
yeah,
know.
I heard
I
that
know
too.
you. I know you didn't hear everything that I
Yeah.
said because you came in kind of late. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that there's a balance with everything, and there should be grace along both sides. But I don't hear too much grace. And I'm not talking about every woman in this panel. I'm talking specifically to Presley. And I finally got my example. Hey, give me this bag, or oh, you're not giving me this bag. Well, I'm not going to fuck you because you didn't get me this bag. Or get me these shoes. Oh, you're not going to give me these shoes? Okay, we can play that game. That's the emotional manipulation.
That sounds
That's
like a
my example.
prostitute. That doesn't sound like a woman you're
It
in a relationship with would be doing that.
it could be
Right.
it could just
Okay,
be emotion. It could just be upset that you ain't get the bag, and now your whole mood thrown off. The whole mood thrown off because you ain't get the bag. So now I ain't getting no pussy because you ain't get the
That
bag.
yeah.
let's not shame the tactic, but that's what it is. It's a tactic. So I have to get you the bag so you can be in the mood to fuck, which is a bad thing. I'm not saying I suffered through this, but I'm saying like I heard this before. So well,
Okay, but most women aren't going to agree with that because that doesn't sound like something like a mentally
I'm
stable
aware.
woman would do.
I'm not
That's in a real
saying
relationship.
y'all in this panel. I'm saying giving you the example of what she asked me. She said, "Give me an example of a woman who
Okay,
does
and
it."
let
So
me.
I'm giving you
Okay,
the example.
yeah, and I asked you that, me Presley, and so I want to answer that.
I'm talking to you, Presley.
Yeah, exactly. I said me Presley, me Presley. I'm
Okay, I
gonna
know
answer
who I'm
that.
talking to. Presley,
All
Presley,
right.
Presley,
Okay. Okay.
Presley, Presley.
Wow.
Okay.
Stop trolling her.
Presley.
Can I answer? Let me answer your question. The fact that you brought that up as a response lets me know everything because you yourself said that you are in your 50s, you are single, and you are not financially stable. So the women that you want,
50s.
you
Okay, you really have
what?
selective hair, Presley.
I
Perfect
Presley,
Presley.
no, I
you have a
It's
don't.
lot of
perfect
selective
Presley,
hair.
correct? It's perfect Presley.
No,
Yeah,
I do
I'm not.
not.
You really do have selective hair.
No, I do
Lord,
not. If
Lord,
we run back
I'm in my
the
50s.
live,
All right. Mhm. All right.
if we run back the live, you said you was 50 something and that you are stable in every other area but financial. So the women
Yeah.
that you want are women that prioritize financials.
He just gave you an
So
example based on a friend. He didn't give you an example
I
based
didn't
on
say
him
me.
personally.
I
I
literally am trying to talk without being interrupted, yo.
I
Okay,
wish you would
perfect
talk
Presley. I'm sorry.
accurately instead of stop putting up these allegories to describe my lifestyle. Like no, like you got to be
Did you
accurate with it.
Yeah, you trying to
Did
come
I
at him.
never said I was 50. I did say that I'm not financially stable, but I'm stable
okay.
enough to survive for myself, but I can't support a whole entire family comfortably. I can struggle and support them, but it won't be a comfortable thing. And I choose not to make the struggle happen. I choose to put myself in position before I decide to get a family. I'm not in my 50s, so
Okay.
anything else?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just go ahead and try to complete my sentence without y'all interrupting me. Um, okay, so we'll go ahead and go with fine. You're not financially stable, and if the women that you want are saying your example is saying, if you don't get me this bag, I won't have sex with you. That means that you're going for women
You
who
speaking
are
on
not.
you a lot. You saying you a lot. Don't use me. I don't have these issues. I'm telling you, I'm very good at bagging women. I'm very good at this. So you keep on saying you a lot.
Okay.
You
But
say
he
Oh,
someone
said
else.
that
I
this was
said
an
my
I
example of
friend.
his friend.
literally
Selective hearing
cannot
yet
complete a
again.
sentence, yo.
But
I
he said,
literally get
but he
I
said
interrupted
wish
it
you
every
was an
would just
time.
be
example on
more
his
accurate.
friend. So you're trying to attack
Crazy.
him though.
Can you just take that
Yeah.
she's saying you just in a general way? Like you don't have to take it personal.
Okay. I'm sorry. I took it personal.
Crazy, crazy. Okay, so what I am saying is okay, so I won't say you. I will say that if a financially unstable man is saying that a woman is emotionally manipulating him because she says, if you can't buy me this, I don't want to be with you. That just literally means you're not compatible. That's not emotionally manipulating someone because if that was emotional manipulation
Again,
comes when two
selective
people.
hearing yet
Can
again, yet
I
again.
finish,
No, because you're
Lord
saying things
Jesus, my
wrong. You're
Lord?
saying things wrong. I said sex. I said she's using the bag for sex, not to be with the person. Sex. You got to be accurate in what you're saying. You can't just throw out what you heard and say that I said that.
I
Accuracy, please.
Is there some kind of tone in my voice that irritates people? Because
No,
literally, I get
because the
interrupted
accuracy
every
is
time.
important because he's saying that in the relationship that basically you're putting more emphasis on a person being unfinancially stable, but it could be a perfectly stable
That's
person
not what I said,
financially
so
that
you're
didn't
not
get the
listening.
bag and she's still withholding sex because she did not get what she wanted. That's it doesn't have to it doesn't have to be with they don't want to be with she doesn't want to be with him because she didn't get the bag. It's she's withholding sex because of the bag. That's what he's saying. He's not saying that you it's before you go deep into what you're about to say, he just get wants you to get back on the fact of what we were talking about.
Okay,
Not being with him, but just not withholding sex because of the bag.
okay, but that's exactly what I'm saying, you guys. Emotional manipulation is when two people are in a relationship emotionally manipulating someone. So if someone has a requirement that you can't or aren't willing to meet, that's not emotional manipulation. That's just y'all are not compatible.
Mm,
Emotional manipulation is when two people are in a relationship and they use emotional tactics to get what they want.
there
But
you go.
what you
Oh
guys
my
are
God.
talking
Yo,
about are
There you
other
go.
can I
women, please.
finish?
Straighten this
Oh
woman out,
my
please.
gosh.
Please, someone as a woman,
I
please straighten her
Quack,
out
literally
because
quack,
my
she is
voice
saying exactly
just
quack,
what I just said
qu-
back to me. And
my
I'm not
voice just
understanding
quack.
why she's saying,
literally I don't understand. My voice just
I don't
literally just
understand.
makes people interrupt me. I can't finish a sentence.
No, no, no.
It's not
I don't
possible.
understand how you're saying everything that I
It's
just
not
said to you
possible.
back to me. I
Yeah.
just said that. I just said
That's
that.
not
You
And
that's
you're
did.
not
You
saying,
what
did.
you
You just said
that's no
you just
that's
defined
literally
emotional
not
manipulation.
no, that's literally not what I said. And that proves that you guys are not listening, which is
You
also something I said
did.
earlier. And if I could please finish without being interrupted because I didn't interrupt y'all. And for
This was the
some
men's
reason,
part.
whenever I
Right.
This
We
was
still
the
in the
men's
talk,
part. So
barbershop. We
you
ain't came
guys were
outside
supposed to
yet.
be on this
We
part.
still supposed to be in the car.
y'all literally ask me to answer the question, which is what I'm trying to do. But for some reason, when I speak, people just jump out the window to interrupt me, and then they say
Because you're
you
not
talk
Well,
too
saying
much.
things
actually,
But because I
accurately.
okay, well,
never
okay, we're gonna do this.
finish
We're gonna do
what
this. We're
I'm
gonna do this. We're gonna do this.
saying,
We're actually, this is the open forum, so let Presley finish, and then y'all can
All
come
right,
in.
we
And say,
outside.
"Oh, hey, conscious."
We outside.
literally just want to finish my sentence. But for some reason, my voice just
Literally, go
irritates
ahead and
people.
finish your sentence then.
But
Okay, so stop interrupting me. You're literally proving my point that when I talk,
that's
you
not,
interrupt.
Okay,
that's not
perfect.
cool.
Okay.
And
Literally,
there
stop
it goes again.
resetting the
Perfection.
room
Go
and
ahead.
Okay.
finish what you're
Oh,
saying.
Perfection. Go
Because
ahead.
I'm gonna keep on
let
trolling if you keep on
me
doing this.
let me do it. Let me
Okay,
finish
I'm
my
gonna let you
sentence.
do it.
All right. Thank you
All
very
right,
much, dear
you
sir.
are welcome. Good
Okay.
ma'am. All
So
right.
what I am saying is that
What you saying?
when we were and I oh my gosh, I
You
literally
see how she
cannot think
focused
without
in on
being
what I
I might
mean?
have to
interrupted.
hold up. Wait, yeah, let her finish because I might just drop everybody, including myself. Let her finish, please.
Please.
Okay.
Literally,
She got
he asked
control
me,
issues.
oh my gosh, I cannot
Damn it, quack.
say.
Let me let you finish. Fuck it. Let me let you finish.
Oh Lord. Bye y'all.
He said, "Bye, y'all."
Okay, thank you so much, Reckless.
You
What?
got a minute and 30. I'm counting.
Okay, thank you very much. But what I am saying is exactly what they just proved. I literally asked him for women emotional manipulation tactics. He said he couldn't think of one, and then he dropped off and then he googled some crap, and then he came back and said, "Oh, if a woman says that if I want a bat, I want to if you don't get me this bag, I won't have sex with you." And that wasn't the question. The question was emotional manipulation in relationships. If a woman says, "If you don't get me a bag, then I won't have sex with you," that just means you're not compatible. Y'all not in a relationship. She don't fucking know you. That's all I wanted to say. But it took me like 10 minutes to say that because people kept interrupting me. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna bring him back on.
What if they are in a relationship and she does that same thing? Now what?
Oh,
It's
shit.
still manipulation, emotional manipulation. You're using someone's emotions to get what you want. That is manipulation of the emotions. It can happen
Can
in
I
a
ask?
relationship or outside of a relationship.
Can I
Well,
ask Crack a question?
I can understand why Quack is saying, speaking, looking at it from a male's perspective, being a woman, because men, remember, ladies, men, they tie their emotions, even though they pretend they don't, they really do tie their emotions to sex. Like they, everything is really based and centered around sex for men. So I can understand them thinking that, their perception being that that is a manipulation tactic.
Well, yeah, and even it's not just their perception. It is, like, in his defense, I just said this in the back chat, but withholding sex is a form of emotional manipulation because it's using an intense emotional connection to control another person's behavior.
Thank you.
So it is. I mean, the bag reference was just really shallow, but there are women who do withhold sex.
Okay, let me get TS up in here. TS?
Hi, I just want to ask Quack a question. I feel like you have the right to your feelings, and I just want to ask. So you talked about that relationship because I've known people, females, who have done this, but they've done it very quickly. In a matter of 3 weeks, they have the bag, they're out, no sex, nothing. So my question to you is, um, The couple you're talking about, how long was this?
Oh, I would say like about 6 months. You can hear me?
Yeah, because
Oh,
they're usually not long term. They're usually
yeah,
not long term relationships. Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I'll go back on
No
mute.
problem.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
So that is how women manipulate. So but you were saying, Quack, originally that men, you were speaking on how men manipulate women, right?
Hmm. Yeah,
Um
we do that. Hmm.
other than I would like to hear some suggestions because we are always giving you guys suggestions. I would like to hear some suggestions outside of just saying to a woman, choose better. What is it that you think that we can do when it comes to dating? I guess
Okay,
I
I
gave
got
one
you.
earlier. Well, I'm gonna let Quack
Yeah.
go because I
no,
didn't. I already gave mine.
asking Quack.
Okay. Okay. Um, I would say first thing you gotta accept that every man's intention is sex with you. Stop. Let's just put that as number one. You already know this. I know all women know this, but I don't think y'all accept it. And it's kind of like y'all think it's like, oh, like y'all go straight. Well, a lot of women go straight to he must think I'm easy. So they try to, it's like an ego thing on y'all behalf, where it's like, you must think I'm easy. So no, I'm not going to make it easy. So the thing that I would say is look at consistency in his behavior. His behavior, he can't fake shit. Ah, damn. Come on, go in. Come on, damn it. Headphones. Sorry. Hello?
Yep.
Okay, y'all can hear me. My bad. My headphones went out. Um, consistency in behavior, right? He can't hide his behavior for too long. Of course, you meet the security guy in the beginning. You meet the fake nigga in the beginning. He's being the most polite. He's the most sweetest guy. He's attentive. He's paying attention. Then once he has sex with you, right? That's when shit start changing because now he has access. That's the first thing that we look for is like we get that access. If it don't live up to our expectation, yes, there's bad sex for men. If it don't live up to our expectations of how we fantasize that shit, it's gonna get bad for you. So I wouldn't say withhold. I would say look at his behavior after and see if he's starting to change. And if you start seeing that it change, don't emotionally invest yourself into this person because he's only using you solely to get the nut off and to see. And you must not saying like this, but you must not have delivered the way you may have thought. So he can move forward. He can get that shit. I'm being real.
Oh,
He can move
Or he
forward.
might just be collecting bodies.
so you telling us to have sex with them first and then
Yeah. No. The reason why is because you're gonna see his character shift. If he's genuinely into you, it's
Don't
not just the sex.
It, it's crazy because he's saying have sex before, and I'm saying don't have sex, and both of us got pushback. So what do we? So what's up?
Because
hold on.
there's different women.
On not to have sex. I'm not giving pushback on to have sex. I think that is an individual choice because I agree. I don't know which one of you gentlemen said earlier that well, right, no, reckless, it was you that said it, that
Mhm.
don't get it twisted, women be wanting to, it be just about sex. I'm one of those women, it do be just
Mhm.
about sex. I can look at a man from across the room and know if, like, without even getting to know him, because I'm an aura and energy
Ditto.
person, I can
Trying to
tell.
put that pussy on them.
Like I can literally, and if I feel nothing, if there's nothing drawing, I know the difference between sexual energy and just energy of attraction to the mind and the spirit. I know the difference, so I know when that sexual energy is pulling me. So that's all we want. That's all I want. That's fine. But I was
I'm
just a
just
little
saying.
confused because to me, what you're saying, No, I understand what you're saying, but here's where my confusion comes in, I guess.
Okay.
The fact of it's like that the dude gets, and I don't want to say it like this, but I have no other way to say it. It's like, okay, well, the dude still makes out like the winner in the end. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm gonna freak him for the, for the woman that's looking for something more. I'm gonna screw him and then turn around and observe him and find out he ain't the one. So now he got something out and I didn't get nothing. Because what I'm looking for, you know what I'm saying, I just didn't get. So to me, that's like, yeah, that's kind of like an oxymoron in a way. So I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna help you understand it more because I could be more descriptive. So a lot of women make the mistake by withholding, and that guy, that's not him. That's not truly him until he fuck. Like he's sweet. That's a part of him, but that's all tactics to fuck. So he's doing everything. He's manipulating his way to your vagina. So he's doing all the necessary things that you demand. And y'all tell on yourselves a lot. So he's just becoming that person that you say, oh, I feel comfortable around this person, to now engage into sexual activity. But after the sexual activity, this is like, you could be like, yo, the first year was so perfect. Oh my God, like what happened? He got immune to you. So that means that all you offered to him was just sex because you didn't do the other part that makes us attracted to you. Like the sex is the first thing that we're attracted to, but there's other portions of y'all that that makes us differentiate from who we fucking to who we gonna take seriously. So if you didn't if you didn't offer anything outside of just sex, and then now that's your tool and that's where your security lies into your vagina, then we gonna spot that and we gonna take advantage of that. But if you offer a lot more, like stuff that y'all be looking for, we be looking for too. Like a woman who has a mind of her own, a woman who has brilliance, a woman who has emotional intelligence, a woman who can see empathize with our struggle too. Like who can say, yo, I understand what you're going through every day.
I gotta cut you off. I don't mean to, because I got a question. You see stuff that I was already gonna ask you a question about. To speak to that, because let's be real. This the like let's be real panel tonight. Okay. In general, you men are getting these things, right? You are meeting women that are giving you the best of themselves, right? That are being everything that you tell us that you want us to be, right? Because now we're talking about pillow phase, right? That pillow talk where, you sitting up there and whether, we don't know it yet, but you're selling us a fucking fairy tale, right? So you're telling us everything that you want, what you need, this and the third, and we are becoming, because that's what women do. We become who we are. We live it out loud. And y'all, you still dog me the fuck out. Whatever you do that contributes to the demise of what could have been, y'all don't want that. So it helped me understand, help the other women understand, though we know why it's happening, but we just really don't understand we don't understand that mentality.
Raw truth. Oh boy, here we go.
I don't understand.
All right. Oh, raw truth. Ah man, I know this is gonna hurt, but I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it.
And that's what they get off on. I know this
I'll
don't
say it
hurt.
for you. Barbershop talk. Niggas ain't shit.
No, not
Go ahead,
we ain't
Quet.
shit. Not we ain't shit. That we ain't shit. We just have high expectations on that sex. So if you ain't got like if
So
you ain't got no,
I got you again, because when you say something is sparking, it's not triggering me in a bad way. I have these conversations with men all the time. So I'm loving this, even though it's some bullshit. I'm loving the transparency of the bullshit.
Now I understand why it's the bullshit, because it shouldn't be this difficult.
No, because this is where it becomes very hypocritical when it comes to a man. Then why be upset with us if you have high standards? Why be upset with us for setting high standards for you?
See,
that's what I was gonna say. Go, keep going.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You're not wrong
And
at all.
that's where you're right. And that's what I'm saying. I can hold us accountable. And that's why when you ask that question, what can I be accountable for? I gave you it. I gave you it.
See that as
Unlike
being
Presley. But
accountable
like
for
I
what
said,
is acknowledging. You know that. And Quack, you know, I normally call you Tom. I don't know if you realize
yeah.
it's the same person.
No, I
And
know
I normally
exactly who you
call
are.
you Tom, right? So
Yeah.
listen, I'm really enjoying you in this moment. Like real talk. I'm really enjoying you in this moment for just being really honest and cutting all the bullshit that you normally be doing. Listen, I'm still gonna always be confused of like by the mindset. We literally get up here and go back and forth banter in this discussion, and you guys literally give us so much pushback when we tell you guys like we literally fuck windmilling. We literally get out here motherfucking dig ditches and shit and set up motherfucking traps and stuff to like we go hard for you guys. It is not because you know what I mean there's no love there. It's a whole bunch of general love. Y'all cannot accept our critical criticism, like y'all constructive criticism. Y'all can't accept it or whatever the case may be. And it looks crazy to the men's community. Like this moment right here, Reckless, I think I've never seen you have a panel this long, and I'm so glad. I was frustrated earlier because we went off topic. But to get to this point right here, I appreciate when a man tells the truth. And I say to women all the time, the best game to have in life is the truth. Don't ever feel like you can't be honest with a woman, man. You have to understand every woman is not going to give pushback on your truth. It is enlightening for a woman like myself to hear a man admit and tell the truth. When you don't tell the truth and you lie to us, this is what hurts us the most. You've taken away our decisions to have the right to choose for ourselves. That's what hurts the most. Our intentions are not to hurt y'all, to break y'all down, tear y'all down, or anything. We want to build y'all up. Of course, we want to tell y'all all the great things about yourself, but y'all take that away by how y'all treat us. And for you to sit up here openly and be so honest, I'm appreciative. Now you ain't shit by what you're telling me. I want to say that. No, I want to make that from the most loving this place I can come from. Because what you're doing is toxic. Which I don't realize, what the black man does not realize is that it's a perpetuating generation, like a toxic cycle. Right? It's all fun and games till y'all get to a certain age, and then y'all get caught up with the young, because when you get a certain age, then you become a sugar daddy, right? Because you everything you do ultimately comes back on you. So somehow you get older, you don't want the woman your age, so you start fucking with the young girls and they dog y'all out.
Ooh.
Right?
No, not exactly. It don't not exactly.
No, it don't. This is literally how it usually happens, like straight across the board. We talked about culture earlier.
No,
this is
I just
exactly
want you to know it's not because we can't deal with a woman our age. The younger women are more appealing than the older woman.
And you wonder why you got a girl that's withholding sex for a bag?
When y'all young. Listen, you do it when y'all young because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's intimidation. I don't know if it's just because of I know toxic patriarchy plays a big part in it, but y'all reject us when we're young because we're stronger, we're independent, right? And sometimes we come, with our baggage as well, right? But we overlook y'all baggage. Y'all don't overlook our baggage. Then as you become middle age, you know what I mean? You do the same thing. We're not good enough. Y'all play games. Y'all make us think y'all ready to settle down, have a family, have a life. We go through all of those phases with y'all. Then you go to another 10, 20 years or whatever. And it's the same cycle. It's the same rejection. It's the same abuse. It's the same toxicity repeatedly over and over again. And when you get to a certain age, you no longer want us when you didn't want us from the beginning. As you have stated multiple times, the only thing that y'all really want us for is sex.
No. We want, like, if you want a long-term relationship, right? If you made up your mind and want a long-term relationship, we want the nurturing part. I kept on saying, like, we love the femininity of women. Like, that's the thing that separates the sex from the relationship. We want the person who takes care of us when we're sick or holds us at night and shit and pays attention to what we saying too. Like, it's not just one-sided.
That can't be
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
When y'all have that, y'all literally use it, throw it away, misuse all time. Y'all don't
No.
take care.
See, the reason why we do that, the reason is because you lack somewhere in the sex department. That's the reason
That's
why.
what I'm saying. It's all about sex.
No, I was saying. I think
No. That's how we're built. Like we're okay. I'm gonna try to break this down. I hope it ain't gonna get into no. But right,
Before you break
men.
it down, I want to add something so that you can add it to your breakdown. I personally believe that if you are a woman or a feminine person and are dating a black man between the ages of 21 and 50, you need to have tests because a black man only loves a black woman when he's super young. That's why their fully black children are older than the rest of their children. And when they're old and washed and dust up and need a woman to take care of them. So, like, we've seen this time and time and time and time again with black families to where there'll be a couple together forever, but between the ages of 21 and 50, that man is running rampant. And then when he turned 50, then all of a sudden he's the nice guy. He's great, and you should forget everything he's done previously.
I also subscribe to them, but go ahead, bro.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, Presley, but what I'm saying is, and this is some real shit. I hope y'all listen to this because I don't want y'all to skim over it. I don't want y'all to skim over it. Huh?
Wait, but you still have that feedback.
Damn. I don't know. It might be just my headphones, or maybe it's my fucking phone itself.
Take the headphones out. See if that's better.
Nah, all right.
Or it's because you're still not accomplished at your old age to have a good audience.
Y'all love trolling each other.
Right? It's
I feel
beginning
like
to sound like flirting at this point.
I feel like it's not necessary. It don't.
I didn't hear none of that.
No, Miss Mumbles, don't accuse me of
right.
flirting with that. Don't do it.
Whoa, take it easy, Presley. Presley, take it easy.
We're gonna get this back on track. We're gonna let
I will bag your ass something serious. I will bag you, Presley. Don't play with me.
Like, literally, I'm offended. Like, seriously, like, not even joking. I'm offended by that.
Oh my God, that really hurt my feelings, and that's going to make me not escalate any further.
I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm saying it hurt my feelings. Like that, I'm offended by that shit. Like, seriously.
Okay, and you said it didn't offend him that you was offended, and you got offended that it didn't offend him.
I'm not offended. I'm pretty sure.
Everybody. Okay, what we're gonna do, because I don't need this get any further. She already admitted that it made her feel a certain type of way. So whether or not, if y'all believe it, I'm still gonna stop it because I don't need that going on. We're gonna let Quack finish. After I want to get CTV in here.
All right. So to be totally honest, and this is sad, we ain't fucking as much as we want to fuck. So we're catching up for the times that we didn't fuck. So listen to what I'm saying. I know it's crazy. We didn't get to that threshold where we're used to fucking and we got immune to fucking. So the problem is that we still have the curiosity. Yes. And once the curiosity has been resolved, or the curiosity has peaked, then we settle. But when we do not, when we have questions on the other side, like say, Anya, just using as an example, I'm with you, Anya, but then I see Presley, and then I'm curious because Presley's ass look a little softer than Anya's. Let me see if her sex is as good as Anya's. Then you find out Presley's sex is whack. Then you go back to Anya. And then you do this until the curiosity has been fulfilled. We have a lot of curiosity because we've been deprived. We've been sexual. Like, I can remember back when I was younger, I was looking at adult women and lusting and couldn't do nothing. And I had to learn how to get sex for the first time. I had to learn how to bag a girl. I had to learn. And during that time, I'm still sexually masturbating on every night and all that crazy shit. Like, I'm going crazy. So when I first got my first taste of ass, the curiosity started peaking. And it was like, oh, shit. Okay, well, she looks better than her. I wonder, her sex got to be better. I was wrong. Her sex wasn't better. Well, let me see this. She got a fat ass than her. Okay, well, oh, I was wrong about that too. I thought a fat ass meant better sex. Okay, let me try her. You see what I'm saying? So until the curiosity is peaked, and this is some real shit. Until the curiosity is peaked, you're going to be fighting a losing battle. That's what I got to say.
But here's the thing, and I will say this: it you speak because I've heard you make this point before in other panels. I I'm gonna give you just some pushback, not just from a gay man. I think that's what happens to men who are like incels or who are not desirable in their youth. Because I've had these conversations. It's like if you did not take the time when you were younger, like in the ages of 20, early 20s, teens, and some 30s, you know what I'm saying, to have that exploration, not because maybe because you weren't you weren't in that accessibility in the sense of being that preference of women, even when it comes to just sex, because truth be told, regardless of sexuality, is that everyone is not obligated to just want to share the casual or the hormonal, because sometimes sex could just be a hormonal thing. I think because a lot of men who live their life as incels when they're younger, you're supposed to. That's why it kind of comes across, not you, but this is why it does come across as predatory, because you were supposed to develop, you were supposed to have the attraction to younger women when you were a younger man. If you're attracted to what you're attracted to, your attraction should mature with you. If you do not mature, if you did not have the chance and you did not mature within your sexuality, then you're going to constantly be chasing after immature attention. So I'm just going to say, regardless of the sexuality of men, every man doesn't have the young, because it's not like you had the young incel experience, because you keep saying, oh, we didn't fuck as much as enough. There are men who can get all the fucking in the world. That sexuality of wanting to have sex with more than one person, that's not an excuse for you to have predatory type of attractions towards someone younger. But at the same time, it's kind of like you're trying to reclaim time that has passed. And I think that's a big issue with a lot of men, because that is true. I've seen that. It's like, now that you're at a certain, when you wait, not you personally, Quack, but you wait till after you didn't use the dick up, after you didn't use the youth up. Now, of course, when that dick slowed down and that prostate, it's time to get them prostate exams. You want, like a lady said, that hospice type of care. But see, if you didn't build that in a relationship in your youth with womanhood and interaction, it's kind of hard for you to get that. Because I've said this all the time. The reason why, even, just probably a little side note, the reason why I could say that I had the relationship with my father and I took care of him, because see, he put the time in. He didn't just wait. He wasn't not there throughout the years, and then when he got sickly, all of a sudden I have to just muster up this emotionalism that doesn't exist. It's the same thing when you're having relationships with other people. You can't expect, if you're going to skip the time that it takes, or you're trying to just reclaim shallow time, dog water, puppy lust type of time. You can't. It's going to be very difficult, a man of your age, to expect a younger female who's still trying to reclaim and have that experience of just being hot in the ass. But obviously being hot in the ass, it's not an early age exclusive thing. So you're missing time. I'm just giving you this. It sounds like to me, people who are having that idea, oh, we didn't get to fuck as much. I'm gonna just call a little cap on that. It does. Sometimes with men, that's all they know is to fuck as much.
and they don't know how to establish anything outside of just accessibility, which might need to denote that you just might need to be a sexually open person or get with someone who's accepting of that, who's gonna be able to accept that and hold you down. But we know that most heterosexuals on both sides of the gender or sex cannot be honest about how they just want to function, even when it just comes to the root chakra function of sex. So it sounds like not every single man, I just want to point that out. You sound like you have an incel experience in your youth, and now you're trying to reclaim that time and you're older. And that, for me, that I'm not digging at you for that, but that's what kind of causes the misappropriation of attractions to
Yeah. No.
younger.
You accurate with the incel, but there's a lot of men who are incels. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Is like a lot of the men are incels. It's not a lot of men who are the chosen who get the opposite happens for them, where it's like, oh, like a Chris Brown, like, he didn't have no issues when he was younger, versus like a say of me where I did have issues, so I had to learn how to get women. I had to learn what women were attracted to. I had to learn how to make myself desirable, and I didn't have the guidance. I learned from trial and error, hitting the streets, getting rejected after rejection after rejection after rejection. I'm still horny after rejection after rejection after rejection. Oh shit, I got a number. Let me see how this works out. Rejection after rejection, and then learning the process, and then developing the process, and falling in love with the process as I'm learning. But yeah, it did start from incels. There's a lot of men who's incels. Fresh and Fit, their whole audience is a bunch of incels. Academics, whole audience is a bunch of incels. Flacco, I'm sorry to say it, he's an incel. Like, it's mad men who's incels. But there's the desirable ones, and that's the ones that we're jealous of. And that's the one that women choose, which I'm not mad at, because y'all got good whatever the word is. I can't find the word. But
But
like
how are you
y'all
an
got
incel if you went from booty to booty, wondering if the next one, the grass was greener on the other side?
no. This is after. But I'm saying, as a child, yeah, of course. I was always a horny kid. Like, I can remember back at 5 lusting off of my teacher. Like, yeah, it was always there, but I had to develop. So I had to hit the floor and hit the floor failing, and then learn from my failures and trial and error. And then I learned how to be more confident, how to put me in the conversation instead of put what I thought the conversation was. And then practice and fail, and practice made perfect. I don't get rejected today, but I'm just saying, like, I had to learn. And yeah, it did start from involuntary celibacy. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hear that, like, you see what I'm saying. It's like, it's not me, again, I'm not digging at you, but I do kind of see where that's unfortunate, because I'm not gonna say what's the cause and if it's right. I just want ladies to really kind of hear in that aspect. Sometimes that's why you deal with, regardless of age, it's kind of like this thing where, unfortunately, I'm not saying it's always the case, but this is one of the things why women feel that they're more mature than men when it comes to these relationships, because women are already socialized in a way, and not to be able to accept that sexual expression, because those hormones work both ways. It isn't just males that have that sexual impulse control, but the difference is women have been forced to have to deal with that and still navigate relationships in a way that doesn't just sexually objectify men, even though that objectification of lust is natural. It is part of your human nature. And I think that's what, when we're having these conversations, is that you're going to get that pushback, because women, especially heterosexual women, are already in a position to have to navigate that delicate space. You see what I'm saying? So, even though you might have an incel experience, your male privilege or patriarchy, how it's set up, it allows
you to just be able to express that more openly, regardless of how successful unsuccessful you are. The moment that a woman be like, excuse me, sir, hi, can I have some of that dick, please? She's gonna be she's gonna be related as being called a slut and all those different things. So I mean, that's the
From
reason why
who?
that
That's what I'm saying. Like,
that
you talking for the generalization of men who's insecure and all that shit. I don't give a fuck about that shit. That's the
but
realest shit I
but
ever wrote.
but that's
Come,
the
keep on doing that, baby. Like, yeah, keep
but a
on
lot
telling
of
me
men, but here's
exactly what the fuck you want from me.
but that's the thing. Most unfortunately though, right? Most men are going to devalue women by their body count. And to me, it's the stupidest fucking thing. My daddy, we talked about that. It's like, how you gonna say she's a hoe, but that's the thing that's making your dick hard and to make you wanna fuck. Why she gotta be a hoe? Why can't she just give you what you gave me, boo, and that's a nut? And a lot of times for some women, that's what they're gonna be looking for. It's all, you know what I'm saying? Just like you have an archetype of all these physical prowessness, women do too, but they also have that mental side that be like, there's something else about this nigga besides, you know, um, just something obviously sexual that's going to make me be more sexual with him. And women are able to compartmentalize that even when it comes to their primal instincts of attraction. So it does sound like to me that a lot of these men, unfortunately, because the patriarchy that at the same time they uplift they didn't fall into the premium status, and that's what honestly makes it more difficult for both of y'all, men and women, to just express genuine attraction, because we have the courtship of what that means. We have the orientation, and I'm gonna just say this and I'm gonna be quiet. That's why I have been writing and I've been saying this lately, is that the representation of sexuality and orientation isn't just the thing about someone being in a closet. This is what I mean by that. Unfortunately, there are more, when you deal with sexual orientation in the Western society, people are going to automatically equivocate that to you being monogamous. So now what this has done, this has made heterosexual men who do not engage in no homosexuality, I repeat, these are heterosexual men who do not engage in any homosexuality. However, their sexuality, which the behavior of their sexuality is far different from what they orientate, what they present. Meaning that once you say that you're in a relationship with one person of the opposite sex, or representing that's what it is, automatically your orientation is seen as monogamous. However, your sexuality does not function the way that your public declaration is. So for most heterosexuals, y'all sexuality has never honestly matched up to what you orientate, because your orientation is what is perceived of what a relationship is, which dealing with monogamy. Unfortunately, before there was the down low men and the closet men, heterosexual men and women have always falsified what their orientation is versus what they engage in with their sexuality in private. And I'm a mute.
All right.
CTV. Time cheese.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I feel
Hey,
like
Conscious.
he said he's coming back, but I feel like not all the relationship the relationship could not work. It might not have to do with sex. Like it could just be they're just not compatible. Like
That's what I said.
y'all just don't match. Like you don't give what he wants, and on the other side he doesn't give what you want or what you need, vice versa. So like that's why I was saying like date with intention. Like you know what you want, you know what you like. Find it. If you're not finding it, move on. Like
That's literally what I
I
said,
have
and
a
you argued
question.
me down.
No, no,
that's
that's
not
not
what I
what you
said that
said.
earlier. You didn't say
Exactly.
that before I said it. I said that and you said nothing and we went to the next person. So I don't know what you mean
No,
by you said that. You always say something after somebody else said it. That's
no,
what you
that's not
mean after
true.
every time
I
somebody says something. You
literally,
say, that's what I mean when you had 5 minutes to
no,
talk and you didn't
I
articulate it.
didn't have 5 minutes.
I'm
I
not the
only had
best
like a minute and
articulator
30
myself,
seconds.
but I don't say that's what I meant to say when somebody else says some shit.
All
And I
I'm
don't
saying is that,
interrupt and start all over and say, gosh, nobody lets me speak. So
Hey,
let me start from here again. All right.
listen.
Wait, you just cut me off. Oh my God.
I
How
am.
could you just cut me off?
I don't
Because
want this to pile up on Presley because it's been a really great. I mean, this really has been a great freaking panel tonight and this morning, and I don't want us to be like,
No, I
I
was
just
saying that because she literally just said that and she does it all the time, but I just had to let her know that I did
feel
say that and
Presley.
she
I love
did
you,
not
but
say
it's
that.
still antagonistic. But you guys are also antagonizing her as well. So I'm just like, I don't want
no,
it to
I
be.
admit that.
I don't want.
I'm
I'm just
honest.
letting her know that she did
I'm
not
enjoying
say that.
y'all being honest. I told y'all this is if no other woman on this panel tells y'all, I really do appreciate the transparency. What's refreshing to me is I don't have to agree with the things that you guys are saying, but I can respect the honesty. I think that if men were more honest, and I know that sometimes it can be hard to be honest with us women, and women we can be honest that we are, we pretty rough, you know what I mean? But it's like on both sides, everybody have to understand this is like battle fatigue, okay? Like it is not, I'm not gonna just say necessarily on the women, but just on our community as a whole. We're suffering from battle fatigue.
Yeah,
So we need to
I got,
consider that, but we have to allow them to be able to express and tell their truths, whether we agree with it or disagree with it, because we want first and foremost honesty. When you have honesty, then you can make sound-minded decisions on whether or not this is something that you want to engage in.
yeah,
If a man telling me all he want to do is smash, and I know that if I'm personally not in the headspace where I want to be looking for a relationship or committal like relationship, I should be, he should be able to feel comfortable enough to tell me that's all he want without me really feel like, and it's in your delivery. I want to be quite frank.
yeah.
But he should be able to express himself and let me know that it's just about sex and I not get offended and chop his head off and go, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Take it
like
personal.
a tornado on him. Like, let's be fair in that. But men, be honest. And be really considerate in how you deliver things to us, because you don't have to, which I've seen, like I told y'all earlier, I be around a lot of men, right? And I've seen men that have been honest but been very disrespectful in their delivery. You don't have to tell me, nah, you know what I'm saying? I just want to smash. It's another way you can tell me that. And there are some women you can't articulate it that way for, right? But it's a thing called reading the room, right? So you got to know, like, really fill the person out and in reality just be a gentleman about how you say it anyway, even if she is the type of person that will accept you saying, you know what I'm saying, I just want to fuck, to be vulgar, you know what I'm saying? Like, just have some class, some decorum rather with it, but be honest, always be honest, because to be honest, I don't say it twice, but to be very truthful, I really believe the best game in life to have is honesty. Every situation I've ever been in, I've always walked out, whether I did my dirt or didn't do my dirt. Every situation I walked out, I felt good about it because I was always honest. And even when I say use the term like I did my dirt, meaning I was able to, like, you know what I'm saying, have my fun, have my cake and eat it too, but I was always honest. You can either accept it or reject it. Someone eventually is going to accept whatever it is that I want to do, because they're going to be on the same page. So just be honest about it always.
And
Yo,
you
to
and
be
you leave
oh,
and you leave out, that's what I'm saying, the opportunity, because most people, they conflate the standards of orientation and it doesn't allow them to express whatever their sexuality is.
Yeah.
Most men, truthfully, and women, because I'm not going to just put this on men, the what you publicly declare isn't how you actually function in your sexuality. And it's clear with all of the cheating, and I'm saying on both sides, the cheating, the divorce, it's clear that most people's sexuality does not function the same as their orientation. And I've, even when we have other conversations about
other things outside of heteronormatives, I've always said that you can't expect a man to be honest with you about him wanting to be with another man if he can't even much be honest about wanting to be with other women.
Now,
I
this
got a
is the
question.
thing, right?
Oh,
Oh, my fault.
so when he okay, so he his point was, you know, after you have sex with him, you look at his behaviors, and you know you judge him based on his behaviors after he have sex with you, because that lets you know how he really feels, because he got what he came to get, and now he's basically being him himself. So now I ask this question, like, um so if you don't rely on having sex to find out who that real person is, has anybody been like actually dated someone? I mean, when I say dated someone, I mean like actually go on dates, the same amount of dates that you would go on, like going out or whatever it is, movies, eat, whatever it is you do besides being at home watching Netflix and chilling. Have you done that for like a month and that person switch up on you after you had sex with them? Or did you see the change within them within that while y'all weren't having sex, but y'all are actually going out doing things? Did you see, did that help? Does that help? Or
I did, and it was a horrible experience because I had my first son, I met someone, I went a whole year without us having any, I don't want to go too graphic, but without us having any sexual contact as far as him penetrating me, anything oral, right?
Okay.
I would jack him off though. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? Like to help him relieve himself, right?
Yeah.
But we went a whole year and this man proposed to me. We got engaged and everything. The moment that I had sex with him, he became a whole totally different person. It made me feel like he was living a double life almost, like, you know, like to me, it was impossible that there was no way that this man didn't have a significant other outside the home. Like, because it was a whole 360
Mm-hmm.
after the very first time we had sex.
So you
So I
purposely withheld a
See?
year, or did you purposely withhold a year, or did it just,
Well, that was, you know, something that he and I both discussed. Of
it
course,
was
you
a
know,
year?
I had just had a baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was no way that I was going to want to do anything, and he wasn't going to try to do anything either, right? So in his mind, she's fertile.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, and then it became a like a whole like spiritual thing, well, religious, not say spiritual, a whole religious thing, you know, like, and you know,
Okay, not having sex until y'all
I
were
almost
married.
regret it. Like to be honest, it really was the worst mistake that I ever made in my life. It was really, because imagine just holding out. Like, see, I'm real. I wanted to smash at some point, and it was, you know,
Right.
very alluring for me. It was just very like, oh my God, he was like a unicorn, a man that don't want to, like, and I would have conversations because naturally this is before my education kicked in when it came to genders and all of that, you know, and even sexual orientation. The first thing a woman going to ask a man that's not educated, she going, like, what, like, are you cheating? You want somebody? Well, or what, you're not attracted to me? What is it? Is it a man? Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
You
it
gay?
makes sense for
Like
you to
all
say
that type
it.
of nonsense,
Yeah,
right?
makes sense
I
for you to
had
say it for a year.
conversations with him, and I'm like, it had to be somebody else, because how is it that we're going all this time? What I knew of men, every man in my life, they were very, very sexually like active. Like it was they were like damn near extremists, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, this is not normal to me. We're young people. We should be up in here like jackrabbits or whatever, but you know, you want to wait.
Mm-hmm.
So when I finally did it, and then for you to like do a 360, and I'm like, now I'm questioning myself, like, was it not good? You know, because I could set my ego to the side, and you know what I'm saying? I knew it was good, but I still could set my ego. My experience is mine and his is his. But I'm like, something is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the weirdest thing because no one can never tell me, not even him to this day. No one can ever tell me this man didn't just have someone else. I really believe he had a whole nother woman, had a whole nother life he was living, because nothing added up.
Yeah,
But
I
that.
understand that, and
No, that
what I
makes
mean,
sense.
and what I think, like, it's withhold with a reasonable amount of time, because like any longer, like if it's too long, he's gonna go find something else, even if he likes you or not. And if it's too short, you don't give enough time to actually keep the prize, so to say, before you actually find out if you really want to be with this person or not. So it's like a delicate balance of time that you just that I feel like would be a good that I feel like would be a good amount would be actually beneficial to actually get to know the person before you give up what would hurt you if you gave it up and it didn't work out. That's only if it would hurt your ego or your pride or your self-esteem or just make you feel like you lost. But if it don't make you feel like you lost, then I feel like it's not necessarily anything you should hold on. You don't have to feel like, oh, I have to wait 3 weeks. We have to go on dates, like actually go out. Cause like I'm not gonna cap. You can be on the phone and be chilling with somebody and be the same person for a long time. You can be the same person. You can keep that same, persona for a long time. But when you going out and you seeing this person, you going places, it's taxing to be fake, like in person with somebody over and over again. Like the real you is gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then if you're going out and you're not having sex, it's taxing on you emotionally because it's like, damn, man, we doing all of this, we going out and I ain't hit yet. Like it's just it hurt, like it's agonizing, and it might make him just stop calling you automatically. Like, man, she taking too long. I ain't even wait. I'm tired of waiting. That's another. He just exited himself. Like he just eliminated himself. You know
It
what I'm
is
saying?
very family, everyone, and I'm gonna move on from that. But everyone was telling me the same exact thing. No, first of all, people didn't even believe that we were not engaging in sexual activity, like that was unheard of. Like, okay, and then it was like, it started making me question because just that's why I always tell people, like I stated earlier, you have to observe the people that you're dating. That goes with anything in life. You have to pay attention to people in the environment that they're in because it does speak to a person's character. And that situation was an eye opener for me. See, I am a I believe in sexual liberation. So I've been in a lot of different places in my life through experiences. And one thing I've noticed when it comes to men, like I don't never be trying to make it a bashing thing. One thing I've noticed is that because of toxic patriarchy, it's like y'all can do it, but we can't do it, right? Type of thing. And it's usually done that way to like control us. And unfortunately, you do have women like myself that may not have started out with like F the nigga type thing. I'm gonna do me, I don't care. I'm gonna act like a man because that's how they treat us. I'm gonna give it back to them, the type of energy. But everybody's not like that across the board. So it's like you're damn if you do, damn if you don't. You can hold out and still get played, and then you can get, like what Quack was saying earlier, you can give it to them straight up from the door and still get played. So it's like,
Which one would you rather do? Would you rather not give it up and get played, or would you rather give it up and get played?
I would rather not
Give
get
it
played.
up.
Period.
Well,
I mean, get paid. I know that's right.
I would rather you give me the option to make a clear, consistent decision on what I want for myself. Because again, as I stated earlier, the best game in life to ever have is honesty.
Right,
See,
but that's relying on somebody else to do something. But like I always look at like I used to do music and stuff. Like I stopped doing music because I'm basically like I'm an engineer, so like I'm recording the artists and shit like that, so and the producers. So like I'm worried, like my whole
No shit, man.
my finances rely on somebody else's actions. Like I have to pass the ball.
mm-hmm.
Like, but like when I really took a step back, I was like, let me put my energy into something that I don't have to pass the ball to nobody. It's on me. So like you don't have to rely on him being honest, because like to be honest, people not out here being honest. What you can control is what you do and what you do, not what somebody else does. So I feel like the best thing to do would be to not give it up and get played. Because at the end of the day, you didn't give it up, so you can walk away with your head highlight niggas, you played, you tried it. You know what
See
I'm saying?
that
Like,
I have
I
a
think
problem
that's
with that, bro. Because
That's the
my
problem.
fault.
That's the
I have a
problem.
problem. Yeah.
Because
what's the problem?
you like you can't, relationships are transactions.
No, I'm
They
not saying.
all
Listen,
relationships are
listen.
transactions.
I'm saying,
So
I'm saying that,
why
I'm saying that
why
in the
why say, listen, why say like you can't put the ball, basically you're saying I can't put the ball in someone else's corner. No, I
when
absolutely
you
can put
first
the
meet
ball.
somebody, you shouldn't be trusting somebody to be up, be be to care about your emotions and your feelings and you as a person in your life. You should not be
Why? Then you say
expecting
then
them
you
to do
say,
that.
oh,
When you first meet somebody, they're
we're
stranger.
talking about
That's like
human rights, right? So it's a thing
that's
called
like
humanity, right? It's a
listen.
thing called
So you're gonna
humanity.
tell your kid to trust somebody who walks up to them and says they have something that they might want, which would be candy, and would you want to be my friend?
That's not the
No,
same
that's not what
thing.
she's
That's not
saying.
the same
That's not
thing.
what she's saying.
I would tell my children not to lie to people because what is the because what you're doing, that goes back to what
So
y'all
you're
was
gonna
discussing.
tell your kids that to believe everything that people say because they shouldn't be lying to you?
Let her land, bro. Let her land. Let her
I didn't
land.
Auto.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
So I'm saying that. So basically, you're saying that you would tell your kids. What I'm getting from this, I'm gonna use this analogy. Not necessarily. Well, you did say no. I wouldn't be. I would tell them to. Um, no, basically, I'm saying, would you tell your kids to believe what people are telling you because they're supposed to be honest? That's basically what it feels like. You say that you want men to be honest with you up front, so you can make the decision. But guess what? In reality, men aren't doing that. People aren't doing that. So what can you do instead of passing the ball to somebody else to hope that they be honest with you up front? You can just keep the ball and say, you know what? I am going to make the decisions on these shots on my own myself because I can't rely on you in this moment because you're a stranger. I don't know you well enough to trust you, to trust, to have, to care about my feelings and my emotions. So I'm not going to put you in that level to, I'm not going to put you at that. I'm not going to trust you to care about my feelings when I just met you. That makes
So
no
are you talking
sense.
about one night stands? Because now I'm confused.
No, I'm not talking about one night stands. I'm
Because
talking about if you date somebody for
if
for
you
at least let's say 3 4 months, 3 4 weeks.
no, I should know within the first week of you and I having a conversation what your intentions are. I should
But
know that.
I can cap for a week. I can cap for a
But
week.
this is what I'm saying. You can't. Why cat? That's my
Listen,
whole point.
because that's
Okay, I'm gonna let
reality.
somebody else talk because we going in circles because
But that's
my whole point.
reality. I'm
Well,
not
well,
saying I
here's
would cap. I'm
can
saying that's reality.
can
People
I
are going to cap for the first week.
I hear, I am listening intentionally and I'm enjoying your exchange. Let me just say,
Mm-hmm.
so here's one thing I will say that I am going to notice, right? I do totally agree with Brother Otto and what's your name, sister baby? Anya.
Anya.
Anya, you know what I'm saying? I see. Here's the thing, and if this is one thing I might kind of have to go here, that it makes me ask this question sometimes of certain responses. Now, I don't think this is a thing of socialization versus hormonally how males and females might process something different. Because see, I'm totally in the sense in my mind, I get what Otto is saying is that in the sense of you can't, he's saying basically, look, I already know I could cap for like within a week. The maleness in us be like, I know that I can bullshit. That's not enough time for me to and get so emotionally invested in you. And I think that sometimes is a demographic of the dinners of the hormones of sex and not just gender roles, right? I think that he's saying that it should not be so soon because I have that same philosophy. That man y'all saw me lay up my lover of 14 years. I couldn't get, we didn't just start off, not saying we didn't cuddle, but what you see, that's not something it took for us to
be together for 2 years before we start living together and putting finances together. It took a certain amount of time before everything became so totally um of knowing who you are. It's not that it's a false representative, but just learning to where we felt comfortable enough to emotionally, okay, have this attachment. There's been enough time going forward. But I also see what Anya is also saying too, is that based off of the energy and based off of what you are presenting to me, and that's the key word. What are you presenting to me? If you're presenting to me that this is what it is and not manipulating me, then I should be able to see that or trust that or take you for who you are. So I'm not saying one is necessarily better or the other, but y'all are both having different stances on the
I
situation.
get what she's
I'm
saying.
not
I
speaking
really
on
do get what
relationships.
you're saying. But go ahead.
I'm not speaking in regards to like, okay, hypothetically, like if you know that you're looking for a relationship, right? I'm speaking in whether it's sexual or not, like just expound on, because there are plenty, please believe me, there are more women right now in this world, right now today, that really are about their business and they rather just have a sex buddy.
Well, that's
Because they
fine.
don't want to deal with all of
Right.
all of the things that come, the baggage that comes with relationships.
Right. So
So
you
that
had a conversation. You all both on the same page. This is just a sex relationship. It's
But
basically a friend with benefits, and
so why not?
that's an
If it's
adult. That's an
a
adult
relationship,
conversation.
why can you not say that within the first week? Why could you
You
not
can say
establish
that, and that's
that?
agreed
Right.
upon. But you're both on the same page. We're talking about in the sense of somebody portraying that they're going to
but they're
be,
not. Yeah.
but a monogamous partner, and they're going to be the perfect partner. But and then you believe what they're
But
portraying,
but
and then you go ahead and jump head first into the relationship and
Yeah,
give
but
your
that's what
heart,
I'm not
and then you get broken
I
in
guess I
the
don't
end
understand why do that.
because you trust the orientation that he was giving you, his
uh-huh.
presentation. But what
Uh-huh.
I'm
All
saying that
right. So
if you come to if me and let's say Tanya have a conversation like, look, I'm not really looking for a relationship right now. If we could be cool and we can vibe, we can, have sex, if we could be, whatever, then and she agrees with that, then that's nothing wrong with that. That's two adults making a decision on what type of relationship they're gonna have. But when you have one person saying that, hey, yeah, I want to be in a relationship, this and that and this and that, but the whole time he really just saying that so he can hit, and then he hit within the first week, and then now he acting different. That's different.
Yeah, because he present, and I'm so glad you caught that on. That made me feel so good for you to say that because you understood. He presented an orientation. He didn't present his sexuality, which meaning that his heterosexuality involves more than just one woman. His practice of his sexuality, his intentions with his heterosexuality. Now we ain't talking about nothing extra, is functioning differently in what he orientates. But at the same time, I understand what Anya is saying too, though. But that's the thing too. It's like that's
Ain't no point
where.
in waiting if we both know we just here for sex. If
But
that's
that's
what we
no. But
both
both
doing.
parties. But from listening, that's the same. Both parties know because there are some women and men, right, that will not engage, that intentionally try not to engage with sex if it not be for the intention of growing to something else. But when you have a person that is okay, they're only saying what you need to hear to get you to go along with the sex part versus the other person is genuinely holding out, or not necessarily holding out, but they're equivocating the significance of sex and the establishment of the relationship regardless of marital status, right? They're going, especially with, I'm going to say with women, they're more socialized to be that way, to to equivocate the sex act and condition that way to be the cat's meow expression of the relationship. And unfortunately, it's that's what Anya is keep having to, because I hear what both you're saying, but that's why she keeps saying, well, why are you just doing that? Because, and that's what Otto is saying, well, at least give yourself more time, because it's hard to vet, because niggas is masters of deception in this
Ain't
game.
shit.
So it's not. So this is what Anya is always having to come back to, because you're going to falsify. In one breath, we're gonna say be honest, but at the same time, most, and I'm gonna just say it, most heterosexual men, it is what it is. I ain't trying to beat y'all up. It's just how I see y'all with women. Y'all, that's a classic. That's a high percentage of y'all are going to say and emotionally and acts of performance of love to get to that objective point of sex. And that's why, and I'm gonna just say one more thing with Anya's situation. That's why it also proves to say that this is
Niggas
why
ain't shit. Oh, sorry.
this is why I say the religious or Greco-Roman Helios Biblos text does not even allow you, because you and that man, the reason why y'all were doing handplay, like you said, it wasn't spiritual, it was religious. It forced both of you, because even that could have happened too, because the gag is he could have enjoyed the fact that he did enjoy the sex, but because y'all weren't married underneath the Helios Biblos text, he was stuck within the confines of thinking, oh, I have to get away from her because this makes me sin against the male identified God who also rules my patriarchal, who also is instituted in my law and society. So that, even, I'm just saying, I noticed when you said that, that struck out to me that, well, yeah, that's exactly, no wonder same gender loving and trans people can't even be who they are. You can't even express your own sexuality, your own heterosexuality based off of what's been instituted through religion and law. And that's something that y'all experience, even with y'all being both opposite gender.
Like I feel like we should
Anya,
just take
you
it back
ain't wrong,
old
yo.
school. I think we should just
Wait,
take it
hold
back
up.
old school. Like
Wait,
I'm a
actually, we got to take it back to let it be my turn.
Hold up, right quick. Anya, you ain't wrong
yo.
for
What's up,
wanting a
cuz? What's
dude to
happening?
be
What's going on?
honest, right? You're
Hold
not
on.
wrong
Y'all
for
just about
that.
to have a whole other
So
conversation, and the bitch is up next. Y'all
don't
gonna have to let her
don't
go.
don't let nobody
Cause I
make
done
you
been
feel
half
like
a
there's something
motherfucking
wrong
hour,
with you
but y'all
wanting a
can
guy
cut
to
Quack,
it
be
out
honest.
for
quack.
Oh,
I will, I
so
will, I will have to drop you again, track. Quack.
what
CTV
happened?
is up next.
Oh, my bad.
both
Yeah,
literally and physically. Thank you. I just want to say that every time that I hear niggas talk, my heart breaks. My heart breaks. My heart breaks for them.
My heart, your heart broke when I said something.
When all y'all men, particularly definitely when cis hetero men speak, my heart just really it just breaks for y'all, because the level of surface shallow existence that y'all reduce yourself to as a result of socialization from patriarchy, it's just, I could not imagine having such a shallow existence. I could not imagine thinking that my value as a man comes from my sexual conquest upon woman's body and the social equity that comes also from wealth. And it's such a left brain, and I understand why not even just black men, but men period, just like die earlier than women, why our life expectancy is shorter than women, while oftentimes men die of loneliness. And it's because it's such a shallow existence, and it's literally killing these niggas. And I think somebody made an incredible point earlier, somewhere earlier on in this 10-hour conversation, when they spoke about, it might have been Reckless, when he was speaking about something to the equivalent of like,
bitch, you was here the whole time.
Y'all can't even relate, save, empathize, or even connect to women or the feminine on an emotional level, because y'all don't even accept y'all emotions. Y'all don't even actually travel the spectrum of y'all's emotions. Y'all not even emotionally in touch enough, like, to even be able to understand. Oh, I think y'all talking about the Krishan Rock situation. Like, y'all don't even understand.
Oh, y'all wasn't here then.
How to read the room, and when the people that y'all love are under psychological assault and are under emotional assault, which is why every time we have any type of conversation with cis hetero man, whether it's about the plight of cis woman, whether it's about the plight of trans woman, whether it's about the plight of same gender loving people, whether it's about the plight of whoever, it comes down to numbers and data and left brain thinking, and there's no emotional, spiritual nuance whatsoever. It's completely fucking void. Like, and it's just weird because it really, in my mind, when I look at cis men now, all I see is fucking AI, like artificial intelligence. So I don't even look at, I don't even feel like I be experiencing a sentient entity. Like, it's just robotic, mechanical, shallow,
bullshit,
and narcissistic in and of itself. And at this point in my life, I'm damn near a lesbian because I would never give these niggas like nothing meaningful from me ever again. And I also have come to understand that you niggas was never meant to fall in love with. You niggas are meant to be fucked and put to work. That's what you niggas are designed for. Be fucked and put to work. That's it. And to build the world on behalf of the feminine consciousness. And that's why everything in nature overall represents that feminine hierarchical, where the masculine gets out there and build them goddamn buildings and them colonies and go fetch the goddamn food, and the queen puts her feet up, honey, and runs an orderly society that is cohesive and that is beneficial for the whole, honey. So fuck them and put them to work. It's my motherfucking motto.
The conscious
that is very destructive. Okay, I'm gonna say it to you directly to you, sir.
Hold up,
very extremely destructive of you.
Hold up, Quack. How you gonna say that's destructive? Meanwhile, all the destruction that was done this whole 10 hours.
Listen, these are just words, and
Okay,
words just sound. You already know that I patrol this whole thing. The conscious is very destructive, sir.
You have that feedback. You have that feedback.
I'm out here creating proverbs and shit.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the link again.
He just created a whole proverb, but I feel like men can be more emotional. I feel like once you had a conversation with your woman, like once you really get to know her, understand like what makes her tick and what she doesn't like, what she likes, you can go to bat for her. Like once you had that talk, like, oh, I don't like this, I don't, and when you're out and you notice that she's under emotional attack, you can step in because you know what triggers, like what she doesn't like, what she doesn't like. So like, but it's if you don't like, and what's his name, Blueface's case, if he doesn't step in, I mean, that's not a lack of emotional intelligence. That's just a lack of integrity, maybe, because he's not even stepping in and being there for his woman if she's being attacked by other people.
No,
he said that
he said that manipulator, because he actually joined in and was gaslight. He was the head honcho, right beside with Sharp. So,
it was an interview y'all were referring to?
Yeah, it was an interview, and he was gaslighting and fucking with her and kind of like doing it with the host and stuff. And so, like for me, I'm kind of on the verge of switching my language of saying, like, when men, they're not emotionally intelligent, I think they're just emotionally manipulative. I'm trying to find a better word.
He just didn't want to be her peak. Like he wanted to cause her some problem. Like
can you give him a 1 minute 30 minute 1 minute 30 second time limit?
You're gonna need 3.
I know you're not asking nobody for that, Presley.
You're gonna need 3.
Because I'm the only one who gets time limits. Everybody else talks freely.
Because you really will take 15, but we'll give
No,
you 3.
I don't. I literally don't. Y'all interrupt me every time I speak.
All right.
Okay.
I do interrupt the hell out of Presley.
Okay, we're gonna do the 1 minute and 30.
Give her 3.
Because I make sure no one gonna interrupt her. All right, time starts now.
What? I'm the only one who gets time limits.
No, I
thought you were serious. Okay, we'll stop.
We just playing, girl. Relax. Go ahead.
Okay. Go, Presley.
Okay, what I was gonna say is that Blueface is like everybody has everybody with sense, I said, is very manipulative. And what he does is what everybody else with sense has said is very covert. And I just hate that they are both two toxic people. And like everybody else with sense has said, only one person is getting the flack.
Mm-hmm.
I don't when I want to talk, I don't want to talk for a long time. I just be wanting to respond
No,
to
I'm
stuff.
glad that you said. I'm actually glad when I smiled when you said they both were toxic or they both
Mm-hmm.
were manipulative, because that's the truth. And I don't feel like when we talking about males and cis males, heterosexual males, Blueface should be the furthest away from any kind of example when we talking about
But
any type of
unfortunately, he has
relationship.
to be
I
used
think
as a
he is the
poster child.
example.
Unfortunately, he has to be a poster child because it seems like there are more blue faces than not in the world. And I wanted to add this part too.
Mm-hmm.
I realized that like cis hetero men are only like legal minors. That's all they are, is legal minors. Because the consciousness be stunted like a motherfucker. The emotional reach be stunted like a motherfucker. The intellectual gauge be stunted like a motherfucker. Like I just feel like at what age did these niggas' daddies never come back home for them? Like it had to be like somewhere between 9 and 14 because the range is also just so shallow. Like the fact that even conversations like these be stuck on a surface remedial level. Like there's actually a leading edge version of this dialogue that can't even be reached because niggas ain't even past like they sit on the first floor of
Try
existence.
it.
I've been trying this for a
Jesus
year.
Try it
Christ,
again.
conscious
I don't think I was here.
and
Try it again. Because
oh my God,
I
conscious,
think
just
that
Who
read
has
the
them on their computer?
room.
I think that what needs to be happening is the cis hetero men you're talking about need to be challenged, and I feel like they can only be challenged by women. Like 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 if we know that men act and want one thing and they do everything to get that one thing. If you make it
That's BS because when women challenge you, when it's in person, you respond with emotional violence or physical violence. And that's why women
not
don't
challenge
speak
you
up.
as in, hey, I'm not talking about challenge you in a way where it incites violence. I'm talking about challenges them to be better, to actually have access to even fucking talk to me, nigga. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
so you telling me
When
if I
women,
hit you, if I see
when,
you at the gas station, I say, "What's up, shawty?"
child,
and then you don't
I
say
just
nothing, I'm
want
gonna
to get
beat
a
your ass.
sentence out. I
You
let
literally
you,
cut
when
me
you,
off to start
no,
this.
when,
If you notice
no,
that.
I literally waited until your sentence
No,
was
you did
done.
not. You literally cut me off.
Who
I
alarm
dare
is
not let it.
this?
I did not. I waited until your
Okay.
sentence was done.
And
I
Okay,
waited
Presley,
for a
I'm not
pause.
tripping. I'm not tripping about you cutting me off. I actually
Oh my
wanted you
god.
to speak because I wanted to
Y'all
hear what you had
niggas
to
are
say.
so
But
fucking annoying.
and y'all
what I'm
wonder why the
saying
divorce
is,
rate so high.
if you challenge them, they haven't been challenged. Like they actually, like they still get women based on how they choose to move and think. Until that stops happening, they will not change their behavior.
Until they
Like,
stop once again. Like, are we raising? Like, y'all want people to raise people?
no, I'm giving y'all y'all. We trying to have a real conversation. Like,
We
okay,
are.
so here go another one. Here go another one. So you
Mhm.
mean it like me as a male? If I gotta go, like, not me now. I'm just saying, like me in the past. Like, if I gotta go on like 5 dates and I ain't smashing, like, you not gonna. I'm gonna get tired of that. Like, I'm gonna probably eliminate myself and go find something easier or go back to somebody I was dealing with because like I ain't got time. Either my game ain't strong enough if I ain't hit yet, or like you ain't fucking with me because just as much as I want to have sex, you want to have sex too, and it ain't working. So either you don't like me or my game ain't tight. So I gotta fix. I'm either go back to where I came from or go put the game on somebody else and see if it works. Like to be honest with you. So I'm gonna eliminate myself from the whole equation. But it seems like women don't see that. Like if you force a man to go take you on dates over and over again, like, and he might be spending money if y'all not like splitting it. To constantly do that shit like 3 or 4 times, like he's gonna like start to think about do he really want to keep doing this shit?
Okay, and then to force a man, you just said literally, if I don't
I didn't
want,
say force in my whole conversation. My
you
whole monologue
literally
did not have the
just
word force
said,
in it.
You did say force. You said force.
What did
you
I say
literally,
force
That's
in?
a force.
you literally just said
I
women
would.
force a man to spend money on them on dates.
I
You
did not
just
say.
said that.
I didn't mean to say force. I said if he is spending money on a date or if y'all
You said
splitting the
force.
money. That's what I'm. That's what I didn't mean to say force. But so don't hang up on the word
This is my
force. What I'm
question to you,
saying is,
Otto. Like, what's the difference between that approach that cis hetero men have and the way they approach a prostitute? Why not just go get prostitutes? Like, if you want to
I was about to
sex,
say that
if you want
you
transactional sex, like this prostitutes and
that's not
escorts
what
for
I
that.
just. I didn't say I
You
wanted
don't have to take a
transactional
woman on a
sex.
date. You don't have to take a woman on a date. You don't have to spend no money because if the end goal is to fuck anyway, and you know you ain't really interested because all you want is the pussy, there's plenty of women who offer pussy for a certain fee, and they won't make you take them on 4 dates and frustrate you and leaving you feeling like you need to go back to your old bitch or find some new bitch that's much easier to be with.
I'm not talking. Well, in that case, he should do that if that's what he wants instead of wasting their time. But what I'm saying is, why do we not feel like that is that is a valuable thing? Like going back to old school. Like, okay, this is how I'm gonna teach my daughter. Like, you got dating when you're talking to different people. You're not having sex with them. You're just talking to different people of the opposite sex. You're talking. Then you have courting when you're dealing with one person. Y'all not necessarily in a relationship yet because you
I'm never
haven't
be able
said
to finish a
we're in
sentence.
a relationship yet, and you're actually court like you're this is an extended trial period where y'all exclusively going on dates, just you and this person over like for a period of time until you feel like, hey, this is somebody you really want to be with, and then you enter into a relationship with that person, and that's when you start having sex with them. Like in between the courtship, a lot of people will eliminate themselves in the courtship. I'm telling you, they will.
Okay, and so what I'm trying to say is that most men are like, oh, okay, I want my woman to be this way. I want my woman to be, choosy lovers. But then they'll say, oh, if you're a choosy lover, I want to go to something easy. And what they do is they insult and degrade both women. They will degrade you for being a choosy lover, and they will degrade you for being easy. It's either choose better or why did you open your legs to that man?
Y'all
Like,
hanging up on the fact that I said
I
me as
literally
a
can't
messed up
speak for more than
individual
20
would.
seconds. It is, I
You,
can't.
Let her
It's a
finish. Let
thing.
her
oh
finish.
my
Let her
God,
I
finish.
can't.
Let her
oh my
finish.
God. Listen, Presley. Y'all hanging up on the fact of me
Literally, I
saying
No,
can't
that.
no,
speak
no,
more
no,
than
Listen
20
Megan.
real
Let,
quick.
seconds.
let her
It's
finish.
crazy.
All right, go
Let
ahead.
her finish.
Go
Let
ahead.
her
Because I
finish.
don't even know where she was going with it. Because it don't even make sense.
Exactly, Otto.
It makes sense.
Okay, go ahead, Preston.
Are y'all saying I don't make sense? Okay, anyway,
It wasn't
regardless
making
of what
sense.
y'all
I didn't
think.
say you didn't. You don't make sense. That particular statement wasn't making sense.
You know she's gonna reset. Please, just let her finish, please.
Go ahead, Preston. Go
Please.
ahead. Hello, Preston. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting for them to finish.
It was
Uh,
so quiet.
shut up. Okay, anyway, what
Don't
I
be
was
straight.
y'all just go ahead, cause just
Straight
go
folk are
ahead.
too
I
much.
don't even fucking care no more. Go
Straight
ahead.
folk are too
But you know
much.
what? I just want to say this, giving my girl some backup. You guys are really proving Conscious point when he says like that you're showing your maturity, like your immaturity, by trolling her. You we've been on here for
Somebody
like
trolled this woman.
almost 11 hours, right? But I do know for the last 3 or 4 hours we've been having this conversation. You were very articulate by admitting the fuck shit that that you men do to us and your reasons for why doing it. So in auto you were agreeing to, so I really, maybe not to most of it, but a lot of it you agreed to. I don't want you to start like literally sitting up here playing around now and trying to turn the tape, because we were making strides,
What do you mean? What am I doing? I'm not
It's gotta
doing
be a new
anything. I
generation.
literally just said ways.
I'm telling you what you do, because because you just you said earlier, basically we just, to summarize it, we just need to hold out on y'all, right? That's what you said. Basically,
Yes.
like, just don't give it to y'all. You know what I'm saying? And observe. Don't give it and observe.
So
Now you
what's so
talking
wrong
about
when I say
paying
that?
for
It's
five,
like
going out.
I get
Listen,
kickback when
now
I
you
say
talking
that.
about going on dates for 5 times, and if we don't put out in them 5 times, then it's on to the next type of thing or whatever.
Listen,
So
y'all
it's like
misconstruing what
really,
I'm saying. Okay, let me clarify what I'm saying. What I'm saying is by holding out, the men that while holding out, going on those dates, the men that you are talking to, courting, if they're not actually there for purposes to build a relationship, they might eliminate themselves because they're not getting what they come for while you're withholding. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the benefits of withholding creates an environment where the man might eliminate himself.
Oh,
And
I
the
agree.
game does not work because I
We
can't
seen
cap
that, conscious.
in your face for 5 dates over a span of 2 to 3 weeks. Like, and if I, like, come on now, like, a lot of men will eliminate themselves, or you will be able to cut through the bullshit.
CTV, we seen that.
but you know what though? That it low key contradicts what even, because I'm just
It's
catching
not
a lot of.
contradicting what I'm saying. I'm saying holding out. That's what I'm saying, holding out.
Can you let me tell you what I'm about to say before you go off? I'm not Presley. Don't do that.
I'm confused. That's all.
But you can't. You. I'm going to unconfuse you.
He lives
I'm
up to his
saying
name, Otto.
it's contradicted to the point of when I was stating earlier about why not be honest within the week. You said no, I don't trust you to be honest. This and the third. I'm saying, like, why not cut through all the bullshit and just say, like, and I need us women to really stop playing semantics. Also, that 9 times out of 10, the first thing that a person sees is the attraction, right? It's the aesthetics. That's what they want, and we just got to take, like, realistically, we got to own up to the bullshit that we play in this enabling game that we give these men. We give them so many passes, and then we like really want to hold them 100% accountable, but we cannot do that. We do. Reckless hate this word, his favorite word. We do have to take accountability for the shit. Like, treat these niggas like they treat us. I mean that 100%. Treat them like they treat us. If you're going
I can
to
get
be
with that.
people.
Okay, so you saying that I'm contradicting myself by
Treat these
saying,
niggas.
because dang, I missed it. I lost it.
Because
Contradicting
you would
myself
say,
because I
the
don't
first
trust.
thing you
Oh,
said,
the trust the
you
first
didn't
week to
agree
say
with the
it.
weekend. So
Right.
you caught it. You remember? Okay.
Yeah, I caught it. All right. So within that first week, what I'm saying is, we in a world where we would wish where people could be honest in their first week, yes, that would be ideal. But what I'm saying is, in reality, people aren't being honest. So to weed out the people that aren't being honest, you can't trust somebody you just met to let you know who they are in the first week, because they could have hidden intentions. So you
Women
have to.
we're pretty honest with you guys.
Right, you are, and
I
that's
know
the
women that
problem. The
are
problem
very,
is that men aren't honest with you guys.
but
And what I'm
that's the whole point. We don't know why you guys feel the need to not be honest with us. We
right,
haven't.
and I'm at a
Listen,
place.
hear me out real quick, because it never, I don't care who mouth it comes from, it's never going to be make logical sense to me.
It
We're
doesn't.
not misleading.
I agree with you, Anya.
I told you why, Anya. It's
Anya.
because niggas
Ain't shit.
are only sexually attracted to women. They do not love women enough to be honest with them. They do not love women enough to protect them. They do not love women enough to understand. See, all those would be loving attributes of love. Like those are attributes.
Gotcha.
The reason why y'all don't get none of that is because these niggas only sexually attracted to y'all. They actually love each other, like IG keeps reiterating.
Anya, I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. The men should be more honest in that. They shouldn't be putting on that front. But what I'm saying is, even if it's not I'm just talking about just real, like, getting to know. Let's say that the person does not leave just after sex. This what happens
Okay,
when you
I'm gonna
hold on,
interrupt you because
let
I'm
me
feeling
finish.
like a
One
bitch right
second,
now.
one
No, I don't
second,
give a fuck.
one
I'm feeling
second,
like a bitch
one
right
second.
now because I feel like y'all sunning me. I don't give a fuck. You listen to me. I don't give a fuck because I feel like y'all sunning me. No.
I didn't even say
you
nothing
shut.
worth
No,
being
you shut
upset
up.
about.
You've been interrupting me this whole fucking time. You shut the fuck
Get
You
up,
her.
over there
okay?
brewing on
Had
some
enough of
shit.
y'all.
No,
Let that shit
no,
spill over. Go
shut
ahead,
up.
girl. Go ahead, girl.
Shut the fuck
Spill
up.
over, girl.
Women
Go
that are
ahead.
loose.
So
You
what?
see,
So
this
what
is
the
what
fuck?
Quack was talking about. Women don't. Y'all get reckless with y'all mouth,
No,
and
no,
then
yeah,
y'all
yeah. I'm
understand
getting
that.
reckless with my mouth because
Go ahead.
everybody has seen
Now,
that. How
Go
y'all,
ahead, because I didn't
how
even get to. I didn't even
how
say
you,
anything for you to get
how
mad
you.
over. So this
No, no,
lets me
no.
No,
know
I
How
that you
told
you
you
don't
in
earlier,
particular,
talk.
shut the fuck
Autumn,
up.
that you
See,
guys
How
were
look at
you
that
in
shit.
particular have
Look at that shit.
interrupted
He's
me
alive.
at. I have.
Go ahead.
Whenever I
Go ahead.
speak
Have your
two
little point. I'll
words.
give you your soapbox.
Whenever I speak to, shut the fuck up. Whenever I speak
Okay,
two
babe.
words, here you come interrupting me
Okay. Go ahead.
Here's
every
the
time.
reset that we was waiting
I like
for.
this, Presley. I like
I'm
this.
fucking done. I'm
Go
done.
ahead,
Shut
Presley.
the
Go
fuck.
ahead.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
I
she
will
got a
go ahead, and I
reset
will
every
go
time
ahead
she
because I
talks.
want to go ahead, not because you told me to fucking go ahead. What I'm
Okay, go
saying
ahead.
is,
So you go
listening,
daily
listening
and
to
dollar
your
store.
bullshit is you saying that, oh, women should just give it up to this everybody to figure out
Now you
who
sound stupid because
exactly
my whole
loves them.
stance was not
No,
give
I
it up. So
don't
you
sound
can shut the
stupid.
fuck up because you sound stupid
You're
from the jump.
interrupting
That's
me.
not what I was saying. And
You got
everybody on the
some kind
panel
of
can tell you that
personal
shit.
vendetta against me. You got some kind of
Everybody can
hatred
tell you
against
on
me.
the panel that that was not my stance. So I
I'm
want you to
so sorry your dick is
rewind
not getting sucked
and
or ripped.
tune your ears,
I'm
get the earwax
so
out your ears.
I'm so
Dirty
sorry
ear ass
that you're
girl.
not getting sex because
Dirty
for
ear having
some
that girl.
reason whenever I talk, here you come.
That's
I
not
can't
what I
speak.
said. My whole stance was
Literally,
holding
I
out.
cannot
The
speak.
fuck?
Whenever I speak, here the fuck you come.
God
Shut the
damn.
fuck up.
Ooh, baby.
Y'all about to have Big Mama come back up here and shift this energy again.
It's
But
gonna
that's
get
not
so
what I said. Everybody on the panel know I've been talking about holding out. So what the fuck you talking about? Give it up. I didn't say
But it
give
just
shit up.
Autumn,
Here
everything
you
that you
go again.
very
I cannot,
short.
whenever I speak, here you come.
Don't
I can't
talk.
speak
The
two words.
fuck? You wasn't saying shit.
Reset.
Shut the fuck up.
The
Oh my
reset
gosh.
again.
they will have some good sex.
Uh-huh. Just
I said
orgasmic.
Conscious, please,
Yeah.
please
Y'all let her talk. Let her talk so we
do
can
not.
further the
We're gonna
conversation. Cause you
reset the
know
room
as soon as
again.
somebody coughs, she gonna think we cutting her off.
Reset.
Nigga, it's you. I ain't talking to nobody but
They're
you.
gonna
You the only
reset
one.
again.
You know
You.
why I'm laughing? I'm gonna be honest with you. I was laughing because everything you say about her, that's you as well, Otto. Y'all the same
that's what
person.
I was saying. They were it was
My
We
getting
are
to
auto.
not
you
the same person. Literally, I stayed on mute for like forever and let him talk and get his
Oh,
shit
you
out with
gotta
every
cut it
other
out.
woman. But the minute I say one word, here he come. Like shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Okay.
Reset. Reset.
Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to proceed. If not, I'm gonna put both of you on the background. So everybody cool off.
I
Then
don't
I'm bring
want to
you
be
back
shadow
up.
banned. Go ahead, girl.
This bitch.
Uh-oh. She gonna say she gonna reset again.
Hush, quiet.
I'm sorry. He resets a lot.
For some reason, the minute my voice comes on this
See?
panel, these the same two niggas just come up and just I don't understand. Like, are y'all obsessed? Like it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Y'all are obsessed and it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, like I was fucking saying, Jesus. When it comes to women, these days men are trying to compete with us just with feminine energy. It's like they feel like when women big up themselves or when feminine people big up themselves, it's like a dig to them. And like I said before, when I want to say something, I don't want to talk for a long time. I'm just trying to respond to what somebody is saying. I'm not trying to sit up here and talk for forever. But people think that because whenever I talk, I get interrupted and they're like, oh, Presley, shut up. You talk forever. When I literally don't. I'm literally just trying to respond to something. Quick response. My quick response to what you guys were saying is that when feminine energy is doing well, you men seem to be in a competition and try to shut it down. And that's all I wanted to say.
That's not what
Literally,
we
You're
was
just that quick.
wrong.
talking about,
And
Presley.
You're wrong.
Kevin
You're
Samuels
wrong.
is
Okay.
a prompt manifestation of what Presley is saying, and all of his cult and self following.
Presley, I was talking about women, men going on multiple dates, men and women going on multiple dates, and the true intentions within those dates will come out because a man cannot cap in person multiple times over a period of times without having sex. That's what I'm saying. When you said that, I
So
said,
you broke is what you're saying.
how am I broke if I'm going out on dates
No,
with?
a nigga is a hoe. Is what
How
he's
am I
saying.
Yeah.
broke, Presley?
It's
I want to understand your. How are you getting to that? I'm saying if I'm going on dates, not me personally. I'm talking about the average person that y'all have gripes with, and I might be one of them. But I'm just talking about the average person that y'all trying to avoid. The person that's saying
It's
that
not
they want to be in a relationship, and that they talk the good game, they manipulate you into thinking that they do want it, and then they get the sex, and then they leave. What I'm saying is how you combat that is withhold the sex and go on more dates because it's harder to cap when you're in person multiple times, going on dates, spending money, and you haven't had sex yet. It forces a person to be the real them or
You
remove themselves from your options by not even going on any more dates with you and just removing themselves altogether.
Yes, and you literally just said that women withholding sex is a form of emotional manipulation. So how
That's
are
not
you
what
giving
I
that as
said.
advice?
Quack said that. That's
I
not a
said
form
that.
of emotional manipulation when you're getting to
Like
know
it's
someone. I didn't say
based.
that, Presley.
Okay, I'm mistaken. Quack said that, but
Okay.
you were being his cheerleader.
No, I
But
wasn't talking. I wasn't talking when he was talking about that. So don't. I'm telling you I'm telling you now my stance, and it
Okay,
hasn't changed.
and we
I
accept it.
told you from the beginning, men need to date with intention, and they need to know what they want, know who they are, and go get what they want. And
okay,
don't play any games in between it because the in between games is where you, like he said, you stair step, you level up, you be with this woman until you can get the next one, and you keep doing that. But if you stop, take the time to do the work on yourself, know who you are, know what you want, and know what it takes, know what type of person you have to be to get what you want, and you actually do that work, you can skip all those levels and go straight to what you want, and be able and have a better chance at getting it and maintaining it instead of hurting women along the way and wasting their and your time. That was my whole stance. So I don't
okay,
understand what you're saying.
okay. So I'm gonna make you understand what I'm saying. I apologize for confusing what you said with what Quack said. I want to say that first. And
come on, baby
what
steps.
you said is actually what literally I was saying, and everyone was coming at me for. I said you need to know what a man is like when he is angry, when
Uh-huh.
when he's happy, when
Uh-huh.
he's broke,
Mm-hmm.
and when he's up.
Uh-huh.
And so I was saying that you need to literally know a man before you commit to him. That is what I was saying.
And how do you get
And
to
I want to
know
add, hold
him?
up. And I want
How
to
do you
add,
get to
and
know
I
him?
want to add the best way to vet anybody, especially men, is casualize and normalize the word no, and it'll force them into their true identity. Practice
And that,
no.
and that's what I was saying by until men are challenged, not challenged, but until men are, well, I think I said challenged, until men are challenged to be put in different situations, they're not going to change unless women challenge them because we know that men want one thing. They do everything to get one thing to
That's
get. better, they get good jobs, they get money. But come on, we gotta be real in the life that we live in. We have to start with where we at right now to make change. We can't wish that things were a certain way and keep wishing. We have to see where we're at and make decisive actions to see and make a change where we're at right now. If you're standing outside in the rain, you can't say, oh man, I wish I had an umbrella. Walk your ass somewhere and get some cover. Find a fucking tree. We can't wish.
So
We
why
have to
are
make
you
action.
opposing me? That is exactly what I was
I'm not
saying.
opposing you right now. What do you mean?
Not right now, but you've
I
been
don't
opposing me for
oppose you until
hours.
you say you're. When you make it seem like women aren't the problem, that's what I'm saying, because I'm taking accountability. My whole stance is a man is saying that y'all should hold out on men. This is a whole accountability thing because I'm saying that men need to be accountable.
No, men need to
who they
stop
have
being
sex
pieces
with.
of shit. I don't give a damn what the men need to stop being pieces of shit.
Men need to be accountable. Men are need to.
And that will start
What
stop
it
being
sound like
pieces
is like
of
you
shit.
still want us to do the work for you. That's what it
No,
sounds
that's not what I'm saying. My whole thing is we have to do the work. But I'm saying that as a woman, you can't discern who's done the work and who hasn't done the work. So how you discern who's done the work and hasn't done the work, so you don't have to do the work for them or do the work after they leave to build yourself back up.
That's literally what I was saying. See how they are when they're nice.
But guess
See
what?
how they are when they're mad.
How do you know how a
What are
man
you?
is when he's happy, when he has money? How do you know how he is?
Because when you're in those situations, if you're with a broke man, you're not gonna see how he is when he got money until you're with him when he got money. Like, why are you opposing what I'm saying?
So what if it takes him 6 months to get money?
Or maybe the best option is that maybe when you meet a person, your fucking intention shouldn't be to fucking break their fucking heart. I think that's probably the best goddamn option.
I did say, if you remember what I said date with intention.
Yes, date with intention, but
y'all.
Oh my God! Like
y'all
literally,
fucking-
you come up and oppose me, but agree with me at the same time. What
I'm
is
not
your fucking
opposing
deal,
you. I'm
bro?
asking you to elaborate because I want you to say one thing. It takes time for you to know how that.
Okay, we're gonna need both of y'all to stop talking to each other, okay? At this point. Because babe, the way y'all gonna be fucking is gonna be orgasmic. I know that's right.
Reckless, I will.
I know. So, what is it going to take for men to actually have to grow the fuck up? Because the consensus is that cis woman and feminine entities already know that niggas ain't shit.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas are now mad that the cat's now out of the bag about them, that they ain't shit. So that's why everything that the feminine is doing to combat and to transcend the ain't shit variable, whether that's divesting, whether that's being sexually fluid and entertaining the same sex, whether that's just living a life of singleness, whether that's participating in unconventional family structures like two best friends, having a baby between each other, and like there's all this alternative now happening in order to move the fuck around the niggas ain't shit factor.
So you saying what do niggas have to do to not be shit?
Because I'm saying that what is it going to take for niggas to just grow up? Because everybody already knows that niggas ain't shit. Like that's why niggas are having to pay for 4 and 5 days.
What do you mean by niggas ain't shit? Because y'all be throwing.
What it's gonna take? I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. I don't want him to elaborate on it.
Every reason was given up in 11 hours, 14 minutes, and 26 seconds.
No, I understand. I totally understand what you're saying, Conscious. Let me answer the question.
Please, because I don't understand what the niggas ain't shit. Because if I start saying bitches ain't shit, y'all ain't gonna like that. So please explain.
It's because you have no reason. We have reasons.
A bitches can't be shit when them bitches is the ones who stayed when your daddy left. So we know that bitches ain't shit. Oh, we know that the statement
first, my dad didn't leave.
Ain't true.
My dad didn't leave. You got to get your facts right, man. But my dad was
there.
Actually, it was the opposite.
We're talking about a third of your peers' community. And if their daddies didn't leave, their daddies was there and completely checked the fuck out, which was even worse than leaving.
Well, my dad was president.
Because a lot of y'all ain't learned shit about manhood except for dominating and using money and sex as a means to come into authority over folk that y'all have proximity to, particularly women. That's the extent of what the fuck y'all talk about manhood. Fuck them and provide for them.
It seemed like every time, like, so what is there some positives to masculinity? Because it seemed like nothing masculine.
It ain't none right now. I almost want. I almost want to criminalize. It's almost not one damn.
Oh my God.
So it's just all femininity is just right, and masculinity is completely wrong.
At this
That's
point,
what you're saying.
CP, you want to criminalize, bro? Bro say he gonna criminalize. Oh shit, there he is, Benny Man. Lock him up. Oh hell no, I can't. I'm dead. But look, so you said the question was how what do niggas have to do to not shit?
To grow the fuck up.
Right.
For yourself.
It takes
and stop trying to have other people do it for you.
It takes a man want to do it on himself. It just takes him to want to grow up. It's not. But when the man has that idea, when he actually wants to be worth some shit, he stops doing all the things that he know that's not shit. It's simple. He just makes the decision to say, I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm not gonna do this. Niggas know that ain't shit behavior, and it's simple. It just takes when that person is ready to change. But what I'm saying is, but, and women aren't and shouldn't be, damn, I hit the word, shouldn't be burdened with both trying to force the change or to deal with people before they go through that change. So to position themselves so they don't have to go through the burden of going through someone who is immature and building themselves back up after dealing with somebody who's immature or trying to even teach a man, she just positions herself to know what she wants, know who she wants, and then give it time so she can do what Presley says. Like, I agree. Know how he is when he has money. Know how he is when he's with his family. What Anya said, when he's with his family. No, you have to know those things. So it takes time for that stuff to happen. And you can, like she said, you can meet somebody. You can meet somebody today, and then boom, they having a bowling trip with the cousins and shit. So you done met the cousins, then the mama come around, you done met the mama 2 weeks later. Like, it don't take a long time to meet somebody's family if y'all seriously dating with a purpose. Like, it don't take that long.
I will say that could vary, but I think also too though, and you know what I definitely get from the ladies is that they would rather preventative measures than to repair. It's better to be careful than it is to be sorry. And in your own way,
Right,
you're
that's what I'm
kind
saying.
of, in your own way, you are kind of saying that in a sense is that, and you know, I appreciate Sister Anya for saying it the way that she said. You know, we gotta take our accountability because here's something to think: if you know within the first moment of seeing this man, okay, I know that there's potentially a sexual situation attraction going on. Now, within a week or however long, if you're entertaining this man, like, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna have a relationship with this man. You also have to consider the fact, okay, is there some part of me that might have thought about entertaining this, even if it's just sexually? You still have a responsibility to be like, all right, after not responsibility, but accountability, should I say, to be like, okay, I'm not going to exchange or lead this man on for me. Y'all are both playing mind Jedi tricks on each other. That's what's so kind of funny. I'm going to hold out and wait to see what type of money I can get because I know he's want to have sex with me. And I'm going to play the game as the man to give money at the same. It's a vicious cycle, really, to get what I want. So there also comes accountability to be like, okay, you know, girl, you don't really want to fuck this man. Now, if y'all happen to get, because see, what could happen if we would let nature take its course without all of the perversion that's on top of it, what could happen would be like, okay, I might have felt, you know, a little hot in the tail when I might have met him and vice versa. But, you know, even outside of just the sex, there was a conversation that could have been had there. And then you can authentically grow from something
that started from something just physically. But if you're both going in there with a certain subjective and your own objectivity, and you're subjecting each other to each other's individual objectivity. Damn, that's a mouthful. I'm just saying it's going to always going to give you that effect. It's very extraordinary how vicious the cycle is. So yeah, on the other hand, don't wait too long if you already know, like, okay, I was kind of horny when I kind of thought about that when I saw him, and I got his number in exchange. I was on one, but after a while, also make that distinguishment. Like, say, bro, we not say, honey, we're not gonna fuck. As of right now, I don't feel that for you. I was on a different level. I might have thought about that. You can go your way or my way, and then a person could turn around and say, okay, well, if I still want to have a conversation with you, then you can potentially either build a friendship that could even grow because somebody was honest enough to say, look, I'm just going to break the ice on what my intentions are. And that doesn't mean that you have to know every rule in my playbook. But if it ain't nothing to you to incorporate this person at this point, not even just for sex, then it should be nothing for you to let that ass go if they can't handle the truth.
I agree with that because I was in a relationship. I was talking to somebody, this woman, and we had known each other from high school, and we decided to talk. You know what I'm saying? So we talking, and in the midst of us talking, she fell back, and before she fell back, she told me, she was like, "I want a relationship with somebody like with a beta male because I want to be in control, and you don't let me be in control, so this not gonna work." So I could do nothing but respect that because she told, like, I couldn't be mad at that because she told me that we not gonna work, and she told me the reason why we not gonna work. So that is what it is. If we had sex or whatever, and she wanted to maintain that, that could have been a possibility, and that could have been a possibility as an adult, as grown up adults, we could have done it. But I'm saying like, and then there was a time where talking yeah, that was a situation where the woman ended the courtmanship before it even got to sex. So I'm just saying that it works when you actually know what you want and know who you are, and you know something's not going to work. You just end it, and then afterwards, if it is like Anya was saying, like sometimes you do just have a relationship where you just want to have sex because women want sex just as much as men. So if it is one of those situations, you can get to that conversation where it can just be that. It can just be friends with benefits. And there's nothing wrong with that. But to lead people on, to manipulate them to get what you want, that's the part that we have to get away from. And we just have to know that we can have the conversations to actually get what we want mutually without having to manipulate the other side and making them think that we're giving them what they want to get what we want.
Agreed. I do agree with you, Otto, and that aspect. And because it's either way, it's just going to perpetuate these archetypes on both sides, no matter what sex is involved. You know what I'm saying? Now, and then and it's being honest too. Is like, okay, if because there are some men and women that are okay with that exchange of, okay, of course, and you can say what you want. I'm not here to say that's a slut or a gold digger or nothing like that. But maybe that's sometimes that is in some aspects. It could be like, oh yeah, you want this pussy, you're gonna have to do something for me. That could be an understood of the energy too of just fucking, right?
That's
Because some
relationships, period. You're gonna pay
yeah,
something. It's
yeah,
about pay. That's why it's called paying attention. You can
right,
always pay something.
but I'm not even going. I'm not even going in the aspect of just relationships because of how it's sensational, like the media culture that we have with that type of hip hop culture. Guess what? I'm not. It's toxic. Not saying it's to be glorified, but unfortunately, that leaves room for certain women to start and men to develop to that vicious side. And here's the thing: it might not even have to be so vicious in the sense of, okay, it strokes my ego, did this, that, and the third. And since I know this ain't no emotion, I'm trying to be with you. If this is what something that strokes your ego, I'm having a good time as a woman. I'm not gonna just want to give this up for free, especially when it's not me
doing it to want to be with you. And I know since that's what you coming at me with, how shallow it is, you know what I'm saying? That if we're going to, even if we're being shallow, we can be honesty with our shallow and not have to fuck over each other or fuck over other people, even within our shallowness. If there's honesty, it's not the shallowness is the problem. It's the facade of giving the illusion that there's deep waters there and a bitch is diving head first into a shallow pool and no wonder you bust your head.
Because I was actually into Shawty. Like, I really wanted to be with her. But, like, she told me that. I was like, damn. You know what I'm saying? But I can't be mad at that because she let me know straight up this is not what she wants. And instead of leading me on and getting dates and getting stuff out of it, she just told me, like, look, this is not what I want. Straight up. I was like, oh, shit, damn. Cool.
All right. Do we round it off now? Are we rounded off? Everything has been answered.
I still have the same conclusion. Niggas ain't shit. So, yeah.
I don't think everything. I don't think that. I think that a bunch of things that were asked were transitioned into different conversations. So I don't think everything that's been asked has been answered, to be honest.
Yeah, because I remember the last question CTV asked me, what do dudes have to do? And I said, they just have to want to do it themselves. It's nothing that no one else can do. Women, parents, homeboys, cousins, nobody can force them to do anything they don't want to do because they know they're doing the wrong thing off the rip. They know they're being a fuckboy if they are a fuckboy. They have to want to do it themselves.
I have to give you
and our only hope is in raising up a different breed of women and men. It's gonna have to start with the kids all over.
Exactly.
With wiping out this ish that them been perpetuated in our community generationally, and it's gonna have to start there because those of us who are already a part of the system and have already came into contact with it and married into it, it's a wash for us. So it's going to have to start with the babies are going to have to create like a whole new world. And it's going to have to start with us raising them opposite and giving them a different set of priorities and a different set of insights into themselves and into each other. And that's the only way to correct the system.
And I noticed that women who've had a father in their life tend to be way better partners than women who haven't had that male figure in their life when they were younger. Because I just noticed that they understand
to a certain degree.
I would have to disagree.
No, to a certain degree. I get what you're saying, but and I'm just gonna. The only reason why I'm just gonna ask you this: did you have your father in your life?
I have my father in my life. I didn't have my mother in my life.
Okay, you like me in that sense. Here's the thing: I think because you have that experience like myself, I think that sometimes some of this dysfunction is also caused by toxic fathers being present. It's not because I'm saying this even with having to the rule. I'm saying this. It's that's an over romanticization.
But his women are his daughters. I'm sorry, but Reckless. His daughters. That little girl. That's the first little girl. She's a good. She seems like a good girl, and all his girls seem like good girls. It's his dudes. It's the boys that seem like knuckleheads.
It's the boys.
Yeah, but the girls seem like they on track. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
even the problem with the girls is that time will tell. Because if he was a part of the socialization of what they are to expect from men,
right, and
they're looking at his cues when it comes to the way that he's raising and socializing their brothers.
Yep,
and they're being formed by all those patriarchal politics, which T.I. practiced by continuing to attend his daughter's doctor visits to what's it called?
Gynecologist.
And was still supervising her wound, micromanaging her virtue, etc. And then you have the show where he's literally encouraging his young, like he wants to know, like, have y'all lost the innocence that I'm making the girls hold on to? Like, have y'all lost that yet?
That's the double standard we was talking about. That's the double standard. You know what I'm saying? Boy, the father's gonna always be like that with their dad.
But that's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's
in
right.
terms of the conversation around the girls, because
But the
they're
girls are looking at their dad
because,
and they know it's wrong.
hold on, because I'm not finished yet. Because you have King Patriarchy, and then you have Mama, who is Queen Mammy. So I hope that those girls are going to go completely left rather than have been successfully indoctrinated into unconsciousness. But time is going to tell, and it's going to particularly show up in their relationship history. So time is ticking. The verdict is not out quite yet on them.
I mean, but we
And I think that people don't actually consider emotional incest, because that's a thing. That is literally a
emotional
thing.
incest. Please explain that. Please.
I will definitely do that. When it comes to fathers and daughters, they see them as the people that they date, even though that's their daughter.
So
they see it as they see it as
Damn, I'm ad-libbing. Okay, I'm listening.
Please
Please
don't
don't
ad-lib.
get
Please
triggered.
don't
Please
ad-lib.
don't get triggered.
Don't even ad-lib, please.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot of fathers see their daughters, and I'm sorry to be brazen and brass, but they see it as pussy that they're paying for. So a lot of the times, even though that's their daughter and they have no sexual attraction towards her or want to, not any of that weird shit, but a lot of the times men see when they provide for a woman that they're property. And so that's why when their daughters go out and get a boyfriend, a lot of women, when they get a boyfriend, when they're young girls, their father will switch up on them, because they see it as I'm paying, because they see it as this other man who's not paying for this pussy is enjoying this pussy that I'm paying for. And I'm sorry to be so brazen, but it's the truth.
That's
Okay,
the
that's your
word,
truth.
baby.
But
That's. I just want to say, yes, ma'am, Miss Presley. I'm so glad to hear a woman say it, because I say it all the time, and people treat it like, because I'm a man saying it. So I'm so glad to hear a woman make that observation. Awesome.
Come on, paying for pussy.
Okay. Y'all skipping a lot of, like, T.I.'s sons. Not all of their sons. It's just that one son, King. That's the problem. The other three, four, one,
Damani
two,
and
three.
I was
Damani's
Messiah.
speaking
good.
on the daughters,
Messiah's
yo.
good.
Whether it's
Freaking
whether
I
it's
was
50.
speaking
3,
on the daughters.
2, 1, 4, $5, that
There's always gonna be one.
the thing is, like, he doesn't he encourages it. No shade. Like,
He
when
encourages what?
the way that what's the nigga name, King's outrage, and the way that he actually operates, when the situation, when it came down to King and someone that worked at Waffle House, he
No,
literally, instead of
he's not condoning it.
yes, he
He
is.
has bad words, and he's
No,
saying, "Why are you arguing with?"
no.
He's saying, "Why are you arguing with people that work at Waffle House?" Yes, he said the wrong thing. He had the wrong choice of words, but he's
But he
asking his
always has
son,
the
"Why are
wrong
you
choice of words.
arguing with
He's the
people?" He
same
does not
man.
condone it.
No, but
But
he
he does
always has the
condone.
wrong choice
He
of
does
words. He's the
condone it,
same
Otto.
man. But wait, but he always has the wrong choice of words. He's the same man that's trying to monitor his daughter's vagina, but he also the same person that, like, you not know, sir. You are a celebrity. So with that being said, you have access, you have funds, you have notoriety, and with your children, they're gonna have those things too. Why the fuck would you feed your child that, knowing damn well he already has a big ass ego? Like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that?
Okay.
He's condoning, because here's the problem. You cannot present as a gangster and a trap nigga and a guns blazing niggas and a drug selling nigga and a gang nigga, and then think that the males who are looking to you as an example of what masculinity and manhood is are going to somehow make different decisions than what you make, and are going to make different decisions contrary to the message that you push out to the collective and the majority of the world.
It
It's
seems like
literally
Damani
the
and Messiah
hypocrisy of
don't
Ti's.
subscribe to it.
It's the hypocrisy of his democracy. And I'm not just talking about King, because King is just like an obvious manifestation of the problem. We don't know how these other children, male and or female, are showing up in their interpersonal, intimate relationships to the opposite sex, because they've had a mama who's bowed down and kissed the ring in order to keep a man. Though girls have watched their mom
cheat on,
put every type of a plastic and Kool-Aid color in her eyeballs, and have watched her put up with disrespect, have watched her open up her legs in all type of ways just to sustain desirability for a man. It's like the extreme mammification that these young women have observed Tiny.
Have you ever heard of the phrase "I don't want to be like my parents"? They
and
both
unfortunately, I
give,
haven't heard any of them use that term.
but they both give the
And if anything,
situations of.
and I'm gonna tell you how I knew that the whole family was in a sunken place. Because when King got his ass in trouble, guess what the family did? Instead of them using the opportunity to have King collectively chastised by his community, they made excuses for him, including his daddy, who focused on Charleston White, rather than saying, you know what, nigga, this is why I tell you little ass to stay out of trouble. And now that these elders is getting off in your ass, I'm gonna let them have their way with you and spank your ass. And do you know what his sister did? His sister entered the goddamn chat and made an excuse for his behavior. And y'all don't know my brother, and y'all need to stop judging my brother, and blah, 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 blah. So that's when I realized and knew right then and there that the whole fucking family was in the sunken place. And I can't blame these young people, because once again, look at the buffoonery of their parents.
Yep. And also, I wanted to comment on a comment that I see that explains exactly what I'm saying. There's a comment in the comment section that says, it's from Kimmy Renee Piper, that says he wants you to depend on the man you with instead of him, which is exactly what I was saying. Even though most fathers are not attracted to their daughters, or I'm saying emotional incest, okay? And so
But that's a thin line to say it's incest, though, because you said I'm not trying to have a 3-minute monologue. I'm just asking you a question real quick. It's hard to say. It's hard to call it emotional incest when you have to have an emotional bond and connection with your children. You don't have a sexual relationship with your children, so you can automatically give that a term as incest, but you can't necessarily say it's emotional incest, because you're supposed to have an emotional bond with your child.
I understand the emotional bond with your child. When I say emotional incest, I mean that they use the same principles.
So where's the line when it comes to emotional bond and emotional
whenever
incest?
I talk, here you fucking come.
I'm asking you a question. Calm down.
Okay, I am calm down.
No, you're not. You're cursing.
Words,
okay, Mr. Man.
Words is just sound. Words
that
just
is childish auto, not auto.
No,
come
I'm
on.
being real, because she's being animated, because I'm just
stop.
literally asking a question.
Stop, IG.
No, I'm being real. I'm asking her a question. She's getting mad when I'm just asking her a question.
I'm not getting mad. I'm trying to complete my sentence, but you always interrupt it whenever I talk. So that's what I'm saying. Okay. So, this comment says he wants you to depend on the man you with instead of him. And that's what I mean by emotional incest, is that even though I'm not saying that your father, I'm not trying to say no weird shit like that. All I'm saying is that that men see women as property, as Conscious said as before, even their own daughters. So when their own daughters get a boyfriend when they're underage, they're like, I'm paying for your whole life and you out with another nigga? Like, no. No, you out with another nigga. I'm paying for your whole life. If you gonna go out and be with that other nigga, then you need to tell that other nigga to pay for you. And it goes both ways. I'm not just ragging on men because it goes both ways because there's emotional incest with women and their sons as well. That's why most women have issues with their mother-in-law because moms, they their sons are always their love, their first love. Their sons are always like, mom is the first woman in my life. She's the only woman in my life. She's the most important woman in my life. And then when that son goes out and gets a girlfriend, and now that girlfriend or that fiance or that wife has now replaced the most important woman in my life, then then it's fights, then it's hands thrown, and that's why most women can't stand their mother-in-laws, and that's why most men can't stand their father-in-laws because of emotional incest. I'm not saying that parents want to f their children. I'm just saying that
I'm
they
not saying that
use the
either.
same pathology when it comes to romantic relationships with their children. That's
And
all
that's
I'm
just
saying.
and a shorter way of saying that is that a lot of times parents practice a inappropriate emotional relationship to their children.
That too. Parents be telling their children all their problems like that's not your child's business. You went out on a date, you had a bad date, you had you you mad at their father, you mad at their mother. That ain't your child's business.
I'm with you, Presley.
But especially on the age now, when you are developing into an adult and y'all have a healthy relationship as okay, we're now functioning adults and we can talk about those things. Yeah, but that's not something you should be projecting
Well,
on.
I have to make a confession. Okay, so because y'all just made me think of something. Well, I kind of take it back, but at the same time I don't. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. So this is me. Okay, so I had a situation in the family, and me and my one of my relatives got into it really bad, and it we went there. If you know what I mean, we went there. So it got really heated, and I said, "Fuck this." So I went straight to the kids, their kids. And I said, "Your daddy ain't shit." People got mad at me for doing that.
Yeah,
I feel bad, but at the same time, I don't feel bad because I'm like, how are you mad that your kids know about you ain't being shit? If you don't like it, bitch, do better. I'm
yeah,
gonna be honest, like that's kind of how I felt about it. No shade.
that's something that they should find out on their own
But don't
because
worry, they
when
found out
parents
about me.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that is something that they should find out on their own because literally, I've seen it time and time again when men talk crap about their child's mothers who they're not with, or when women talk crap about their child's fathers who they're not with. You know what happens?
What happens?
What happens is that they blame the person they blame the parent who talks crap about the other parent when they have fun with them. So if mom says, "Oh, that ain't crap," and all this stuff, and he could very well be ain't shit. But guess what? When that child goes with that father, and that father's main mission is to is to basically uh get rid of their guilt and show them the most fun. So they go with their daddy and they daddy go take them everywhere, show them everything. And then you go back home to mom and like your daddy ain't shit. And the kid is like, my daddy just took me to Paris. My daddy just bought me all this shit. What the
Honestly,
fuck
we
you
can
talk
be
about? I
honest.
can't stand you.
I'm
You know
gonna
what
be
I'm saying?
honest. I'm gonna be honest. I can deal with that. It's just that, like everybody has said on this panel, you can't fake it for so long. So I can take that whole thing. Oh my god, because when you find out the truth, don't bring your ass over to this motherfucking house. Talk. So, oh my God, I finally found out, bitch. I told you like so long ago.
I'm gonna tell you
but
why.
that's not right.
To
They're
Presley's point,
kids.
though, to Presley's point, like why the parent who's in place has a disadvantage, it's because the child is able to make the most critical and nuanced observations of the parent who's in place. This is what gives the parent who is lackluster in their responsibility a level up or an advantage, because the distance allows them to have time to romanticize the parent who's at a distance. Because to Presley's point, the dad that I don't get to see in every waking moment when he's stressed out about bills, stressed out in his relationship, stressed out about life experience, I don't get to see any of the reality of him. I only get to see him, and then he gets to be the ideal him or present the representative or only the positive part of himself. So now this gives me a over romanticized, positive, fanciful, ideal version of that parent. And then the parent who actually was present in the parental process is the parent that I got to see be aggravated and stressed out. The parent who I saw come home, throw their shit around, slam the door, be aggravated, sometimes even take that shit out on us as the children, etc. And then I'm able, because children don't have any emotional intelligence yet, I'm able to then use all of that negative observable discrepancy in my parent in order to justify or even use that as an excuse for why my daddy might have never came back home. It's because you, bitch, you bitter, you angry, you always upset. And the child, once again, doesn't even understand like the nuance of life. So they don't understand that there's a good reason why mama ass is a bitch. There's a good reason why mama ass is stressed the fuck out. She's doing a 2-person job. And then that parent is bad mouthing the other parent to that kid who also wants that parent to be in place. It only does the opposite. And then that parent gets to end up getting away with pretty much practically murder while you stayed around and made every sacrifice you could. And they're now mad at you and now looking at all of your grievance and all of the hardship they observed as a justification for why their relationship to their daddy or to their mama, whichever is the predominant parent, never worked out. And we've seen it happen time and time again. So the reality is, if the other parent is so much of not shit, they're gonna come to know that too. That ain't something you got to tell them if it's that obvious, if it's that polarized.
I'm sorry, I was at war.
Yeah, but that's a part of a conscious parenting.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot put the children in that because they're already in a fucked up position anyway. And the last thing they need is inheriting all of the bullshit rather than being able to focus on their own healing and being present in their own situation. It does not help the children. And this is why and I keep my foot on people who either are guardians, people who are parents, people who, this is why I'd be like, nobody's ready for this job. Stop doing the job, because the kids are the ones who are paying for it. While everybody is triangulating the child, while everybody is using the children to accomplish this, to keep their relationship, to piss off the other parent, to blah, 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 blah. Like the children only become an object too, and they become exploited in the end. So parenting and guardianship is a really, really, really heavy work, like being a nurse or being a first responder of any kind. It's a very dramatic work. It is heaviest to hit that with the crown. And I just think all people in a guardianship parental position just need to be reminded that no matter how justified I am in my anger to use the kids or put the kids in this, is a disadvantage and disservice to them. It might make us feel better to tell them your mammy ain't shit, because we all had a grandma that told us the reality about our mama, or a grandfather who told us the reality about our daddy, etc. It's awkward, it's weird, and the situation is already fucked to begin with. Don't need no help being.
Doesn't help at all.
If allow kids to trust our children are going to evolve and mature, and they're going to come to know what they need to know as they grow up and they observe and they experience. And then if you let them find that out on their own, they'll never be able to blame you for anything that they perceive or imagine happen. They'll never be able to connect or find an excuse, because as humans, we look for excuses to make sense of our reality. And sometimes we will misidentify or wrongly identify. It'll be a mistaken identification on the person who authored the confusion. So it's just best to just love on the kids, be present in the way that they need you, and deal with the other parent accordingly, but just leave the young people out of that shit.
I agree, because literally I have a niece.
I feel slightly bad. At least now. I'm gonna have to let that marinate, bitch.
No, because literally I have a niece, and I'm sorry, real quick. I have a niece, and her daddy ain't shit, right? And so I will, when he comes to pick her up, literally, because he comes like every once in a blue moon. Do you know how many times I've cussed this nigga out via text, via phone, via Facebook, via Twitter, via everything and all that? But when he comes to pick her up, I'm like, oh, your dad's outside. Oh, great. Oh, okay. Okay, Asia. Okay, come on, Asia. Your dad's outside. Okay. And then she's like, oh, TT, I love you. And I'm like, okay, go see your dad. And when she comes back home, I'm like, how did you? I'm like, what did you do with your daddy? And she's like, oh, well, we went to the movies, and then we went to Denny's. And I'm like, oh, that's it for the whole week that you were there, and you don't, and she's putting it together in her head. I ain't gotta say shit, because if I say something, then she's going to want to defend her daddy against me. You know what I'm saying? So I just be like, oh, what y'all do? Oh, that sounds awesome. And she'll be like, actually, TT, it wasn't that fun. And I'm like, oh, it wasn't that fun? Oh, and then and inside of my head, I'm like, haha, nigga, you big ass bitch. But like, in my head, I'm cussing him out. But to her, I'm like, oh, really? Oh, because I don't want her to resent me, because if I talk shit about her dad, she's gonna want to defend her dad. That's her dad.
Yeah.
Like,
she's always gonna want to defend. Yep, that's a fact.
Can I say, Reckless, what you said about, I think it was your niece or nephew, I'm not sure. Your approach with it's an immediate approach. It's a quick approach. So it's like fast food. It's quick, it's fast, but it's not going to feel good in the end for you when you sit with it mentally. Because their children and their brains are not developed as quite as ours, and their bodies are not developed, and you have to explain that to them, because they're not be able to understand when you say, well, your daddy ain't shit. When you say that, then you have to explain it, and then they have to repeat that to their daddy, so then their daddy could explain that to them.
No. Okay, we were about to fight. No, okay, so that was the thing. We was about to fight, and I was like trying to diffuse the situation, and we got to a point. I just snapped, because it's like, okay, I'm really trying to diffuse it. I'm backing up, like, leave me alone, leave it alone. And I got to that point, and then when I was there, I was there. So yeah, they seen everything.
Yeah, and I understand that. And that's part of him as a man trying to protect his kids, trying to protect his own feelings. And I think what I agree with her is that you have to keep children in their world safe. It has to be safe. And the second they are outside of that's safe, and that could be mentally or physically. And as far as T.I.'s daughter, she did go online and mention a particular story about something that he did that made her uncomfortable. So she is somewhat bothered by some of the things he's done, which you guys could look it up because it's been everywhere. And so she is dealing with issues, but her issues are not dealt with because of her gender, which is unfair. I feel that you guys have got. I've been here a long time, and you guys have gotten to a place of talking of healing. It's just so beautiful to hear how everyone could answer how to heal and put a patch on everyone's back. So that's it. Thanks.
Well, actually, I'm about to end this bad boy because after 12 hours, YouTube doesn't save the rest. Yeah, it most definitely start cutting stuff off. So I'm gonna start from the bottom, work my way all the way to the top. You got 20 seconds. Let the people know what you think, what you feel, how you feel, what's going on. Automatic, you up first. You got 20 seconds.
I just feel like, we all got to look at reality, look at where we at, see what we can change, what we can do to affect our situation, and then do those things, whether it's with what our actions, not necessarily depending on other people, to fit in the world, the ideals that we have and want for whatever we want our life to be. And second, natural woman is not transphobic. I'm glad we did not get into that. It is